Huff, huff. Two shadows dashed through a crumbling alley, boots pounding against weathered stone. Trench coats flared behind them, berets tugged low. The brass, wing-shaped sigils glowing faintly on their shoulders marked them clearly members of the Revolutionary Army. How did the plan leak? It was flawless. They were supposed to stage uprisings in the outer districts, drawing away the Imperial Army. While chaos unfolded outside, their infiltration team would strike at the heart, assassinate the Emperor. No mages on watch. Security thin. One clean shot was all it would take. And yet, everything had fallen apart. Bang! Gah! A sharp cry cut through the night as one of them fell. Blood splattered the wall behind him. He clutched his ankle, shredded by a magic-infused bullet. Sniper accuracy. From hundreds of meters away. Go without me. I'm done for. Don't talk like that. I'm not leaving a comrade behind. You should have, said a third voice, smooth and almost amused. They froze. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in the night, voice calm, tone indifferent, like someone commenting on the weather. At least one of you should survive to plan the next failed revolution, right? Both revolutionaries turned pale as the name left their lips. Eugene Lawrence. Chains exploded from glowing sigils in the air. Clang! One was bound at the arms, the other by the throat, forced to their knees, humiliated. You were one of us? A refugee? Why betray us? Why side with them? A man stepped into the dim light. Imperial uniform. Gun in hand. A storm of magical energy coiling around him. Titles flickered through their minds like death sentences. The great hero of the Western Front. The Emperor's spearhead. The Empire's hound. The demon of magic bullets. The natural enemy of the revolution. Why? Eugene repeated coolly, pressing the gun to his enemy's forehead. I'll tell you why. His voice dropped. Cold. Final. Because the ending of this game is getting betrayed after fighting your damn revolution. Game? Ending? The man echoed, baffled. But Eugene didn't care for comprehension. Bang! The magic round knocked him out cold. Non-lethal. He'd be useful for interrogation. Eugene holstered his pistol and lit a cigarette. Smoke curled upward as he spoke to the silent street. Do your own revolution. I'll sell you out and live a comfortable life instead. That had always been his goal, ever since the day he fell into this cursed game world. Thud. The man's body slammed onto the cold, grimy floor of the underground prison. His uniform, tattered and stained, clearly marked him as a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army. Cough. Hack. Blood splattered from his mouth, pooling beneath him as he writhed in pain. With mechanical coldness, the soldiers locked the iron gate and turned away, leaving him to suffer in silence. If anyone familiar had seen him, they would have been stunned. This was Eugene Lawrence, Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army. A man who should have been celebrating victory, clinking glasses with high-ranking officials of the new regime. Yet here he was bruised, bloodied, and discarded in a dungeon. Had the revolution failed? No. It had succeeded beyond expectation. The tyrant emperor had been beheaded by an enraged populace. The new regime declared a bright future, a nation for the people. Let's build a future together. We'll face the monsters in the east and west, reign in the west as one. Hurrah! Long live the Revolutionary Army. The streets were filled with cheers, flags, and falling flower petals. But amidst that euphoria, one man, the revolution's greatest architect, was cast into darkness. I'm sorry, Eugene, but Deputy Commander Claude couldn't meet his eyes. He had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Eugene on the battlefield. With the Emperor gone, there's no place for heroes anymore. Next came Randall, the wealthy backer of the revolution, soon to be Chancellor. I won't ask you to forgive us. Just know, this is necessary. And finally, Prince Baker, who had supported the rebellion and now sat on the throne of a new constitutional monarchy. They all turned their backs on him. Just as expected. Eugene's head dropped as the last flickers of defiance faded from his eyes. He had burned himself out for this revolution. And in the end, like all tools, he was discarded. Thus ended the tale of Eugene Lawrence. A hero who sought to liberate the people, but couldn't save himself. He became a legend, a symbol for those who used him. Empire Revolution 2. End. What the hell did I just watch? Song Yujin stared blankly at the monitor, disbelief crawling up his spine. No, seriously. What the fuck was that? He blinked. He clicked. He scrolled. No hidden scene. No bonus ending. Just cold, black letters, and you've got to be kidding me. Bang! His shotgun blasted across the desk, obliterating the keyboard in a splintering roar. A startled kitten bolted from the wall shelf. But this was no time for cats. This is bullshit. Empire Revolution 2, his most anticipated game of the year. Crappy graphics, sure. But it had soul. Tension. Politics. Magic. Revolution. He'd lined up overnight. Quit his soul-sucking job. Poured in sleepless nights just to experience this story. And now this? You kill off the MC? Just like that? With no closure? What happened to West Rain? The monsters? The ending? His blood boiled. His eyes burned. Rage twisted his face. I want my fucking time back. And then, crack. Guh. A burning snap echoed through his skull. Pain flared like lightning. He stumbled, then fell, his chair clattering to the floor. Darkness seeped into the edges of his vision. Shit. My head. He tried to rise. Nothing moved. He opened his mouth to speak, but single quotes appeared in his vision. Wait, am I hallucinating? When he tried harder, double quotes. Spoken words? He couldn't think straight. Couldn't move. Panic surged. I'm dying, from gamer rage? No. No way. His last thought before the void consumed him. This can't be how it ends. A cracked wooden ceiling greeted his eyes, weathered, old, and all too familiar. He had seen this view before. Every time he started a new playthrough. What the hell? Finally woke up. A voice. Deep, sneering. Eugen turned his head, dazed. A teenage thug with the build of a grown man stood over him. Familiar. Too familiar. Saul. The fuck you just say to me, beggar? Smack. A foot slammed into his chest. He crumpled to the floor, face planting into filth. It reeked of mildew and blood. A warehouse. Gangsters. A looming figure in a suit behind them all. Chapter 1's villain. Hans. Eugen's thoughts spiraled. Game characters were alive. Talking. Beating him up. This wasn't a cutscene. This was real. You're in this mess because of your old man Yuri Lawrence. Hans crouched, cigarette glowing like an ember in the dark. He owed the house. You're gonna pay it back. Or I'll grind you up and scatter your ashes next to him. Eugen couldn't breathe. The pain. The smoke. The grime. It was too real. This wasn't a dream. This was the prologue of Empire Revolution. And he was the protagonist. Hans flicked his cigarette away and walked out. Make sure he learns his place. The thugs moved closer. Eugen looked around, faces twisted with violence. And then it hit him. Shit, the prologue's not over yet. The worst was still to come.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I'm fucked. After hours of being beaten, while walking down the street with my tattered body, I instinctively covered my mouth, startled by the words that had escaped. Fortunately, Saul's gang was far away, and they didn't come back trying to catch me. Phew. After taking a deep breath and thinking it over 2-3 times, I spoke again with a clear and lucid mind. I'm absolutely fucked. Revolution Empire is a game that combines a dieselpunk worldview with dark fantasy genre. The time period is set in the transitional period between World War I and II. Science and magic coexist, wars never end, and monsters and mutants swarm outside the cities. It's literally a world like a sewer. As if the world setting wasn't shitty enough to live in, I possessed the protagonist. Into a sewer life where no one could match its misery? What? You're asking if I'm not excited about falling into the world of a game I liked? To whoever thinks that way, I sincerely hope you wake up tomorrow morning as Isaac Clarke in the Ishimura's hangar. Try having a deep kiss with a necromorph, and then you can do a backflip while saying wow, game possession is so amazing. Right? Clap, clap dash. Let's stop. I feel like I might actually commit suicide from self-loathing at this rate. Like a madman, I slapped both my cheeks, trying to get a grip somehow. Right, let's get it together, Eugen. You can't keep acting pathetic like this forever. This unexpected second life, I can't just die. Flutter. While thinking that, an old piece of paper flew to my feet. This is a red wing symbol printed in the corner of the old paper. It was propaganda distributed by the Revolutionary Army. Those who want revolution, come anytime. The red flag is always waiting for you. Text scrawled with low-quality charcoal. Reading it, I let out a bitter laugh. Right. The protagonist picked up this flyer too. Revolution Empire. As the title suggests, the main story of this game is about starting a revolution against the Empire. The story of a hero who joins the Revolutionary Army at a young age, meets comrades, and grows, and takes down the corrupt officials of the Empire one by one. And this flyer in my hands right now was, without exaggeration, the beginning of that heroic epic. However, things are different now. I grabbed the Revolutionary Army's flyer with both hands, and tore it in half. Rip dash? Not just once. Twice, 3 times. After tearing the poster into complete powder, I scattered it into the air. When I already know the game's ending, you want me to follow the main story and join the Revolutionary Army. Did you get shot in the head? If I dare guess, there must be some reason why I was possessed into the protagonist's body. Maybe to save the protagonist's unfortunate life, or to succeed in the revolution and save the world, something like that kind of mission. If so, I would confidently answer this. Go fuck yourself with all of that. I don't know who dumped me here, but they seriously misjudged me. Salvation of the masses? National cause? Go fuck yourself. World-saving protagonist? Hero? You guys can do that all you want. The goal of Eugene, who experienced an unexpected game possession, is just one thing: survival. Revolution or whatever, you guys can do that amongst yourselves. First, what's important is that the point I possessed isn't the main story but the prologue. I recalled the original game's story. The story of Revolution Empire begins when the protagonist turns 15. That's when he beats up Hans and Saul's gang, and while fleeing from their revenge, joins the Revolutionary Army. But my current age is 8. What this means is that according to the story, the protagonist has to do errand work and pay tribute money to those bastards until he turns 15. In the game, they might gloss over that time with a narration saying 7 years later, but how could that work when the game has become reality? I need to deal with Saul and Hans. Getting a stroke while playing games and getting possessed into the protagonist's body is already hopeless enough. And now you want me to do errand work in this damn back alley for 7 years? Don't fuck with me. As fast as possible. If possible, I needed to escape this back alley life right now. The problem is how to deal with them. The opponents are stronger than me, and there are more of them. Plus, they had the backing of the gang that controlled this area. Was it even possible for a powerless 8-year-old kid to defeat those guys? Though the conditions were overwhelming just thinking about them, I knew the answer. I need to awaken my magic power. The method the protagonist used to defeat them in the original. The only way for a back alley beggar to suddenly subdue gangs. Right now, I needed to become a magician as soon as possible. If I had to name one of the few advantages of this game world, it would be that the time period is roughly after the Industrial Revolution. At least in name, there exists a Continental Human Rights Charter, and thanks to that, even a slum beggar like me could enter a hospital and see a doctor's face. Look elsewhere, kid. I don't have a hobby of clearing away child corpses. The place I ran to was the Carl Hiram National Hospital located in the middle of the Grey Quarter district's downtown. The doctor, adjusting his glasses while looking at the chart, waved his hand without even looking at me. There's no other hospital nearby. I'm telling you not to accept you, you idiot. As if annoyed by my talking back, the doctor looked up from the chart and started yelling at me. That damn propaganda is ruining all the kids' behavior? What awakening surgery without even a magic power test? Go back right now. The doctor's voice ordering me out grew increasingly louder. Judging by his irritation, it seems many people like me had visited before. There won't be any legal issues. And magic awakening is better the younger you are. You young brat, even so. The doctor frowned at my retort and looked at me. Go back when I tell you to. If you do something useless, you want to live as a one-armed person at that age. The doctor had to stop mid-sentence when he looked at my face. You. Upon seeing my face, his angry voice suddenly became calm. Split lips, bruised cheeks, and even cigarette burn marks on my forehead. My current appearance must have looked quite miserable even to the doctor. Did gang members target you? The doctor immediately mentioned gangs, especially after seeing the cigarette burn on my forehead. In this world, cigarettes were quite an expensive luxury, and in the slums, only those bastards could afford to smoke them. I nodded and said, "It's because of my father's debt. They said if I can't pay it back within a week, they'll grind me up and sprinkle me in the pig pen." The next to your dead father that Hans mentioned earlier was precisely the pig pen. Wow, thinking about it again, this life difficulty is really hell. Why didn't I commit suicide earlier? Should I just do it now? I'll die anyway if things stay like this. If I'm going to die, I should at least try something before dying. Hey, kid. Even so, I won't blame you even if my arm flies off. It's my responsibility even if I die. So please just do the surgery. Please. I quickly spilled out the words and bowed my head to the doctor. After watching me for a moment, the doctor sighed phew and scratched the back of his head. Fine, sit down. I can't just send you back with those injuries. Saying that, the doctor asked a nurse to bring bandages and ointment. Sigh, I really should leave this damn neighborhood or something. Watching him, I smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Got it. Grey Quarter National Hospital's Dr. NPC, Otto Klotz. Despite his fierce appearance, his character alignment is good. Especially weak to children's pleas. Everything was exactly as it appeared in the game. Magic awakening surgery is a dangerous procedure with a mortality rate exceeding 15%. Not everyone becomes a magician just because they have the surgery. A few minutes after treating the wounds on my face, following the nurse's guidance, I sat on the operating table, and Otto slowly grabbed my right arm and fixed it to a machine called the circuit opener. It looked brutal in the game, but seeing it in person makes it look even more savage. Dozens of awls were aimed in a circular pattern at various points of my arm, surrounding the mechanical device that encompassed my entire arm. I gulped at that fierce appearance, but fortunately, Otto didn't seem to notice. Starting from your fingertips all the way to your shoulder blade, we'll insert 72 stimulus needles all at once. We're forcibly opening magic nerves to create a path for magic power to flow. Is explaining the surgical procedure a doctor's duty? Dr. Otto didn't stop talking to me even while operating the machine. The opened nerves will maintain for 30 minutes. If magic power doesn't flow by then, the wounds in the arm will never heal. The right arm must be amputated before backflow occurs, right? That's right. Opening nerves by piercing various parts of the arm with stimulus needles, then healing the surgical site with the practitioner's magic power. I knew it from the setting, but it was quite a crude method. Moreover, the unnecessarily detailed description suggested that Otto was hoping I would get scared and refuse the surgery. But not a chance. I needed to awaken my magic power as soon as possible to see any light in this sewer life. There was no time to waste here. And there was another reason why I was getting magic development surgery at such a young age. Magic becomes stronger the younger you develop it. I'll pass on messing around with output like in the original. A magician's magic power depends on the output of the magic circuit formed near the heart during first awakening. In the original, the protagonist awakened his magic power at a late age, and because of that, he suffered from chronic magic power deficiency. With low magic power, he couldn't even use items that consumed high amounts of magic power, and had to hand over all the hard-earned items to his NPC companions. And then those carefully nurtured companions stabbed the protagonist in the back. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like a sucker's life. But now it's different. At the prologue point, I'm 8 years old. If I awaken magic power now, I'll become the Empire's youngest magic awakener, and my magic circuit output will reach the Empire's highest level. It meant I could monopolize all the items that had to be handed over to NPCs. TCH, I thought you'd be at least a little scared, but you're not even blinking. All preparations are done. While I was thinking that, Otto, who had finished preparing for surgery, attached restraints to both my shoulders and legs. They say it's because you might get hurt if you struggle from the pain, but it felt like being a patient in a mental hospital. No, if I had to make a comparison, would this be Frankenstein? Igor, where did you put my brain? Let's stop. This is embarrassing. I'll say it again, but it's still not too late to. Please start. Fine. I'll stop talking. I bit down on the bundle of cloth Otto handed me, and he silently activated the machine. Clank dash. NNNGHH. As dozens of steel needles pierced my arm simultaneously, terrible pain rushed in. Even though I was biting down on the thick cloth bundle, it felt like a couple of molars broke, and due to using too much force, I could taste the sticky blood flowing from my nostrils and eyes. However, thump dash. The burning sensation felt near my heart along with the pain. Feeling that, I could laugh even amid the pain. Success. The magic development surgery received 7 years earlier than the original protagonist. The result was a great success. Eugene, you bastard, stop right there. Where does that orphan bastard think he's running to? In the Kal-Hiram Empire, an unexpected chase was unfolding in the slums of the capital, Central. The one being chased was a child with a small build. The pursuers were thugs as big as mountains. Hans, who was observing the chase from a step away, pulled out a cigarette from his chest and put it in his mouth. Tisk, this is why these slum rats. He had given the young one some time when he begged to repay the money somehow, but sure enough, he ran away. Seems like he inherited his dead father's habits after all. Big brother, over here. It didn't take long to corner the boy in a dead end. He said he wanted to join the organization, so I tested him. Not bad for a rat. Hans muttered to himself while looking at Saul and walked into the alley with leisurely steps. Eugene was already surrounded by the gang. Being a dead end, there was nowhere to run. What should we do, big brother? When Saul, who was leading the rats, asked, Hans exhaled cigarette smoke and said, that one, does he have any skills with his hands? At Hans's question pointing to Eugene, Saul immediately answered, yes. When his father was alive, he was good at making things like brooms. Good. We'll throw him in the factory and work him for about 10 years. Thud. Something fell at Saul's feet. Looking down, there lay a sharp axe with a blue blade. Hans had thrown it to him. Be big brother, this. When Saul asked, Hans gestured with his chin toward the axe and said, cut off his legs. Then he won't be able to run away again. What? At those words spoken without hesitation, Saul and his gang turned pale. See, cut them off. Be big brother. Even so, that's. No matter how hardened these back alley thugs were, they were still young boys who hadn't even reached adulthood. Hans's lips twisted at the sight of them hesitating in fear. But these bastards get cocky when you go easy on them. And the next moment, slapdash, with a sharp sound, Saul's face whipped to the side. Hans had struck his cheek with full force. Be big brother. Who said you could call me big brother, you stupid rat? Crack. This time it wasn't a palm but a fist that flew. Saul, who was slammed against the wall, looked at Hans with wide eyes, but it was useless. Crack, thud, crunch dash. Hans stomped on Saul, who was cornered against the wall, for a long time. After several minutes, Hans spoke to Saul, who was curled up and trembling, covered in dirt. Get up. Saul immediately stood up straight in front of Hans. Hans, who had been quietly looking at Saul, immediately grabbed his collar. Hey, are you crazy? You said you wanted to join the Vox gang, but now you're trying to back out of a simple errand? I am sorry. Saul shouted desperately. His expression was filled with terror. And didn't I tell you last time? Don't make me repeat myself. Yes, that's right, yes. Then hurry up and cut him, you bastard. If you hesitate one more time, I'll cut off your head instead. Understand? At the fierce threat, Saul frantically gestured to his gang. One of the gang members picked up the axe and handed it to Saul, who approached Eugene with trembling hands. Seriously, these idiots only listen when you rough them up. Stupid bastards. Hans crossed his arms while thinking this, throwing away his finished cigarette. Gulp. Saul swallowed hard and turned his gaze. The target, Eugene, was pressed against the wall, glaring at him and his gang. Right. Once I join the gang, I'll be doing this kind of thing countless times anyway. Saul wanted to escape from these back alleys. He wanted to join the gang and play in bigger waters. And to do that, he had to become cruel. I have to do it. I'll join the gang, and then this slum. Just as Saul gritted his teeth and was about to take a step forward to do the job. Twitch. Something was wrong. He clearly tried to move his foot, but his legs were frozen in place as if stuck. What? Why won't my body? He tried to move several more times but it was useless. No, it got even worse. What? He couldn't move a single finger. It was as if he was caught in an invisible trap. Hey, what are you bastards? Hans frowned as he watched Saul and his gang standing still for a long time, but that didn't last long. Hans, who tried to uncross his arms, also noticed something was wrong. What's this? Why can't I move? Something was wrong. Just as he thought that, a boy's voice was heard from the end of the dead-end alley. Why? Because it worked. Saul, his gang, and Hans's gazes focused on one person. Eugene. Only then did Hans notice something strange about the boy's appearance. Eugene's right arm extended toward them. It was wrapped in bandages with scabs stuck here and there. Rustle. Before they could figure out what it was, Eugene unwrapped the bandages from his right arm. And when they saw what was hidden under the bandages, the gang members' eyes widened. What? It was a forearm riddled with numerous holes. Space was distorting and rippling around that forearm. Why is that bastard's arm like that? While Saul and his gang could only look bewildered, not knowing anything, Hans's reaction was different. This crazy. Hans's face turned pale. The arm covered in wounds, the unknown force rising from it. It was all something he had heard about before. Magic awakening? That little brat underwent that surgery. Just as Hans said that with wide eyes. It's too late to notice now. Whoosh! Along with the boy's words, a dazzling light began to envelop the alley. And only then could Hans fully grasp the situation before his eyes. Magician. Those who awaken to magic through either innate bloodline or surgery, and can manipulate it. Human weapons who can deflect bullets with their bare body and cut off limbs with their bare hands. The boy who had been kicked around until last week was now transformed into a monster. Boom! The back alley shook entirely with the thunderous sound. A basic shockwave that concentrated magic at one point before releasing it. It was a technique that anyone who had awakened to magic could use, but its power was undeniable. Ayek? What is this? Saul's gang members, slammed against the walls, were groaning in pain. Saul, who took the shockwave head-on, had his nose crushed, and the rest seemed to have at least one broken limb each. I guess this settles the debt from a week ago. Of course, I wasn't completely fine either after using magic. There was no problem with casting the magic. The problem was my physical condition. One more of these and I'll really die. An 8-year-old child's body that hadn't fully grown, plus the lingering after effects of surgery. Using this much magical power with such a body, it couldn't handle the recoil. No way. Blood seeped from burst wounds, and my legs trembled from exhaustion. But I somehow managed to hold on to consciousness. Get it together, Song Yujin. If you collapse here, all your suffering until now will be for nothing. Step. I walked past them through the alley. My destination was behind Saul's gang. There, the man who had threatened me a week ago lay sprawled face down. I'm impossible? How can he use magic? Though he couldn't steady himself, probably due to broken ribs, his consciousness was clear. Tisk, it would have been better if he had just passed out. After clicking my tongue briefly, I took out what I had prepared from my chest. A pocket knife made by sharpening a broken glass bottle and wrapping bandages around the handle. Though crudely made, it was enough to kill one defenseless man. Wait. You crazy bastard. Hans's face turned pale when he saw what I was holding. Wait a minute. Hans shouted at me. Hey, you crazy bastard. Do you know what you're trying to do? I know well. That I have to kill you here. No my ass. What are you going to do after you kill me, you idiot? Seeing me speak calmly, Hans's shouts became more urgent. Listen well. I'm a member of the Vox gang. If you kill me here, what do you think will happen? I didn't bother answering Hans's words. Seemingly frustrated by my response, he ranted desperately toward me. The Vox boss will find you and take revenge? Understand? You're not just messing with me alone, but with the entire Vox gang. Idiot, talking nonsense. But I cut off his words with an emotionless voice. If I kill you, your organization will take revenge on me? Sorry, but that won't happen. What? I dropped the childish act. It wasn't necessary anymore, and I didn't have the luxury for it either. As my voice lowered, Hans's face turned pale. I'm just an 8-year-old kid. Can't even be called a youngster, just a snot-nosed brat. What does that have to do with? Use your head if you have one. The action leader who rules this area got killed by a kid like me. If this gets out, how do you think other gangs will view your group? Hearing my words, Hans's body trembled. That. They'll probably think like this, if a gang executive gets killed by an 8-year-old kid, how pathetic must his underlings be? And they'll also think, if the Vox gang is that pathetic, maybe we should try taking them on. Hans's face rapidly hardened. He finally understood the situation. The moment an organization appears weak, it's over. You know that better than me, right? It wasn't a lie. What I just said was about the Vox gang's downfall that I saw in the original story. 7 years from now, the protagonist who awakened to magic will break into the Vox gang's headquarters and defeat their boss, Vox. A gang that had ruled Grey Quarter for nearly 10 years gets taken down by a 15-year-old kid. That shocking news spreads throughout the back alleys, and after facing numerous challenges, the Vox gang disbands. Their boss Vox gets killed on the street. But this time it's not even a 15-year-old youth, but an 8-year-old kid. The outcome was obvious without even looking. SP spare me. As if finally realizing what situation he was in, Hans began to beg me. I'll forget all about your debt. No, I'll give you whatever compensation you want. So please just spare my life. PFT, ha. I burst out laughing at his appearance. This man who was threatening to put me through a grinder just yesterday becomes this pathetic when faced with death. Really? It's exactly like in the game. I looked at his face once more. Though his tear-stained face kept begging for mercy, my resolve didn't change. No, you die here. I put my body weight into the hand holding the knife. The pocket knife that dug into his throat penetrated Hans's neck. Please, please, please SPKHEEK. As the blade went deeper, his struggling intensified. I almost fell over from his constant twisting, but that didn't last long. Crack. Thud. Hans's body went limp like a puppet with cut strings. He drowned in the bubbling blood rather than bleeding out. Whew. After confirming Hans's death, the aftermath of murder began to hit me belatedly. Ugh, irk. The sensation of stabbing a living person transmitted directly through my hand. It was a horrible feeling. The vibration through the blade, the sensation of cutting through flesh and twisting bone. Nausea surged up, but I desperately suppressed it. I need to get used to this quickly. There are 7 years until the main story begins. In 7 years, the Empire will fall into chaos, wars will be endless, and countless incidents and deaths will be scattered. I had to survive that massive current. To survive, I needed to build up my strength as soon as possible. The guilt of first murder? It would be nothing compared to what I would have to face in the future. What is this? My mind was hazy. I managed to open my eyes with great effort, but my body felt as heavy as a waterlogged cotton. Finally awake. I was lying on a bed. Looking to the side at the gruff voice, Otto was examining my right arm while wearing a doctor's coat. I must have passed out. Only then did I recall last night, when I had killed Hans. He's dead. Really dead. Fuck. This fucking. About 30 minutes after I killed Hans. When Saul and his gang finally came to their senses, they collapsed on the spot in horror upon seeing Hans's corpse. My blood-stained arm and pocket knife, and Hans who had become a corpse. It wouldn't be too difficult to piece together what had happened. Step. When I took a step forward, Saul's gang, their faces turned blue, immediately fell to their knees. And no, we just did what that bastard told us to do. Really? That beating from before. That was all Saul's fault? Saul said we needed to teach you a lesson first. These bastards trying to save only themselves? You all agreed to it too. Please, we'll do anything, just please spare our lives. Shut your traps. At my single command, Saul and his gang closed their mouths. So noisy. As if my stomach wasn't churning enough, here they were kneeling, begging, and throwing each other under the bus. What a complete mess. Still, this should work as a temporary measure. Hey, flinch. Saul and his gang trembled at my voice. Just yesterday they were threatening to kill me, but now they couldn't even meet my eyes as they shook in fear. I wanted to mock them thoroughly, but the situation wouldn't allow it. Want to live? The gang members nodded in unison at my words. Fine, I'll let you live. But there's a condition. I pointed my finger at a spot in the alley. Hans's corpse was there. You handle that. Then I'll spare you. What I told them to handle was Hans's corpse. Their faces turned pale at the sight of the cold, lifeless body. We handle the corpse. What else? Should we just leave it in the back alley? Think you will be safe when Vox gang finds this? But that's. Unlike the others paralyzed with fear, Saul seemed reluctant and kept beating around the bush. Seeing this, I broke out in a cold sweat internally. Sharper than he looks. Saul's behavior was rational. Disposing of Hans's corpse meant cooperating in his murder. In other words, becoming my accomplice. Having served under Hans for quite some time, Saul must have instinctively caught on to my intentions. This could be troublesome. Should I push a bit more? With that thought, I spoke with the most composed expression I could manage. If you don't want to, can't be helped. Can't leave witnesses alive either. I deliberately showed my pocket knife and flexed my right hand. Of course, I had neither the strength to stab with this knife nor a drop of magical power left. But Saul's gang, who couldn't know this, immediately turned pale. Wait. WELL move it? To a sewer where no one goes? That LL work, right. In the end, Saul was the first to give in. Get to it if you understand. Why yes? Hey, hurry and grab that side. Once I had established dominance, Saul took the initiative and grabbed Hans's legs. When their lives were immediately threatened, even the fear of touching a corpse seemed to vanish. Hey, lift properly. Before anyone sees, hurry. And so Saul and his gang disappeared down the alley while keeping an eye on me. Once they were out of sight. Thump dash. Completely drained of strength, I collapsed and could finally catch my ragged breath. Al almost got fucked. Kill them with magic? Leave no witnesses? What bullshit was I spouting? I had already squeezed out every last bit of strength killing Hans. How could I possibly kill guys bigger than me? All I could do just now was put up a front using Hans's corpse as leverage. Good thing it worked, because it was a dangerous gamble that could have failed with the slightest mistake. But this will do. Now those guys will wander the slums carrying Hans's corpse and dump it in the sewers. And this slum has more eyes than it appears. If by chance the Vox gang comes seeking revenge, they'll track those guys first instead of me. Saul and his gang had become both punching bags to take revenge in my stead and an early warning system to alert me of pursuit. But no time to relax. I'd removed one big problem and awakened my magical power. However, this didn't mean the problems were solved. Once word gets out that their action leader is gone, Vox gang will start searching the alleys. Saul and his gang will be crushed first, and they'll spill information about me. Those guys were both an alarm system and a time bomb. I needed to escape this slum before that bomb went off, as quickly as possible while their attention was focused on Saul. The question is where to go, Bulletin. Just as I was thinking this and tried to stand up. My body wouldn't move. No matter how hard I tried to stand up, it was useless. My legs remained completely immobile. Wait, don't tell me. And only then did I remember one fact I had forgotten. The fact that magicians who completely deplete their magical power suffer from a status condition called magical power exhaustion. Magical power exhaustion. A status ailment that occurs when MP is completely depleted, which in the game reduced total HP by 1% per second. Certainly, when the remaining HP reached 0, the player died, right? And considering the time since I used up all my magical power, I'm fucked. Only then did I realize the gravity of the situation, and crawled along dragging my unmoving body. At this rate, forget survival or anything else, I was going to die on the street before I could do anything. So I squeezed out whatever strength I had left and headed toward Carl Hiram National Hospital. And that's how I ended up at this hospital. And I picked you up unconscious in front of the hospital and brought you in here. Is that what you're saying? That's exactly right, Doctor. Thwack dash. Back in the hospital bed. After hearing my explanation, Otto immediately gave me a knock on the head. It's only been a week since your development surgery. You fool. Using up magical power that you just awakened so recklessly? Why don't you just advertise everywhere that you want to die? Though the hospital had long been closed, Otto was still guarding the ward. It was thanks to him that I survived. What if I hadn't been at the hospital? What else? I'd be in the Cal Hiram cemetery next door. You little thwack dash. This time the knock that came was even harder than the previous one. Sigh, how did I end up with such a troublemaker? Otto let out a deep sigh as he drank the coffee sitting on the table. But even while doing so, Otto was carefully checking the chart recording my magic circuit status. There's no abnormality in your magic circuit. However, never do something this reckless again. You're lucky I found you early. Do you know how serious magical power exhaustion is? Hehe, thanks to you I survived. This brat grinning away. As Otto said, I too never wanted to do something this reckless again. If I hadn't killed Hans in one strike or if Saul hadn't fallen for my bluff, I would have already been a corpse dumped in a back alley. It was a dangerous tightrope walk even thinking about it now. So Hans is dead. I told Otto about killing Hans. He was the only person I had any connection with, since I had no home, money, or acquaintances, so I was hoping to gain some sympathy. Otto listened to my story with a grave expression. So, are you done with those gangsters now? For now, yes. For now. When Otto asked like that, I looked at my right arm with its surgical scar and said, I'm already as good as marked by the Vox gang. If I keep staying in Grey Quarter like this, my ending will be one of two options. Die, or become a gangster. You know well. Otto's expression darkened at my words. That's generally how life went for children born in the back alleys. Either die being exploited by gangs, or die being a gangster. Eugene. Otto called me with a stern expression. He was looking at my face with a somewhat troubled expression. What is it? Let me be honest. The reason I saved you wasn't simply out of compassion. A serious voice unlike before. I furrowed my brows at this. Why is this person suddenly acting like this? Not simply out of compassion? Is he saying he had other motives? No, that can't be. In the story, Otto was an NPC with good alignment, and there weren't any suspicious settings about him. Knock knock. As I was lost in thought, there came a knock at Otto's examination room door. Are you in there? A voice followed from outside the door. It's open. Please come in. Otto called toward the door. His voice was gravely subdued. A doctor using honorifics means they must be at least nobility. But nobility in Grey Quarter. Just as I swallowed dryly at the inexplicable anxiety. Creak. The door opened, and the owner of the voice revealed himself. Grey hair swept back neatly, a cold impression. And even a black cloak emblazoned with a silver wolf emblem. Is this the child? As the man asked this while looking at me, I felt my heart sink. Lupion. Elsidor. Lupion Elsidor. The game designation, Lupul the Slaughterer. The head of House Elsidor, ranked third among the Empire's 12 great mage noble houses, and Eugene's archenemies in the Revolutionary Army. But this person wasn't supposed to appear until the middle of the main story. Someone who shouldn't show his face for at least 8 more years. Why has he appeared now? As I was thinking this to myself, Otto spoke to me. Greet him, Eugene. This is Lord Lupion Elsidor, head of House Elsidor. And at Otto's next words, I couldn't help but be shocked. He has highly evaluated your talent, and has decided to take you in. What? He came to take me. One of the 12 mage nobles. The man who was the protagonist's archenemy. What? What the hell is this nonsense? It's true. You awakened magical power. Looking at the surgical scar on my right arm, a glint appeared in Count Elsidor's eyes. Is this child really 8 years old? Yes, my lord. Otto bowed respectfully to the Count's question and handed over the documents. They were records of my magic circuit's output and surgical progress after I received the awakening surgery. I've performed countless surgeries over many years, but I've never seen a child like this. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the awakening surgery, yet his magical power output surpasses that of an average adult magician. No, that's not what I was asking about. The Count, who had stopped Otto's explanation, lowered himself to look at me, a piercing gaze that seemed to pierce through my head. Eventually, a faint smile spread across the Count's face. He had sensed something from me. You've killed someone before, haven't you? It felt like my heart had dropped to my stomach. How did he know? Was I being watched? No, that wasn't it. Maybe the Vox gang would, but a nobleman of such high standing would have no reason to monitor a back alley kid like me. As I silently stared at him for a while, the smile on the Count's face grew deeper. You neither hastily answer nor avoid my gaze. I like you more and more. Is that a compliment? No, it's not. I could tell instinctively. That wasn't the gaze of someone evaluating another person, but rather the look of someone appraising a quality hunting dog or a fine horse. The Count wasn't thinking of me as a person. Give me the papers. Originally, I was planning to just see his face and make a decision later, but I've changed my mind. At the Count's words, Otto handed over the documents he was holding. What he handed over was a guardianship certificate. The Count quickly scanned the document before signing it with elegant handwriting. Doctor, what exactly is this? While he was focused on the documents, I pressed Otto for answers. Why was Le Pion here? And why did he know about me? When I looked at Otto's face, he began explaining with a slight sigh. Our hospital is a national hospital. Anyone who awakens magical power here must have their personal information reported to the Imperial Magic Department. Then, my information too. Of course it was reported to the Imperial Magic Department. And as you can see, the Count contacted us. Saying that, Otto showed me a note bearing the seal of the Imperial Army's Magic Corps. In the setting, the Elsidor Count family has a grip on the Magic Corps' personnel rights. It made sense. The Magic Department, upon receiving the documents, first reported this to their head, the Count, and the Count took an interest in me. And it would be impossible for a mere doctor living in the slums to ignore a noble's orders. I'm sorry things turned out this way, but since it's come to this, think of it as a good opportunity. Otto tried to maintain a calm expression as he spoke to me. You have the guts and talent to undergo magical power surgery at such a young age. It would be a waste for you to mess around with gangs in these back alleys. I looked at Otto's face. When our eyes met, Otto avoided my gaze with a troubled expression. Besides, Count Elsidor is a highly respected person. He provides a lot of support for poverty relief, and personally runs an orphanage. There probably won't be any discrimination just because you're from the back alleys. That's a lie. While it was true that the Elsidor Count family was involved in poverty relief projects, it was merely an activity for maintaining reputation among the nobles. A noble treating commoners without discrimination? A doctor who treats patients in the back alleys wouldn't believe such sugar-coated words. He just wanted to reassure me. Thank you for introducing the child. As promised, the Elsidor Count family will clear the debts owed to this hospital. Thank you. Of course, that's not all. Since you've given me a precious child, I'll personally show my gratitude as well. You won't be disappointed. Gratitude. Hearing those words, I recalled the state of Otto's hospital. Walls with cracks everywhere and old medical equipment. Medical staff leaving because they couldn't endure the low wages, and the endless stream of patients. How many people would refuse if the situation could be improved by giving up a child they'd known for less than a week? So I have no choice. The Count had already made up his mind to take me, and the deal with Otto was done. Even if I, an 8-year-old child, struggled and refused to go, it would only make things worse. If you can't choose the best option, you should choose the lesser evil. Having finished my thoughts, I bowed to the Count. Though I am humble, I will serve you faithfully. I look forward to your guidance, Count. Oh. Seeing me prostrate on the floor, the Count let out an exclamation of surprise. And shortly after, when the Count gestured, a man who appeared to be an attendant came in to guide me. I'm sorry, Eugene, but just as I was about to leave the hospital, Otto tried to say something to me as I was leaving. Doctor. However, I cut off his voice and said with a smiling expression, put the hospital bill on my tab. What? To him, I must have been a connection that could be ignored. After all, I was just another smelly beggar, one he could have ignored and dismissed. But he listened to my request and showed his own kind of goodwill. That alone was enough. At least he was better than the Revolutionary Army who betrayed me at the end. Someday, I'll come back and pay it. With those words as my last, I left the hospital. Magical power, determination, and a bit of connection. I guess I've gotten everything I could from this place. Beep. Along with the horn sound, the heavy vehicle rushed along the rails. Inside the armored train heading to the Count's territory. Although the path to the territory was in a clean zone far from monster territories, Le Pion still used armored trains even in places like this. It was to prevent possible attacks or assassination threats. Hiccup. It's okay. We'll definitely be able to return. I was in the cargo car located in the middle of the armored train. It was more like a prison than a train compartment. Inside, other children were huddled up besides me. These children. The other children might not be able to feel it, but to me who had completed the awakening surgery, it was clearly visible. I can feel faint magical power. They're children born with it naturally. Come to think of it, Count Elsidor had also taken me after hearing that I had awakened magical power. Recalling that fact, I could figure out why Elsidor had sought me out. Knife Head. I didn't expect them to recruit like this. Knife Head. An assassination group created by gathering children with magical power aptitude from all around the country, training them, and implanting specially modified magic circuits. A suicide squad that willingly gives up their lives at the family head's word and doesn't hesitate to self-destruct if necessary. In the game, they were mob enemies that would pop up just when you thought you could rest after getting through tough patterns, to the point where parties would specifically assign members to deal with them. But now I have to become one of those knife heads? *TTY reincarnation difficulty for real. At the tender age of 8, I already want a cigarette. If I had known this would happen, I should have lifted some from Han's corpse. It's clear that the monkey's paw has blessed me. Think about it. I wished I want to get away from the Vox gang, and it said alright and then threw me into the Elsidor Count family? Life is F***ed. The more I think about it, the more annoying it gets. Why is my life difficulty set to hell? Is it bugged? Weo. Calm down, calm down. Even the energy to lament is precious. After regaining my composure, I immediately started thinking. Think positively. Come to think of it, this situation isn't entirely bad. I've caught the attention of someone who ranks in the top 10 for broken personalities in the game. Sold to a villain to be worked like a dog and destined to be used as a suicide assassination drone. It seemed like a situation that couldn't get any worse, but nevertheless, it wasn't without its advantages. First, even as a tool, I've got a foot in the door of a noble family. In terms of the story's timeline, this is 7 years before the main story begins. Originally, I would have been begging for food in the back alleys at this point. Rather than wasting time as a beggar, it's better to leave the back alleys and enter a noble family as quickly as possible. Moreover, most of the important characters in the story are nobles. Though the chances are low, if I play my cards right, I might be able to make contact with the game's key figures. Second, the very fact that I'm being raised as a knife head. I awakened magical power at a young age, and my magical power quantity was outstanding. However, that was just being ahead of my peers, a difference that could be easily caught up to if training randomly in the back alleys. But the Elsidor Count family is among the top magical houses that rule the empire. While I probably can't dream of the high-grade magic circuits used by nobles, I should be able to learn enough of the fundamental magical power operation techniques and mental methods. Thinking about the magic circuit I'll create in the future, this might actually be better. Third, quality of life. Actually, this part is important enough to throw away the previous 2 points. A clean bed and clothes, regular baths, normal meals, all of these were luxuries I couldn't even dream of until now. As Otto said, this is still several times better than living as a beggar in the back alleys. Honestly, even without the first 2 points, I would have begged to be taken into the Count's family just for this alone. Turn over while lying down and some dim mouse squeaks, "Honey, do I look different today?" Try to eat bread and maggots pop out saying, "How do I look today?" These filthy clothes that even I can't distinguish from rags? Living in that beggar-like environment for 7 years? Being sold as a suicide drone to a noble family is 100, no, 1,000 times better. What? I might die during training? A 21st century modern person would commit suicide within a week if thrown into that cesspool. I guarantee it. Clunk. Ugh. While such internal conflicts continued for a while, the armored train carrying me jolted once. Looking at the commotion outside, it seemed we had reached our destination. Screech dash. The armored train stopped at a freight station located inside the fortress. As the door opened with the mechanical sound of hydraulics, a foggy, musty air greeted me and the children. Everyone out. The attendant who had guided me removed his black robe and revealed his face. It was a face that exuded intimidation, with angular features and black hair swept back. Ben Herx. The final named monster of Chapter 7's stage, the Elsidor Mansion Dungeon. Count Elsidor's shadow and dagger in his breast. The hidden figure who elevated Elsidor from a low-ranking magic family in the frontier to the status of a count family. Rumble. Behind him appeared a group of people. Black-tanned leather armor and earth-colored cloaks. Where there should have been a family seal on their chests, there was instead a dagger. Faces hidden by hoods and gas masks. Seeing that, my breath caught in my throat. It was exactly the same as what I had seen in the game. Knife head. Though hidden behind gas masks, I could be certain. The climax of Chapter 7, the Belkers Revolutionary Army Uprising. Facing that, they released poison gas throughout the Belkers Count's territory, killing all 100,000 residents. The demons of Belkers. Those demons I had faced in the game were now facing me and the children. Swoosh. As Ben, standing in the center, raised his hand, the lined-up members all took their positions at once. What is it? Weapons? Or gas shells? It might be part of training to deal with unexpected situations. Just as several children tried to hurriedly get up with similar thoughts. Clap 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 dash. Along with perfectly rhythmic applause without a single error, the masked members called out to me and the children. Knifehead 41st Generation, Tyrion Lucas. Welcome to Hell dash. As Ben called out the name, the members gave their greeting. It was an incredibly ominous greeting. Knifehead 41st Generation, Juliana L. Welcome to Hell dash. Knifehead 41st Generation, Kenish Sabas. Welcome to Hell dash. Knifehead 41st Generation, Eugene Lawrence. Welcome to Hell dash. Me and the 100 children in the train. Each time a name was called, the child whose name was called flinched. YAA? The members who finished calling names erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Though they were shouting with enthusiasm, not one person made a different sound. Though it was passionate applause, not one person missed the rhythm. Somewhere between passion and restraint, cheers and screams. Whatever it was, receiving such a fervent welcome that was somehow hot, I thought. F***ck. #006. Each of the 12 magic nobles who form the foundation of the empire has their own military group symbolizing their family. For example, the Red Lion Knights of the first seat, House Valkheim. Their magic crest, Steel Wall Lion, earned them the nickname Shield of the Empire by effortlessly deflecting 270mm siege gun armor-piercing shells mounted on armored trains. The second seat, House Nachtval, specializes in large-scale firepower warfare using custom-made armored trains, and Duke Nachtval himself is one of the 3 great magicians who control all battlefields of the Kal-Hiram Empire. In comparison, what about Count Elsidor, holder of the third seat? While his magical power is certainly formidable, it hasn't reached the level of absolute power. Though his forces and knights are exceptional, there are a few areas lacking that prevent them from claiming to be the Empire's finest. Put kindly, they're versatile, put unkindly, they're mediocre. The reason House Elsidor holds the third seat among the Empire's magic nobles is due to the numerous black operations he commands. Assassinations, sabotage, kidnapping, information manipulation. Count Elsidor possessed abilities superior to anyone else in these areas, and he carried out operations without distinguishing between friend or foe. And at the forefront of these black operations stand we who were trained solely for this purpose. The knife head. Whoosh. The downpour was so heavy I could barely see ahead. The wind blowing from the side made it feel like I might be blown away at any moment, but it wasn't unbearable. Crack dash. The sharp spike blade dug into the castle wall. Below my feet was already a 1,000-foot drop. It was far too late to turn back. No more? Why do I have to do this here? Mark, who was climbing the castle wall beside me, whimpered. That looks dangerous. I observed his physical condition. Judging by his trembling hands gripping the spike, his mind seemed to have reached its limit. Send me home. I can't do this anymore. Please save me. Someone help me. Crack dash. That's when his hand slipped from the spike. Mark's face turned pale. The situation I'd worried about had happened. And no. With a piercing scream, Mark's body fell. A child of about 12 was falling, but there was no one to catch him, no one to worry about him. Splat dash. After the sound of a watermelon splitting on the ground, Mark's voice was heard no more. He had talked big about being the top trainee when he first arrived, but this was how it ended. No time to think about the dead. I hurriedly climbed the castle wall, driving spikes into it. Boom dash. The target point was the top of the castle wall. Lightning briefly illuminated everything. At the top of the cliff, a woman with a smiling face was watching me. 4th evaluation complete. Eugene Lawrence, 10 points. Whew dash. As soon as I heard Supervisor Ben's voice, I took off my gas mask. Blood scabs and sweat were mixed all over it. I had no idea how to wash it. Well, what's the need to wash it? I could just take one from the corpses of my classmates below. Eugene, you did amazing. Thank you, senior. While I was grumbling inside, the senior member who had supervised my test stuck her face close to mine. Red hair and a lively face. It was Karen, a member of the 39th generation of Knifehead. Only me and Dwayne from our class got 10 points in all subjects, you know? But how did a rookie get 10 points? And the youngest one at that. Wait a moment. I feel like I'm about to die. While restraining the excited Karen, I glanced back at the training ground I had just gone through. 5 forged documents, both West Rain and Imperial style. Shooting 4 death row inmates acting as observers, then kidnapping the target. After clearing the obstacle course, executing the kidnapped person at the designated location. Then destroying all evidence, including the corpse. Every task was too burdensome for a child's strength, but I managed somehow. Arg. While I was catching my breath, a similar scream came from far away. Another child who had met the same fate as Mark earlier. Splat dash. Watermelon splitting sound. Take 2. Looking down at the ground, corpses of blood-covered children were strewn about like garbage. At first, I vomited and cried my eyes out, but now I'm even sick of looking at it. I wiped the sweat from my head and took in the dark scenery of this place. Rain pouring like a waterfall. Friends falling with the raindrops, and their corpses pooling like rainwater. It was truly a fucking miserable sight. Sigh. Count Elsidor's territory, Belkers. It had already been 2 years since I was brought here by the Count for training. Chapter 7's boss, Lupion Elsidor. A notorious mass murderer who slaughtered 100,000 territory residents under the pretext of rooting out the Revolutionary Army, and simultaneously a power-mad monster eyeing the imperial throne from behind. True to his villainous setting as the very epitome of evil, the Count's training methods for me and the children were beyond horrific. Arg. The blood. The blood won't stop. It hurts. It hurts. Every child who entered the Count's house underwent forced magical power opening surgery without exception, and 5 died from its side effects. Huff. Huff. Can't do it anymore. Please, water. 2 died from exhaustion during high-intensity training for magical power cultivation. No, I've never killed anyone before. Still refusing to kill at this point. This one's useless. 2 were executed for refusing to participate in prisoner execution training. After going through such basic training for 2 years, the final selection test awaited the surviving children. Only those who passed all parts of this test would finally become Knifehead. *TTY reincarnation difficulty for real. What did you say? I said the test difficulty is fucked up. Senior, how did you pass this? Just as I tried to change the subject, Ben's voice came from afar. What about the remaining personnel? Supervisor Ben asked through amplification magic from the watchtower. Seeing the hand signals from other seniors, I felt deflated. It seemed I was the only survivor from this test. Confirmed. Karen, begin final evaluation. Yes, yes. Answer once. Following Ben's instruction, Karen took an exaggerated stance. The woman who had killed 3 of my classmates in previous tests. She gave me a sweet smile before putting on her gas mask. Crazy bitch. As I thought that and got into position. Whoosh dash. Without delay, Karen's roundhouse kick came flying. Wow, you dodged it? Even though it was a surprise attack. Though Karen spoke with an innocent voice, from my position, it was nothing to laugh about. What came was clearly a kick, but the air cracked as if a whip had been swung. 1 beat slower and I would have died instantly from brain trauma. A chill ran down my spine, but sadly, I had no time for further thoughts. Ping dash. A dagger flew toward my face. I managed to dodge by lowering my body, but the tip of my gas mask was slightly cut off. It was a threatening move, but this wasn't the real attack. According to training, just as the supervisor taught, I focused on Karen's movements rather than the dagger, while drawing magical power from my magic circuit. As I expected, she rushed in almost simultaneously with the dagger, throwing a punch at me. Whoosh, pack, crack dash. In an instant, fists and feet crossed as we exchanged dozens of moves. The final task of the knife head selection test was one-on-one combat with a senior generation member. Unlike her earlier casual demeanor, Karen was now relentlessly targeting my vital points and gradually increasing the pressure. Even though it was called sparring, there was no mercy in her movements. Each strike was a lethal assassination technique. A direct hit would mean death. However, I calmly defended against the senior's attacks while looking for an opening, checking attack patterns and finding the timing to slip through. Thud dash. During this, Karen's attack route concentrated on the front. She was in her mid-teens, being larger than me, a 10-year-old. She intended to overwhelm me with her weight class. Now, I grabbed her fist with my right hand and her neck with my left, immediately drawing magical power from my magic circuit. Subduing an opponent larger than myself was an extremely dangerous tactic. However, with a body enhanced by magical power, it was a different story. I easily gripped Karen's neck and, thud dash, pinned her down, securing both her arm joint and neck. KHK. Signal surrender. Otherwise, I'll really break it. As I said this and concentrated magical power into the hand holding her neck, Senior Karen's struggling intensified. 5 minutes until the strength enhancement ends. Until then, I could break her neck with one hand. Senior Karen nodded and raised her hand towards Supervisor Ben. It was a sign of surrender. Stop. As soon as Ben's order came down, I released my hold on Karen. Kek. Wow, I really almost died. Shortly after I assumed attention position, Senior Karen stumbled to her feet. After some time passed, Supervisor Ben came down from the watchtower and approached me. Is Eugene the only test passer? Ben asked, looking at me and the other members lined up. That's just how it turned out. Our junior was really good. Wham dash. Before she could finish her answer, Senior Karen's body went flying. Ben had kicked her away. Crash, bang. Several wooden barrels shattered as Karen crashed into the corner of the training ground. Karen Felice, you're in charge of cleaning the training ground. Eugene stays here, the rest may leave. PFT. That's what you get, Karen. We're heading out first. After Ben finished speaking, the senior members headed to the cafeteria while teasing Karen. If you don't leave any food for me, I'll kill you all. Karen's voice came from amid the broken box debris. Despite the gut-wrenching impact, her face was still smiling. Cough. Supervisor, what if I can't have children later because you keep kicking my stomach? Are you going to take responsibility? If your body was that fragile, you wouldn't have made it here. Shut up and go clean up. At Ben's thunderous shout, Karen approached me with a pouty face. Supervisor must be unmarried. Don't you think so too, Eugene? Don't drag me into this. I don't want to get involved, I said while gently pushing away Senior Karen who was sticking her face close to mine. Whether it was Supervisor Ben who led with his fists rather than words who was crazy, or this woman who kept grinning after getting hit like that. No, maybe the craziest one was the person who questioned this after entering this place. In a village of cripples, the one who doesn't use crutches is the fool, after all. Eugene. Yes, Supervisor. I almost missed responding in time. Got to stay alert. As I faced Ben with an expressionless face, he looked at me for a moment before speaking. You'll be deployed to actual operations starting tomorrow. My back stiffened at the words actual operations. But at the same time, I had questions. Field deployment was supposed to start from at least the 3rd year of training, so why deploy me so early? You don't like it? No, sir. I'm just curious about the mission details. I answered immediately. For a knife-head member, refusing a mission wasn't an option, and even showing such an inclination was forbidden. Take it. Looking at me like that, Ben handed me a newspaper. This is. As I received it, I couldn't help but frown at the all-too-familiar phrases. The time has come to end the Empire's oppression. The time has come to return Kal Hiram to its citizens. Rise up, oppressed people. A revolutionary newspaper distributed by the Revolutionary Army throughout the Empire. However, the reason for my frown was different. Claude Elsidor, heir to House Elsidor, defected to Revolutionary Army. The mission is a VIP kidnapping. The target is. And when I heard that name, I could finally recognize the boy's face. I'm sorry, Eugene. However, the ending of Revolution Empire. One of the protagonist's companions who offered a pathetic apology to the protagonist imprisoned and covered in blood. One who fought countless battles and hunted numerous monsters alongside the protagonist, growing to eventually usurp the position of Revolutionary Army Commander-in-Chief. Count Elsidor's successor, Claude Elsidor. The protagonist's comrade who betrayed him. #007. Claude Elsidor. The name displayed in the game, Young Master Claude. As an NPC companion who could be recruited from the early stages of Revolution Empire, he was one of the companions known as National Treasure among users. With excellent base stats and intelligence bonus, and particularly outstanding magical attack power, he was a widely used all-around versatile dealer. I thought he would have already joined the Revolutionary Army by the time the protagonist joins, but who would have thought his escape would be happening now? The timing was impeccable. Young Master Claude disappeared a week ago. The Revolutionary Army started distributing this newspaper yesterday. Thankfully, not many people believe it yet. In Ben's office on the second floor of the Knifehead dormitory, when Ben handed over the revolutionary newspaper, the expressions of the senior members assigned to the operation hardened. Elsidor's heir defects to Revolutionary Army. The cruel truth of imperial noble society that even a high noble couldn't endure. The Revolutionary Army does not discriminate by status. To those who wish to become comrades, come to us. The higher UPS must be in chaos. Sivian the butler was beheaded. If we fail, we'll be next. In House Elsidor, failure means death. If they could kill a butler who served the family for years in an instant, it was obvious what would happen to disposable pawns like us. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the senior members asked Ben. Search and tracking are our specialty, but it will take time to search the entire city. We need to set up checkpoints on the roads and blockade the train station and airport, but what is the Night Order doing? The seniors' questions were reasonable. Knifehead's area of operation was outside the territory. Traditionally, matters concerning family members were handled by the Night Order. However, Ben's answer was unexpected. No, the Night Order will not be involved in this. And there will be no blockades or checkpoints. These are direct orders from the Count. What? The senior members' expressions twisted as if they couldn't understand Ben's words. No blockades or checkpoints. There's a high possibility he'll escape outside the territory. For the Night Order to remain inactive when the heir has fled, I think that's too careless a judgment. Though the seniors' behavior was bordering on insubordination, none of them were kicked away like Karen. They couldn't refuse missions. However, they were free to voice their opinions about the missions. This peculiar rule, whether stifling or progressive, was established by none other than Ben. Eugene. Yes. Ben asked me, who had been silent throughout. Do you think the same? No. My thoughts were different. After a brief pause, I looked at Ben's face and spoke. Searching for young Master Claude or censoring the newspaper would be the worst strategy at this point. What? When I said that, the gazes of the senior members lined up beside me all turned toward me. Why do you think so? Before I could respond to the seniors' cold stares, Ben's voice urged me on. If it were just about young Master Claude joining the Revolutionary Army, blockades and checkpoints would be the quick solution. But the problem is, this newspaper. I pointed at the newspaper on the table. Whether citizens believe it or not, news of the young master's escape has already spread. If the Night Order starts responding publicly now, it will look like the Imperial Knights are being swayed by the Revolutionary Army's newspaper. That's also why they're not blockading the train station or airport. If we stir things up unnecessarily, it will only make people more interested. At my words, the senior members held their chins in thought. But are you saying we should search this vast city by ourselves? What if he escapes in the meantime? He's been gone for a week already. There's a possibility they've already smuggled him out. No, that's not likely. When the seniors' questions came in, I firmly countered them. When the Revolutionary Army promotes their achievements, they always attach photos. Since Imperial media dismisses revolutionary newspapers as complete fabrications, they need evidence to refute that. Despite appearances, I climbed to the top of the Revolutionary Army in my previous playthrough. If there were a Revolutionary Army psychology degree, I'd have at least a master's in it. Why not a doctorate? Well, if I were that good, I wouldn't have been betrayed. Damn it. Indeed. At my words, the seniors and Supervisor Ben looked at the revolutionary newspaper again. While the newspaper was excitedly trumpeting Claude's name, there was nothing that could serve as evidence, like a photograph. The Revolutionary Army members hiding in Elsidor are few. They wouldn't have expensive equipment like cameras. But since Claude's defection is true, they just announced it first. If they do that, Elsidor will react, and that movement will become the biggest evidence. While saying this, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu, I turned to look at the seniors. Something was odd. Their gazes, which had been looking at me like a neighborhood kid until now, had completely changed. Shock, surprise, admiration. Each one had an expression like they were looking at some kind of monster. Supervisor. This child. Everything is as Eugene said. Just as the senior in the front row was about to say something, Ben's voice cut in between. If there's one thing he missed, it's that Birkin has been turning the territory upside down looking for that damn brat. When the butler's name came up, low laughter erupted among the seniors. The esteemed knight commander must be quite hurt in his pride. To ask us for help. Indeed. How desperate must he be to ask us to clean up after him? The seniors chuckled at Ben's dry joke. The strange looks directed at me had somehow turned into gossip about the knight commander Birkin, and Ben left us be for a while. After a moment. You three, lead your members and take charge of the airport and train station respectively. Capture and interrogate anyone suspicious. Find out Claude's location. Understood. After giving orders to the senior members, Ben's gaze turned to me. Eugene, take these. Following this, Ben handed me 2 photographs and a nameplate with mission details. What is this? A scenario for infiltration. I looked at the photos Ben gave me. The first photo showed a man and woman looking at each other affectionately, and in the second photo, the same couple was being tortured. The man's name is Landon Phelps. The woman is Lucy Phelps. They were Revolutionary Army members captured by Elsidor 10 years ago. From now on, you'll disguise yourself as their son and find the Revolutionary Army's location. After finishing his words, Ben held out a prisoner's nameplate to me. The blood-stained metal nameplate had the name Leon Phelps engraved on it. A fake name. Yes. I've prepared quite a backstory too. Ben explained the life story of the fictional character Leon Phelps to me. Lucy Phelps was pregnant when she was arrested. She gave birth to a child while doing forced labor in the underground prison, and Elsidor planned to use it as an experimental subject. Your parents killed a guard and escaped to protect you. They were caught after a chase, but you alone managed to escape the mansion alive. That's roughly the story. Pfft. How moving. It's quite heartfelt for something you made up, Supervisor. The senior members snickered at Ben's explanation. Ben smiled back at the seniors and shrugged his shoulders. Made up? This actually happened a year ago. What? The real Leon Phelps is buried in the castle moat. He would have joined as a trainee in the 40th batch, so it was based on a true story. Seeing Ben's slightly upturned lips, the seniors shook their heads saying, of course, typical. This guy is a real devil. No Revolutionary Army would turn away a child seeking revenge for their parents, especially considering who the leader of the Revolutionary Army's Belkers branch was. Moreover, since the Revolutionary Army didn't even know about Knifehead's existence, it was truly a flawless infiltration plan. He came up with this operation in just a week. I could truly appreciate how outstanding Elsidor's intelligence capabilities were. Of course, I also keenly felt just how much of a psychotic group these bastards were. Eugene. As the seniors who had received their missions left Ben's office one by one, when it was finally my turn, Ben called me with a gesture and opened his desk drawer to take something out. Clunk. What was placed on the table was a small wooden box the size of a ring case. When opened, it contained a thinly crafted piece of glass. 2 strokes intertwined like chains. Though I'd seen it countless times in the game, I asked Ben just in case. Supervisor. Is this a magic imprint? Magic imprint. An output device that processes magical power generated from magic circuits into the form of magic, and Magic Awakening users become magicians only after implanting this. Everyone deployed in actual operations gets this implanted without exception. It's grade 4 with ice attributes. The stored formulas are Rapid Freezing, Ice Spear, and Magical Power Barrier. After stating the magic circuit's specs in a plain voice, Ben gestured with his chin at me holding the circuit. So he wants me to implant it here. There was no time to hesitate. This was an order, and members who don't follow orders die. I immediately brought the magic circuit to the back of my hand and embedded it into my skin. Thump dash. The pain of tearing flesh and the sensation of a foreign object piercing the skin, and the cold numbness transmitted from it. Before long, blue light leaked from the magic circuit that had been like transparent glass, and then disappeared without a trace. The back of my hand where the glass piece had been embedded was clean as if nothing had happened. Good. Ben, who had carefully observed everything, spoke. Eugene Lawrence. From today on, you are officially a member of the Knifehead. Thank you. Serve Elsidor loyally until the day you die. Dismissed. There were no congratulatory words. After confirming Ben's gesture, I left his office immediately. Until the day I die, huh. Feeling the subtle sensation in my right hand, I frowned. Ben had said there were 3 formulas engraved in this magic circuit. But that was a lie. A grade 4 magic circuit can store 2 formulas in one stroke. In other words, this 2-stroke circuit could store 4 formulas. And I knew what the 4th formula was that Ben hadn't mentioned. Brand of Dominance. A brainwashing formula that gradually erodes the user's mind from the moment of implantation, and ultimately makes them obey their master's commands. A safety device to prevent possible escape or rebellion. At the same time, it was the secret behind creating Knifehead, Elsidor's loyal dogs. According to the settings, I have about 2 years left. I held up my right hand where the circuit was implanted. 2 years. The time remaining until Elsidor's circuit eats away at my mind and I become his puppet. Then before that happens, I'll have to kill him first. What needed to be done was clear. I must kill Count Elsidor before I turn 12 years old. #008. To the left. Just a little further. Low footsteps echoed through the narrow alley. This was the slum located on the outskirts of Belker City. Walking down the deserted street, I recalled how I ended up here. What, Revolutionary Army? This guy's asking for trouble. Get lost, you crazy bastard. If you want to die, die alone. I don't know. I don't know anything. The reactions from the people of Belker's territory when I mentioned the name Revolutionary Army were truly spectacular. No, this was probably normal. This is Count Elsidor's territory, Belker's. One careless word could endanger not only yourself but your family as well. After spending half a day stopping passersby and inquiring about the Revolutionary Army's whereabouts, just when I thought today would be fruitless, at the entrance of a back alley, a man appeared and blocked my path. Are you looking for the Revolutionary Army? A hoarse voice, as if his vocal cords were damaged. When I looked up, a man in a neat suit was looking down at me. Jiriel Alberk. A familiar face. The staff officer of the Revolutionary Army's Belker's branch. In the original work, he appeared as an NPC during the Elsidor subjugation battle, providing dungeon layouts and briefing monster information. So they were monitoring after all. Trained as a knife head. Mom and Dad told me to go outside and show this to the Revolutionary Army. They said those people would know what to do. When I said that, Jiriel's eyes became clouded as he received the nameplate. It seemed he had a personal connection with the nameplate's owner. This might be easier than expected. Jiriel was known for being suspicious. Even in the original work, he was an unlikable NPC who constantly questioned the protagonist's background and past while remaining vigilant. However, his gaze toward me lacked that characteristic hostility. The fake identity and story prepared by Supervisor Ben, along with my young age of 10, had broken down his wariness. He's still suspicious, but he probably thinks I'm just bait sent by Elsidor. He's not doubting me personally. Follow me? While I was thinking this, Jiriel, who had been staring at the nameplate for a while, guided me. And now, I was heading to the contact point with blindfolds over both eyes. They're checking for any tails. Having grasped their intention, I inwardly smirked. Even magicians with magical power-enhanced senses can't easily find a trained knife head. There's no way these ragtag bunch, mostly farmers and laborers, could find me no matter how vigilant they are. By guiding me to their hideout at this point, these guys had already fallen into our operation. Leon. Yes. Oh, that startled me. I hurriedly answered the sudden voice calling me. Walk forward. The place Jiriel pointed to was a pub. A shabby entrance that made one wonder if it was even in business. Creak. As soon as I entered through the door, it closed behind me, and hands from behind removed my blindfold. The place I had entered was a rundown pub. Revolutionary Army members sitting around were looking at me, and at the center, a man was tilting his glass. Unkempt hair and a dark face. He looked no different from any vagrant rolling around nearby, but the blue eyes shining through held a fervor unseen in ordinary people. There he is. His name was Refin Phelps, the man who led the Revolutionary Army here in Belker's under Elsidor's rule. Refin, how can you come out personally? We need to verify first. Jiriel exclaimed upon seeing Refin's face, but he raised his hand to stop Jiriel. Step. Refin slowly approached me and reached out his hand. As if checking whether I was really Leon, he stroked my hair once and caressed my cheek. The hair color is Landon's, and the eyes are Lucy's. It was the right choice to dye my hair blonde and eyes blue in case of any situation. The hair color changed by magic potion would last for a week. To put it another way, there was only a week left. Really? Is your name Leon? Leon Phelps. Refin asked me. To his trembling voice, I silently nodded. It's true. When I found this child looking for the Revolutionary Army on the street, he gave me this. The supplementary explanation came from Jiriel, who had followed in. As Refin received the two nameplates from his pocket, his hands began to tremble. Writing scrawled on blood-stained iron nameplates. Though heavily rusted, he seemed to know what these nameplates were. These are Landon's nameplates. I made these myself for him. The Revolutionary Army's proof. It turned out to be quite a meaningful item. While I was thinking this to myself, Refin, who had been fiddling with the nameplates, suddenly embraced me tightly. I'm sorry. Refin's shoulders trembled uncontrollably as he held me. I shouldn't have left you behind then. I shouldn't have abandoned you all. Refin wept loudly, recalling his past transgressions. Seeing him like this, the Revolutionary Army members around hurriedly turned their heads away. Seeing how they were all holding back tears, my fake parents must have been quite well respected in this organization. Geez, this is taking forever. But from my perspective, this was all just nonsense. If I had to comment, I'd say it was unpleasant having my shoulder getting wet. It was a moment when I freshly realized how dried up my sensitivity had become. However, regardless of my indifference, Refin and his fellow Revolutionary Army members began approaching one by one to comfort me. Don't worry, Leon. The Revolutionary Army is with you now. Don't worry, not just your uncle, but everyone here is your comrade. Never again. We'll never abandon you again, I promise. As the entire building turned into a sea of tears, one boy was watching me from a corner of the building. A young master-like impression with flowing silver hair, appearing about 14 years old. While everyone was crying with emotion, one person stood alone, watching the scene from the sidelines. Found him. The boy's name was Claude Elsidor. He was the target of this mission. From now on, you'll stay here. Welcome to the Revolutionary Army, Leon. The Revolutionary Army hideout disguised as an old inn. The Revolutionary Army member who guided me to the room placed coarse black bread and soup on the table while consoling me. You've been through a lot. Let's overthrow Elsidor together. Enthusiastically nodding to the lengthy speech I'd been hearing from below was quite an ordeal from my position. Phew, finally they're gone. My room was located on the 3rd floor of the building. After the Revolutionary Army members who guided me left and I waited a moment, I immediately activated the magic imprint. From what I saw in the game, among the Revolutionary Army stationed in Belkers, only Refin has magical power. At this distance, there's no worry about being detected. Wong. The characteristic cyan light of Elsidor swirled around my hand, and the magical power spreading from the magic imprint filled my entire body. This is the first time I've seen Captain Refin cry like that since I came here. Just the captain? Even the founding members were all in a frenzy. Still, letting someone into the hideout just like that. He's the captain's nephew. Saying things like that will only make you look bad. As the magical power in my body activated all my senses, voices that were inaudible until now became clear one by one. 6 people on guard duty. And not even one watching me. I thought there would be at least one person monitoring from behind the wall or in front of the door, but to think they wouldn't even post a guard. No wonder the protagonist went through such hardships in the original with the organization being this sloppy. Muttering this, I chuckled thinking about the original story that would unfold 6 years later. The protagonist and companions who decided to support the Belkers branch Revolutionary Army to overthrow Elsidor. However, their process of joining was nothing but a series of hardships. Their movement plans were already leaked and ambushed by the knife head. The train derailed from the Elsidor Night Order's attack, and if wandering through the Elsidor forest wasn't enough, they had to break through the magical beasts that jumped out from the forest. It was so bad that the user community said the Chapter 6 boss isn't Elsidor but that bastard Refin. But now, this is rather good. Now I'm not the one being caught but the one doing the catching. From my perspective, Refin's actions weren't frustrating at all, rather, I felt like doing something for him out of gratitude. He was such a villain when he was on our side, but now that he's an enemy, he's like an angel. Bam. After checking the surroundings for safety, I opened the window and sent a magical power signal into the air. Infiltration successful. 6 guards. Target and key personnel location confirmed. Awaiting further instructions. It had long since become midnight outside, and I sent the signal toward the sky covered in pitch darkness. But soon after, flash dash, a magical power signal came from a senior member who confirmed my hand signal. Signal confirmed. Currently eliminating sentries. Will commence upon securing target. After confirming the signal, I flashed the magical power light twice to indicate understanding. So they'll raid simultaneously when Claude is secured. It seemed Count Elsidor planned to use this opportunity to root out all the Revolutionary Army members hiding in his territory. Sending members to the train station and airport must have been for that purpose. Bang. While thinking this, the room door opened without warning. Looking toward the door, 2 Revolutionary Army soldiers armed with rifles were gesturing to me. Come out, Leon. We need to go somewhere urgently. Go somewhere. Acting as much as possible like a frightened child while asking, the 2 men nodded gravely. A hideout located on the outskirts of the city. There's a doctor dispatched from headquarters. Don't be scared. It's just a simple examination. Hearing this, I inwardly clicked my tongue. A simple examination. In other words, they intended to check if there were any magic imprints on my body. I thought I could slip by with the identity of being the branch leader's nephew, but of all times, right before the operation, I already had the magic imprint implanted from Elsidor. If they used professional examination equipment, my identity being exposed was a foregone conclusion. Having made my decision, I deliberately stepped backward while making excuses. And no, Uncle Refin said to stay here. He said there's nothing wrong anymore. The 2 soldiers who heard this approached me with grim faces. Sorry, little one. But we have no choice. It'll be over soon, don't worry. Now, raise your arm here. Just as they lowered themselves to lift me up at that moment. Slash dash. I pulled out my hidden dagger and slit the throat of the man reaching for me. Kook. As if unable to properly grasp what situation he was in, the soldier looked at me with a stupid expression. I jumped over his falling back and stabbed my dagger into the lung of the remaining person. Kia. One couldn't speak because his throat was cut, and one couldn't make a sound because his lung was pierced. Thud dash. After confirming the 2 people collapsed on the floor, I pulled the dagger from the dead soldier's chest and sheathed it. Tisk, trying to make things easy but they just had to complicate it. Thanks to the fake identity, I got into the hideout, so it wasn't a losing deal, I suppose. Thinking this, I transmitted my voice toward the magic imprint. Unexpected situation occurred. From this time, we'll track and secure young Master Claude. Plan B, request all personnel to commence. After finishing the report, I immediately ran out of the room. Now this operation was a race against time. I had to secure young Master Claude before those 2 corpses were discovered. #009. The captain's nephew. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the hideout, a boy with a delicate face that didn't match the shabby building was chewing on bread with a dubious expression. The boy's name was Claude Elsidor. He was thinking about the child named Leon whom he had heard about from afar. Parents who sacrificed their lives to escape the detention camp to save their child, and a child who sought out the Revolutionary Army to avenge such parents. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, it was a heartwarming story, but he couldn't hide his suspicious feelings. It matches too well to dismiss as coincidence. It had been a week since he, the heir to the Elsidor family, had joined the Revolutionary Army. A child escaping from Elsidor at such a time, anyone would find it suspicious. Several other members seemed to share similar thoughts, but Then again, I'm not in a position to say anything. Though he had devoted himself to the Revolutionary Army, their gaze toward him wasn't friendly. This was Belker's, Elsidor's territory. The first-generation Revolutionary Army members who had been persecuted by his father Lupion were still clamoring for Claude to be expelled. They were more suspicious of him than of the questionable kid named Leon. In the end, Claude could only sigh toward the floor. No, don't get discouraged here. This is what you prepared for from the start. After a moment of gloom, Claude shook his head and steadied his resolve. The moment he fled the mansion, he had made a vow to judge Lupion who caused his mother's death, and to overturn the corrupt empire. For that, he would endure anything and achieve everything. Recalling the oath he made that day in the dark cell, Claude gritted his teeth. 2 days. I just need to endure until then. He had been told he would receive training at the Revolutionary Army headquarters in the capital, not here. They said there were many nobles-turned-Revolutionary Army members in the capital, so he should be able to properly operate there. So if he could just endure until then. Knock knock. As Claude was trying to soothe his troubled mind, someone knocked on his door. Who is it? There shouldn't be anyone looking for me except Staff Officer Jiriel. As Claude muttered this and opened the door, there stood a truly unexpected figure. A boy 4 or 5 years younger than himself. Leon, whom he had just been thinking suspicious of, was standing there looking at him. No, that wasn't the issue right now. The blood soaked thoroughly on his face and body. What was that about? In place of Lord Lupion who is not present, I deliver this message to young Master Claude Elsidor. Claude's brief confusion turned to dismay. As soon as the name Lupion left the boy's lips, Claude's face turned deathly pale. No, it can't be. He had just met this child today. Yet this child knew Claude's name and family name, and even managed to find his room. There was only one fact this situation revealed. Claude's prediction had come true. Everything that happens from now on is entirely your doing. In the most desperate way he could imagine. That was too hasty an action, Refin. In the underground conference room of the Revolutionary Army hideout. Sitting across from Refin, Jiriel spoke while looking at the liquor in his dented cup. It was just yesterday that we announced the young Master Elsidor's defection in the revolutionary newspaper. Taking in a child of unclear background at such a sensitive time, it's unthinkable. Are you saying that child is an Elsidor spy? We're dealing with Elsidor. We must keep all possibilities open. Hearing Jiriel's words, Refin likewise emptied his cup of liquor. Now they're even suspecting children? He could feel how the fatigue from constant battles was eating away at Jiriel's mind. Jiriel, I understand your anxiety. I also don't think Elsidor let that child go unscathed. Then why did you let that child? Because we're different from them. Jiriel's words stopped at Refin's single statement. Seeing this, Refin patted his shoulder and spoke as if to soothe him. Jiriel, we are the Revolutionary Army. Wings of freedom bound by bonds and beliefs. If we fall into paranoid suspicion and turn away our comrades and their children, who would stand with our Revolutionary Army? That's... See Captain? Captain. As Refin was in the middle of persuading Jiriel, a Revolutionary Army soldier came running breathlessly toward the two. Garrison? What's the sudden matter? Seeing the soldier rushing over frantically, Refin and Jiriel's faces frowned simultaneously. They should be keeping their voices down to avoid potential inspections, yet he was being so loud. However, the news that flowed from the soldier's mouth was even more shocking. Young Master Claude has disappeared. What? No, what do you mean all of a sudden? Disappeared? Young Master Claude. The moment Refin and Jiriel asked simultaneously at the sudden news. Along with the siren, the hideout began to shake everywhere. An attack. Everyone up. The hideout has been discovered. Why didn't the alarm go off? What were the guards doing? Hearing the soldiers' screams, Refin and Jiriel hurriedly left the conference room. The Revolutionary Army hideout disguised as a bar had already turned into hell. Screech dash, scratch dash, unidentified attackers wearing gas masks. They were decimating the Revolutionary Army soldiers who still lacked proper training. Thud dash, some soldiers who regained their senses pulled out rifles, but even that wasn't enough. Ice harpoons fired from their right hands flew toward the soldiers' heads, and those made of magical power tore through the soldiers' brains like paper. Everyone evacuate? Take the secret passage to hideout number 2. Quayock. Despite the sudden raid, Jiriel was commanding the soldiers when he suddenly screamed. Jiriel dash. Unlike himself who had a magic imprint implanted, Jiriel was a civilian without combat power. Refin shifted his gaze belatedly, but it was already too late. A blue blade was embedded in Jiriel's chest that entered Refin's field of vision. Jiriel? No. Protect the captain. This way. The soldiers who quickly regained their senses supported Refin and ran toward the corner of the building. The screams of soldiers echoing throughout the corridors, and blood splattered everywhere. The Revolutionary Army hideout had now become hell. How much time had passed? Having barely repelled the attack, Refin was dragging his wound-covered body toward the second hideout that had been prepared in advance. The soldiers who had been guarding him were already slaughtered, and he was also injured while fighting them. Finally, he stopped in a dark alley. He was briefly recovering his tired body by drawing magical power stored in his magic imprint. Uncle. However, at that moment, a young boy's voice called out to Refin. Uncle. When Refin turned his head at those words, there stood Leon, his nephew. Leon. The face of his nephew found after 10 years. Just as Rifin was about to feel relieved seeing the child's face, he recalled what Jiriel had said earlier at the hideout. Could it be Leon? Uncle. At the voice calling him again, Rifin flinched and looked at Leon's face. Leon looking up at him with anxious eyes, his shoulders trembling continuously, appearing to anyone as a frightened child. However, this child who disappeared from the hideout, why is he here of all places right now? When coincidence repeats twice, it's no longer coincidence. As Rifin recalled Jiriel's face shouting at him, at that moment, squish. As his vision turned red, Rifin's head could no longer think. What his nephew held was the same dagger as the intruder's. The blade that pierced his neck had torn through Rifin's artery. Thud. Leo. Leon. Collapsed on the ground, Rifin asked Leon. Though he could barely pronounce words with blood filling his throat, even then Rifin was reaching out toward Leon. Why? You should have listened to the staff officer. Showing favoritism because of family ended up getting the whole organization wiped out. Right. However, Eugene's eyes looking at such a Rifin were nothing but cold. Come to think of it, even among NPCs, you were especially useless. While being no help at all, you had so much damn backstory to sell, going on about who died in which corner. What? Leon, who had been muttering to himself, sneered at the choking Rifin. Gone was the childlike appearance he had shown until just now, replaced by a jaded, languid voice. Moreover, what was he saying now? Game? NPC? Not a single thing he said made any sense. Stop tall. No need to know. Just letting you know. Crunch dash? As if there was no need to say more, Eugene twisted the dagger piercing Rifin's neck. Throughout the whole game, I never liked you guys. A murder without a shred of emotion, like butchering meat at a butcher shop. As his spine severed, Rifin's body that had been struggling collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Thud. A revolutionary fallen in a pool of blood from his own neck. However, Eugene didn't even glance at that horrific sight, instead stretching as if having completed a task. When you were allies, you were really damn frustrating, but meeting as enemies makes this so easy. As he muttered incomprehensible words, Knifehead members appeared behind Eugene. Team 1 who had raided the hideout to support Eugene. A familiar face walked out among them. Supervisor Ben. The supervisor of Knifehead, Ben. Given the situation, he too had come to the field directly to command the mission. What of young Master Claude? I knocked him out and handed him over to Team 2. They should have arrived at the mansion by now, but... Just as Eugene's report continued, magical power communication arrived for all members at the scene. Team 2 annihilated. Target currently fleeing toward airfield after joining with unidentified male. What was this about? They had eliminated all of the Revolutionary Army, but there was someone else helping Claude? Moreover, Team 2 who were escorting Claude were annihilated? While they were bewildered by the unexpected situation, Ben let out a deep sigh and spoke through gritted teeth. Causing trouble until the end. Damn brat. The sharp killing intent felt in those words. As the surrounding members swallowed dry saliva, Ben ordered Eugene and the other members. Signal team, relay this. As of now, remnant hunting and hideout sweep mission transferred to Night Order. All Knifehead members are to pursue young Master Claude. After finishing his words, Ben handed a gas mask to Eugene. Taking it, Eugene secretly slumped his shoulders. Just when he thought it was finally over, more overtime. Talk about being cursed with work. #010. It's been a while since I found such an excellent blade. On the way to the airfield. While running at the front, Ben slightly turned his gaze to look at the boy following behind him. Eugene Lawrence. He was just a disposable tool. If he wasn't discovered, he would be a good informant, and if he was caught or defected, Ben could just explode his magic circuit using the mark of control. Plus, 1 TLN, the first one this appears, the author uses the word. And this time it's. Either way, he was a throwaway card with nothing to lose. That's why Ben had no expectations, but that boy showed surprising results that broke through his predictions. He played his assigned role and infiltrated the Revolutionary Army. He attacked young Master Claude at the right timing. He predicted Commander Rifin Phelps' escape route and succeeded in eliminating him. His handling of matters was efficient, as if he knew all of the Revolutionary Army's behavioral patterns and escape routes. Even among the active Knifehead members, there weren't many who had achieved similar results. At just 10 years old, to be this capable. I can't just use him as a disposable tool. While thinking this about Eugene, a report came through Ben's magic imprint from the advanced team. Reporting current situation. The one who took young Master Claude is confirmed to be one person. We confirmed they have implanted magic imprint. It's at least 5 lines or more. Currently, the Night Order stationed near the airfield is responding, but the situation isn't good. They're barely holding on. Upon hearing this report, Ben couldn't help but furrow his brows. If it's 5 lines or more, that's equal to the Lord's magic imprint. The imprint manufacturing technology was not only the core of the Empire's military power but also a top-secret matter under the intense management of the magic department. Even in the enemy nation Westrain, they could only make 4-line imprints at best, yet a Revolutionary Army nobody has 5 lines? That wasn't the only strange thing. Though his qualities were certainly excellent, young Master Claude was still a novice who hadn't even had a magic imprint implanted. To face 3 knights while carrying such a burden? My lord. This is Ben, the Knifehead supervisor. Speak. When Ben spoke into the magic imprint, Lord Lupion's voice flowed into his head. Only 3 people could communicate directly with the Lord through magical power: Butler Sivian, Knight Order Commander Birkin, and himself. When Lupion's voice was heard, Ben opened his mouth with a chilling voice. Informant M has appeared in Belker's territory. Informant M. As soon as that name was mentioned, Lupion's response came immediately. I'm coming. With those words, the magical power communication was cut off. However, the weight carried in that single word Lupion uttered was beyond imagination. Lord Lupion was moving personally. He had judged that this situation couldn't be resolved with just the Knight Order or Knife Head. Without a trace of displeasure or doubt. Although it was an action that distrusted both the Knight Order and Knife Head, Ben didn't feel any displeasure. Because the name Informant M carried that much weight. The Empire's public enemy who assassinated the first prince in the middle of an imperial military parade and escaped. The author of the forbidden book Shackles of Obedience, which became the spiritual foundation of the Revolutionary Army, and the first proposer of the Kal-Hiram Republic Declaration of Independence. The phantom thief who escaped from the Crystal Palace containing the essence of imperial magic with 5 magic imprints. The leader of the Revolutionary Army had now shown himself here in Belkers. Informant M. The moment that name flowed from Ben's mouth at the front, the puzzles scattered in my head started fitting together one by one. Ah, now I understand. In the original work, the protagonist first meets Claude at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. In other words, at this moment in the original work, Claude succeeds in breaking through the Knife Head and Knight Order's encirclement and escaping from Belker's territory. However, how was that possible? The Revolutionary Army lurking in Belkers was a ragtag group that barely deserved to be called an army, and Elsidor's attack was carried out persistently and thoroughly. Who could rescue Claude in that chaos, break through Elsidor's encirclement, and reach the airfield? Among the Revolutionary Army, from what I remember, there was only one person capable of that. In the original work, he was the one who noticed the 15-year-old protagonist and invited him to join the Revolutionary Army. The only person the protagonist Eugene Lawrence ever followed, and the master who passed on magic imprint and magic to him, allowing him to grow as a hero of the revolution. His alias and stage name, Informant M. The Revolutionary Army's supreme leader, Maximilian de Lascaux. Swish dash. At the entrance leading to the airfield. The moment we entered the building, the Knife Head members, including myself, immediately blocked the retreat route and prepared to rush in with daggers drawn. Kahook. I'm impossible. How could such magical power? Most of the knights were already exhausted, having depleted their magical power, and only Knight Order Commander Birkin and a few senior knights were barely maintaining their positions. However, the man standing in the middle of that encirclement had his arms crossed leisurely as if we weren't even visible to him. Oh, after the knights, it's assassins? Kahahaha. As expected of trash nobility, secretly raising things like this. His frivolous tone and behavior. Wearing a shabby trench coat, with messy white hair tied up carelessly, a slovenly appearance. At first glance, he looked no different from any vagrant you might see on the street. But those eyes looking around at me and the members were somehow different. The biting cold harbored in those seemingly lifeless eyes. The directionless anger hidden beneath. Like most Revolutionary Army NPCs, they were eyes burning like flames. Third squad, charge in with me. The rest provide support from range. We buy time until the Lord arrives. As soon as Ben's order fell, the members formed battle formation and closed in on Maximilian. I, too, activated the magic imprint issued by Elsidor, but I couldn't muster the courage to think about defeating that man. This has really gotten complicated. Of course it has. After all, I knew exactly what magic was imbued in that coat, what was sleeping in that old pistol. So to survive, what I needed to do now wasn't to fight hard. Rather, I should try to blend in among the members as much as possible. Clang dash. Led by Ben, the assault team of 4 attempted close combat. Meanwhile, the remaining members fired ice spears targeting Maximilian's blind spots. Group tactics practiced dozens of times even during trainee days. However, Maximilian was skillfully avoiding it while exchanging attacks with the 4 members including Ben. Kahaha, good coordination, and excellent attention diversion. Much more useful than those knight nobodies who only had lots of magical power. You never stop running your mouth. You parasite. Cutting off Maximilian's continued evaluation, Ben made hand signals toward the members. Keep distance and suppress all escape routes. The members who received the signal immediately changed formation and threw their weapons. 4 daggers and dozens of ice spears raining down simultaneously. But even in such a situation, Maximilian maintained his relaxed expression. He, parasite, you say. Still, you shouldn't use such harsh words against someone who claims to be revolutionary. Click. Then Maximilian fired his revolver toward the ground. What right do you parasites have to talk, when you're just worms sucking the blood of the common people? An enormous shockwave instantly overwhelmed all attacks aimed at him. Kakwang? Quack. What is this? It was a shockwave that would be believable if someone said a bomb had gone off there. Ice spear fragments flying everywhere, gusts of wind, and vibrations. Some members were blown away unable to maintain balance, but thanks to the pre-deployed barrier, we could somehow endure. However, just because I endured doesn't mean this situation would improve. The formation has collapsed. The encirclement formed to buy time was shattered by a single attack. Most members were stunned by Maximilian's magic, and even Ben at the front couldn't maintain his balance. This is dangerous. I didn't know how long it would take for Lupin to arrive, but at this rate, that person's escape was just a matter of time. It was impossible to stop the Revolutionary Army's supreme leader with the body of a child who had just turned 10. However, Butler Savian was beheaded. If we fail, we'll be next. Recalling Ben's words, I gritted my teeth. While Ben the supervisor shows his face in the original work, there's no guarantee that I, a regular member, will survive. Tools that have outlived their usefulness get discarded. In other words, if I can't buy time here, I die. Hugh. A sigh escaped involuntarily. Stand alone against the Revolutionary Army's supreme leader, or become a worthless tool and be discarded. A hellish dilemma with no way out either way, but I had to choose one of the given options. *Tie reincarnation difficulty for real. There is no best choice. What a powerless child can do is just choose the lesser evil. When the small-bodied kid blocked his path, Maximilian's eyes showed interest. But that was only for a moment. Seeing the gas mask I wore, a cold glint returned to his eyes. Step aside, kid. I don't have a hobby of shooting children. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Schwak dash. I drew the dagger attached to my chest. I activated the magic imprint engraved on my right hand at maximum output to create 5 ice spears. You are an enemy of Elsidor, and a rebel who kidnapped Elsidor's heir. If I let you escape, I will die. Then do you want to die now? Click dash. Maximilian's gun barrel pointed at me. A weapon that shattered knife heads encirclement with a single shot. A tingling sensation ran down my spine, but I clenched my fists and racked my brain. I can't defeat Maximilian in combat. Forget buying time, I'll lose my head just for pretending to attack. Then there was only one way left to stop him. Using the knowledge of a game incarnation. Now, I'll say this one last time, kid. If you don't move, the palace raid plan in a month will fail. At those words that came out disorganized, Maximilian's expression, which had been relaxed all along, hardened. What did you just say? There's a traitor at headquarters. Hans Gunther from the Charles Group. He leaked the raid plan to the Imperial Intelligence Department, and they're setting up a trap. He sold you out to save his family who were taken hostage. Tang dash? Just as I was about to continue, Maximilian's gun spat fire. However, the bullet only created a crater in the ground right next to my foot, not through my head. A chilling threat. Looking again, Maximilian was glaring at me with a face like a demon. How do you know about that? It was a natural reaction. The Revolutionary Army was operated as a cell organization, and information about members' lists and plans was managed by only a handful of Revolutionary Army leadership. Of course he'd be surprised that a kid he'd never seen before knew confidential information that couldn't have leaked anywhere else. Answer me, just who are you? However, unfortunately, Maximilian's interrogation of me didn't continue any further. Kukwak-kwak-kwong? Dozens of ice pillars striking down from the sky. As the surrounding air rapidly froze, a chilling voice interrupted his words. How lucky today is. To think I'd get to catch the Revolutionary Army's supreme leader personally. TCH. Appearing alongside the knights lined up on both sides was Lupin Elsidor. With a cold smile on his face, his magical power was surging. Ha, ha ha. F***CK. The Revolutionary Army's supreme leader and the Lord of Elsidor. As the two mages worthy of being called absolute beings met, I let out a sigh of relief. I survived. Time buying successful. Somehow, I managed to survive another day. 1 TLN, the first one this appears, the author uses the word. And this time it's #011. Bang dash, bang, the head of House Elsidor, Lupin Elsidor. The founder of the Revolutionary Army, Maximilian de Lascaux. When the magic cast by these two mages collided, a tremendous shock that shook the entire city reverberated through. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? Everyone maintain distance? Getting involved means death. Though the situation seemed evenly matched, neither we nor the knights nearby could rashly intervene in that battle. A wave of magical power that even Knifehead, let alone knights with third-tier imprints, couldn't withstand. Careless intervention would leave nothing of our bodies. Hugh dash. Lupin, who had been unleashing magic, took a moment to catch his breath. His magic imprint, rider of the ice prison. The Elsidor magic that commanded cold was transforming the surrounding area into a pure white frozen wasteland. Crack, crack. The well-paved road was splitting, unable to withstand Lupin's cold. If a foot were to touch that area, the cold penetrating through shoes would tear apart every blood vessel in the body. Pierce through. With a short incantation, he launched dozens of ice spears. It was the same technique as the ice spear implanted in me, but the issue was their size. Each one was overwhelmingly large, no different from siege ballistas. A direct hit would leave no remains. Boom dash, TCH. However, despite deploying such powerful magic, Lupin's expression wasn't bright. Step. Walking leisurely through the smoke was the Revolutionary Army's founder, Maximilian. Even while facing the head of House Elsidor, he maintained his composure while keeping Claude hidden behind him. Wings of crimson. Seeing the red energy flowing from his right arm, Lupin ground his teeth and spoke. A magic imprint stolen from the Imperial Archives, I see. Spare me the petty talk about not using stolen things. You couldn't use this imprint anyway, could you? How dare you? As Lupin's face contorted and he tried to use magic again, Maximilian aimed the gun he was holding. Bang dash. Flames burst forth as he pulled the trigger. Lupin's half-formed ice spears were caught in the flames and vanished without a trace. TCH. Ha ha ha, your expression is quite something to behold, noble sir. Things not going quite as planned, are they? The cold that had dominated the space couldn't threaten Maximilian. The flames from his gun barrel thoroughly dismantled Lupion's magic. The battle that had initially seemed even was gradually tilting in Maximilian's favor. Their output is almost equal, and their skill levels are matched. But the compatibility isn't good. Watching their battle from a distance, I thought to myself, Lupion's magic imprint, rider of the ice prison, possessed ice attributes. In contrast, Maximilian's magic imprint had fire attributes. Moreover, since those wings of crimson would be a key item for defeating Lupion in Chapter 7, it was natural that Lupion was being pushed back. Bang dash! After exchanging another round of magic, the distance between Lupion and Maximilian widened. Both sides had consumed significant magical power, giving them a moment to catch their breath. Click. So now, it was time for the knife head and the knight order to step in. Ha dash! As Lupion raised his hand, the knights he had brought immediately charged toward Maximilian. While Knifehead was also taking battle positions, I instead raised my head to look at the sky. If the leader had shown himself here personally, there was no way that ship wouldn't come. Boom, arg. What? Where did that come from? What intercepted between the knights and Maximilian wasn't magic. High explosive bombs dropped from the sky. Lupion frowned and, like me, raised his head to look up at the sky. Whoosh. Like lifting a veil, an airship appeared in the empty space. A black gas envelope and 12 cannons attached to the hull, and a red wing emblem carved in the middle of the gas envelope. The Liberty. A small airship with magical power concealment, the Liberty. This would be the airship that would serve as the protagonist's base while traveling the world in the future. So that's why they fled to the airfield of all places. With Ben's words that sounded like a sigh, all 12 cannons mounted on the airship aimed at us. And the next moment, boom, a volley of fire without the slightest deviation began tearing apart the ground where the knights and we stood, ravaging the earth. Eeeeee! Sirens blared throughout the Belkers territory, and searchlights from defensive positions illuminated the airship above. Ha ha ha, now this is what I call perfect timing. As Maximilian's magic imprint glowed with his hearty laugh, Lupion gritted his teeth at the sight. Are you running away? Of course I'm running. We've gotten everything we came for, so why stay? A red magic circle appeared beneath his feet. As the spatial coordinates inscribed on the airship were input, the light of the magic circle grew increasingly bright. Spatial movement. One of the forbidden magics impossible to use in the Empire. Ah, and one more thing before I leave. As the technique finally activated, Maximilian's face, which had been smirking the whole time, hardened. The grudge of our comrades you killed today will definitely be paid for with your blood. Was this anger that hadn't shown during the battle finally erupting? Maximilian's face was overflowing with killing intent as he looked at Lupion. Remember this, Lupion Elsidor. The flames of revolution. Flash dash? With a red flash, Maximilian's figure vanished. Though he disappeared before finishing his last words, I knew what would have followed. The flames of revolution will surely return. A phrase he would repeatedly utter like a habit in the game, and something that was like the Revolutionary Army's identity itself. While I was recalling those words from my memory, Lupion ground his teeth and shouted at the knights. What are the anti-air watchers doing? Shoot down that airship now. Rat-a-tat. As if responding to Lupion's shout, anti-aircraft guns installed throughout the territory opened fire. They had enough firepower to destroy a small airship, but sadly, it was too late. Whoosh dash. A red spherical barrier enveloping the airship. Maximilian inside had deployed a barrier. Though Lupion immediately created ice spears and aimed at the airship, their Liberty had already ascended above the clouds and disappeared. TCH, they got away. In the end, Lupion had no choice but to dispel his magic with a rough gesture. Combat terminated. All that remained were the bodies of Revolutionary Army members, Knifehead members, and the knights Maximilian had killed. Birkin. Why yes, Lord. Lupion, covering his face with his hand, called for Knight Order Commander Birkin. The moment he stepped forward, Lupion's clenched fist struck Birkin's face right there. Smack dash. Cold energy still lingered in his hand. As the magically frozen skin burst open, his face became covered in blood. I clearly ordered the Knight Order not to move. So why were you and your subordinates out here? That is. I didn't ask to hear excuses. Useless. Having said his piece, Lupion waved his hand as if he couldn't stand the sight. The Knight Order would be going through some changes soon. As I heard a senior member muttering that, Supervisor Ben bowed his head to Lupion as the next in line. We failed to secure young Master Claude. I deeply apologize. It's fine. We couldn't have expected the Revolutionary Army's leader to come personally, so this is fortunate in our misfortune. Unlike with Birkin, no physical punishment came. Instead, Lupion shook his head and suppressed his rising anger. The raid on the Revolutionary Army's hideout was excellent. At least now there won't be revolutionary newspapers and such trash circulating in Belkers. Plus, we killed their captain and staff officer, and captured many Revolutionary Army internal members as prisoners. This achievement is enough to cover the failure. Thank you for your generosity. Lupion was a villain, but not an incompetent one, and certainly not someone ruled by emotions. Looking at it properly, letting Maximilian escape was the responsibility of him, the family head. Unlike other corrupt nobles, he wouldn't use this as an excuse to kill me and Knifehead. My lord. Then, regarding the successor position. Though talents like Claude are rare, there's no need to obsess over it. To Ben's question, Lupion waved his hand dismissively. Prepare the next successor within a month. This time, I'll educate them properly. I'll begin the search immediately. Having given his instructions, Lupion turned and walked toward the mansion. The knights followed behind him, while I and the knife head members lowered our bodies to show respect to the family head. Step. Meanwhile, Lupion's footsteps toward the mansion stopped at one point. Keeping my head bowed but raising my gaze slightly, I could see the hem of Lupion's premium boots. What the hell? He should just go to the mansion quietly. Why did he suddenly stop in front of me? As I was thinking this, Lupion's voice was directed at me. Raise your head. Damn, he really was talking to me. I immediately raised my head and met Lupion's eyes. Lupion, who had been quietly observing my face, lowered himself and removed the gas mask I was wearing. As I thought, it was you? A cold gaze, like appraising a fine horse. Though I got goosebumps, I spoke to Lupion without changing my expression. Knife head 41st generation, Eugene Lawrence. It's an honor that you remember. Grab. Before I could finish speaking, Lupion's hand seized my chin. Lupion examining my eyes, turning my face this way and that. But this was brief, and he released his grip on my face without saying anything particular. I thought perhaps, but the magical power wavelength doesn't match. This one can't be used. After saying these cryptic words, Lupion patted my shoulder as if commending my achievement. Continue to serve Elsidor faithfully. I will serve with my life. Yes, that's how it should be. Having finished our brief conversation, Lupion walked toward the mansion. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice. But the moment I heard those words about not being able to use me, I felt both relief and terror simultaneously. Damn, that was really close to being screwed. Why did Lupion choose Claude as his successor? Claude, who had different personality, different ideology, and even harbored grudges against him. And when such a Claude escaped, he said he'd choose a new successor within a month. This was behavior incomprehensible from the perspective of ordinary nobles. But I knew what the word successor meant in House Elsidor, and the real reason why Claude risked his life to escape the family. Fortunately, I avoided becoming a lab rat. I had just nearly had my body taken by Lupion. #012. Coog. In the yard of an unknown mansion, a man in antique clothing collapsed on the grass lawn, clutching his neck while choking. Ding-ailing. Ha ha ha, did that really happen? Yes, indeed. And when that lady saw that, he tried desperately to call for help, but it was useless. The sounds of music and conversation from inside the mansion drowned out his voice. Looking around, even the security guards had disappeared somewhere. Elms, the Imperial Eastern Security Bureau director who hosted this party, glared at the culprit who had reduced him to this state. You. It was a small boy. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be the child of one of the party guests, and appeared to be lost. They had searched for his parents together, and all he did was accept a candy shyly offered as thanks. But that was his mistake. The child's parents weren't on the guest list, and what he had swallowed was poison. Lord Elms. A monotone voice flowed from the child's mouth. A cold tone devoid of any emotion. It seemed almost unbelievable that this was the same child who had been bouncing around cheerfully just moments ago. Who the hell are you? We're the ones asking questions here, not you. The boy who said this waved a vial in front of his face. This is the antidote. If you answer our questions sincerely, we'll give it to you. If not, we'll leave. Do you understand? Elms hurriedly nodded. There was nothing else he could do. Good. Then let's begin with the questions. The boy nodded with satisfaction, and bringing his face close, he opened his mouth. The names of the police executives who supported the Revolutionary Army with you, your meeting locations, and the location of the Revolutionary Army hideout concealed in the outskirts of Belker's territory. Elms's face turned pale at the words coming from the boy's mouth. How did you know that? I believe I made it clear just now. The dagger in the boy's hand touched Elms's neck. We ask the questions. You shut your trap and answer them. Whoosh. The Revolutionary Army prisoners are spilling quite useful information. With this, we can wipe out all the Revolutionary Army members hiding in Belkers. In the knife head operation room, Supervisor Ben threw the report he had just finished reading into the fireplace. The fact that he disposed of the report immediately without pointing out any issues meant there were no flaws in its contents. Though it wasn't apparent, Ben was quite satisfied right now. Mission complete. Go back and get some rest. Thank you. After finishing the report and leaving Ben's office, Senior Karen, who had been standing beside me, stretched. Whew, I thought I was going to suffocate. The dress she had worn for disguise must have been quite uncomfortable, as she was grumbling with a pouty expression. I don't understand what's so good about those dresses that everyone wears them. They're uncomfortable to move in, cumbersome. I thought it suited you quite well though, don't you think so, Eugene? Not interested. The one who spoke from the opposite side was Dwayne Rockfin, a fellow 39th batch member with Karen. With his gentle smiling face, he looked like any ordinary countryside youth. But don't be fooled by that kind face. They say you can't judge a psycho by their face, and that bright smile of his didn't stop him from gouging out people's eyes. Where's Eugene going? What about food? I have something stashed in my quarters. I'll make do with that. After arriving at the dormitory and parting with my seniors, I walked through the corridor to my private room. A small single room about the size of a boarding house room. Being part of a prestigious magic family meant this was too good for a street rat like me. Good. No one's watching. After opening the window and looking around, I immediately jumped out. Opening a manhole cover past the soldiers on patrol, I found the secret passage of the Elsidor mansion that I had frequently used in the game. Splash splash. I've checked this route already, next is here. Though it was pitch black inside the passage with not even a hand visible in front of me, I was exploring the underground using touch and experience. Why am I doing this right after returning from a mission? Obviously to create an escape route. 2 years left. Within that time, I need to kill the Count and escape from here. The mark of control was slowly eating away at my body even now. At this rate, becoming the Count's puppet was just a matter of time. So before that happens, I needed to somehow destroy this magic imprint and escape from Count Elsidor. Of course, they're not the type to let me leave just because I want to. The Empire is a country where human trafficking is legally prohibited. A noble of such a country buying children with money and brainwashing them into loyal tools for their family? It's a scandal that wouldn't do well being exposed. Knowing they wouldn't let me go easily, I started checking the mansion's internal structure since adapting to this place. Fortunately, the Elsidor mansion's structure was almost identical to the game, and so was the layout of the secret passages underground. Days spent training during the day and mapping escape routes through secret passages at night. Though it had been quite sparse lately due to missions, this half-year-long plan was showing good progress. Route 1 is almost complete, just need to make Route 2 as a backup. As I was deep in thought checking the passage structure, sob, it hurts, it hurts. Crying sounds came from beyond the wall. Looking to the side, there was a small ventilation duct in the ceiling. Peeking through the vent, there was a cage blocked by iron bars. There's someone there. From the voice it sounds like a woman, but who? I compared my current location with the Elsidor mansion structure I knew from the game. Where I am now is the experimental wing behind the mansion. It was a facility for Count Elsidor's research, and in the game, it was a hidden dungeon where synthetic creatures like chimeras would pop out. Usually, I should be hearing the cries of failed byproducts or chimeras. When I activated the magic imprint to emit some light, the owner of the crying voice in the isolation cell appeared. It was a girl. Similar build to me with trembling movements. Disheveled hair covering her entire face, and amethyst-colored eyes visible through the gaps. She was a beauty that even her dirty appearance couldn't hide. With a face like that, she probably wasn't an extra. Wait a minute. Amethyst-colored. Thinking I might have seen wrong, I channeled magical power into a distant magic orb. Hi, Hiek. As the magic orb's light brightened, the girl's face became clearly visible. No doubt about it. They were purple. That's why I was even more surprised. In Revolution Empire, eye color was inherited through bloodline. And characters with purple eyes, there was only one in this game. Irene. I called out the name on a hunch. When the name left my mouth, the startled girl stepped back towards the iron bars. How do you know my name? Who are you? Holy shit. Seeing her reaction confirmed it. Irene Elcrier. Her name in the game? Black Witch Irene. She's the woman who kills the Duke of Elcrier, one of the Empire's 12 great magic houses, and becomes an enemy of the Empire. But why? Why is she here like this? Irene Elcrier. To describe this game character in one sentence, she was arguably the craziest character in the game's history. Hi, He. Look, it's the sun. The Black Sun has risen. Now we'll all be liberated from this hell dash. The Black Sun incident, where she turned the Elcrier Duchy into wasteland and used 100,000 territory residents as sacrifices to open a gate to another world. The girl before my eyes was the very perpetrator of that catastrophe. But, her image is quite different now. I observed Irene again. Even while fidgeting, her occasional glances my way made her look like just a shy little girl to anyone watching. She was completely different from that crazy witch I saw in the game. Excuse me, that. When I remained silent for a while, Irene started trembling anxiously. Come to think of it, being scared was natural. She was crying in an isolation cell when suddenly there were signs of movement in the ventilation duct. And then someone even called her name. What kid wouldn't be scared in this situation? It would be trouble if she screamed and guards came running. I needed to calm Irene down first. But how? As I was deeply pondering this, growl. A sound came from Irene's stomach. This is. Irene fidgeted restlessly with her face bright red. Just pick one, either be scared or embarrassed. While thinking this, I examined Irene's appearance. I thought she might be a bit thin for her age, but it seemed they weren't feeding her properly. Are you hungry? When I asked, Irene, head hung low, weakly nodded up and down. That reminds me. I pulled out 2 steamed potatoes I had taken from the dining hall. Originally I was planning to eat them as a snack during my passage exploration, but this seemed like perfect timing. Thunk. I threw the 2 potatoes through the ventilation duct. Seeing the potatoes that fell on the bed, Irene stared at them blankly. Eat. It's a gift. Thank you. Plain steamed potatoes that had gone cold. Irene hesitantly picked them up. It felt like feeding a stray cat. Munch munch. After quickly devouring the 2 steamed potatoes, Irene looked at the ventilation duct. Her wariness had noticeably decreased. Indeed, if you want to make friends with someone, you should feed them first. Now, this is where it gets important. First, you can relax. Are you a fairy? Fairy, what? When I lost my words at the sudden nonsense, Irene timidly spoke towards the ventilation duct. My nanny told me, if you curl up alone and tremble, a fairy will come help you. So, right. Come to think of it, I'm 10 years old now. If Irene is around the protagonist's age, she's probably only about 8. If this were Korea at this age, it would be prime time for running around looking for Elsa dresses and burning up mom's wallet. Rather than telling such a child, hi, I'm a trainee who escaped from the training facility next door, I'm going to run away from this family someday, with a detailed explanation, it might be better to just play along as a fairy. That's right. I'm a fairy. The great fairy of the ventilation duct. I knew it. Wow, she really believes it. This is fucking embarrassing. But what can I do? This is much better for talking with kids this age. Seeming completely at ease now, Irene trotted over to the ventilation duct and crouched by the wall. This might be an even better opportunity than I thought. Right now I had 2 goals. First was killing the Count, second was escaping from the Elsador mansion. And this girl's power, it could possibly provide a clue for both these plans. At this point, before she's grown up, I could build a relationship and use her. So, I, the fairy of the ventilation duct, am curious about something. I spoke to Irene while acting out my most gentle voice possible. How did our friend end up here? The ventilation duct fairy, now open for business. Hashtag 013. Hwayam. You've been oversleeping lately. Eugene, is something wrong? Early morning. Hearing my yawn, Senior Dwayne showed his characteristic friendly smile. There's a hidden meaning in that question. While I was carefully choosing my words, wary of his intent, Senior Karen jumped into the conversation with perfect timing. Of course he's tired? Making a 10-year-old run around day after day, how could his body keep up? Right, Eugene? Well, unlike us, Eugene is still growing. Hearing Karen's words, Senior Dwayne nodded as if somewhat convinced. This is dangerous, are they starting to get suspicious? Behind that friendly smile, there was a hidden coldness. Not missing that, I walked down the corridor pretending to be casual. There was still a year left until the imprint completely consumed my mind. It had been half a year since I started exploring the underground passages at night. While I had already completed the escape route I planned while traversing the underground passages, the method to kill Count Elsador was still unclear. But at least, the time invested has paid off. My magical power capacity was incomparable to when I first arrived. My skill in handling the imprint had also improved, and I was steadily gaining practical experience through repeated missions. Particularly significant changes were seen in the magic imprint implanted in my arm. In addition to the 2 marks initially implanted, 1 more mark had been added. This was proof that my position within the knife head had risen, and that I had gained Ben's trust. It had been half a year since I became an official member of Knifehead. For what I'd achieved in such a short time, it was quite impressive. Plus, I've made a useful companion too. After our first meeting half a year ago, Irene and I had many conversations. How we spent our childhoods, what we grew up seeing. Irene talked about her unfortunate life story and became sad, and I comforted her while playing the role of a fairy. Those conversations that started in the middle of the night would end only at dawn, and as they continued, Irene and I were soon calling each other friends. Irene is a boss monster with one of the highest difficulty ratings in all of Revolution Empire. If you fail to defeat her at the first encounter, she becomes an existence that leads the entire game scenario to a bad ending. Meeting such an entity in childhood and building a relationship was quite an encouraging achievement. Even if not now, it would be useful someday. Eugene? So you're Eugene. I revealed that I wasn't actually a fairy about a month after we met. I blurted it out in frustration since continuing to lie seemed impossible, but thinking about it now, it seemed like the right choice. Hehe. Friend. Not a fairy friend, but a real friend, he. That was the right choice, right? Knock knock. Come in. Opening the door to Ben's voice, Ben greeted me and the 2 others, sitting in his usual manner. Dwayne, Karen, and Eugene. At some point, the 3 of us had started working together frequently as a team, and this summons was no different. It's a mission. Along with that dry statement, a single document was handed over. There were no detailed briefings or specific mission instructions like before. We just had to check the contents written on the document and turn around to leave. I probably won't be able to visit her for about 3 days. I should buy a cookie to bring when I go visit. Thinking of the friend waiting in the laboratory, I turned around. A mission like any other, a target no different from usual. Right now, I was cutting off the Revolutionary Army's limbs. Let's see. Miss Karen Wesper, Mr. Dwayne Wesper, and Mr. Leon Wesper. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. To the station attendant's question, dressed in a neat uniform, Senior Karen responded with a fresh smile. Confirmed. Then, this way please. Thuck. The moment the attendant lowered his body after seeing that, the operation began. The attendant, with a dagger in his lung, looked at Senior Karen with a pale face before his breath soon ceased. Thud. By the way, this is really twisted. Why am I the only one using an old alias while you 2 use your real names? Pfft. Bloodstains would raise suspicion. While freeze-treating the dead attendant's body and asking that, Senior Karen and Senior Dwayne giggled. Hey, Leon is a pretty name, right, Dwayne? It's also the name our youngest official member used when killing the Belkers branch director. Seems pretty monumental if you ask me. Monumental? Really? This time's fake identities were of 3 siblings from the frontier noble family Wesper. With the setting of heading to a resort for summer, I had to faithfully play the role of an excited child among them. Acting like a child always felt fucking awful, but at the same time, it was the most efficient strategy one could employ. Plus, this time I got a free cookie to give to Irene. Despite being embarrassing, it was quite a useful skill. Gyuyung. As we were talking, the armored train carrying me and my companions started moving with the sound of artificial magic circuit activation. A sturdy train car that would pierce straight through the contaminated zone infested with magical beasts. But before we could admire its majesty, as soon as the train started moving, the three of us took out the equipment hidden in our luggage. Specially made adhesive explosives and detonators. And the daggers used by the knife head. Reconfirming mission details. Eugene. Yes. Senior Dwayne was commanding this mission. Following his instructions, I delivered Ben's operation plan to the two. This armored train is operated by Count Keldon's family, carrying weapons to be supplied to Revolutionary Army occupied territories. KEH, that damn Revolutionary Army again? Don't they ever get tired? Karen. Dwayne, stopping Karen's complaints, gave me a look. It meant to continue. Our mission is to blow up the weapons loaded in the cargo car and falsify the recipient's name for the cargo. After killing all passengers, we'll disguise it as Revolutionary Army terrorism. Like any other operation, it was horrifically cruel content. The problem is the Revolutionary Army hidden in the cargo car. They're not pushovers. Despite his friendly face, Dwayne couldn't hide the cold sweat on his forehead. It was as he said. There were dozens of Revolutionary Army members inside the cargo car. Some of them were elite soldiers who had completed Magic Awakening. To break through that with just 3 people, then handle the information manipulation and explosion. You know what I've been thinking, don't our missions seem to be getting tougher? I expressed mild agreement with Senior Karen's complaints. Usually, when you do work well, more work comes your way. Hearing the grumbling, Senior Dwayne smiled slightly and assigned the missions. Karen, stand by between the passenger car and cargo car. Take care of the attendants and guards. Got it. I'll handle the evidence manipulation and process the passengers. Eugene. Enter the cargo car, eliminate Revolutionary Army, plant bombs on the stored artifacts. Confirmed. After hearing my response, Senior Dwayne nodded and put on his gas mask and hood. It took less than 10 minutes for 3 harmonious siblings heading to a resort to transform into 3 assassins. Whoosh. After checking the gas mask's operation status, I gave Senior Dwayne a thumbs up. After confirming Senior Karen's hand signal, Senior Dwayne took out 2 chemical bombs and Operation Start? With those words, the train we were on was enveloped in poison gas. Cough, cough. Ayek? My eyes. What? What's happening suddenly? The technicians Elsador had recruited in advance were more capable than expected. Most of the air circulation systems had stopped working as soon as the train departed, and all windows were welded shut. This armored train, having left the station and entered the tracks, had now become a gas chamber on rails. What's going on? Poison gas, who would do such a crazy thing? That's when the Revolutionary Army members hiding in the cargo car made their move. News that all passengers on the train had turned into corpses. The moment they came out of the cargo car in shock, the ice spear I had created in advance shattered the head of the Revolutionary Army member who jumped out. Crash dash, an attack. Before they could even be surprised, a small figure appeared from the darkness. A small shadow wearing a gas mask and hood, and the ice spears floating around it. The remaining Revolutionary Army members immediately took combat positions. This was now a well-known sight within the Revolutionary Army. It's him, that one. Elsador's little devil. The assassin who killed Belker's branch captain Refin and murdered countless Revolutionary Army collaborators. At some point, the Revolutionary Army had started calling that existence Elsador's little devil. Grab dash? Kook. After blocking the incoming ice spear, the boy's small body immediately rushed in. Several Revolutionary Army members tried to respond by drawing up magical power, but the situation wasn't good. This was inside a small train car, and the boy was already tangled with their comrade. Thuk. Gyarg. In an instant, 2 Revolutionary Army members lost their lives, and the boy's ice spears were looking for their next target. Like that, one by one. After about 20 minutes, all 10 Revolutionary Army members hiding in the cargo car had turned into cold corpses. Dash. Was it combat fatigue? After dealing with all the Revolutionary Army members, Eugene took off his gas mask and let out a heavy breath. But the mission wasn't over here. Eugene immediately took out the bombs he had kept and started attaching them to the ammunition stored in the cargo car. High explosive shells, machine gun bullets, rifles, and other military supplies including combat engineer explosives. It was enough quantity to turn the entire train into a fireball if it caused a chain explosion. Mission complete. Boom dash. After creating several ice spears, he detonated them on the spot. The cargo car's outer wall, reinforced with thin steel plates, tore like paper, and the murky landscape of the contaminated area came into full view. Flash. Not long after, a small light flickered in between. The wandering merchants recruited in advance to help with the escape. As their signal came, Karen and Dwayne waiting in the next car jumped out. Eugene. As Eugene heard Karen's call for him, just as he was about to jump out last. Eugene. So that was your name. Grab dash? Kook. Someone grabbed Eugene's neck. What's this? You didn't eliminate all of them. Both people's eyes widened at the sudden situation. Eugene also seemed surprised, turning his head to look at who had grabbed him. Long time no see. Isn't that right, little one? Why you? Revolutionary Army leader, Maximilian was there. Karen and Dwayne hurriedly looked back and exchanged hand signals. The Knifehead's principle. When mission failure becomes apparent, the Knifehead member must commit suicide. Karen shook her head saying no, but Dwayne gritted his teeth and activated his magic imprint. The family's principles were absolute, and no traces could be left from missions. Woong dash? The explosives Eugene had planted ignited, and Eugene and Maximilian were instantly caught in the explosion. Red-tinted vision, and hair burning in the middle of it. Just as they reached out their hands, Eugene's figure became impossible to find, hidden by the train's explosive smoke. Ugh, ugh. My body feels heavy. Memories are hazy, and my head feels dizzy as if hit by something. But that doesn't mean I don't remember what happened. Hack. As I immediately got up, the surrounding landscape came into view. Purple infected undergrowth and barren wasteland. And a single campfire illuminating that desolate land. Where is this? How did I survive? That's when I was thinking. Are you conscious? A familiar. Therefore, a voice that shouldn't be heard came from behind me. When I hurriedly turned around, there was a face I never wanted to meet again. Maximilian. He. He showed his teeth while looking at me and smiled, then opened his mouth. When I pressed Hans, he spilled everything. It was what I had told him when we met last time. Thanks to that, the operation was cancelled. A few informants were sacrificed, but we should consider the damage minimized. After saying that, Maximilian slowly stood up and pointed a gun at me. So, this time I'll ask you properly. Boy, you who have never met us. You who have never seen us. Why do you know every detail about our plans and even our traitors? How exactly? I can't answer. Would he believe me if I started talking about game transmigration or whatever? Instead, I thought desperately. Killing Elsidor alone is nonsense, and it's not something I can do by myself. The only variable I have left is Irene, but even that is too early to use. Then, the thought was quick, and the decision was even quicker. I will use Maximilian, use the Revolutionary Army. Make the Revolutionary Army bring down Elsidor, and survive. After making my decision, I threw my gambit. Let's make a deal. A deal. Yes, a deal. The most dangerous move to break through this situation. Don't you want to bring down Elsidor? #014. What an amusing fellow. That was his first reaction to my disorganized statement. I asked you to answer my questions, and suddenly what? You want to destroy Elsidor? Are you saying you'll betray your master? I have no intention of answering your questions, and even if I did, you wouldn't understand anyway. I apologize, but we don't have much time. In response to Maximilian's question, I raised one arm. The 3 magic imprints transplanted from Elsidor were emitting a blue light. These magic imprints have a mark of control inscribed on them. As long as I'm alive, they continuously emit magical power signals. He fell silent for a moment. The reason was obvious without explanation. He probably didn't know about it. He's careless when it comes to these things. So let me ask, how much time has passed since you brought me here? About 4 hours. Then headquarters already knows I'm alive. The Knifehead doesn't rescue fallen comrades. As proof, Senior Dwayne, who led the team, activated the detonator as soon as he confirmed I was captured. He meant for me to perish along with the Revolutionary Army's train before becoming a prisoner. A tracking team will arrive within 2 hours, either to rescue me or dispose of me. Probably the latter. You. While listening to my muttering, Maximilian looked at me incredulously and said, You, how old are you? I'm 10 years old. Is there a problem? 10 years old. Upon hearing my words, Maximilian sighed deeply with his head bowed. They were making a fuss about a little devil, and it turns out they were humiliated by a mere 10-year-old. I understand his sighing. Before the protagonist joins, the Revolutionary Army must have been in quite a state. But that's not my concern. I clapped my hands to get his attention, and Maximilian nodded at me. It meant he would listen. Now, this is the crucial part. I was already in a position of being a discarded card, and my being alive was an unexpected situation and risk factor for Ben. Even if I returned, I would face endless suspicious glances, and might even be killed. In such a situation, this connection with Maximilian was my only chance. If I failed, there would be no second chance. Count Elsidor is currently preparing for an Eastern Wasteland expedition. Internal information about House Elsidor flowed from my mouth. Of course, this wasn't information I had discovered directly. It was a card I could play because I thoroughly knew the settings and timeline of the original game. That's also why he's trying to deal with the Revolutionary Army within his territory, to prevent future troubles. Correct. The Revolutionary Army's Belkers branch led by Refin was a thorn in Elsidor's eastern expansion plans. However, with my killing of Refin, that constraint had been removed. With the Knifehead's Black Ops eliminating the Revolutionary Army in the territory, the Count would have nothing to hold him back. Thanks to the elimination of the Belkers branch Revolutionary Army, most of the Elsidor Knight Order is currently deployed in the eastern uninhabited zone. Currently, only a small security force and Knifehead remain in the territory. You mean, if we strike now, we might have a chance. With an internal collaborator, you could attempt it right now. Once you start something, you need to do it properly. The opponent is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Half-hearted psychological warfare isn't even worth considering. What's needed is one moment of chaos and one decisive strike. I can create the chaos. And I'm supposed to deliver the decisive strike. You've done it once before, haven't you? The second time shouldn't be difficult. Maximilian had already infiltrated the territory from the air using Liberty. Using the secret passage I've secured, escape wouldn't be difficult either. It's not nonsense, but there's one uncertain factor. Please speak. Maximilian stirred the campfire once and asked me, for such a major undertaking as the Eastern expedition, is there any reason for the Count himself to remain in the territory? His gaze was sharp as he looked at me. As he said, even if the territory was empty, there was no guarantee the Count himself would remain. However, I opened my mouth to meet his gaze with certainty. The Count himself cannot leave Elsidor territory. Then, instead of giving a specific answer, I smiled while looking at Maximilian's face. If you've secured young Master Claude, you should know the reason why. His question wasn't expecting an answer. What I mentioned was Count Elsidor's most fatal secret. By revealing that I knew this, my seemingly nonsensical talk became a proposal worth serious consideration. As if my prediction was correct, Maximilian fell into deep thought with his chin resting on his hand. I can sense my companion's magical power signals. However, I didn't have time to wait for his answer. You have 30 minutes left to decide. If he doesn't agree, this is as far as I go. Ben and the Count will monitor me until the mark of control inscribed on me is fully activated, and I'll inevitably become the Count's puppet. If that happens, I'll have no more attachment to this life. It would be better to commit suicide and wait for the next reincarnation. Fine. I'll do it. Got it. I can use Maximilian. I desperately held back my legs that were about to give out from relief. Understood. Then I'll go back and prepare. Didn't you say your companions would kill you? That's my problem to handle. I have my ways. Hearing my words, Maximilian looked at me as if he was dumbfounded. Well, it's understandable to be shocked when a 10-year-old kid talks about killing or saving a count. Did you say your name was Eugene? Yes, that's right. After exchanging contact methods and some details, Maximilian called out to me. His gaze seemed to be searching for something in me. After a moment, he said this to me. Hey, after this is over, would you consider joining the Revolutionary Army? For a moment, it felt like my breath stopped. That was the line I had heard in the game. Specifically, it was what he directly said to the protagonist after defeating Hans, the Chapter 1 boss. You want to bring down Elsidor, right? And you said your companions are coming to dispose of you. That's right. Then run away with me instead. Become part of the Revolutionary Army, and fight against this corrupt empire. When I remained silent, Maximilian emphasized once more. I'll break the magic imprint right here. I'll prepare a new magic imprint too. With your talent, you could reach much higher levels than now. Come with me, Eugene. Those passionate eyes I had seen in the game were now directed at me. You have the qualities of a hero. Hero. That single word, which made my heart race just hearing it, cooled my heart. I know better than anyone the current state of the Revolutionary Army. People driven only by passion and anger. Idealists who sympathize with them without any sense of reality. Collaborators full of wolves looking for a quick profit, and a command structure that isn't even properly established. Honestly, if it weren't for Maximilian, the current Revolutionary Army would have fallen apart long ago. What such a Revolutionary Army truly needs to become the spark that changes the empire is a new hero. A leader who would become the Revolutionary Army's idol and guide them. Originally, it should have been Eugene Lawrence, the protagonist's role. It should have been my role. But, what do you say? Join the revolution with me. Do it yourselves. I already know the ending of this game. I know how their passion and ideology become distorted and corrupt. I know the betrayal they will deliver to the protagonist, to me. And because of that, I looked at Maximilian with cold eyes. While he was certainly a great revolutionary, the organization he created was not. I'm not interested in revolution. I will not be betrayed again. Rather than being betrayed, I will betray first. There, over there. Hearing Karen's voice from afar, I amplified my magical power signal even more. It took about 3 minutes for my companions to get closer. However, instead of welcoming me, they drew their daggers and blocked my escape route. This is surprising, Eugene. You're still alive. The one who appeared saying that was Dwayne. The very person who activated the detonator to blow up the train with me. I held no particular ill feelings. It was Knifehead's principle, and he just acted according to it. However, what you did is against the rules, Eugene. Shing. Dwayne's drawn dagger touched my neck. He looked ready to slit my throat at any moment. Did you forget? Knifehead's principle. No, I remember it. Knifehead Code of Conduct Number 1. The highest priority rule. During a mission, if discovered or captured, eliminate all evidence and witnesses, then commit suicide. Right. Dwayne's blade drew even closer to me. So, why are you still alive? One mountain after another. Thinking that, I maintained my composure and said, because I was neither discovered nor captured. Saying that, I raised my hand and pointed to one side. In a corner of the bushes where the campfire was lit, there lay a brutally mutilated corpse. Don't try to deceive me, Eugene. One corpse won't clear your suspicions. I detected a serious threat against Elsidor. My words made Dwayne's hand stop. What? That's why I remained alive instead of committing suicide. Please send me to the supervisor. It's urgent. Blood trickled from where the blade tip dug into my neck, but I continued speaking regardless. A threat? What kind of situation is it? This isn't information I can share with a senior. I need to return and meet Supervisor Ben. This isn't information you're qualified to handle. Hearing those words, a hint of displeasure appeared on Dwayne's face. Information you can't share? How do you get to make that judgment? It's information I obtained after interrogating the Revolutionary Army members who captured me. This is a matter only Supervisor Ben can decide, so hurry. While I was speaking regardless of his reaction. Now this is interesting to hear. Among the members surrounding me, a distinctively large figure emerged. Ben Herx. Elsidor's first confidant was looking down at me with sunken eyes. Speak, Eugene Lawrence. What exactly is this major threat to Elsidor? A chill ran down my spine. *TTY reincarnation difficulty for real. The deal with Maximilian, the chaos I was supposed to create. And now Ben interrogating me. Nothing was going according to plan. But even so, I choose. With the sensation of walking on a blade's edge, burning away the gradually diminishing time. The Revolutionary Army is targeting the Count. And thus, I will survive. #015. Clang. It had been several hours since I boarded Elsidor's transport train. As I emerged through the iron door, the familiar Elsidor mansion was waiting for me. The only difference from usual was that my arms were bound. Go this way. The place Ben and the members guided me to wasn't the knife head station. The place they took me was the interrogation room. Who would have thought that after 2 years, I'd enter as a prisoner into the place where I used to bring prisoners? The life of a 10-year-old kid sure is spectacularly messed up. *TTY reincarnation difficulty for real. Thud. The members seated me in a wooden chair and bound my arms. Were they planning to torture me before questioning? Anxiety crept in, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Is this the one? Just hearing the voice made my ears feel like they would freeze. It wasn't just a psychological feeling, but a sensation I could physically feel on my skin. A chill that could cut through flesh. When I raised my head, the source of that coldness was looking down at me. I am honored to meet you, Count. Yes, it's been a while. Lupion Elsidor. A member of the Empire's 12 great magic noble houses, the head of House Elsidor. One of the worst villains I was supposed to meet 5 years later spoke to me. I heard what you had to say through Ben. The Revolutionary Army is targeting me. The Night Order Commander Birkin, standing beside the Count, gave a nod. It was a signal that I could answer. With utmost respect, that is correct, Count. Nonsense. Along with the cold dismissal, the chill emanating from Lupion's body grew stronger. The Revolutionary Army within Belkers has been completely exterminated, and they have no rat holes to hide in here. Targeting me in this situation? It's not even funny. The cold air circling the room began to constrict around me more tightly. When the Elsidor magic imprint embedded in my right arm detected his cold energy, pain like my blood vessels were being torn apart swept through my entire body. Kook. Moreover, you were captured by the Revolutionary Army and lost contact. You should be dead by all rights. Did you think I would believe the words of someone like that? He doesn't believe it. Even if I possessed the protagonist's body, my essence is that of a powerless civilian. For someone like me to deceive this monster who ascended to the position of Count through suspicion and betrayal was impossible from the start. But still. However, that doesn't mean there's absolutely no way. My only strength is information. I knew things Lupion didn't know, and I knew things only Lupion knew. The difference in knowledge. The gap in information. To survive against that monster, I had to utilize everything I had. If you have nothing more to say, we're done. What a waste of time. The Revolutionary Army won't appear at the victory celebration in a month. Just before the hand with the magic imprint was about to become necrotic. Hearing my words, Lupion temporarily halted his magical power operation. What did you say? The Imperial Intelligence Department's operation failed. Their planted internal collaborator was discovered, and the Revolutionary Army withdrew. Hearing my words, Lupion's eyes narrowed as he looked at me. He was startled when the words victory celebration came out of my mouth. The Imperial Intelligence Department's operation details are top-level military secrets. Not the kind of information that should come from the mouth of a child who's never been near the capital. And simultaneously, it meant that Lupion, as one of the magic nobles, knew this information. Where did you get that information? As I reported, I captured a Revolutionary Army executive, and this is the information obtained through interrogation. I couldn't stop here. Limited time. I laid out all the cards I could play. They know that Elsidor is planning an eastern expedition. The Night Order's location and deployment status chart has been leaked. There's a traitor within the Night Order. Silence. Hearing my words, Night Order Commander Birkin shouted. A traitor in the Night Order? You rats who live off the Count's mercy dare to try to manipulate the Count with your worthless tongues. I am merely reporting the information I discovered. You still dare to. Birkin's words didn't continue, because Lupion raised his hand to stop him. The name of the traitor you discovered. Rugen Felburst. The third son of Viscount Felburst. Birkin. Lupion's gaze turned to Birkin. Is there a knight by that name in the Night Order? That is. After thinking for a moment, Birkin opened his mouth with a sour expression. He's one of the lower-ranked knights. I remember seeing the name while preparing the roster. Oh, that's quite interesting. Hearing Birkin's words, Lupion questioned him. The Night Order's personnel information should be strictly under the Night Order Commander's jurisdiction. Have you ever handed over the Night Order roster to Ben? That is. There's no way that happened. The Knife Head and the Night Order were at odds with each other. They barely shared operation details, let alone personnel information. Then how does this Knife Head member Grunt know the name of a lower-ranked knight? When Birkin couldn't answer, Elsidor spoke in a chilling voice. Interrogate this knight Ruggin. Let's cross-check the information. At the Count's order, 2 knights immediately left the interrogation room. His gaze turned back to me. The Revolutionary Army's attack plan, and now an internal traitor. If the information you've revealed is true, it would be a great achievement. I have not spoken any falsehoods. Yes, I hope so. Otherwise, you won't die peacefully. The Count laughed lowly as he said this and asked me, if all you say is true, then you have saved me and House Elsidor. So what do you want from me? Do you want money? Or perhaps a new life? Or are you eyeing Ben's position as his successor? He won't give any of those. In this situation where he's not even sure if it's true or false, there's no way he would make such sweet offers. This is a test. I want nothing. What did you say? Knowing this, I lowered my head with a resigned expression. A blade that has served its purpose should be broken, that's what the supervisor always said, what he always emphasized. And this answer would be exactly what he truly wanted to hear. Knife Head 41st Generation Eugene Lawrence. I have completed my report. After finishing my words, I gave a signal to one of the members guarding my sides. It meant to kill me now that the report was complete. Knife Head's first principle. I shall fulfill it, albeit belatedly. The member who received my gaze hesitated for a moment, then drew the dagger from his chest and approached me. The blue blade slowly approached, aiming for my neck. For Elsidor. With those words, force was applied to the dagger aimed at my neck. Stop. But at that moment, at the Count's shout, the blade that was about to cut my throat stopped moving. If the Count's order had been even slightly delayed, my neck would have been cut. Relief almost made me exhale, but I desperately held it in. Count. It was then that a knight ran up to the Count. Though he was whispering in his ear, I could easily guess the content. Ruggin has escaped. Then, hearing those words, Lupion's shoulders shook as if he couldn't contain his amusement. Hey, he. Ha 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 ha. I turned my head at the eerie laughter. Excellent. When I raised my head at his voice, the Count's gaze had changed. From displeasure and hostility to interest and curiosity. It worked. Just as planned with Maximilian. The Revolutionary Army's insider had safely escaped, and I had proven my words were true. Release his bonds. At the Count's order, the chains binding me fell to the floor. You will be confined to a private room. You will be under surveillance, and will be shot immediately if you show any suspicious behavior. Understood. Still not letting go of his suspicions even in this situation. It was a dizzying level of suspicion, but I didn't mind much. At least regarding the Revolutionary Army's attack plan, the Count trusted me. If what you say about them coming is true, then the important thing is their infiltration route. Have you discovered anything? Knowing the enemy's intentions meant being one step ahead of them. To the Count's question, asked with rising interest, I slowly set the plan in motion. I was told the Revolutionary Army's leader himself will command the invasion. They plan to cause simultaneous disturbances before he infiltrates alone. That's the best news I've heard. If that happens, I can finish the fight we couldn't complete before, and restore the family's authority that Claude had tainted. Speaking thus, Lupion showed no sign of fear even at the mention of the Revolutionary Army's leader coming. It was the composure that only an overwhelming powerful being could have. I will exploit the gap created by that composure to proceed with the plan, and the means they will use for that invasion is. I raised my finger upward. The sky. The airship they used to take young Master Claude. Now it was time to tell lies, not truth. Ha, ha. In the dark forest, Knight Rudel, who had been running until he was about to lose his breath, realized there were no pursuers and gasped for air. Rudel, this way? A familiar voice from the undergrowth. When he turned his gaze, a face he knew well appeared. Claude Elsidor. The young noble who had escaped from Elsidor and joined the Revolutionary Army. His golden hair, contrasting with Lupion's, was shining in the moonlight. Were there any pursuers? I can't be certain. If they're following me, we might already be in danger. While Rudel was speaking, Claude's eyes flashed as he pressed down on his shoulder. Ping dash? A dagger that grazed past his face. The shape of that blade was familiar to both Claude and the escaped Rudel. The Knife Head. As expected, they hadn't lost him. They had just been waiting, using him as bait. It's been a while, young Master Claude. The one who stepped forward saying this was Dwayne, the commander of Knife Head's tracking unit. Along with his voice, gas masks appeared from all around, aiming throwing knives at him. Why, young master? Call me Claude. I am no longer nobility. He had already exhausted all his magical power while escaping. Claude, who stood blocking Rudel's front, slowly extended his right arm. That's. Dwayne narrowed his brows as he saw Claude's arm. What was engraved on Claude's right arm was a red magic imprint that appeared to be burning, contrasting with Elsidor's magic imprint. It was the magic imprint used by the Revolutionary Army. The magic imprint bestowed by the Count. You discarded it. Magic imprint? No, that was a shackle. A shackle created by the Count to oppress me and you all. Nonsense. Whoosh. As the air froze, dozens of ice spears floated in the air. He was surrounded on all sides. However, Claude, without showing fear, activated his magic circuit. Whoosh dash. As if opposing the cold energy aimed at him, hot energy spread out from Claude's center. The wing-shaped magic imprint rose up high. Though it only had 2 strokes, the magical power emanating from it was enough to startle the knife-head members surrounding him. Plus, 1 TLN, I'll be using stroke, S, instead of line, S, from now on. I said it was because of me. Even now when he closes his eyes, he remembers that small devil who came looking for him and the hellish scene that unfolded afterward. Even himself, trembling in fear and powerlessly fleeing. That devil too must have worn the same appearance as them. But I won't run away anymore. His master had said that he was born with the qualities of a hero, that he would become the flame to change this corrupt world by burning himself. So he would burn it all. The house that imprisoned his mother and let her die in despair. His detestable father who tried to continue his filthy life by making him a sacrificial lamb. And this rotten empire that gave such nobles their power. Boom dash. The red magical power devoured the assassins surrounding him in an instant. His name was Claude Elsidor. He was a magician who inherited the Red Wing imprint. And a hero of revolution who would burn the empire. Hashtag 016. Hugh. A month since being confined to a private room. I gritted my teeth at the cold sensation flowing from my right arm. This is getting dangerous. My senses were gradually dulling, and my emotional fluctuations were becoming fainter. The auditory hallucinations about being loyal to the Elsidor family were constantly muddling my thoughts, and occasionally, I felt the urge to let go of my consciousness. Symptoms close to late-stage corruption. I could feel the mark of control engraved in the magic imprint gradually eating away at my body. Of course, I'm probably the only one who can feel this physically. The other members probably wouldn't even notice that the imprint was consuming them. Originally, the mark of control was a technique whose very existence was classified. If one doesn't know about the technique's existence, they won't even realize they're being controlled by someone. They'll think that they naturally developed loyalty as they adapted to the organization and made comrades. However, even in this situation, my mind hadn't surrendered. The pain and cold I'm feeling in my arm right now is proof of that. My mind, which should have been infiltrated long ago, continued to resist, causing the magic imprint to react adversely. I hope it's not too late. I muttered while activating my magic circuit. I circulated unprocessed, raw magical power through my blood vessels, suppressing the cold emanating from the magic imprint. Then, when the cold that had been enveloping my entire body somewhat subsided, SSSSS. A small spider appeared through the window gap. It's here. A reddish tint different from ordinary spiders. The faint magical power emanating from it. It was certain. The internal collaborator that Maximilian had hinted at during our brief 2-hour meeting. It was a contact sent by the Revolutionary Army. Pit. Red spider web spurted from the spider's rear. Slowly and quietly, the formed web was conveying this message to me. Execute. Today. I let out a short breath and checked the time. About 5 minutes until lunch would be brought. Fortunately, it was perfect timing. Thump thump. By the time footsteps were heard from afar, the spider had already left the room. Soon after, the door opened, and 2 familiar faces shrugged their shoulders while looking at me. Food's here, Eugene, Vale and Han. They were Knifehead members assigned to watch me for the past month. Here, today's meal. Han handed me 2 pieces of bread and a cup of water. There was no sign of wariness. After all, I was in a fairly well-liked junior position, and my relationship with the members was relatively smooth. It's been a month since you were confined, hasn't it? I don't understand what the supervisor is thinking. If he's going to kill him, kill him. If he's going to let him live, let him live. What's with this waste of time? Indeed. I pretended to be calm while agreeing and waited for my chance. Ben's reason for confining me was simple. If left alone for a month, the Elsidor magic imprint would infiltrate my entire body, eliminating any possibility of betrayal. In fact, I hadn't caused any problems during this month, and proportionally, their vigilance towards me had loosened. Senior Karen was really worried about you. When you get out, at least say hello to her. Did you know she particularly likes you? Always asking how Eugene is doing, if you're hurt anywhere. Eventually, as the topic shifted to Senior Karen, the 2 seniors completely dropped their guard. This was my chance. Anyway, I hope things work out well, Eugene. Even Dwayne feels sorry deep down, so talk. Swoosh. Just as the casual conversation was about to start, I initiated my action. 2 ice spears pierced through Han and Vale's lungs. After catching their falling bodies, I made them sit on the floor. Eugene. Looking at the 2 who were staring at me with wide eyes, I let out a sigh of relief. Good. I only pierced their lungs while they're still alive. If either of them had died here, the magical power reaction from the magic imprint would be cut off. If that happened, Ben in the garrison would notice something was wrong and immediately track me down. That's why I froze their wounds with ice spear while piercing their lungs, stopping the bleeding. About 30 minutes. Perhaps. They would live until the ice melts, and until then, my escape wouldn't be noticed. There was no time. You really, betrayed. Yes, I betrayed you? Looking at the 2 seniors with their eyes wide open, I smiled mournfully. Before I got betrayed myself. I won't live like a protagonist. This was my first resolution after being possessed into this damn game, and it was an absolute proposition that would never change. I will not be used by anyone. Whether it's Elsidor or the Revolutionary Army, it doesn't matter. Rather than getting caught up in events, I'll create them, and rather than being betrayed, I'll voluntarily become a traitor. I won't become a hero. I won't become a tool. I won't become a slave. I will merely become a survivor. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee through the thick dark clouds, and soon the red light revealed the identity of the intruders hidden by the clouds. Whoa! Dozens of airships floating in the airspace above Belker's territory. Leading them was an airship that every Imperial citizen would recognize. The Liberty. The flagship leading the Revolutionary Army's air fleet, and Maximilian's, the Revolutionary Army Supreme Leader's ship. Soldiers stationed throughout the territory hurriedly began evacuating citizens. Air raid warning! Air raid warning! Everyone take shelter indoors. The Revolutionary Army is attacking the territory. Hey there, don't go outside. You might get hit by stray shells. Though it was a surprise attack, the soldiers moved quickly. Soldiers at the anti-aircraft gun positions pulled their levers to align their sights, and soon dozens of anti-aircraft guns began firing shells into the sky. Thung dash, thung dash, thung dash, shells fired at regular intervals. However, instead of tearing through the airship's gas cells, they were blocked at a certain point and exploded in midair. Kwak-kwak-kwang! Acrid smoke rose thickly, but none of the soldiers watching cheered. Aerial assault using airships was the Revolutionary Army's specialty. There was no way they couldn't break through such basic anti-aircraft defenses. To walk dash? As they expected, the Liberty leading the formation emerged through the smoke. A translucent red barrier enveloping the airships including Liberty. Upon confirming this, the soldiers immediately released their prepared messenger birds. Confirmed mages aboard the enemy airship fleet. These airships are real. The communication officer assisting the family head received the messenger bird sent by the soldier. Hearing his report, Lupion smiled and stepped forward. Just as he said. Where he stood was the top floor of the Elsidor mansion. Standing at the top of the spire, Lupion stretched his hand toward the airship fleet invading his territory. The knights. All preparations are complete. Whenever the family head gives the order. Good. Tell all knights stationed at the mansion. Looking at Knight Order Commander Birkin with a resolute expression, Lupion gathered magical power. Begin technique synchronization. Activate the strategic magic circle. Payot dash. Dazzling blue light erupted from the magic imprint engraved on his hand. And taking that as a signal, blue lights began rising from all over the mansion. 1, 2, 10, 30. The blue lights that had multiplied into dozens changed from points to lines, beginning to connect with each other like threads being woven together. A circle encompassing the entire mansion. And Lupion standing at its center. Feeling the tremendous magical power flowing toward him, Lupion was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of omnipotence. Suyu. When he exhaled, white breath leaked out. The ground he stood on was already frozen, with icicles sprouting up. Magical power that couldn't be contained even by the family head's imprint was now gathered in his hands. Entangle. Shapate dash. When Lupion stretched out his hand, a blue magic circle formed above the airship fleet. A magic circle large enough to cover the entire fleet. Soon, using that magic circle as an entrance, an ice structure slowly revealed its form. Jajajek. Ice thorns that spread out like growing tree branches began ensnaring the airships one by one. The branches condensed with magical power mercilessly tore through the red barrier and began crushing and grabbing the airships within. An upside-down ice tree pierced through each of the Revolutionary Army's airships approaching the territory. When the technique succeeded, a cold smile spread across Lupion's face. Kuduk dash. The moment Lupion clenched his fist, all the ice branches entangling the airship fleet twisted at once and victory. With those words, the airship fleet that had maintained regular intervals became one mass. Like crushing a handful of insects into a ball. The Revolutionary Army's airship fleet, entangled in Lupion's ice prison, was crushed and turned into a massive sphere of scrap metal and garbage. His magic imprint was rider of the ice prison. And that was his most powerful large-scale strategic magic, Thorn Tree Castle. Kung dash. The airship fleet turned to scrap metal fell to the ground. It was deliberately done without injuries, allowing survivors to remain. Go. The Imperial mobile forces stationed at Elsidor charged toward where the fleet had fallen. Seeing this, a cold smile played across Lupion's face. It's been a while since we've had such good news. He had shot down the Revolutionary Army's flagship, Liberty. The group technique he had been developing for years had succeeded brilliantly, turning dozens of airships into scrap metal. It was thanks to knowing their invasion plans a month ago and preparing the group technique in advance. Ben will have a lot of work to do. Now the Revolutionary Army members who would crawl out of those airship wreckages would bring a handful of information for Elsidor's operations. Elsidor would use that information to exterminate the revolutionary elements that had infiltrated the Empire. And with such merit, Elsidor could take another leap forward. First seat among the Empire's magic noble families, surpassing Vakheim and Nachtval. The right to mix blood with the Imperial family. Just a little more. Just need to endure a little more. The title of hero who subjugated the Revolutionary Army. The right to infiltrate the Imperial family through marriage with royalty. Even possession magic that steals the body of the recipient by embedding one's consciousness in the magic imprint. Soon all conditions would be met. He, born as a mere frontier noble, would grasp the Kalhairam Empire in his hands? If that happened, finally. Kawaii! An unexpected explosion sound broke Lupion's reverie. An explosion that occurred behind him, not from the Revolutionary Army's airship fleet. When he turned around, Lupion couldn't help but doubt his eyes. Flutterdash? A red flag was planted in the center of the mansion. The hateful enemy symbol with a pair of soaring wings embroidered on it. And the one holding that flag was someone who shouldn't be here. I enjoyed watching your performance with all your might, Count Elsidor. It was a splendid spectacle. The Revolutionary Army Supreme Leader, Maximilian, and hundreds of Revolutionary Army mages lined up behind him. They were preparing for battle one by one as they looked up at him. How? As if unable to understand, Lupion's expression twisted uncontrollably. He couldn't comprehend this situation right now. Underground passage. The day I was caught by Maximilian, I revealed to him the existence of a secret passage that could lead into Belker's territory. Originally, I was planning to make Irene go berserk when all the Elsidor Knight Order had left, and then look for an opportunity. She is the possessor of an immense power that would later cause the Black Sun incident. Despite not even being 10 years old, Irene had that potential. Being young, it would have been easy to induce her to go berserk, and if she died along with Elsidor, that would have been perfect, but from the moment I was captured by Maximilian, this plan was over. I had begun to be suspected, and Lupion wouldn't leave me be. So instead, I planned to use this revolutionary army. Originally, it was an escape route I devised for my own escape. It's a direct route from the center to the outskirts of the territory. So we climb up that route in reverse and attack Elsidor. Exactly. Stop spouting nonsense. Upon hearing this, Maximilian snorted at me. You're Elsidor's trained hound. You're an enemy who deserves to be torn apart right now. And you want me to believe you and follow the route you've shown to enter Elsidor territory? Have you lost your mind? Then why did you keep me alive? Maximilian hesitated at my question. But it didn't matter. I knew what I needed to say. It's because the Emperor assassination operation was cancelled, isn't it? Am I wrong? Maximilian's eyes narrowed at my words. Seems like I'm not wrong. Before the main story began, the Revolutionary Army was nothing but a ragtag group of misfits except for its founder, Maximilian. What they had prepared by gathering all the capabilities of such a revolutionary army was an event that occurred 5 years before the story began. The Emperor assassination plan. Of course, in the main story, that operation ended in failure, but the changes that occurred to the revolutionary army afterward more than made up for that failure. The only group that attempted to assassinate the Emperor. That fact alone would significantly increase the revolutionary army's presence. From that incident onward, the revolutionary army would step up from being a mere rebellion organized in a moment to become a major force threatening the empire's foundation. Numerous talented individuals wanting to change the empire would concentrate on the Revolutionary Army, opening the floodgates for the Revolutionary Army's organizational systematization and talent recruitment. In other words, after taking a breath, I spoke slowly toward Maximilian. Whether the result was success or failure, the Emperor assassination operation was an operation that had to be carried out. However, I had informed him about the presence of an internal traitor, and the existence of the traitor was true. Maximilian's conviction had cracked, and the Emperor assassination plan was cancelled. They had gathered all of Revolutionary Army's total force for this plan, yet that goal had disappeared in an instant. Right now, the Revolutionary Army needs something else to turn its prepared blade toward. If they disperse now without doing anything, the Revolutionary Army will never again achieve this level of organization. After saying that, I asked him in return, "Am I wrong?" Humph, what an impudent brat. It was a reaction I often saw in the game. When he responds like this, it means I'm half right. You're right. I had stirred up the entire organization for the plan and even gave a grand speech, but in the end, we had to scrap it. In that situation, I caught you like a drowning man clutching at straws, and that led us to where we are now. In other words, he had been waiting for me to make this proposal. Despite having the knowledge of a possession victim, I was still played. Crazy bastard. While thinking that, I said to Maximilian, "However, this plan isn't without weaknesses. I didn't engage in half-baked psychological warfare or number games. There wasn't time, and I was the one at a disadvantage. There's only one secret passage leading to the mansion. It will take time for the entire Revolutionary Army to use it. If Elsidor notices the invasion and starts to surround us during that time, you will be eaten alive instead. Then it's all over." After saying that, I waited for Maximilian's response. Then, after a moment, "Then, we just need to make sure they don't notice, right?" "Yes." Maximilian grinned and said to me, "In that case, we have a way." "A way? What is it?" At my question, Maximilian chuckled and waved his hand. "Listen, kid. No matter how much information you provide, you're still a potential enemy. Why would I reveal that? Just know that we have a way." "Ah, yes. Why not join the Revolutionary Army? I'd welcome you anytime. I'll tell you the location of the secret passage. That concludes our deal." "Ah, this kid. Playing hard to get unnecessarily." With a mischievous smile, Maximilian kept poking my shoulder. In the main story, Eugene and Maximilian often talked like this. Whew, that was dangerous. I almost called him master. I heard they had a way, but I never thought they'd use this method. Rewinding to the present, I was dumbfounded watching the chunks of airships falling from the sky in one mass. An air squadron with one mage assigned to each airship. They're using the whole thing as bait. Dozens of mages capable of using defensive magic formulas, and dozens of airships they were riding. They used all that tremendous manpower and equipment as bait to divert Elsidor's attention, and in that gap, they infiltrated through the underground passage. I could understand using bait. What shocked me was those mages assigned to the bait role. That absolutely insane mindset of carrying out what amounts to a suicide mission without any hesitation. Well, come to think of it, the Revolutionary Army was full of such crazy people. They don't hesitate to face death to save their comrades. They jump into dangerous situations without any reservations if needed for the operation. They were truly brave warriors worthy of being the protagonist's companions, lacking nothing. That was the true strength of the Revolutionary Army, and the driving force that would allow them to overturn the Empire in the future. In 4 words, revolutionary spirit. It was the unbreakable will that was essential for any RPG protagonist. Bang dash! While I was thinking this, the entire Elsidor castle where I was standing shook greatly. Whoosh! Along with the sound of magic circuit activation that split the entire sky, 2 massive magic circles spread across the heavens. The blue thorny vine pattern, and the red wing pattern. Lupion, the head of Elsidor, and Maximilian, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had clashed. *TTY reincarnation difficulty for real. Muttering that, I entered through the mansion's back door and headed to the basement. A battle between 2 absolute powerhouses, Lupion and Maximilian. And I had to slip through that gap and secure the variable that would decorate the end of this battle. That variable's name was the Black Witch, Irene. She was located in the experimental wing in the mansion's basement. Looking at the 2 magic circles clashing in the sky, there wasn't much time left. Save me, save me. In the dark laboratory, the researchers were trying to flee in a hurry, but unfortunately, not many succeeded in escaping. Squelch dash, yuck. Black tentacles stretching out from the darkness pierced their bodies, dragging them into the deep prison basement. Kya! After some time passed with spine-chilling screams echoing, from the deep darkness underground, snow-white bare feet appeared. Gry. It was a black-haired girl. A girl who looked to be barely 10 years old, with black eyes gleaming through her disheveled long hair. However, what sprouted from her back was something incomprehensible to the human mind. Crunch crunch. Hundreds of teeth moved grotesquely, chewing on the bones of the researcher they had just taken. But whatever had sprouted from the girl's back wasn't satisfied with its hunger, as it rolled dozens of eyes scattered across its body, searching for the next prey. Creak. At that moment, the laboratory door that had been confining her opened. A small light appeared in the middle of the blood-soaked dark laboratory. As if uncomfortable with the light they were seeing for the first time in almost a year, the things growing from the girl's back slightly shrank back. Irene. However, soon after, when a familiar voice was heard from that light, Irene's expression immediately brightened. Wah! It was a voice she hadn't heard for months. The voice of a friend she thought she would never meet again. The voice of the only being who had comforted her endless loneliness and hunger. Eugene. Irene called out the boy's name. A boy with black hair similar to hers was approaching her. Is it Knifehead? Perfect timing? Contact the Count. PL please? That monster has escaped from the experimental wing. She didn't escape. /. When other researchers hurriedly approached the boy, he slit their throats with the dagger he was holding. I set her free. Saying that, the boy kicked the bodies of the researchers he had killed, pushing them toward the girl. Eugene. This is, well, like a zookeeper feeding prey to a beast. When Irene hesitated, Eugene slowly approached and placed his hand on her head. It's okay. You can eat. Seeing the boy's bright smile, life returned to the girl's hollow face. He smiles at me. Even on the day I was despised as a monster, even after seeing this monstrous evidence sprouting from my back. He even gives me food. He doesn't say eating people is wrong. Rather, he permits me to eat people. Chomp, crunch, crack dash. With a happier heart than ever before, Irene ate people. She was filled with satisfaction and fulfillment she had never felt before. After her hunger had somewhat subsided, the boy tore off a gown from one of the dead researchers and wiped the girl's face. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine. That's good. We have quite a long way to go. A long way to go? As Irene tilted her head, the boy said to her, let's leave this place together. And at the boy's single sentence, a bright smile bloomed on Irene's face. Why yes. But before that, there's something we need to do. What is it? What do I need to do? I'll work hard. That's good to hear. Pleased with her energetic response, the boy stroked her head once more. To leave here together, we need to kill everyone here. Every single person, without exception. Words that would have horrified anyone else who heard them. But the boy, undeterred, asked Irene again. Can you do that for me? Yes. Irene didn't hesitate for a moment. Good girl. As soon as he heard her answer, the boy took Irene's hand and led her. The result of the Elcrier family's horrific biological experiments. An aberration created by mixing human and monster. A monster who had been imprisoned underground due to her danger, never to be released to the surface again. The girl who would later be known as the Black Witch emerged into the world with a bright smile. #018. Kukwakwakwang. A series of magical power collisions occurred in succession. Unable to withstand the impact, the mansion's roof was blown completely off. Ha ha ha. I heard you were the master of ice magic, but you're quite disappointing compared to what I expected. As Maximilian emptied his revolver of used bullets and said that, Lupion who was watching ground his teeth. You lowborn scum, how dare you? Though his anger boiled, he had to acknowledge it. The attributes of his magic imprint Rider of the Ice Prison were freezing and binding. On the other hand, Maximilian's magic imprint Wings of Crimson possessed the properties of explosion and expansion, ice and fire, one who creates prisons, and one who destroys them. Whether considering magical attributes or properties, Maximilian's magic imprint formed a perfect counter to Lupion's magic imprint. It was as if someone had prepared this long ago specifically to bring about Lupion's downfall. Currently, only the Empire's magic corps can respond immediately, not the family's Knight Order. However, though the magic corps stationed at the territory's outskirts were hurrying here, even that couldn't resolve the current situation. The Revolutionary Army had appeared at the heart of the Elsidor mansion. Emerging from behind, the Revolutionary Army had slaughtered the few knights remaining in the territory and quickly occupied the mansion. And the Elsidor mansion was structured to function as a fortress in case of worst-case scenarios. The Magic Corps, who had to enter the mansion from the outside, were now in a situation where they had to wage a siege battle against the Revolutionary Army occupying the mansion. A perfect trap. Without knowing his entire plan, it would have been impossible to even attempt such a strategy. Without an internal betrayer, such an operation wouldn't have even been possible. Then who could it be? There weren't many suspects. Knight Order Commander Birkin wasn't ambitious enough to pull something like this off, and he had personally beheaded the head butler. The only one left was Ben, but that too was impossible. He was the one who had been most strongly and longest subjected to the mark of control that Lupion had devised. As proof, wasn't it true that he had completely exterminated the Revolutionary Army that had infiltrated Belcourse? Kukwang dash? Just as his thoughts were about to continue, Maximilian's reloaded revolver spewed fire. Along with a boom more like artillery fire than a gunshot, magic circles spread out, and red flames blocked Lupion's view. Lupion gritted his teeth. Now wasn't the time to think about traitors. Queruk dash? An ice wall rose from the ground to block the advancing flames. As the flames touched the cold ice wall, white steam enveloped the entire battlefield. Neither side could see ahead in this situation. However, this situation was an opportunity for Lupion. There you are. Dozens of ice chains spread from his feet like a spider web. They detected Maximilian's position and clearly showed what movements he was making. Lupion immediately created ice spears and launched them toward Maximilian. Bong dash? Kook. As expected. As his hastily raised barrier shattered, Maximilian's surprised face was revealed. This bastard. You thought you could catch the head of Elsidor inside the Elsidor mansion? What a fool. The gap created by the difference in magical power attributes. What offset that was this battle's location. For a mage, their residence was a fortress prepared specifically for them. Inside the Elsidor mansion, Lupion could fight at optimal efficiency. Detection spells spread throughout the mansion, auxiliary magic controlling the internal environment, and various items amplifying Lupion's magical power. Bind him. Lupion could know Maximilian's location even with his eyes closed. He could hear his voice even with his ears covered. Jayaok dash? Ice spikes sprouting from the ground entangled Maximilian. The ice, glowing blue with Lupion's magical power. They were spikes of death that would freeze skin on contact and cause tissue necrosis. Jayak? Kuug dash? Unable to dodge several of the dozens of spikes, Maximilian fell to one knee. Got it. Hit his leg. Inwardly rejoicing, Lupion summoned ice spears and moved the ice spikes to attack Maximilian. Kakakakong dash? Maximilian's barrier blocked the ice spikes and ice spears, but it wasn't perfect. Pak dash? One ice spear pierced his shoulder. Maximilian's face contorted in pain. Ha! A cruel smile played across Lupion's face. His opponent was fatally wounded and had lost momentum. There was no time to waste. Lupion immediately gathered his magical power and created numerous spikes and ice spears. This is the end. Along with those cold words, Lupion's spikes descended upon Maximilian. Swiaek dash? Dozens of death-bringing projectiles rained down toward him. Hugh. However, instead of dodging, Maximilian opened the cylinder of his revolver. Ice prison, huh? The more I see it, the less I like it. Click dash? After removing the spent magic bullets, he inserted new ones. Unlike ordinary bullets, these glowed red. The wing pattern engraved on the bullet head responded to his magical power, glowing as if ablaze. Shatter. Aiming straight ahead, Maximilian spoke a short command and pulled the trigger. Kukwang? Along with an explosion that shook the entire space, Lupion's magic shattered to pieces. WH what? You can't beat a noble in their mansion? There's no way to defeat a mage entrenched in their stronghold. Facing the visibly shocked Lupion, Maximilian sneered. A doctrine that could be called common sense in magical warfare. However, Maximilian lightly mocked that law. You nobles who spouted such things. What do you think happened to them all in the end? You, bastard. The magic used by the Revolutionary Army generally possessed the properties of flame. This was because the original source of their magic imprints was Maximilian's Wings of Crimson. However, Maximilian had mixed his ideology with this fact, elevating it into the Revolutionary Army's unique magical warfare doctrine. The rotting firewood scattered in the underbrush is our shelter, and the barren wilderness our battlefield. The Revolutionary Army's mages don't create strongholds. They were always invaders who attacked other mages' traps and conquered their established defenses. They were forced to fight in disadvantageous environments, and they had always emerged victorious. The result was the creation of magic bullets. These were crystals of condensed surplus magical power, which when fired, directly injected massive amounts of magical power into the magic circuit. Magic bullets. You insane third-rate mage. Third-rate mage, you say. The Empire's nobles who had mastered magic called Revolutionary Army mages third-rate. Magic bullets were unstable items that overloaded magic circuits and wore down magic imprints in exchange for providing explosive magical power. It was a short-sighted method of trading a mage's future for immediate power. Magic nobles spent long years training in magic and ultimately inherited their family's magic imprint. To them, those magic bullets were an abomination they could never accept. Then watch carefully from the afterlife. Click dash. However, mages who had experienced even one battle with the Revolutionary Army couldn't help but acknowledge it. Watch how these third-rate mages you despise bring down this empire. That abomination devised by vulgar third-rate mages had now become the most efficient weapon for killing magic nobles. Quarong dash. When Maximilian pulled the trigger, the thick steam instantly burst into flames. Kukwang? Pulling the trigger again, an arrow of flame concentrated into a single point mercilessly shook Lupion's barrier. Kuug dash. Compatibility and output. As he began to lose on both fronts, a look of dismay crossed Lupion's face. What on earth is the Magic Corps doing? Are they having this much trouble dealing with mere Revolutionary Army rabble? Even considering it was a surprise attack, the Revolutionary Army that had infiltrated the mansion numbered only about a few hundred. It made no sense that the Magic Corps, which outnumbered them more than tenfold, still hadn't entered the mansion. Even though the Elsidor mansion was fortified, this was an incomprehensible amount of time. Why weren't they coming? Had something happened outside? What about the knife head? What on earth was happening outside? Click. In the midst of these thoughts and calculations, that irritating characteristic sound of loading came from right in front of Lupion. Looking away while I'm right here, did you really think so little of the Revolutionary Army, noble sir? A fatal mistake. While he was preoccupied with the external situation, Maximilian had closed into point-blank range. This is the end. There was no time to dodge or defend. The hammer of the revolver aimed at Lupion's chest struck the primer of the loaded magic bullet and, kukwang, the flames that erupted from the muzzle crushed Lupion's chest. Revolutionary Army leader, Maximilian de Lascaux. Empire's magic noble third seat, Lupion Elsidor. In the battle between these two absolute beings, victory belonged to the Revolutionary Army's leader. Hook, Hyuk, Ka. Both hands trembled from the magic bullet's after effects. The overloaded magic circuit felt like it would burst into flames at any moment, and the magical power circuit formed in his right arm was torn to shreds. Damn, bastard. The number of magic bullets used in this one battle was 63. Considering his daily limit was 20 shots, he had expended an impossible amount. He was in such a critical state that even a slight touch could make him collapse. Nevertheless, Maximilian's mind was filled with nothing but satisfaction. An achievement comparable to assassinating the emperor. The significance of this battle wasn't simply eliminating one of the magic nobles. Elsidor was a massive family holding the third seat among the Empire's 12 magic nobles. They had engaged such a massive family in direct combat and killed their leader. Moreover, the one they had killed was from the notorious Elsidor family. Known by the alias Emperor's Hunting Dogs, they were villains who had persecuted countless innocent imperial citizens under the pretext of ideological verification. With this, the Revolutionary Army's reputation will be firmly engraved in the imperial citizens' minds. The Revolutionary Army, standing over Lupion's corpse, would become the vanguard of the Empire's liberation, and numerous talented individuals would knock on the Revolutionary Army's door. Now all that remained for the Revolutionary Army was to escape this mansion. The fact that the Magic Corps hadn't stormed in meant that their comrades were still outside. Bang dash! The head of Elsidor who persecuted imperial citizens, Lupion, is dead. Maximilian, bursting through the mansion doors, shouted while displaying his trophy in his right hand. What he held was Lupion's right arm. The arm with Elsidor's magic imprint, rider of the ice prison. Comrades, the operation was successful. Quickly retreat. Maximilian, trying his best to keep his back straight despite his condition, said this while looking at the mansion's outer walls where battle had continued and, seeing the sea of blood spread before his eyes, he realized something was terribly wrong. Gua. Everyone was dead. The Revolutionary Army who had followed him here, the Magic Corps who were trying to push into the mansion to stop them, the maids, servants, butlers, messengers, even the knife-head members who should have attacked from behind. They had all become brutally mangled corpses, dyeing the mansion red. Crunch crunch. And in the middle of that red pile of corpses, there was a girl. A girl biting the neck of a red-haired girl in assassin's attire she had caught. What is this? The moment Maximilian took a step forward to try to understand this horrific scene even slightly. Wings of Crimson, rider of the ice prison, and even sacrifices to raise Irene. A familiar boy's voice came from behind. Jean. The moment Maximilian spoke the boy's name, seeing his face covered in blood. The plan is successful. Puck. The dagger in the boy's hand pierced Maximilian's heart. #019. Kahyuk, cough dash. Maximilian's body, his heart pierced, lost balance and collapsed. In the Elsidor mansion where not even an ant stirred, only his coughing and the sound of Irene gnawing on bones echoed. However, this desolate scene didn't last long. Having seemingly grasped the situation, Maximilian broke the silence with a bewildered expression. Was this your doing, Eugene? How remarkable that he still had the strength to speak even with a knife in his heart. Admiring his extraordinary survival ability, I looked at Maximilian. Well, he was an NPC who made people say how is he not dead yet even in the main story, though he does eventually die in the later chapters. I told you, didn't I, that the plan was a success. Enough with the idle thoughts. Upon hearing my answer, his face, which had been full of questions, hardened. You seem curious about how things ended up like this. No matter how tenacious one's life force might be, one cannot rise after having their heart pierced. I approached Maximilian and slowly began to speak. Still, he was one of the important NPCs, and in the main story, he was the protagonist's mentor. I thought it was only right to at least explain why he was dying. I informed you about the existence of the secret passage and induced Revolutionary Army's surprise attack. I leaked false information to Lupion to make him think your main force would be the airship fleet. The smokescreen operation that Maximilian and I jointly orchestrated. Lupion fell for that deception and deployed the magic core outside the mansion. For the Revolutionary Army, it was a golden opportunity. And from my perspective, it was the first prerequisite for the plan. Thanks to that, you had no choice but to concentrate all your forces at the Elsidor mansion, and Lupion had to deploy the magic core outside the mansion. Maximilian had to use the Revolutionary Army, the blade he had carefully honed, and Lupion had to activate large-scale tactical magic to stop it. One side had no choice but to throw precious mages into the heart of enemy territory, while the other had to deploy their maximum forces externally. A precarious deadlock where both sides shouldered risks. The battle between the two forces began in that dangerous tug-of-war. Most of the Night Order isn't here? Stop them from joining Lupion? For the revolution. The Revolutionary Army gathered in the underground passage deployed their magic at maximum output, turning the mansion into literal wasteland. An elite force created by scraping together as many available mages as possible from the Revolutionary Army, which didn't have many mages. The concentrated power of the Revolutionary Army was enough to qualify as any Night Order. Revolutionary Army? Where the hell did they come from? Damn it, the Lord is isolated. All remaining knights and combat troops charge. We must join up with the Lord. In response, the knights remaining in the Elsidor mansion rushed out. Even though the majority of their forces were deployed to the Eastern Front, they were elite mages ranking third in the Empire. As if trying to make up for their previous mistake of letting Maximilian escape, they fiercely pushed back against the Revolutionary Army. Leaking information to both you and Elsidor was to create exactly this situation. Hearing my words, Maximilian coughed up blood-mixed phlegm and spoke. The Revolutionary Army lacking in absolute numbers, and the Night Order unable to receive support from the Magic Corps. A deadlock where neither side could gain the upper hand. The battle naturally flowed into a war of attrition, and the fatigue of forces on both sides gradually increased. And at the end of this fierce struggle, I raised my hand to point at Irene, who was filling her stomach in the midst of this tragedy. The greatest variable on this chessboard appears. When both sides' magical power was depleted, and they didn't even have the strength to grip their swords. When fatigue from battle reached its peak, though there were few casualties due to the evenly matched forces. Creak. Irene, having created a large black sphere above her head, opened the small door leading to the basement and walked out. Thump, thump. Irene slowly walking out to the center of the battlefield. What is that? Looks like a girl, but... The Revolutionary Army, who had no way of knowing about her existence, was bewildered by the appearance of this out-of-place figure. Wait, if she came from the basement, could it be? The Elsidor Knights, who knew of her existence even if only through rumors, could only be overwhelmed with despair. After looking around at both sides, Irene, feeling terrible hunger, stretched out her hand. Coo. Dozens of mouths protruding from the black sphere began to roar at them. 30 minutes. That was how long it took for the brightly smiling Irene to completely annihilate the exhausted Night Order and Revolutionary Army. Finding that child was a coincidence. Although Elsidor had been conducting experiments away from the Imperial Magic Department's eyes for a long time, to think they would put a monster's core into a human body. Grab. While I was enthusiastically continuing my explanation, suddenly, Maximilian grabbed my collar and shouted at me. Why? Blood flowing from his mouth and eyes. Transformed into a demon-like appearance, Maximilian was growling at me. Why on earth did you do this? Looking at that sight, I stopped my explanation and met Maximilian's gaze. If you wanted to escape the life of an assassin, you could have asked me for help. If you wanted wealth and glory, you could have revealed the real entrance. But you did neither. You destroyed both the Revolutionary Army and Elsidor. The defeated revolutionary was crying out to me in anguish. Resentment, hatred, doubt, despair. His voice, mixed with countless emotions, was directed at me, and I could clearly feel his anger, but... Well, I didn't particularly feel any guilt. It seemed that 10-year-old Eugene's heart had worn away completely at this young age. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Because that's the only way I can live my life completely as my own. At my words interrupting his, Maximilian's voice stopped. If I kill Elsidor, I become a traitor who killed an imperial noble. If I join the Revolutionary Army with you, I'd have to live my life being hunted. That's why I killed both sides. to remain as an innocent imperial citizen caught in the fight between the revolutionary army and magic nobles. When we first met, you said it, didn't you? That you saw the qualities of a hero in me. It wasn't just me. You said that to all your disciples. However, while playing this game, I had a special sentiment about that title of hero. You are the hero of the revolutionary army. Only you, the hero, can do this. This is what a hero must do. The word hero that I heard endlessly throughout Revolution Empire. That title was a guarantee to accept impossible missions, and a free pass to dangerous zones with slim survival rates. Those who praised the protagonist as a hero all betrayed him one by one, and protagonist Eugene could only realize this fact when he was at death's door. Having experienced countless such incidents and dangers, I could say this. Hero, protagonist, warrior, hero. All those countless titles were truly sickening. What? Maximilian wore an expression of complete incomprehension at my words. But it didn't matter. Facing Maximilian, who was looking at me with eyes full of disbelief, I spoke slowly and deliberately. A hero is nothing but a tool to fulfill the objectives of those who use them. Their life is not that of a human but of livestock, and their sacrifice is merely exploitation dressed up in the fine clothes of the word sacrifice. I won't live like that anymore. I didn't want to live bound by the role of protagonist, as someone's tool. Revolution? The Empire's transformation? The world's salvation? Do it all yourselves. I'm out. In this game world where only miserable endings exist, Eugene Lorenz's purpose is just one thing. To survive. To survive and live completely according to my own will. Click. I picked up Maximilian's gun that had fallen to the floor. One magic bullet remained in the cylinder. This should be enough. The wings of crimson Maximilian possessed was a 7-stroke magic imprint. And this magic bullet was a monstrous round that even the highest level magic imprint comparable to the head of a magic noble family could barely withstand. It had enough power to shatter my mere 3-stroke magic imprint. Eugene. You. Farewell, master. Though Maximilian seemed to have more to say, I didn't listen anymore. The cold muzzle of the gun aimed at its owner's heart. It was nice meeting you, even if briefly. Bang! With the gunshot, the founder of the Revolutionary Army lost his life. Thud! Maximilian's body, having served its purpose, crumpled lifelessly. Eugene, if you're done, can I eat this person? No, he's someone I know. Patting Irene's head who had approached my side, I said that. Maximilian's corpse staring at me with wide-open eyes. Ignoring that gaze, I picked up Lupion's right arm that had fallen at his feet. Still, as expected, it hasn't disappeared. Elsidor's magic imprint still hadn't lost its light despite losing its owner. When I concentrated, I could still feel the characteristic cold chill continuing inside the arm. Wondering if perhaps Lupion was still alive, I checked inside the mansion, but Lupion's entire upper body including his heart had been crushed. Then there was only one conclusion. Even at this point when its owner Lupion was dead, the mark of control was still alive. Good thing I killed them beforehand. Saying that, I looked at the corpses strewn across the mansion courtyard. Revolutionary Army in trench coats, knights in red coats and ornate medicine cases, and finally, the knife-head members in gas masks and hoods. Hugh, taking in their corpses with my eyes, I looked up at the sky with a dejected expression. The knife-head seniors I had lived and worked with for almost 2 years. I wondered if there wasn't a way to release the mark of control without killing them, but it was impossible after all. Then, there's only one troublemaker left. The Revolutionary Army's attack was fierce, and Elsidor's resistance was intense. The knife-head gave up the advantage of stealth and confronted them head-on, so there's no need to say how desperate they were. Irene's black sphere killed them all. However, among all those corpses, only one person's corpse couldn't be confirmed. Ben Harks, the supervisor who oversees everything in Knifehead. The moment I quietly spoke his name, clang, the black tentacle Irene summoned deflected a dagger aiming for my back. I thought you were just an excellent member, but I never expected this level. Eugene. A giant in a robe was walking towards me. Dozens of daggers filled his waist, legs, and arms all over. The black daggers that the Knifehead members wore on their chest. You're more sentimental than I thought. Collecting the members' daggers. They're guys I've personally trained for decades. Even if they're not my children, I have at least the affection of a master for his disciples. Saying that, Ben stood in the middle of the mansion courtyard and drew the sword at his waist, creating a clash between the Revolutionary Army and Elsidor, causing the Lord's death, then eliminating the Revolutionary Army leader. Truly impressive. Your survival wasn't part of the plan, Supervisor. That's fortunate then. It means my skills haven't rusted yet. The 5-stroke magic imprint shining on his right arm. Except for Night Order leader Birkin, it was the most powerful magic imprint in the Elsidor family. Eugene. It's okay. Stay there. Using Irene would have been safer, but I held her back. She had already consumed too much blood. If she were to devour a magician's body full of magical power now, there was a real possibility she would go berserk. I didn't expect to test it this soon. Thinking that, I pulled out the gun from my breast pocket. Seeing Maximilian's gun in my hand and the new red magic imprint engraved on my right arm, Supervisor Ben let out a short exclamation. Wings of Crimson? Ah, so that was your goal. Though I didn't expect to obtain it this way. To think I'd obtain the magic imprint that the protagonist inherits in the original work like this. Saying that, I slowly aimed the gun at Ben. Then Ben pointed his sword at me and spoke in his characteristically monotone voice. Knifehead 41st generation official member, Eugene Lawrence. You are Knifehead's final target. Whoosh! With Ben's words, dozens of ice shards flew towards me. Such powerful magical power that my previous self couldn't have even responded to. However, instead of deploying a defensive barrier, I channeled magical power into my right arm holding the gun. Whoosh! The wings of crimson accepting my magical power emitted a red light, and the magic engraved there began to unfold at the muzzle. Since I killed my master from my previous life with my own hands, now it's time to kill my master from this life. Hashtag 020. Boom! The flames that burst from the muzzle instantly incinerated the shards of ice rushing toward me. Overwhelming firepower that effortlessly devoured magic worthy of a Night Order commander. It was truly power deserving of the name flames that burned the Empire. Here it comes. However, instead of being surprised by its power, I immediately pulled my body back to prepare for the next attack. For the named monster I knew, Ben Herx. There was no way he would die from just one attack like this. Whoosh dash! Kook! Ben's sword swept through the spot where I had been just moments ago. The second strike rushed in without delay. However, one dodge bought me enough time to respond. Thwack dash! Crack! After kicking away his sword, I struck away Ben's hand that tried to grab my clothes. Ben's main combat style was grappling, utilizing his unique physique and strength. The moment I get caught in those hands even once, he would crush my skull right there. You fed Karen to that monster, Ben said during our close combat. Did you know that one admired you? I heard she even had quite promising plans for the future. It was news to me, but I felt no particular emotion. Her brain was already infiltrated by the mark of control. I couldn't save her, and she wasn't valuable enough to be worth saving and utilizing. It was a bit touching that she called my name when she died, but that's no longer my concern. Eugene. In the middle of these thoughts, I realized. What are you doing getting distracted by psychological warfare? To spend 4 sentences explaining the justification for killing. I suppose I'm more emotional than I think I am. Wham dash! Ben's fist struck my abdomen with full force. Fuck. Why does it sound like being hit with a mace when he's using his fist? Kulak, kek, uwek, kek. After being thrown far and sprawled on the ground, I desperately held back the urge to vomit. Ben's fists, no matter how many times I get hit, I can't get used to them. However, Ben seemed quite surprised by my next action, as he took his stance with renewed interest. Getting up right away, your endurance has improved. It has. Thanks to someone. I raised my gun toward Ben with a smirk. However, the current situation wasn't good. This is dangerous. The wounds from Ben's hits weren't the problem. Well, thinking about it, that's a fucking big problem too, but anyway, that wasn't what mattered. I'm running low on magical power. Just using magic imprint once consumed 20% of my accumulated magical power. In my current physical state, I couldn't handle the magical power consumption of this Wings of Crimson. Well, when you think about it, it makes sense. The body of a 10-year-old child. Immature magic circuit and underdeveloped magical power circuit. Such a fragile body equipped with one of the highest tier magic imprints in this world. It's like putting a motorcycle engine in a supercar chassis and flooring it. The engine couldn't handle it, and the car couldn't run properly. If this were a game, it would be the worst build possible. That thought made me laugh involuntarily. If I could have grown optimizing for maximum efficiency, I wouldn't be struggling like this. Thinking this, I gauged the amount of magical power I had left. I can use magic about 3 more times. Any more than that and it's straight to magical power exhaustion. The status ailment I experienced 2 years ago fighting Saul's gang, magical power exhaustion. But the situation now was different from then. There was no hospital here to treat my collapsed body, no kind doctor. The moment I collapse, I die. Click. Still, it's not like I have no chance of winning. I recalled the exchange I just had with Ben. One clash, and an ambush. Ben's magic couldn't negate mine, and he had no choice but to settle it in close combat. In speed, strength, and stamina, Ben has an overwhelming advantage. However, the one element where I overwhelm him, firepower. Then what I could do was already decided. Short decisive battle using overwhelming firepower advantage. No choice but to pour everything into one exchange. After making this decision, I drew out as much magical power as I could from within my body. Thud dash. When I stepped forward holding up my dagger, Ben seemed uncharacteristically surprised. But that was only for a moment. As if indicating he wouldn't avoid the challenge, he received my attack with a faint smile. Clang, clang dash, clang clang. Close combat continued without pause. I desperately swung my dagger looking for Ben's openings, and Ben skillfully blocked it using his arms and legs. Don't ask why blocking a knife with limbs makes metallic sounds. Even I who am fighting right now don't understand it at all. You were hasty, Eugene. Close combat against a mage of Elsidor. At that moment, along with that brief comment, the magic imprint engraved on Ben's right arm activated. Crackle dash. What I felt then was a coldness that seemed to tear at flesh. Looking at the ground, the earth around Ben began to slowly freeze. This is a technique used by the Knights of Elsidor. Originally, I developed it. It wasn't just the air and ground that were freezing. The cold instantly penetrated my body, and my attack speed noticeably decreased. That slight gap that was created. Ben didn't miss it. It's over. The giant's fist swung greatly aimed at my abdomen and thud. lifted my body up, about to crush my internal organs. No, should have crushed them. Got you? Thunk dash. When the dagger stabbed into Ben's arm, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Despite taking his strike head-on, I was still alive. How am I alive? Surely all my internal organs should have been destroyed? The content of his thoughts was crystal clear. Click. I gripped the gun in my empty right hand. Heresy. Maximilian's unique item, its effects when equipped were removal of Wings of Crimson usage penalties and instantaneous regeneration ability. Through Ben's attack just now, I realized these effects were being applied to me. And through close combat, I induced his attack and caught my opportunity. The instantaneous regeneration ability that activated the moment Ben's fist tore through my internal organs. That turned the tide of this battle. I said my endurance improved, didn't I, Supervisor? Looking at Ben's face still not recovered from shock, I quietly murmured. That was a lie. With those words, I pulled Heresy's trigger. Screech dash. I awakened magical power 7 years earlier than in the original work. I desperately increased my magical power capacity and optimized my magical power circuits using all the knowledge I had. Those 2 years of enduring and bearing with it. I poured all of that into this single moment. Wait, what exactly does that mean? Inside the armored train heading to Belker's territory. Hearing the staff officer's report after reading the code table, the middle-aged man in uniform dropped his cigarette. Count Elsidor's magical power signal disappeared. Is this true? His name was Kieran Vokheim. The 4th son of the Vokheim Duchy, he was the division commander of the Empire's 72nd Division stationed on the Eastern Front. It's certain, Major General. The amount of magical power communications from the Night Order has surged, and the atmosphere is unsettled. Hearing the staff officer's report, Major General Kieran cupped his chin in thought. Something happened to that Viper. Originally, the Eastern Wasteland Expedition was a joint operation between Elsidor and Vokheim. More precisely, it was a joint operation between Lupion, who held supreme command of the Empire's Magic Corps, and Kieran, the 72nd Division commander. However, the relationship between the two who had to pioneer the Eastern Wasteland together was extremely awkward. The expedition's top priority is eliminating the monsters settled in the wasteland, and the Magic Corps is central to monster warfare. The 72nd Division should follow our command. It's the 72nd Division's infantry, not the Magic Corps, maintaining the Eastern Front, and the supply lines built in the wasteland were created with our soldiers' blood. If you want to keep your footing on the front lines, the Magic Corps should refrain from independent action and support the 72nd Division's operations. A simple difference of opinion during meetings. However, as disagreements continued, this difference of opinion escalated into a pride battle between the Magic Corps and the 72nd Division. A non-awakened who can't do anything against monsters wants to command us? Don't be ridiculous. Those who can't do anything without protection from these non-awakened, what are you going on about? As more time passed, this dispute evolved into an emotional conflict between the awakened and non-awakened, and eventually the two groups on the Eastern Front became so antagonistic they had to monitor each other's communications. In the midst of this, the Elsidor Night Order and Magic Corps suddenly executed a full withdrawal. Kieran, the 72nd Division commander, was heading to Belker's territory to protest this decision. This is maddening. I thought it was just a ploy to gain control of the front lines, but to think something actually happened. Major General, over there? Look over there. While lost in thought sitting in the VIP compartment, Staff Officer Rick called out to him. Those wreckage are from the Revolutionary Army. What did you say? Revolutionary Army. Looking where the staff officer's finger pointed, Major General Kieran's eyes widened, because he saw numerous airship wreckage crashed together in one mass, and the black hull protruding from that pile of scrap metal, the infamous Revolutionary Army's airship fleet. The Liberty, which served as the fleet's artillery ship, lay face down on the ground like garbage. That bizarre appearance. It was shot down by magic. It was only momentary that he shuddered at the tremendous power that had handled the Revolutionary Army's airship fleet like toys, which wouldn't even be scratched by ordinary anti-air defenses. Major General Kieran realized smoke was rising from within Belker's territory. Judging by the location, the source of the smoke was the Elsidor mansion located in the center of the territory. As his staff officer reported, something had clearly happened to Elsidor. Rick. Yes, Major General. After finishing his thoughts, Kieran spoke to his staff officer. How many soldiers are on this armored train? The 1st, 7th, and 12th battalions are aboard. About 1,000 men total. 1,000 men. Major General Kieran immediately organized the situation in his head. The Revolutionary Army's airship fleet on the ground. The incident with Count Lupion and the burning Elsidor castle. The size of Elsidor's forces excluding those deployed to the Eastern Front. Relay to each battalion commander. All forces prepare for combat. All train artillery batteries load high explosive shells for urban suppression and move according to division commander's orders. Major General. Then. Yes. The deliberation was brief, and the decision was quick. Major General Kieran immediately ordered his staff officer. Revolutionary Army surprise attack confirmed. The 72nd Division will enter the city and eliminate the Revolutionary Army inside. Along with the division commander's order, dozens of field guns mounted on the armored train slowly began to move. Seeing this, Kieran hardened his expression and took out a cigarette from his breast pocket. Boom dash! An explosion was heard from the direction of the distant Elsidor mansion. Judging by how the explosions and screams were dying down, it seemed there wasn't much time left. #021. All troops disembark. Screech dash. The infantry of the 72nd Division, disembarking from the armored train, immediately began securing various parts of the Belkers domain. As of this moment, the Belkers domain is under Imperial Army control, and all trains and airships are to cease operations. Imperial Army? What? Why are you people here? Quick, remaining personnel, stop them, if they get inside the mansion. The Magic Corps mages stationed at the outskirts tried to stop the Imperial Army, but it was futile. Boom, ugh, irk. The sound of the howitzer mounted on the armored train shook the entire domain. It was a blank shell with no warhead, not meant for actual killing, but a show of force to demonstrate firepower superiority. Drop your weapons, now. Alright, don't shoot. Imperial Army, what's the meaning of this suddenly? As hundreds of gun barrels pointed at them simultaneously, the Magic Corps lost their will to fight. With their forces depleted trying to break through the mansion occupied by the Revolutionary Army, and the magical power signature of the head of the household, Elsidor, now gone. In this situation, it was impossible to stop the Imperial Army advancing with their armored train. It's quiet. Despite the battle at the castle, Major General Kieran remarked while walking down the deserted main road. For this level of disturbance, there should be at least someone coming out to check the situation or domain residents trying to escape, but there wasn't a single one. It seemed to show at a glance how much Elsidor had oppressed the domain's residents. Clank clank. Eventually, Kieran and his soldiers arrived at the main gate of the Elsidor mansion. Looking at the facility that was closer to a fortress than a mansion, Kieran let out a sigh. So this is why the Magic Corps couldn't rashly enter. The battle took place inside the mansion. Even if the Magic Corps stationed at the outskirts tried to enter belatedly, the Revolutionary Army that had infiltrated would have occupied the towers and fortified their position. To think they would have to siege a fortress they themselves built. Kieran couldn't understand why Lupion made such a decision. The gate is locked, but there are no signs of life on the other side. This is, blow up the gate and enter. At Kieran's order, the combat engineers immediately began setting up explosives. Military explosives were plastered all over the Elsidor mansion's main gate with its classical decorations. Bang! With an explosion, the gate disappeared without a trace. At Kieran's gesture, soldiers with rifles raised rushed into the mansion interior and masse past the thick castle walls like a fortress and the heavy main gate. As they stepped inside, the faces of the soldiers who saw the mansion's interior turned pale. Major General. This is, what? The mansion's interior was a sea of blood. A space covered in blood and torn body parts scattered here and there. It was an unbearably horrific sight even to Major General Kieran, who had been through countless battlefields. Ugh, ugh. Upon witnessing this unexpected carnage, several soldiers retched. However, they couldn't stop the search because of that. The soldiers swallowed hard and began searching throughout the mansion with their rifles at the ready. Revolutionary Army, Elsidor Knights. What's with these gas masks? They checked the bodies strewn across the mansion courtyard. Look here. All the servants and coachmen were killed too. What in the world happened here? They started searching for survivors inside the mansion. These bones buried under the castle wall. Looks like they've been buried for a while. Wait, aren't these children? This place looks like a training ground and barracks no matter how you look at it. What were these crazy Elsidor bastards doing inside this mansion? As they thoroughly searched the completely destroyed Elsidor mansion. Found it? It's Lord Lupion's body. It's Maximilian? We found the Revolutionary Army leader's body. At the two pieces of news that came simultaneously, Kieran frowned. The bodies of the two men were soon brought out on stretchers. Looking back and forth between Lupion and Maximilian's bodies, Kieran fell into deep thought. As expected, it's certain that Maximilian killed Lupion. Lupion's corpse had his chest completely crushed, and the arm that should have had the magic imprint was cut off. The Revolutionary Army won the battle between the two factions, and Maximilian had enough leisure to retrieve Lupion's magic imprint. But why? How could the victor Maximilian be dead? Kieran examined Maximilian's body. A huge hole in the heart area, as if pierced by a massive bullet. This isn't a trace of Lupion's ice magic. This is Maximilian's own magic. To die by his own magic, does that mean he committed suicide? Kieran looked at Maximilian's right arm. The magic imprint wings of crimson that should have been implanted there was nowhere to be found. Elsidor's right arm hasn't been found yet, and Maximilian's magic imprint has also disappeared. Then, spitting out his finished cigarette, Kieran reached a conclusion. An unknown third party must have taken everything for themselves. If that's the case, the problem becomes even more serious. Rider of the Ice Prison and Wings of Crimson. To think two magic imprints equivalent to strategic weapons have disappeared. If these were to leak to the Revolutionary Army or a foreign country like West Rain? As Major General Kieran's concerns deepened. Two survivors found? Their children. Oh. At the shout from a corner of the mansion, color returned to the soldiers' faces. Children? Really? Yes? One girl and one boy? We'll protect them now. The reporting soldier slung his rifle on his back and took out a chocolate bar from his pocket. Here, this way kids. Don't be scared, take Uncle's hand. Soon after, small hands emerged hesitantly and grabbed the soldier's hand. A boy and girl who had been hiding in a closet in a corner of the mansion. Eugene Lawrence and Irene Elcrier. 2 days after the search of the Elsidor mansion was completed, Kieran and the 72nd Division cleaned up the blood-soaked mansion and made it their temporary base. They still had work to do, such as confirming the identities of the fallen and their military achievements, processing the bodies and maintaining public order, even for internal affairs of a noble family. This went too far. What particularly caught Major General Kieran's attention were the children's bones piled up inside the Elsidor mansion and the torture chamber. Flipping through unsettling photos and reports, the Major General put a cigarette in his mouth. So they're still not saying anything. Yes, Major General. It seems they're quite shocked after seeing that carnage firsthand. Yes, understandable. Though the Major General agreed with the staff officer's words, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. After pondering for a while, the Major General finally put down the report he was reading and stood up. Guide me to the children. I'll talk to them directly. Major General will speak to them personally. Yes. The staff officer who heard Kieran's words immediately led the way. The children were in one of the guest reception rooms located in a corner of the mansion. It was a luxurious room but had few pieces of furniture. 2 beds and a desk in the middle of the room, and chairs. The original furniture had been removed to suit its purpose as an interrogation room. The soldiers probably took any valuable items while they were at it. Are these the children? Kieran asked, looking at the 2 children sitting at the desk. The 2 kept their distance while watching him warily. Judging by their complexion, he could imagine how the soldiers and staff officers in charge of interrogation had treated the children. Soldier there. Kieran called to the soldier guarding the interrogation room. Private First Class? Benny R.A. Yes, Benny. Sorry, but could you give us some space? When the soldier stammered at the division commander's words, he smiled and patted the soldier's shoulder. Go out. The kids must be scared with soldiers glaring at them. Yes. Tell the staff officer outside. Tell him to brighten up the interrogation room's atmosphere and bring some combat rations. Maybe they'll open up if I give them some crackers or candy. After making that request, Kieran slowly approached and sat in the chair placed in the center of the room. Kieran didn't ask questions first. He merely looked back and forth between the 2 children with a faint smile. After some silence continued that way, the boy who couldn't bear the awkwardness opened his mouth. Are you not going to ask questions? It was the boy sitting on the left. Eugene was his name, wasn't it? Looking at the boy's seemingly frightened face, Kieran narrowed his eyes. That child, something's different. Though he was acting like a frightened child, years of military experience and instinct warned him. This boy named Eugene. He wasn't simply trembling in fear. You said you're Eugene. Why yes. Looking into the eyes of the boy who was looking up at him dejectedly, Kieran asked. You're not an innocent victim, are you? Yes. He seemed to try denying it for a moment but it was useless. Kieran looked into Eugene's eyes with his chin resting on his interlocked hands. Among the boy soldiers scattered across battlefields, there are children with eyes similar to yours, hiding daggers behind the mask of a child, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opponent to let their guard down, ready to go for the throat at any time. The look in the eyes of children who survived while bearing responsibilities unfitting for their young age. Eyes that children of that age shouldn't have. By my guess, you're not an innocent survivor. At least a party to or collaborator in the incident that turned Elsidor upside down. Perhaps even the mastermind. The girl sitting next to him, seemingly frightened by the relentless words, hid behind the boy's back. So there should be no lies in answering this question I'm about to ask. Sorry to that child but it can't be helped. Suppressing his guilt, Kieran spoke to the boy. Who killed Maximilian? If he insisted on denying until the end, there was no choice. A torture specialist would be dispatched, and real interrogation would begin. The current empire was that cruel of a country after all. Please take off the mask. Thinking that, Kieran waited for the boy's answer. Eventually, as if having made a decision, the boy dropped the frightened posture he had maintained throughout. Major General Kieran Vaugheim, right. Speaking in a languid voice unfitting for his age, he addressed Kieran. Wait. How does that child know my name? I never once mentioned Vaugheim? Before making my statement, I have one request. Such thoughts were brief. The boy, now sitting comfortably as if a different person from moments ago, said to Kieran. Perhaps, do you have a cigarette? What? Hearing the words of the boy called Eugene, Kieran was dumbfounded for a moment. This child seemed to be much stranger than he had thought. #022. The harsh cigarette smoke seeped into the 10-year-old body. Though my throat burned and my head spun, I still enjoyed this feeling. Phew. A cigarette I'm smoking for the first time in 10 years since reincarnating. Savoring that lingering sensation slowly, I looked at the man in military uniform sitting across from me. Kieran Buckingham. A figure belonging to the second prince's faction who had the highest right of succession to the throne, known as the empire's last great general who blocked the revolutionary army in the final chapters. The master of defensive warfare who decimated the revolutionary army with strategy and tactics alone, even after they had defeated all the prominent family heads and upper magic nobles. An NPC who should appear in the final chapters was now looking at me with incredibly interested eyes. I got mixed up in something bad. All the main figures of the Elsidor family died in the battle with the revolutionary army. What remained were only the executives and knights belonging to the magic corps. I thought I could somehow manage to deal with just that much when I caused this mess, but who knew I'd meet this person at this timing? Nothing was going according to plan. Is that really true? It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'm the only one who can properly testify anyway. In the end, I dropped the act of being an innocent victim and spilled everything. I could try to play more mind games, but it's too dangerous. The reason I could deceive Maximilian was because he believed in me. The reason I could manipulate Le Pion was because he looked down on me. Right now, I was just a street urchin, a child, and someone marked with the mark of control. One side with sympathy, one side with carelessness. However, unlike those two, Kieran neither sympathized with nor underestimated me. His sense of privilege diluted through countless battlefields experienced firsthand. His tenacity to doubt everything regardless of appearance or background. And the unique circumstance of being the only survivor of a mansion turned into a sea of blood. The situation wasn't favorable enough to handle with half-baked psychological warfare. Maximilian killed Elsidor, and both the Revolutionary Army and Elsidor's side were nearly annihilated. I killed Maximilian when he was mortally wounded and took his magic imprint. After saying that, I rolled up my sleeve to show the magic imprint implanted in my arm. Kieran let out an exclamation when he saw the wings of crimson emitting a red light. Then what about that child next to you? She's just an ordinary girl. I rescued her from the underground prison. However, while revealing my own cards, I concealed information about Irene sitting next to me. She was a being who had a monster's core implanted instead of a magic circuit, and who grew stronger by eating people. If it became known that she had massacred the mansion's people, there was a possibility that Kieran's attitude towards us would completely change. Besides, I was the one who ordered that. If we're found out, both of us die, that's what I mean. We confirmed Count Elsidor's corpse in the center of the mansion. Seeming quite satisfied with my smooth testimony, Kieran asked while relaxing his expression. I heard his right arm, which should have had the magic imprint, was completely torn off. Do you happen to know where it is? I do. Because I hid it. You hid it? A magic noble's magic imprint. Yes. Why? With that, I leaned forward slightly and opened my mouth while looking at Major General Kieran. Because I wanted to make a deal with someone from the Empire who came looking for me. Ha, a deal. Hearing my words, Kieran's eyes narrowed. He probably thought it wasn't even worth laughing at, a 10-year-old kid talking about making deals with an Imperial Division commander. But I didn't think he would refuse. He won't be able to resist hearing it. I had deceived both the Revolutionary Army and Elsidor's side, killed the Revolutionary Army's leader, and usurped his magic imprint. Unlike before, I was no longer just an ordinary child. As if my prediction hit the mark, Kieran gestured with his chin for me to continue. Now, this is where it really begins. After clearing my throat, I slowly opened my mouth. I'll give you both the achievement of killing Maximilian and Elsidor's magic imprint, Major General. And hearing those words, Kieran stared at me with wide eyes. Major General suppressed Elsidor's magic core and immediately cleaned up this mansion. With testimony from me, the only survivor, you could easily claim the achievement. That's true, but... Though Kieran nodded, he seemed somewhat suspicious. Why make such an offer? You could just report directly to the Imperial capital under your own name. Would the Imperial family believe my word? If you show that magic imprint, they would. If needed, I could even submit the report under my name. I appreciate the offer, but that won't work. I shook my head at Kieran's words. I'm just a child without any backing. If someone like me tries to claim the achievement, I don't think the Elsidor family would leave me alone. Oh ho, though Count Elsidor was dead, his influence was still intact. Numerous lower houses, branch families, and nobles connected to Elsidor. If I tried to make deals with Elsidor's magic imprint, they wouldn't leave me be. Moreover, and if you report to the Imperial capital, you'd also lose the wings of crimson implanted in your right arm. Right. The second reason, and the most important reason came from Kieran's mouth. Wings of crimson was one of the 5 imprints stored in the Imperial Palace underground. Moreover, it was the most powerful among them. Originally, someone like me shouldn't have been able to possess it, nor should I have it. You'll give me the achievement of killing Maximilian and Elsidor's magic imprint, in exchange for keeping quiet about yourself. I nodded and added an explanation. The Revolutionary Army's leader Maximilian was designated as an imperial achievement, with a huge bounty on his head. Whoever kills him would instantly gain the Emperor's exclusive favor. That's true. And on top of that, Le Pion's magic imprint would fall into Major General's hands. You could probably get quite a price if you negotiate with the Elsidor side. With Le Pion's magic imprint of all things, they'd certainly struggle desperately to obtain it. An opportunity that would make any noble's eyes roll back. However, Kieran's reaction to my words was lukewarm. But everything you've mentioned so far cannot be established as trading material. What came from his mouth next was a cold rejection. Kieran's eyes sank coldly as he looked at me. Do you know why? How could I not know? Because Major General, you could just take everything I mentioned. Hearing my answer, Kieran finally nodded with satisfaction. It was frustrating, but I couldn't deny it. He was the commander of the Empire's 72nd Division. The hidden magic imprint could be found by searching the mansion, and the achievement of killing Maximilian could naturally be obtained by torturing me. An overwhelming difference in power. I had no material to threaten him with, and he could take what was mine at any time. Is the negotiation falling apart? If he's going to be like that, I have nothing left to hold back either. I started slowly channeling magical power into my magic imprint. If Major General intends to do that, I'll destroy what I have. If I make the magic imprint go berserk right here. However, at that moment, Kook, kahahahaha. Kiran's cold atmosphere that he had maintained all along changed in an instant. Wrong. The cunning eyes that seemed ready to use any trick were gone, replaced by Kiran chuckling as if he found this situation absolutely hilarious. Wrong? What? The reason your conditions don't stand isn't that. As I stood there dumbfounded for a moment, Kiran leaned back against his chair and spoke in a much more comfortable voice. The real reason is that I have no intention of accepting it. What nonsense is this now? Won't accept it? The achievement of killing the Revolutionary Army's leader and Elsidor's magic imprint, you're just going to give up on them? I'm planning to retire soon. Pardon. Planning to retire? The person who would later become the Imperial Army's commander-in-chief? My head became complicated. He seemed like a completely different person from the Kiran I knew in the game. I'm a major general. Having reached this rank means I've done everything I could as a soldier. Even if I accept your deal and climb higher, all I'd do is engage in petty politics. Rather than that, I'd much prefer watching my daughter's antics back in my territory. Moreover, what Kiran said next was even more outrageous. Besides, I don't really like this situation where we're fixated on the Revolutionary Army while setting aside our main enemies, the monsters, and West Rain. Don't like going after the Revolutionary Army? That Kiran? As if noticing my surprised gaze, Kiran shrugged and said, surprised to hear an Imperial Army general say such things. Yes, I am. Can't help it. The Revolutionary Army's uprising is nothing but the Empire's karma. Saying that, Kiran pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. The magic nobles who led us to victory in the monster war suddenly rose as the Empire's new power. The magic corps controlled by magic nobles threatened the Imperial Army's authority, and the Imperial family became nothing but a puppet that couldn't respond. As the Imperial family's authority weakened, checks on magic nobles became lighter, and the magic nobles who gained power are eating away at the Empire. It's ridiculous that individual families possess knight orders in a country ruled by an emperor in the first place. As if these were thoughts he had held for quite some time, Kiran began enthusiastically criticizing the current empire. In the end, it's the ordinary imperial citizens caught in the middle who suffer. How could they stay quiet when the country isn't fulfilling its role? The Revolutionary Army's rise was inevitable. We can't stop it, nor do we have any justification to stop it. Is this really something that should come from an Imperial Division commander's mouth? If others heard this, they might arrest this person for treason rather than Maximilian. How should I put it? You're quite scathing. When I muttered in bewilderment, Kiran smirked as if he understood well. It is rather amusing. A magic noble defending the Revolutionary Army. No, that's not what I... As Kiran looked at me while lighting his cigarette, I shook my head as if it was nothing. The reason I found Kiran unexpected was for a different reason. Is this really Kiran Buckingham? The Kiran who appeared in the original work was someone desperate to kill the Revolutionary Army. Even in death, I will curse you. I will hunt you down and slaughter you all. Until I kill all of you Revolutionary Army members. Poisoning water sources, luring monsters to encampments, taking the protagonist's companions hostage. He was a vicious character who would use any means necessary just to kill one more Revolutionary Army member, to the point of cursing the Revolutionary Army until his dying moment. That's how intensely he hated the Revolutionary Army. But what is this now? What exactly happened before the main story? I'll process it as Maximilian and Count Elsidor mutually destroying each other. While I was thinking, Kiran casually spoke words that were anything but casual. We conducted a search but couldn't confirm either of their magic imprints. Based on circumstances, I'll report that the Revolutionary Army retrieved them. That's fine for me, but you plan to hide Elsidor's magic imprint too? Yes, that's what I plan to do. When I asked that, Kiran nodded. I saw Elsidor's internal documents. They were assassinating allies for power and experimenting on children. Rather than returning the magic imprint to such people, it's better for you to keep hiding it. Elsidor's magic imprint had completely fallen into my hands. Moreover, I even got confirmation that a member of the Buckingham Duchy would cover for me. An unexpected harvest. No, such a huge harvest that I couldn't figure out how to handle it. And for this whole process. Saying that, Kiran looked straight into my eyes and slowly spoke. I plan to adopt you as my child. #023. Breaking news, Imperial hero Lupion Elsidor perishes along with the heart of the Revolutionary Army. On August 21st, the brutal and heinous rebels, led by their infamous airship Liberty, oppressed the innocent imperial citizens of Belker's territory. Count Lupion Elsidor, along with his knights, annihilated the rebels' air fleet and achieved a great victory by killing the rebel leader, the wanted criminal Maximilian de Lascaux. However, Lord Elsidor himself did not survive the battle's aftermath. In response, the imperial court has posthumously awarded Count Elsidor the title of imperial hero for defeating the rebel leader and sacrificing himself for the empire. A funeral ceremony will be held this December. Don't joke around. The boy's hands trembled like aspen leaves as he read the newspaper. It's a lie? All of it is a lie. Even after reading it 2-3 times, the newspaper's content remained unchanged. A scream-like cry burst from the boy's clenched mouth, and the imperial newspaper in his hands was torn to shreds. He can't be dead. Master couldn't have died. The empire is lying. The plan had been perfect. Using the air fleet as bait for deception, occupying the mansion with an elite small force, and the assassination of Lupion. It was an operation they had pondered and discussed countless times. It was supposed to be their masterstroke, the Revolutionary Army's first symbolic dagger thrust at the Empire? But why, Claude? The Empire is spreading false information? They must have captured Master, they're trying to deceive us? We need to organize a rescue team quickly. Claude dash. A young man in a suit spoke to the staggering Claude. The newspaper's contents are true. What are you saying? Even you, Brother Randall. We got word from our informants. Imperial forces entered the territory and retrieved Maxim's body. Randall Clark. He was one of the merchants secretly supporting the Revolutionary Army and a member in charge of gathering intelligence for this operation. You need to accept it. Maxim is dead. That's impossible. Upon hearing his words, Claude clutched his head and collapsed to the floor. He should have gone with them after all. He should have returned to Elsidor Castle together and punched that detestable Lupion in the face. He should have torn that little devil apart with his own hands, the one who had given him such terrible feelings of powerlessness. If only he had. If only he could have convinced Maxim to go together, maybe. Get a hold of yourself, Claude. While he was lost in self-blame, a firm hand gripped Claude's shoulder. A giant of a man with an unkempt beard, Vark Ergon. A metal magic imprint was embedded in the middle of his steel-like forearm. Vice Commander Vark. You're the seed of a hero personally chosen by Maxim. If someone like you shows such a disheveled appearance, who should our members following you believe in? Vark's words landed heavily. Claude looked at the magic imprint engraved on his arm. Red wings, Claude's imprint that Maximilian personally created by extracting the essence of wings of crimson. It was the Revolutionary Army's first self-created magic imprint and would become the standard armament for Revolutionary Army mages. Don't forget, you're our youngest and most talented mage. It's no exaggeration to say that the future of the Revolutionary Army of your generation rests in your hands. If you've chosen to live as a hero, don't turn away from that responsibility. Understand? At Vark's resolute advice, Claude slowly raised his head. Vark was one of the founding members who established the Revolutionary Army alongside Maximilian. Perhaps he was the one most shocked by his death. When someone like him is holding back his resentment, inwardly reproaching himself, Claude slowly bowed his head. Yes, Uncle Vark. I'm sorry. But that didn't last long. Randall, who had been listening to the conversation, cut through the tense atmosphere between the two. You don't need to be so down, Claude. You're already doing plenty well in your position. Randall's eyes glanced at Vark as he said this. Right, Vark? Aren't you putting too heavy a burden on someone who just joined the Revolutionary Army? Under such silent pressure, even Vark had to take a step back. Go upstairs and rest. You must be heartbroken. If he pushed any further and Claude broke down, it would truly be irreversible. Thinking this, Mark sent Claude back to his room. So, what are your plans going forward? After confirming Claude had left, Randall, his expression changed, asked Vark, who stood with his arms crossed. Though Maxim had designated him as successor, Claude leading the Revolutionary Army would only be possible after at least 5 more years. In the current Revolutionary Army, which had lost its leader Maximilian, only the second-in-command Vark could lead. What else? The funeral ceremony. Anyone can see it's a trap set by the Empire. As Randall spoke while picking up the torn newspaper pieces, Vark twisted his face with gritted teeth. We'll go and turn it upside down. The hatred and anger he had been trying to suppress leaked out. Though it was clearly an emotional decision, Randall had no intention of stopping Vark. Lupion's funeral ceremony is the Empire's declaration of war against the Revolutionary Army. If we just leave it be, the Revolutionary Army will become known as cowards who ignored their leader's death and ran away. That was exactly what the Empire was aiming for. Their intention was to lure out the Revolutionary Army remnants by holding Lupion's funeral as grandly as possible. It was a tactic commonly used by the pigs sitting atop the Imperial Palace. However, we've already lost many comrades. Even if we attack the funeral site, I wonder how many volunteers would remain. Randall's mind became complicated. They had already expended considerable elite mages in attacking the Elsidor mansion. If they lost more comrades, more magicians here, it would mean losing the majority of the Revolutionary Army's fighting force. There's no need to worry about that. But that was brief. Speaking in a chilling voice, Vark looked at a letter placed on one corner of the desk. As soon as they heard Maxim died, those sponsors happily contacted us. A letter printed by mechanical press, different from Imperial format. Seeing it, Randall exclaimed in shock. Vark, don't tell me those sponsors are. We can't avoid fighting, and losing comrades must be avoided even more. Then there's only one option left. Saying this, Vark tore open the letter and channeled magical power into it. In one corner of the letter was stamped the seal of the People's Republic of Westrain. What in the world is all this? While taking in the wasteland and monster nests visible through the train window, I tried to calm my bewildered mind. It's fortunate there was a clothing shop in Belkers. We couldn't have let you into the mansion looking like that. Why yes. What I'm wearing now is a white silk shirt with suspenders, shorts, and boots that noble children usually wear. It was the first time in my 10-year life wearing such expensive clothes. Eugene. This feels weird. It's cumbersome. Same here. Irene, sitting next to me, kept pulling at the hem of her frilly dress, seemingly uncomfortable. But the reason I felt so uncomfortable wasn't simply because I wasn't used to the clothes. It would be best to get used to it quickly. Once we enter the mansion, I'll have to introduce you to the family members, and there will be much to learn. Kiran said this while looking at Irene and me seated at the table. The reason I felt uncomfortable in this situation was none other than because of that man. Things are going too well. He didn't demand Elsidor's magic imprint from me. Even when I took out Elsidor's arm and held it up, he waved it away. On top of that, he helped hide the wings of crimson I had stolen and even adopted Irene and me. These were extraordinarily generous conditions, beyond unexpected. But the important thing is, I narrowed my brows while looking at Kiran's face as he picked up the newspaper. Why is Kiran showing such kindness to me? Kiran's disposition as shown in the game was neutral. He wasn't a villain as heinous as Lupion, but neither was he a good person like Otto from Grey Quarter. Why would someone like that adopt a vagrant like me? While I was contemplating how to negotiate my future treatment, he came out with this out of nowhere. I couldn't guess his intentions at all. You've been looking suspicious since yesterday. Are you unhappy about becoming my adopted son? No, I'm not unhappy. It's just, well, there's no point in beating around the bush. Might as well hit it head on. I'm grateful for your kindness, but I'm just a vagrant with nothing. Showing such grace to someone like me, I don't understand. What do you want from me? Just say it quickly. When I spoke like that, a faint laugh came from behind the newspaper. Why? Think I'll assign you assassination missions like Count Lupion? I'd feel more at ease if that were the case. Kiran had already searched through the Elsidor mansion and examined all sorts of internal documents. He must have found out long ago how I've lived until now and what kind of things I've done. That's why it makes even less sense. Not a sponsor but an adopted son? Just what kind of fucking job are you planning to make me do to offer something like this? Don't worry too much. This will probably be quite a good deal for you as well. A good deal. Kiran was looking at me from behind the newspaper. It definitely wasn't the way one would look at a 10-year-old child. He's the best among the nobles I've met so far. He neither looked down on me like Lupion nor pitted me like Maximilian. The way he treated me was as a complete stranger. Sitting at the same table, conversing as equals. Slowly, I was starting to quite like this Kiran fellow, though I shouldn't blindly trust him, of course. Knock knock knock. Meanwhile, with a knocking sound, the train car door opened and a soldier appeared. Reporting, Major General. We'll soon arrive at Orland territory. Understood. Get ready. Kiran waved off the soldier and stood up. Just as I was about to stand up holding Irene's hand to follow him. I turned my eyes to the newspaper Kiran had been reading until just now. Propaganda published by the Imperial Court. It reported Lupion's death and his funeral ceremony schedule. December. I could guess well enough the intention behind the funeral ceremony. With Maximilian's death being reported, the Revolutionary Army must be in turmoil right now. The funeral is 3 months from now. If Maximilian is dead, the current commander must be Vark. They will definitely raid the funeral ceremony. While thinking this, a phrase written in the last part of the newspaper caught my eye. Furthermore, the Imperial Palace has announced that this funeral ceremony will be personally presided over by the noble and almighty ruler of the Kalhiram Empire, Kalhiram II. This will be the first time His Imperial Majesty appears in public since his coronation, showing how great the Imperial citizens' grief is for losing a hero. The Emperor is personally attending. The Imperial Emperor will show himself at a highly dangerous event where the Revolutionary Army is sure to come. Reading that newspaper article, an ominous premonition flashed through my mind. The Emperor showing himself to the public for the first time since his coronation. The Revolutionary Army aiming for the Emperor's head. And the nobles pretending not to notice it all. This is exactly the same situation as Chapter 1. Every situation was identical to Chapter 1 of Revolution Empire. The Emperor who was supposed to appear at the victory ceremony 5 years later was trying to appear now. Maximilian and Lupion. The deaths of those two had changed the original history. This is properly messed up. The situation itself couldn't be better. History being changed meant, in other words, that my fate as the protagonist had also changed. But I frowned. If my thinking is correct, if what will happen at the funeral ceremony is identical to Chapter 1 of the original work, there's no time. The funeral ceremony 3 months later. The world setting of Revolution Empire is a cesspool. If I were to list all the reasons why, it would fill more than 100 pages of manuscript paper with 200 characters each. However, if asked to pick the single most important reason among those countless ones, everyone would point to this existence without any disagreement. The Great Rupture. A black hole that pollutes the continent's land and spews out tens of millions of monsters. It first revealed itself in the midst of that insufferable war. Hundreds of thousands of corpses from the war merged together to form a massive black sphere, and that black sphere collapsed all existing systems of the continent. Once fertile farmlands were covered in slime spewed by monsters, and the monsters that flowed into the sea submerged all fishing boats and cargo ships crossing the ocean. They lost both roads and sea routes, countless resources and lives. Yet even in such circumstances, what the humans of this continent chose was another war. Kalhiram started the war. The Empire's greed caused the appearance of the Great Rupture. Look at those vicious biological weapons that Westrain used. Look at the countless Imperial citizens they killed. The Great Rupture was created by their grudges. The railways that should have been lifelines for humanity became the domain of armored trains armed with artillery. The airships that dotted the sky headed to battlefields instead of refugee camps, and scattered bombs instead of relief supplies. The war between the Empire and the Republic continued. Despite the monster's territory expanding moment by moment, This was why I called this game world a cesspool. Wow. Irene, who was holding my hand, let out an exclamation as if amazed by the majesty of the mansion spread out before us. I had similar impressions while looking at the same scenery. What was I just saying earlier? Monster invasion? Continuing war? Cesspool? No, it seems like none of that exists. Kieran's mansion located in Orland territory was so luxurious that it made me think such things were just illusions. I thought the Elsidor mansion was plenty splendid, but this. It's not incomprehensible though. Elsidor was not a family with deep history, and Lupion, the head of the family, wasn't particularly interested in luxury. His mansion was closer to a fortress, and his vast wealth was spent on maintaining that fortress and the laboratory hidden underground. And Kieran and his soldiers never found that basement. Recalling the structure of the Elsidor mansion in the game, my eyes lit up. It means that now I'm the only one who knows about Lupion's laboratory hidden underground. Someday, there will come a time when that laboratory will be put to good use. You seem quite surprised. I didn't bother to answer. I just turned to look at Kieran standing behind me with newfound eyes. Seeming awkward under my gaze, Kieran shrugged with a troubled expression. Unfortunately, this isn't my house. It's a mansion owned by the family. To the third son. If this is the kind of mansion given to a son who lost the succession race, what kind of place does Duke Buckingham himself live in? No, rather, how many mansions of this scale does Buckingham own? Comparing the scenery of the slums with this place, the overwhelming wealth gap became apparent. Welcome, Lord Kieran. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman in an immaculate suit approached and bowed respectfully. It's been a while, Walter. It has been half a year since you were dispatched to the Eastern Front. Dinner has been prepared, please come inside. Walter said with a smile, then his eyes turned toward me and Irene. However, these children. At his somewhat suspicious gaze, Irene hid behind my back. They're children I took in from the battlefield. I'm thinking of adopting them. A member of the ducal family adopting war orphans. While most nobles would faint at such news, the butler Walter showed no sign of surprise. Lord Kieran. Then these people. He only showed a worried expression while speaking like that. Just as I noticed that hint. Papa? It's Papa. Mari. A girl with bright blonde hair sprang out from behind Walter. Seeing how Kieran's face instantly brightened, she seemed to be his daughter. Are you coming home today? How long will you stay? Will you tell me interesting stories? Ha ha ha, of course. Come, let's go inside. I'll tell you how bravely Papa fought. Yay dash. The two people hugging each other with bright smiles, and the butler watching them with fond eyes. It was a warm atmosphere different from other noble families. But Papa, who are they? Perhaps it had been a while since she'd seen children her age. At Mari's curious question, Kieran chuckled and introduced me to her. Say hello. This is Eugene and Irene. They might become your siblings. Siblings. There would be no benefit in standing stiffly here. I bowed my head politely, as one would to any noble. Pleased to meet you, young lady. I am Eugene, visiting this territory thanks to Major General Kieran's grace. I'm Irene. Irene, hiding behind my back, seemed to grasp the atmosphere and awkwardly followed proper etiquette. After hearing my introduction, Mari squinted her eyes and stared intently at my face. From the looks of it, she seemed about 8 years old. We might even be the same age, but her uniquely energetic atmosphere made her appear younger. Good. You pass. Pass? What's she talking about? Don't mind it. She's always like that when she sees boys her age. Shaking his head while picking up Mari, Kieran turned his gaze toward me. Looking where he gestured with his chin, I saw Butler Walter slowly bowing his head while looking at me. Welcome to Elrond territory. Please, follow me this way. Plus, 1 TLN, I swear, before it was Orland, and now it's a slight mistype, maybe. With those words, the butler guided me to an annex located at one side of the mansion. As if word had already been sent, warm tea and refreshments were prepared in the room. So he wants to discuss the details through the butler. I could roughly guess. It probably meant listen to the terms of the deal and stay if I agree, or leave if I don't. I felt rather relieved that they were drawing a clear line. If they had tried to act sympathetic, saying we're family from today or whatever, I would have thrown away the deal and everything else long ago. Cookies? Eugene? Can I eat those? Probably. Just don't be too noisy. Okay. Is this all she can see in this situation? When I patted her head lightly, Irene charged toward the cookies with a bright smile. You are Eugene Lawrence, correct? Yes, that's right. Walter, who had been looking back and forth between me and Irene, said as he sat down at the table across from me. Is he not considering Irene as part of the negotiations? Glancing at Irene just in case, I saw her grinning with her mouth full of cookies. She probably meant she'd follow whatever I decided. My shoulders felt heavier again. I heard from Lord Kieran. Awakening magical power at that age, and crossing that death line. We'll be serving quite a remarkable young master. Please don't lower your speech. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Ha ha ha, regardless, you are Lord Kieran's guests. As a butler, I cannot speak casually. Walter, who rejected my suggestion, seemed to be choosing his words for a moment. The small talk was over, and now it was time for the main topic. Earlier, you greeted young Lady Mari, correct? And immediately, the name of Kieran's daughter, Mari, came up. She is a bright child, sharp-minded, and found her magical power aptitude at the young age of 8. Moreover, she dreams of becoming an officer like Lord Kiran, which makes me, as her butler, extremely proud. Though it seemed like random small talk, I could gather a lot of information. She's 2 years younger than me, a magical power aptitude holder, and her future dream is to become a soldier. I roughly understand what this means. I could somewhat understand Kiran's intentions. I also figured out why he couldn't tell me directly. However, unfortunately, Lord Kiran doesn't want to send his daughter to the battlefield, right? Therefore, I cut off the butler's roundabout words and said, but since the young lady has already shown magical power aptitude, she can't avoid conscription. Am I wrong? No, you are exactly right. The empire was a nation at war, a nation with conscription, and this was no exception even for nobles. Moreover, the Buckingham family was the first seat of magic nobles who took monster subjugation as their mission. If Mari awakened magical power at such a young age, there was no reason not to send her to the military. However, there is one truth that penetrates both the Kalhairam Empire and 21st century South Korea: if you can avoid military service, avoid it. That's why Kiran was making this proposal to me through his butler. You want me to be registered as Major General Kiran's adopted son and fulfill the military duty in place of Mari. Is that right? In other words, please serve in the military instead of my daughter. Hugh. A deep sigh welled up from the depths of my chest. Ah, draft dodging. That deep and ancient tradition. Seeing my expression souring in real time, Butler Walter cleared his throat. Personally, I don't think it's a bad deal. Noticing my reaction, Butler Walter added, if you accept the contract, Eugene, you'll immediately become Lord Kiran's adopted son. You'll become a member of the Empire's magic nobles. Moreover, we're not sending you to the front lines as a common soldier. Here. He has prepared a recommendation letter for the Imperial Military Academy. Saying that, Walter handed me a piece of paper. Imperial Youth Military Academy cadet selection happening in 2 years. There was one empty space in the recommendation list prepared for noble children. Indeed, it's not a bad deal. Noble status, Imperial Youth Military Academy recommendation letter, and the economic support from the Buckingham Duke family that would come with it. Moreover, considering the development of magical power and magic imprint that could be achieved through this, it could be said there were no alternatives. If I want to build strength without joining the Revolutionary Army, I'll have to join the military anyway. In the Empire, only nobles and soldiers had the legal right to possess and develop magic imprint. If I were to hole up somewhere in the countryside training magic alone, I'd be reported by the surrounding farmers and sent straight to the northern detention camp. Rather than that, it would be much more beneficial to serve as a substitute once and receive officer status. I understand your hesitation. After all, you'll have to go to the front lines and put your life on the line. While I was thinking this, Walter, who thought I was hesitating, opened his mouth with a short sigh. We won't force you. This is also what Lord Kiran asked me to say. If you're not interested, we'll prepare a train. No. However, I spoke before he could finish. These were far better conditions than what I had with Elsidor. It was too important an opportunity to pass up. I'll do it. However, of course, that doesn't mean I'd like to discuss a few conditions. I'm not going to agree quietly. 1 TLN, I swear, before it was Orland, and now it's a slight mistype, maybe. So, that's what he said. Late at night in the mansion, Kiran was stroking the hair of Mari, who had fallen asleep after playing, when he smiled with interest upon receiving Walter's report. Walter, what do you think? I didn't expect him to add more conditions at that point. However, Walter pondered the boy's words before answering Kiran's question. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. The boy called Eugene didn't ask for material things like money or magic stones. Instead, what he demanded was Kiran's oath. He wanted several promises made in the name of the Buckingham family. The first promise concerned Irene, who escaped with him. He demanded that her identity be concealed and that she be provided with an education befitting a noble's child. From what I heard about the terms, Major General only needs me. Once the situation stabilizes, there's a possibility that Irene might be abandoned. She's a child who followed me from that basement trusting only in me. I can't let her be abandoned, not even as a remote possibility. The second demand that followed was to keep his magical power training and imprint development strictly confidential. Unlike the first one, this request was puzzling even from Walter's perspective. The mages of Buckingham are all among the Empire's finest. I assure you they would be of great help in young Master Eugene's training. But, despite Walter saying this, Eugene just shook his head. I cannot explain the reason. Please just relay that to the Major General. He will judge the rest. As the boy said, when Kiran heard his demands, he nodded with a willing expression. The first condition is to avoid tracking by the Elcrier family. Irene's surname was Elcrier. She was the daughter of the Elcrier family, which held the 7th seat among the 12 magic nobles. If such a child had been imprisoned in the Elsidor mansion, there was only one fact that could be inferred. An illegitimate child. The Duke of Elcrier's womanizing was well known even among the nobles. A family's shame born from the head's adultery. A bloodline of the Elcrier family that shouldn't exist. A child who shouldn't have been born. If such a child were still alive, the Elcrier family wouldn't sit still. Rather than face embarrassment before other families, it would be more efficient to erase her previous identity and treat her as Eugene's sister. And the second request is because of the magic imprint that boy possesses. one of the 5 imprints sleeping in the Imperial Underground, Wings of Crimson. If Buckingham's mages were to see it, it would immediately be reported to the Imperial family. A situation where he could lose his magic imprint while trying to develop his magical power. The boy said he would rather give up Buckingham's education than risk that. Good. I accept the deal. I will prepare the signing ceremony. Please do. After finishing his report, Walter left the room. To think a 10-year-old child would surprise the commander of the Eastern Front. The reason Kieran had shown Eugene this mansion was to demonstrate what he could offer in advance. A luxurious life never experienced from the boy's perspective. By showing Eugene a part of it directly, Kieran had attempted to gain the upper hand, so to speak. However, that's where I got caught instead. Even after seeing the grandeur of the Buckingham mansion, the boy wasn't intimidated. Rather, he gauged his own value through his and Walter's actions, and secured more benefits for himself. A mere 10-year-old child had negotiated with a magic noble. This isn't just genius level. Eugene, that boy, he's already a complete force to be reckoned with. A mage with advanced combat training and practical experience at the young age of 10. With his patronage added on top of that, just how far could that boy rise? Even after retirement, this should be quite entertaining to watch. While indulging in some pleasant imagination, Kieran stroked the face of his sleeping daughter Mari. And not long after, the smile on his face gradually faded away. All that remained in the dark room was the sound of Mari's steady breathing. While stroking Mari's red hair, Kieran spoke to himself with self-deprecation. I made an utterly despicable decision, Anna. Growth potential? Outstanding talent? What laughable self-justification. To save my daughter, I'm pushing someone else's child onto the battlefield. I took advantage of the harsh environment that child was in, and used his weaknesses to steal his entire life. Confessing to his sleeping daughter, he clenched his fist. A fact that couldn't be hidden no matter how much he tried to dress it up. Each time he spoke it aloud, Kieran's heart grew heavier. But even so, I can't send this child to the battlefield. As he muttered these words, Kieran thought of his departed lover. Her smile that shone even on the harsh battlefield, her voice encouraging discouraged soldiers. The scent of coffee shared in the trenches at dawn, and her tears when receiving flowers from a rough soldier. And even himself, that fool who could only cry helplessly when he found the engagement ring in the giant monster's stomach. Anna, would you accept the decision I've made now? Or would you curse me as a cowardly craven? There was no answer. Only the lamplit at Mari's bedside gave off a soft magical power glow. He couldn't stay so gloomy in front of his daughter. After kissing Mari's forehead, Kieran turned off the lamp and got up. He needed to smoke a cigarette and finish reviewing next quarter's supply plans. Kieran's footsteps grew distant as he carefully closed the door. And Russell, Mari, who had been lying in bed, slowly sat up. Thanks to Butler Walter's competence, the adoption procedures for Irene and me were completed much faster than expected. Everyone, let me introduce you. These are Eugene and Irene, who will be joining us today as my adopted children. Although it was said to be a mansion owned by the Buckingham family, there were no knights here. Instead of the Buckingham Knight Order, the mansion was guarded by soldiers wearing Imperial Army uniforms. Judging by the shield emblems on their shoulders, they were all from the 72nd Division. So everyone in the mansion is Kieran's person. I thought this while receiving the ceremonial welcome from the soldiers and servants. Even if I was adopted, those people wouldn't treat me like a young master, and I wasn't expecting such treatment anyway. Young Master Eugene and Miss Irene will be staying here. The next item on the agenda was introducing our quarters. A room twice the size of the guest room we stayed in on the first day, with 2 enormous beds, welcomed us. Woo. Surprised? I'm surprised too. From a beggar's hovel in the slums to the Elsidor family barracks, and now to the Buckingham family's ultra-luxury private room. I must be the only one in the Empire who has achieved such a rise in status in just 2 years. Of course, it's not going to be given for free. The Imperial Military Academy is an educational institution where the Empire's most promising talents gather. Even with a recommendation letter from a division commander-level person and noble status, it wasn't a place you could enter freely. Numerous theory tests, practical tests, and magical power measurement tests. You couldn't enter the military academy without passing all of those. So what do I need to do now? These fucking studies. Thud dash. A tower of books too tall to even count crashed down before my eyes. Imperial Literature History, Basic Mathematics, Imperial National Identity, Etiquette Manual, Tactical Manual, Introduction to Military Science, and so on. Whoa, Irene, you know you've been making that sound all day, right? And what are you even amazed about? About 30% of those are things you have to do. While I was counting the towers of books placed before me one by one, Mrs. Maybell, who had personally brought these books, pushed up her glasses. Young Master Eugene, you are far behind in studies compared to other children your age. To catch up with all of that, you don't have a single day to waste. Hearing that all too familiar high-pitched voice, a fucking awful feeling crept up from deep inside my chest. Entrance exam studies. Who would have thought I'd encounter this fucking word again in this strange game world after suffering through 12 years of elementary, middle, and high school? However, compared to the hardships I'd endured until now, this was rather decent. Right, whatever. It's not like I can't handle entrance exam studies. I recalled what I had done to get here. I escaped from back alley gangs, desperately survived from a crazy assassin group, and sent a magic noble of the 12 families and the head of the Revolutionary Army to their graves. I planned and schemed all of that, so how could I not handle mere studies? Thinking that way, I sat down following Mrs. Maybell's guidance. Entrance exam studies? That's nothing compared to what I've done so far. Bring it on. I can definitely do this. Several hours after I immersed myself in studying like that. No, young Master Eugene? The Berkeleyan grammar requires verb conjugation here, and you need to use the dative case here. I can't believe you couldn't handle even such basics. I realized that in my past life, my grades in Korean, English, and math had been 4, 6, and 6. That's right. I was a complete mushroom. Your language and mathematics scores are nearly at rock bottom. We'll have to start education from the basics again. I understand. It's fortunate that you're quick to admit it. However, Mrs. Maybell couldn't help but sigh while looking at the devastatingly poor assessment test. But that was only for a moment. When she turned her attention to other subjects, she soon let out an exclamation of surprise. Your history and military science are remarkably excellent. Especially in history, you're on par with university students. Well, that's because I've memorized all this game's settings. If there was any silver lining in this misfortune, it was that I wasn't completely hopeless in every subject. Of course, after killing Maximilian, the future became completely unpredictable, but at least I knew everything that had happened until now. Of course, most of what the history books say is lies. Looking at the first 3 subjects' scores, I was worried about how this would turn out, but now I see hope. Language and mathematics. Since I only needed to study 2 subjects, at least I wouldn't get grades like 4, 6 like in my past life. No, I'd have to work like crazy to prevent that from happening. As Maybell left the room and I was left alone wrestling with textbooks. Wow, you really suck at math. A red-haired girl who had somehow approached behind me was saying that while looking at me. Lady Mari. It was incredible. The first words she says to someone she met just a day ago are, "You really suck at math." The mushroom's heart ached at this heavy fact bomb. Eugene, right. Yes, that's correct. Unlike me, who was adopted, Mari was this household's precious daughter. Even if I became her brother, how would the people of this house view me if I suddenly started treating her like a little sister? As I responded politely with that in mind, Mari looked at me with an unfitting blank expression. Can you use magic? Pardon. When I asked back, she spoke with her arms crossed as if she knew everything. I know everything. You're the kid Papa brought in to send to the army instead of me, right? Wow, what's with this heavy fact that hits right on the mark? From what I could see, this child clearly had a talent for fact violence. And Kieran, you sir, what am I supposed to do when your daughter finds out just a day after making the deal? Then that means you have much higher magical power than me and can use magic, right? That would be correct. What's the point of lying when she already knows? When I confirmed it, Mari raised her finger at me as if she had made up her mind. All right, then make a deal with me. A deal? Yeah. When I responded, Mari exclaimed confidently while looking at me. I'll teach you language and math. In return, teach me magic. And the mushroom who heard those words, I don't want to, rejected that proposal as if it were only natural. #026. Huh? What did you say? I said I refuse. I know that expression well. It was the typical expression of someone experiencing rejection for the first time in their life. Why, young Lady Mari? My sincerest apologies, but young Master Eugene is currently studying. Maybell, be quiet for a moment. Why yes, ma'am. Maybell, who was standing beside her, tried to smooth things over, but even that didn't work. By the way, Mrs. Maybell, you were freely throwing harsh words at me just earlier about having no basics and no proper education, but now you're as meek as a lamb in front of the young lady? Well, she's not a completely bad kid though. I recalled Mari's first request to me. She had proposed to help me with my lacking studies if I would teach her magic. Rather than a one-sided order, she had proposed a somewhat reasonable deal. In this world's context, that alone would put her in the top 10% of nobility in terms of character. It seems Major General Kieran has done a solid job raising our precious child. And look at her now. Her face is bright red like she's about to explode, but she's still trying her best to hold it in. Eugene. She's weird. Her face is really red. She's experiencing and enduring rejection for the first time in her life. Watch her with warm eyes. Eugene's words are too difficult. While I was having such a casual conversation with Irene who was hiding behind my back. Huff. Mari, who had finished her intense internal struggle, managed to suppress her boiling anger. Compared to other noble children her age, it was an remarkably mature attitude. Why? She asked me with a forced smile while suppressing the anger seeping from her face. Because I don't want to teach you. Hey. She exploded the moment she heard my answer. Well, she did well to hold out that long. While giving her 3 mental claps, I asked Mari a question. First, let me ask you something. Young lady, you don't really need to learn magic from me, do you? What? Buckingham holds the first seat among the Empire's 12 great magic houses. If Kieran wanted to teach his daughter magic, he could have lined up the Empire's finest professors to teach her. If you're seeking me out instead of a magic instructor, doesn't that mean Major General Kieran hasn't given permission? Ugh. How can I do something the Major General has forbidden? Give up. When I said that, Mari hung her head low as if at a loss for words. Her hands were trembling, and it seemed like she might cry if pushed any further. Young lady, usually, if you can avoid joining the military, it's better not to join. While other noble children would be making a fuss about not wanting to join, you should consider this a good opportunity. No, Mari shouted and said through her tears. I want to be a soldier. I'll become a soldier, and crush all those who bully and badmouth my papa. Bully? As I wondered about that word, Mari spoke as if she had expected this reaction, sniffling. Do you know how amazing my papa is? Well, a villain who constantly tormented the protagonist and revolutionary army throughout the late game. A master of defensive warfare who could only be defeated through aerial infiltration and assassination because he was impossible to overcome through strategy and tactics. And the Empire's final guardian. That's about all I know. All the soldiers on the Eastern Front know my papa. They call him a hero. Hero. It was a title quite different from the Kirin I knew, but it wasn't entirely unwarranted. The Empire's eastern plains, infested with large monster habitats. It was Kirin's 72nd Division that was personally holding back the monsters pouring out from that contaminated land. But whenever Papa returns to the main family, people whisper everywhere. They insult him, calling him a fool who couldn't awaken magical power. Only then did I realize why Kirin belonged to the Imperial Army rather than the Knight Order, and why he didn't participate in the succession race for the Buckingham Duchy. The third son of a magic noble family, born without magical power. It was obvious how the family would have viewed him. But I have magical power. The doctor said I could become a really powerful mage with training. So, you want to become a mage in Major General Kirin's stead, and achieve military accomplishments to raise Major General Kirin's honor. Is that what you're saying? Yes, that's it. Exactly that. When I helped finish her thought, Mari answered excitedly. A daughter wanting to join the military for her father who is despised by his family, and a father trying desperately to keep that daughter away from the battlefield. It was truly a heartwarming father-daughter relationship, but sadly, I couldn't just watch them warmly. In the original game, the character Mari isn't mentioned at all. In other words, this child is a character who will disappear before the main story begins. Mari, who proudly declares her dream of becoming a soldier, her vanished traces, without leaving any mark, and Kirin's endless hatred toward the revolutionary army in the original story. As I alternately recalled these things, I could guess how this father and daughter's fate would unfold. You understand now? So hurry and teach me magic. No, 5 years until the main story begins. Within those 5 years, probably. Absolutely not. This child will be killed by the revolutionary army. Clatter, clatter. The first meal with all 4 family members gathered. Perhaps because the Major General himself was attending, the dining table was even more abundant than usual. Nom, nom. Eat slowly, Irene. You're getting food everywhere. Okay, you should swallow before answering. Okay, am I eating dinner or raising a child right now? Irene holding her fork and knife in both hands to cut her steak, and me wiping her mouth. And Mari, gritting her teeth while staring intently at me. For the first family meal together, the atmosphere was quite chilly. Mari, why are you suddenly so angry? Did Eugene do something wrong to you? What? I'm not angry. Eugene didn't do anything wrong to me at all. When Kirin asked that, Mari pretended not to know anything. Right, Eugene? She probably wants to keep what happened during the day a secret. While teaching Irene how to use a fork and knife, I casually played along. Yes, nothing happened. Which means, something did happen during the day. When Mari blurted out what could be Phobos magazine's #1 line spoken by angry women, Kirin gave a bitter smile as if giving up. I won't ask what happened. However, I won't tolerate fighting between siblings. You understand, Mari? Yes. Good. As long as you understand. Well, at least she listens well. Kirin smiled contentedly at his daughter and began to focus on the meal before him. He probably thinks it's just a minor quarrel that happened while the children were playing. Come to think of it, Mari, an invitation came for you from the Elsidor family. As if trying to change the chilly atmosphere, Kirin waved an ornate letter in his hand. An invitation? From Elsidor. Looking at Mari's reaction, it seems the tension has mostly passed. Major General Kirin smiled at this and said to Mari, Count Elsidor's funeral ceremony will be held 3 months from now. It's an invitation asking you to attend and grace the occasion. Wow. As he said this, Kirin listed the attendees of the funeral ceremony. From the Nachtval Duchy's special envoy to the heads of each noble family, and even a parade of knights from each noble house. Most importantly, Kirin and Mari had been selected to lead the delegation from the Buckingham Duchy. This is becoming more and more similar to the original story. However, from my perspective as I overheard the details, this funeral ceremony 3 months from now was deeply concerning. While regular noble families are sending their heads directly, the magic nobles are adjusting their level of participation by just sending delegations. The true significance of the funeral ceremony isn't to mourn the deceased Le Pion. The real significance is that this will be the emperor's first public appearance since his coronation ceremony. This funeral ceremony has become a venue for announcing the emperor's existence to the entire empire and sorting out the subtle relationship between the imperial family and magic nobles. Not only the elder nobles buried in their territories, but delegations and mourning parties from various countries will visit to have an audience with the emperor. There couldn't be a better opportunity for politicians. In such a situation, only the heads of magic noble families were keeping their distance from this huge event, merely maintaining appearances. They were barely saving face by sending expendable third sons or branch family members as mourning delegations. It was chilling how the current situation was flowing in exactly the same pattern as the original game. Then we'll have that too, right? The soldier uncle's parade. I want to see that. Ha ha ha, then we'll need to get you a new dress. Right, Mari? Yes. Mari's expression brightened at the prospect of visiting the capital after so long. However, even while smiling at his daughter, Kiran's gaze remained fixed on the invitation. Kiran must sense something suspicious too. His years of military experience seemed to be warning him of something. If Kiran has similar thoughts, I shouldn't hesitate anymore either. Major General Kiran. Having finished my thoughts, I called out to Kiran with a serious expression. Eugene, I told you to call me father. I'll do so when I get used to it. But more importantly, just as when suggesting operations at the knife head, I spoke while looking into Kiran's eyes. For this upcoming funeral ceremony, would it be possible for me to attend as well? You. Kiran's eyes narrowed at my request. You want to go to Elsidor's funeral ceremony? Really? To his questioning gaze, I slowly nodded. The funeral venue is practically guaranteed to be infiltrated by the Revolutionary Army. We'll need to extract young Lady Mari when the opportunity arises, won't we be short on manpower? When I spoke in a quiet voice so Mari couldn't hear, Kiran nodded as if seeing the point. All right, let's do that. Thank you. When Kiran gave his permission, I bowed my head, and Mari looked at me with a sullen expression. Lord Kiran. As dinner was nearing its end, Butler Walter, who had entered through the dining room door, spoke to Kiran with a respectful gesture. Word has come from the family members who will be accompanying the delegation. They say they will oversee the funeral ceremony preparations from this mansion, and wish to stay here during that time. Ugh. The nobles of House Buckingham who would head to the imperial capital with Kiran. When she heard they would be visiting, Mari's face scrunched up about 3 times more than when dealing with me. Let them do as they please. It's not like we have the right to refuse anyway. Kiran also didn't seem very pleased, but he waved his hand as if there was nothing he could do. Come to think of it, this mansion belongs to the family, not an individual. What a pitiful situation for the third son who's just living here. Isn't it nice to meet your relatives after so long? I approached Mari, who was irritated to the point of bursting, and asked. Mari recoiled as if I had said something absurd. Nice? What's nice about it? Everyone in the family is stupid. They're bad people who say mean things to my papa. Good. Friend or foe identification complete. Everyone except Kiran and his subordinates are enemies, it seems. #027. It had already been 2 months since I entered this mansion, accepting Kiran's deal. 2 months. That time was enough to become somewhat familiar with the mansion's residents, and sufficient to reconcile with Mari, who had acted like she would never see me again. Excellent. You're now able to apply high school basic mathematics to some extent. Shall we move on to the next level, young master? With a crack, Mrs. Maybell closed the book and nodded with satisfaction. Mrs. Maybell had prepared a hellish study plan to fill in my educational gaps, and I was struggling to keep up with that schedule while recovering my body with magical power. Please kill me. If you're going to die, die after passing the military academy entrance exam. Now open your book, young master, for Our Lady Mari's sake. Is that something you should say to the young master of the house, you crazy woman? Even while thinking that, I gathered my wits and opened Imperial Middle School Mathematics Volume 2. If only she was an incompetent teacher, I could refuse the lessons, but that's not the case. In just 2 short months, I, who couldn't even handle elementary school math, had managed to build up enough academic knowledge to somewhat handle middle school mathematics. In other words, Eugene Lawrence, who received the lowest grade in the evaluation test, had evolved from an oyster mushroom to a golden mushroom in just 2 months. This is really driving me crazy. Have I become a mushroom in the head from being called an oyster mushroom so much? Why does everything look like mushrooms? Now then, for the next lecture. Just as I opened the textbook feeling gloomy. It seems we'll have to end today's lecture here, young master. Mrs. Maybell stopped her lecture after glancing at the scenery outside the window. A procession of luxurious carriages had already arrived at the mansion's entrance. The delegation that would go to the imperial capital with Kiran had arrived. Knock knock. Simultaneously, a servant entered the room and bowed. Young Master Eugene, Lord Kiran is looking for you. With those words, he gestured to guide me. That young master still doesn't sound natural even after 2 months. Thinking that, I straightened my clothes and stepped outside. According to Lady Mari, everyone except the people in this household is an enemy. Then I should prepare accordingly. I heard the main family was preparing directly, but I didn't expect you to come in person, brother. Those were Kiran's first words upon meeting the relatives who had come from the main family. Unlike Kiran in his neat military uniform, the man wore an elaborate Knight Order uniform and coat. He was Carlos Buckingham, heir to the Buckingham Duchy and head of the Knight Order. This is an important audience with His Majesty the Emperor. If there are any shortcomings, the entire family will become a laughingstock. Kiran's lips twisted at Carlos's words. How very thorough of you. If it's such an important position, wouldn't it be better if you went yourself, brother? Father personally gave you this opportunity. How dare you show such an insolent attitude instead of being grateful? The Duke giving me an opportunity? There's a limit to jokes. While Carlos referred to the Duke of Buckingham as father, Kieran called him Duke. It was a clear indication of both their differences in succession order and their feelings toward the Duke. By the way, who is that child? I haven't seen that face before. While the servants were busy attending to Carlos's family, Carlos asked, looking at me standing next to Mari. This child is. I'll introduce myself, Lord Carlos. Before Kieran could finish his sentence, I stepped forward and bowed. I am Eugene, recently adopted as Lord Kieran's son. I didn't add the name Buckingham after my name. If he looked down on Kieran, the third direct descendant, there was no way he would look kindly upon me. Adopted son. As if proving my prediction right, Carlos frowned with displeasure upon hearing my introduction. I found a child with good potential, and I plan to raise him as an officer. When he comes of age in 2 years, I plan to send him to the military academy. Ha, unbelievable. Carlos let out a mocking laugh after hearing Kieran's words. Picking up some lowborn who rolled around in who knows what gutter, and giving them the Buckingham name? Adoption? Do you have any sense at all? Wow, look at the attitude on this bastard. A lowborn who rolled around in the gutter. It's all true, so I can't even argue against it? Eugene. Kieran called my name at the verbal abuse taking place at the entrance. What? Asking if I'm okay. Compared to the insults I took during training, this is like classical music. I don't need to hear more. No doubt you did this just to hover around your daughter. To think you'd stoop to such measures to avoid conscription. This is why father finds you so disappointing. Hearing those words, Kieran responded with a sneer. I'm sorry, but unlike you, brother, I have no intention of trying to look good for the Duke. Such an impudent bastard. While the brothers continued their war of words. One of the young men standing behind Carlos approached me, arrogantly raised eyes and golden hair characteristic of the Buckingham direct line. This guy must be Delling Buckingham, the legitimate heir of the Buckingham family, Carlos's eldest son. How old was he again? I remember he's about the same age as Claude. I heard about you. You're going to enter the Imperial Military Academy. Hearing that, I naturally looked at the badge on his collar, a golden medal given to the top student at the Imperial Military Academy. So that's why he was acting like that. Seems he'll be my future senior. Yes, that's the plan. Nonsense. I take back that senior thing. He's just a rude bastard. The Imperial Military Academy is a place only for proven talents. It's a place that only those who have prepared steadily since childhood can enter. Well, yeah. So what have you done until now? Have you trained? Have you disciplined your magical power? No, you haven't done anything at all. Am I wrong? Well, I am a bit lacking in prior learning. All I've done up until this age is kill someone when I was 8, train with an assassination group for 2 years, and then kill all of that assassination group and their higher UPS. Oh my, if I'd known it would be like this, I should have lived more diligently. Right, you rude bastard? Delling. While I was in the midst of self-reflection, Carlos, who had been listening to the exchange between Delling and me, gestured to Delling, probably meaning there was no need to deal with me further. With Delling in tow, Carlos slowly moved to pass by Kieran. Thump. However, that didn't last long. What is it? I thought we were done talking. No, I apologize, but the most important question remains. When Carlos came close, Kieran grabbed his shoulder. I'm asking this not as a member of the Buckingham family, but as an Imperial Army general. Fine. Speak. Why aren't you and the Duke attending the funeral in person? A low voice that had settled down, unlike his previous mocking tone. What? It's not just you. Nachtval, Lutz, Elkrier. The heads of the magic noble families are all pulling out of this funeral one after another. Kieran's face grew increasingly fierce as he looked at Carlos. Don't pretend to be innocent. What are the magic noble faction plotting in the imperial capital? The nonsense just keeps coming. Watching Kieran question him with a murderous aura, Carlos gestured over his shoulder. That's enough, Uncle Kieran. Whoosh dash. Delling, who had been standing behind him, released magical power, pressing down on Kieran's shoulder. Ugh. Papa. Lord Delling. Mari standing nearby gasped, and the soldiers guarding Kieran reached for their waists. Father is the heir to the Buckingham Duchy. No matter if you're my uncle, I cannot overlook you interrogating such a person with baseless suspicions. Ugh, yug. Delling's magical power was gradually pressing down on Kieran from above. Even with their opposition, using magical power against the family's third son? Kieran's face twisted with the shame he felt. Stop, Lord Delling. Using magic against a non-awakened. Withdraw your magical power. This is clearly a violation of imperial law. Shing dash. The shocked soldiers drew their guns to stop him, but even that was useless. The knights guarding Carlos drew their swords and blocked their way. You're the ones who should step back. For the Imperial Army to try to intervene in Buckingham's internal affairs. Don't you know that is the true violation? A magician oppressing a non-awakened with force. The Imperial Army powerless against the Knight Order, and an emperor who had become a puppet of the nobles. And nobles who wielded their absolute power as they pleased. This nauseating sight was the shameful self-portrait of the current Kal-Hiram Empire. You're all really having fun, you idiots. This is why you keep getting wiped out by the Revolutionary Army. Wong. But the Empire being stupid is a problem for later. I passed by Mari, who was frozen in fear, and released magical power from the magic circuit I had warmed up. TSS. When Delling realized another's magical power was interfering, his eyes twitched. When his gaze finally turned toward me, crash dash, I released additional magical power, completely dispersing Delling's magical power that had been pressing down on Kiran. Ugh. Delling's eyes widened at once, seemingly surprised by the unexpected situation. The surrounding knights also turned to look at me in shock, but from my perspective, it wasn't much of a big deal. If I had to comment, I'd say Senior Kiran was better at controlling magical power. Let me point out something first. Lord Delling, you directly used magical power against a non-awakened, correct? And you forcibly obstructed the Imperial Army trying to stop that through improper procedures. While Kiran was at fault for raising suspicions and being disrespectful, it was Carlos's side that crossed the line by using magical power. In other words, there are no legal issues here. Wung dash? Since I couldn't reveal my magic imprint, I limited the attack attribute to non-elemental. The spell is impact of history and tradition. Since he's a noble's son, no physical injury, but maximum pain. Therefore, you started this magical duel, and all responsibility lies with you. What? Having finished my preparations, I exploded the magical power I had condensed at Delling's chest. Boom! Delling's body flew in a straight line and planted his head in the lawn outside the mansion. Wait just. The knights, soldiers, Kiran, and Mari, even Carlos. While everyone watched with shocked eyes, I slowly walked outside the mansion while adjusting my magical power. Stand up, Lord Delling. Come to think of it, this was perfect timing. My magic circuits were getting stiff from studying, and here walks in such an excellent practice dummy for magic training. I'll make you pay dearly right here for tarnishing my adoptive father's honor. Just stand there with your mouth open, father. Your adopted son's service is coming right up. Kahawk? What is this? The shockwave I used on Delling was more effective than I thought. He couldn't even get up from his spot, just trembling while clutching his chest. Did the recent attack twist his respiratory system? Such thoughts crossed my mind, but when I sensed Delling's magical power, that wasn't it. Then there was only one conclusion. This guy just wasn't used to pain. How dare you launch a surprise? Crack dash? While Delling tried to say something as he staggered to his feet, I didn't give him the chance. I immediately rushed in, kicked his jaw, and stomped on his shoulder as he fell back to amplify the pain. Crunch dash? Ayek? Ayek. Delling's screams echoed throughout the mansion. The attention of late arriving guests and collateral branch members instantly focused on me, the legitimate heir of House Buckingham, screaming under the foot of an unknown child. As if feeling the shame, Delling's face flushed red. Remove your foot this instant? If you don't, I'll have your head. 3 minutes. Cutting off Delling's continued ranting, I spoke in a cold voice. That's how long it took from your first attack until you were subdued by me. Not only did you fail to withstand a mere shockwave and miss your chance to counterattack, but you dare to give me orders when you should have focused on getting up quickly. I spoke with an expression of disbelief. How can you be so complacent as the heir of a magic noble house? Do you think you can command the monsters of the battlefield? Why, you lowly worm, how dare you try to lecture the bloodline of Buckingham? Boom dash? A shockwave swept through the crowd along with Delling's roar. Though he was shamefully subdued, he was still the legitimate heir of a magic noble family. He was indeed a powerful figure whose magic circuit output ranked among the highest. I'll kill you. While I stepped back to avoid the shockwave, Delling staggered to his feet and drew up his magical power. TS. Magical power crystals generated from magic imprints began sprouting all over Delling's body, eventually enveloping him completely. He wore the materialized magical power mask-like armor. This was Steel Wall Lion, the special magic imprint used by the Buckingham Knight Order. Thud dash? When Delling took a step forward wearing his magical power armor, a shockwave traveled through the ground. The extremely condensed magical power and the overwhelming force emanating from it. Indeed, it was an intimidating presence worthy of the alias walking armored train. No, Lord Delling? To manifest full body armor. Are you planning to blow away the entire mansion? Despite the knight's urgent voices, Delling paid no attention and shot towards me. Swoosh! What formed in his hand was a great sword made of magical power crystals. One hit would be enough to blow away my upper body. Of course, that's only if I quietly let myself get hit. Whoosh dash? Why, you dodged. When I easily avoided his attack, the other knight's eyes widened. The weapon Delling created was a great sword. While each strike was powerful, there were many gaps between attacks. Well, I understand. Since he could deflect most attacks with his magical power armor, he focused on destructive power rather than attack speed. His magical power quantity and formulas are really good, but the core using them is rotten. After exchanging about 3 moves with Delling, I made my assessment. His combat techniques and martial arts are nearly beginner level, and his attack movements are full of unnecessary flourishes. The only thing he could do was swing his sword relying on the armor's defense and power. It was such a poor technique it couldn't even be called swordsmanship. If I had to grade it, it would be at the level of a child playing with a sword. Now, the gaps between the ornately decorated magical power armor. The moment I confirmed those, I immediately dove into his attack path. Cryik dash? What? While Delling was startled, I placed my hand on his chest and moved my fingers. Wung. There wasn't even a need to draw up more magical power. All I needed was a bit of magical power to penetrate the gaps in the magical power crystals. After infiltrating it in a thin concentrated form. Crack. Just spread it from the inside. Bang. Ka. Q. Part of the magical power crystals covering Delling's body burst out. The exploded area was his chest. More precisely, near where his heart was located. It's over. After confirming that, I prepared my next attack. The vital point clearly exposed, his sluggish movements unable to respond. I sharpened my hand blade and reinforced it with magical power. Delling would probably offer up his heart without even knowing what hit him. After finishing that thought, I thrust my fist toward his heart without delay and clang! A crystal much harder than Delling's blocked my fist. That's enough. I turned toward the voice behind me. Delling's father Carlos was looking at me with an expression like he'd bitten into a bug. Huh. Eugene's assassination attempt aimed at his heart, and Carlos's magical power crystal blocking it. Realizing this belatedly, Delling stepped back with a pale face. If father hadn't blocked it in time. A cold chill ran up Delling's spine. The first fear of death he'd felt in his life. He couldn't control his trembling lower jaw at all. TCH. Seemingly noticing his son's state, Carlos spoke to Eugene with an unpleasant expression. This should be enough. So stop here. Should I take that as a request from Lord Carlos? Yes. I can't let my only son die after all. Hearing those words, Eugene slowly withdrew his magical power, and Delling's complexion turned pale. What did father just say? Request? The legitimate heir of Buckingham negotiated with such a lowly thing? Be because of me? And not yet. His face flushed with shame. Beyond shame, an even greater chill and fear than before crept over his body. He had just tarnished the names of Buckingham and his father? It was a battle that started with a cowardly surprise attack? I didn't have a chance to respond. This match is invalid. Carlos's gaze turned toward him. A cold gaze as if looking at a bug rather than his son. Delling's fear grew increasingly larger. Please give me one more chance, father. As the legitimate heir of Buckingham, I'll take that arrogant bastard's head. He had to make up for it somehow. With that single thought, Delling desperately pleaded to Carlos, but, you embarrass me until the end, Delling. Slapdash? With that cold statement, Carlos simply struck Delling's cheek. It took quite a while to realize what had happened. He was hit. By his father. The cold violence that he inflicted on servants had now fallen upon him. Fafath, Though Delling finally managed to gather his wits and tried to call out to Carlos after a while. Slapdash, smackdash, thwackdash. Carlos simply continued striking his cheeks as if trying to shut Delling's mouth. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. How much more time passed like that? Heek, sniff, ha. Only when Delling was about to collapse, unable to endure any more, did Carlos finally seem to vent his anger and adjust his clothes. A spoiled child who can't even accept the results of combat has no qualification to be Buckingham's legitimate heir. So sorry, I'm so sore. Start your training over from the beginning, Delling. I will not tolerate such humiliation a second time. Leaving the completely stunned Delling behind, Carlos stood before the boy called Eugene. Indeed, he has useful qualities. Eugene's flowing magical power and the precision with which he controlled it. And that ruthlessness he showed in the battle with Delling. He examined and admired Eugene's qualities and spirit from various angles. He wasn't even using his full power. Moreover, the magical power he used was non-elemental. His magic imprint wasn't even activated. Just a tiny amount of magical power. With only that, this boy had defeated the successor he had carefully raised into such a state. Your name is Eugene, correct? Yes, sir. However, more impressive than his magical power and combat techniques was his attitude. Unlike Delling who lashed out unable to contain himself, the boy's demeanor was serenity itself. Seeing this, Carlos's eyes narrowed. Kiran, you've picked up quite a gem. This wasn't simply a child with outstanding qualities. He was a proper mage who could be deployed in actual combat right now. Even the attack on Delling must have been a pre-planned action. Let me make a straightforward proposal. Greed flickered in Carlos's eyes. As a mage, this boy was talent he didn't want to let slip away. Eugene, how about leaving Kiran and working for me instead? What? As if not expecting his words, Kiran, who had been observing the fight, bristled. Brother, what are you suddenly? The most Kiran would have offered is probably just a letter of recommendation. But I'm different. As Buckingham's successor, I can give you countless opportunities you couldn't even imagine. Kiran was saying something but he paid no attention. What do you think? Wouldn't it be more beneficial than staying with a nobody who doesn't even have magical power? He thought the boy would accept this proposal. This child prioritized benefits above all else, and was prepared to betray anything for them. Because he was the same type as himself. As if it was quite an unexpected proposal, the boy tilted his head in thought, and eventually, I refuse. He rejected his proposal without any change in expression. Why? The answer came after a while. He couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. Carlos asked the boy standing before him. Is it because of the battle just now, or have you grown attached to them in the meantime? If not that then. No. Excuse me, but it's not for such reasons. However, the boy shook his head with an awkward smile. I think, following Lord Kiran would be more beneficial than following Lord Carlos. At those words from the boy, Carlos frowned unpleasantly. How absurd. Are you saying some soon-to-retire imperial officer is better than me, the heir of Buckingham? Yes, that's what I think. The boy's words were clearly a rejection. Is he trying to repay the kindness shown to him, or does he already have other schemes in mind? Either way, recruiting him now would be impossible. Having finished his thoughts, Carlos clicked his tongue and turned around. I'm heading to the inner building. Why yes. We'll prepare some drinks. This way. As Carlos and his entourage disappeared into the mansion, Kiran, who had been watching the situation, approached Eugene. First, I should say thank you. Not at all. As your adopted son, this much is natural given the kindness you've shown me. When the boy said that, Kiran smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. I hate to say it myself, but it might have been better to accept that offer just now. If you want to grow as a mage, following a magic noble would be better. Though I hate to admit it, everything that guy said was correct. At those words, Eugene smiled slightly and shook his head. Even if that were true, Lord Carlos is not the one. The boy called Eugene thought to himself. With Maximilian and Elsidor's deaths, the original story of this game has been twisted. Despite that, the events that happened in the previous work are trying to occur again in different forms. As if some kind of forcing power is at work. Therefore, Eugene thought, if this phenomenon continued, if similar events were destined to occur even if history was changed, he shouldn't have accepted that proposal. Because Carlos Buckingham is destined to be killed by the Revolutionary Army. #029. The Kal Hiram Empire is a setting sun. The economy collapsed as soon as the Great Rupture appeared. The tyranny of magic nobles who seized power through the gaps. The collapse of people's lives, and the subsequent emergence of the Revolutionary Army. The current empire was so broken that it was impossible to know where to begin fixing it, and no one thought about trying to change such an empire. The nobles only thought about exploiting the empire for their own desires. The Revolutionary Army wanted to burn the empire completely and build a new country on its ashes. However, there was just one person. Someone who tried to somehow change this precarious empire that no one cared about. Friedrich Franz Kal Hiram. The legitimate heir of the Franz imperial family, the first seat magic family, and the master of the empire holding full authority over the imperial army. The only monarch who could have changed this empire on the brink of collapse. And in Chapter 1 of Revolution Empire, he also served as a device showing how the empire's fate had completely tilted when he was assassinated. But now it's different. The main story of Revolution Empire begins with the collapse of the Kal Hiram Empire. And the collapse of the Kal Hiram Empire begins with Emperor Friedrich's death. However, now that I've fallen into the game world, the emperor hasn't died yet, and I had enough power to intervene in the direction of the story. I could break the premise of the main story. Of course, it might be pointless. Even if I save the emperor, I won't be able to extinguish the flames of revolution that have already been lit. I probably can't control the magic nobles who have already solidified their power base either. The exploitation by magic nobles will continue, and the spark of revolution will burst someday. The Kal Hiram Empire has already reached its limit, after all. But at least I can survive. Revolution Empire has two endings. Either die in prison after completing the revolution, or face the gallows after failing the revolution. A gutter story where death is the only outcome either way. However, by preventing the emperor's assassination, I can escape from this deadly dilemma. I can choose a path that the protagonist couldn't choose in the original work. A future where I'm not used as a tool of revolution or exploited as a tool of nobility. Throwing this game story into an unpredictable swamp that no one can foresee. During the month-long period, preparations for attending the funeral proceeded without a hitch. From condolence gifts for the Elsidor family who lost their head, to formal attire for Kiran and his daughter, knights to escort the delegation, and branch family members to accompany them. After meticulously checking each item and person heading to the imperial capital, Carlos promptly returned to Buckingham's jurisdiction. How refreshing it is to no longer have to see that face. That's what Kiran said when he heard Carlos had left. Although siblings are programmed to kill each other, they still growl at each other whenever they meet. They might be half-brothers in name, but at this point, their relationship was practically that of sworn enemies. Of course, complicated matters like delegations and guests were all adult business. These things didn't apply to Eugene Lawrence, the energetic 10-year-old child of the new nation. So what did our young Eugene do during this month-long period? Very good, young Master Eugene. At this rate, you'll easily pass the written exam. Ugh. What else could it be? Military Academy entrance exam study. From now on, we'll focus on solving past exam questions for written preparation, and concentrate mainly on practical skills. After looking at my evaluation sheet, Mrs. Maybell allowed me to leave with a satisfied expression, and I gave a thumbs up while sprawled across the desk. Thank you. Not at all. It must have been a difficult schedule, but I'm glad you followed through so admirably. It had been 3 months since I started studying for the Military Academy entrance exam. In that short time, I had barely managed to exceed the passing cut line for the Military Academy's written test. To think that I, who had been a 466 level mushroom in Korean, English, and math, could enter a military academy. The brightness of my teacher's boundless grace was almost blinding. If Maybell said so, then I can rest assured. And so now, in the armored train heading to the imperial capital, Kiran, upon hearing my report, wore the same gentle smile as when we first met. Usually, he would have had a cigarette in his mouth, but what he held in his hand now was a steaming cup of coffee. When one's precious daughter is in the same train car, even a chain smoker knows to exercise restraint. We won't need to worry about the practical portion. Not after what you did to Carlos's only son. We can't be careless. I heard the military academy's practical tasks change every year. Haha, so that's how it's changed now? In my time, there was only hand-to-hand combat. Just as Kiran was about to start his back in my day story, I turned my gaze toward Mari sitting next to him. Mari's eyes lit up, seemingly noticing my look. After I knocked down Delling at the mansion, Mari's attitude toward me had noticeably softened. Mari, your father's starting again. Okay, got it. Good, transmission received. Just as Kiran's rambling was about to get longer, Mari interrupted him by pointing at the scenery outside. Papa, look there, there. What she was pointing at was the cityscape spread out beyond the window, the view of Central, the capital of the Kalhairam Empire. You shouldn't be amazed just yet, Mari. Where we're going is the highest place in Central. Really? Higher than this? Ha ha ha, that's right. Now, if you look over there. I watched the father and daughter chatting with smiling faces. I watched Mari taking in every corner of the city with bright eyes without a hint of shadow. And then shortly after, I turned my gaze to look at the bottom of the city laid out beneath the railroad tracks. Returning after 2 years, though it was meant to divert Kiran's attention, looking back now brought new emotions. Central, the protagonist's hometown and the place where Revolution Empire's main story begins. I was returning to the city I had left when led away by Le Pion. When I left, I was in the cargo car of a military armored train, but now I'm returning in Duke Buckingham's luxury train. Leaving as a commoner and returning as a noble. Wouldn't this qualify as a triumphant return? Though I thought that, I soon shook my head with a bitter smile. Triumphant return my ass, I'm walking straight into death's door. The special administrative district located in the center of the capital Central, the imperial capital. The Elsidor funeral to be held there was an event where the Revolutionary Army's invasion was expected. No, it would be more accurate to say it was an event held to lure out the Revolutionary Army. Le Pion, the protagonist of this funeral, was the Revolutionary Army's sworn enemy who had killed Maximilian, the Revolutionary Army's leader. Pinning medals on such a person's corpse was no different from poking a hornet's nest called the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army will definitely infiltrate the ceremony. And if my prediction is correct. I looked at Mari, who was now completely absorbed in Kiran's story. The most dangerous existence in today's attack and the turning point for Kiran's descent into villainy. And simultaneously, someone I absolutely had to protect for my military academy admission. According to Kiran, there's more than enough security personnel. However, I couldn't carelessly trust that security. If the Revolutionary Army that infiltrates the ceremony uses magic bullets, regular soldiers or lower-ranked knights won't be able to handle it. The basic plan is to prevent the Emperor's assassination. I can't abandon that to protect Mari, so I decided to take out an insurance policy for Mari, Irene, by assigning my current maximum fighting power to Mari. Yes, I'm here. Hearing my voice, Irene, who was munching on cookies in the next seat, raised her hand high. While wiping cookie crumbs from around her mouth, I said to her, I have something I need you to do. Okay, what do you want me to do? Not doing it wasn't even an option. What she showed me was blind trust. Like a newly hatched chick recognizing the first thing it sees as its mother, she blindly followed my words. Just as I had done at the Elsidor mansion, I spoke to Irene with a smile. Can you protect Mari for today? Protect? Lady Mari. Some scary people will be coming. Speaking thus, I checked Kiran and Mari's reactions. Since they didn't respond, it seemed they couldn't hear our conversation. Then, after hearing my words, Irene thought for a moment, then spoke to me with an expectant look. Those bad people coming for Lady Mari, can I eat them? Sparkling eyes, lips glistening with appetite, and sharp teeth visible between those lips. Looking at that, I spoke to Irene while acting out a gentle smile. Of course, you can. Come to think of it, I haven't been able to feed her properly while at the mansion. She's done well holding back until now. I patted Irene's head approvingly. You can eat as much as you want. Wow, Irene beamed at my words. This might turn out to be more profitable than expected. Prevent Kiran's corruption by protecting Mari, while simultaneously securing sacrifices for unlocking Irene's abilities. If I can accomplish 2 things at once, it's all profit for me. Are you sure you'll be alright? A child going alone into Central City. Don't worry, I'm familiar with it. At the VIP quarters prepared by the Imperial Palace. When I refused the security personnel, Kiran glared at me suspiciously. You're not doing some double agent work somewhere again, are you? That won't happen. Kiran's casual joke had a sharp edge to it. It was something he could say because he knew what I had done at the Elsidor mansion. No better offers than the Military Academy recommendation have come in yet. Kook, kahaha. Jokes must be met with jokes. After this exchange, Kiran personally prepared a carriage. I know nothing about the young master going out alone. I understand well enough, just please depart. Of course. Where shall I take you? Hearing those words, I stroked the handle of heresy in my chest. Currently, the only person who could command the Emperor assassination operation was the Revolutionary Army's vice commander, Vark Urgon. And to counter his magic imprint, I needed to adjust the wings of crimson embedded in my arm. And excluding the imprint users of the Imperial Army and Revolutionary Army, the only person in the capital Central who could do that was just one person. After finishing my thought, I spoke to the coachman. Grey Quarter District. Pardon. Grey Quarter. When those words left my mouth, the coachman's eyes immediately widened. Why, young master? I apologize, but that's the slums. If we carelessly enter there, who knows what people might say. That's fine, just please depart. A customer's demands must be met. As the coachman started the horse with a sour expression, I leaned back against the seat with a fresh feeling. My destination was Greyquarter National Hospital. It seemed the time had come to pay back the hospital bills I had left on credit. #030. Phew. Dr. Otto, having finished his day's work, sat down while forcefully keeping his tired eyes open. The day at Greyquarter National Hospital, which he operated, was like a war. Woefully insufficient beds and medicine. Slum patients flooding in with unheard-of diseases. The imperial government that wouldn't even show interest, let alone provide support, no matter how much help was requested. He thought that his time as a military doctor on the Eastern Front might have been better than this. Now really. Finally, he let out the words he had been holding in his heart all along. Is it time to quit? Usually, he wouldn't have thought this far. The difficult hospital operation was commonplace, and he could endure the physical exhaustion. What shook Otto's resolve was a newspaper published a few months ago. Elsidor Manor engulfed in flames. Major battle breaks out between Revolutionary Army and Count Elsidor's forces. No survivors inside the manor. There was a boy who had survived thanks to his help. A boy who said he would escape the slums, who had dozens of steel needles inserted into his young body. At the moment when he could finally be free, he had sold the boy to Elsidor. He justified it by telling himself there was no choice. That this would be better. That being a noble's servant would be better than being a beggar in the slums. Otto was able to treat many patients with the money he got from selling the boy. Without investing a single penny in himself, he used the sponsorship money generously for the hospital and patients. As if doing so would free him from the guilt of selling the boy, he lived like that for 2 years. And this newspaper that came to him showed the stark reality of such escapism. The Elsidor territory had burned, and the boy had died. He was the one who had driven the boy there. When his thoughts reached that point, Otto collapsed in despair. His sense of duty as a doctor and his will to save lives all became meaningless. Both body and mind had finally reached their limit. Let's end it here. Finally, he made his decision. After treating the current patients, he would leave the capital and retire. Return to his hometown, and maybe open a small clinic there. Thump thump dash. A midnight knock pulled him from his thoughts. Another emergency patient? Feeling slightly tired, Otto left the examination room and opened the hospital door. How many times do I have to tell you to take emergency patients to the next district? We don't even have hemostatic agents here anymore, nor blood for transfusions. What's this? Has the hospital gotten that bad in the meantime? Hearing the unexpected voice, Otto's irritated voice stopped mid-sentence. Why you? It's been a while, hasn't it? Standing at the hospital door was Eugene, the boy he had driven to his death. The boy who had been taken to Elsidor because of him was smiling at him. I've come to pay my medical bills. Otto's face was deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost in the middle of the night. How are you? No, but they said there were no survivors. No survivors? Huh. Seeing that not just the Imperial newspaper but other media said the same thing, it seemed Kieran's information manipulation had worked quite well. There shouldn't be any issues regarding Irene's whereabouts. Thinking that, I shrugged my shoulders demonstratively. Doctor, how can an Imperial doctor trust the media? I'm alive and well, so don't worry. I tried to make a light joke to calm Otto down, but my words didn't finish. Because Otto suddenly lowered himself and wrapped me in a tight embrace. I'm sorry. Pardon. While I was frowning, wondering what this was about. Seeing Otto's back trembling as he hugged me, I could guess why he was acting this way. He must have been thinking about how he sold me to Elsidor, how I died because of him. That's usually how good aligned NPCs are in this game. I shouldn't have sent you there then. I don't know what to say to you. Yes, doctor. Please calm down. However, I didn't have time to indulge in this emotional reunion. There were only 3 days left until the funeral ceremony, and I needed to adjust my magic imprint within that time. I peeled off Otto, who was grimacing with guilt, and rolled up my right sleeve to reveal my magic imprint. 7 red marks extending to the elbow. Seeing this, Otto's eyes grew even wider than when he first saw me. This is. Since we don't have time, I'll ask directly. Please answer as quickly as possible. I understand his surprise. A 7-stroke magic imprint. It was no different from having a nuclear bomb in the hands of a 3-year-old child. However, instead of explaining how I obtained the magic imprint, I extended my right arm to Otto and said, "Can you adjust this magic imprint?" Adjust. Hearing my words, Otto's expression turned strange. A magic imprint was the most important organ for using magic and a special weapon exclusively managed by the Night Order and Magic Corps. Asking a neighborhood doctor working in the slums to adjust such a thing was nonsensical. There's no time. Just tell me if you can adjust it or not. If not, I'll leave right away. However, I was certain. The doctor of Greyquarter District, Otto Klotz. This doctor, who appears from Chapter 1 of Revolution Empire, wasn't just an ordinary back-alley doctor. While I was thinking that to myself, Otto, who had been quietly watching me, stood up from his seat. Follow me? Success. The place Otto guided me to was in front of the medical equipment where he had performed the magical power development surgery 2 years ago. After I placed my arm on the circuit opener, Otto carefully examined my magic imprint through the lens connected to the machine. As I thought, the connection state is a complete mess. A mess. Yes. The red marks glowing on my right arm. After staring at them for a while, Otto spoke with an exasperated expression. The magic imprint you were previously using was broken internally for some reason. And without removing it, a new magic imprint was inserted in its place. How does he know this so well? Did he somehow witness the battle situation? Perhaps my thoughts showed on my face. Otto, as if it was nothing special, pressed various points on my right arm while speaking. Here and here. Fragments of the original magic imprint remain in the circuit, causing interference. It won't perform at full capacity like this. There's magical power leakage from the interfered circuits. What do you mean When my reaction was lukewarm, Otto's voice grew louder instead. It's magical power leakage. If something went wrong, the entire circuit could have necrotized from magical power mixing. What kind of madman would make an imprint like this? That would be me. I was in quite a hurry. I wanted to say that, but Otto's expression was so scary that I had to swallow my words. Anyway, in this state, adjustment would be pointless. We need to extract it and reimplant it. Reimplant. Yes. After saying that, Otto adjusted the hydraulic devices attached to the machine and replaced the end attachments. Click, click. The stimulus needles that had wrapped around my arm in a circle were removed, replaced by claw-shaped extraction tools and thin needles. It looked twice as menacing as what I saw 2 years ago. Feeling uneasy, I looked at Otto, who silently attached restraints to my shoulders and legs. The trauma from 2 years ago was starting to surface. These are very familiar preparations. We're going to extract the magic imprint and reimplant it. If you struggle and the magic imprint breaks, it's over. Oh, that wouldn't be good. I obediently bit down on the towel Otto had carefully rolled up for me. You still don't even blink. Shaking his head, Otto operated the circuit opener without delay. Unlike during the magical power development surgery, the extraction devices moved rhythmically as if they were living creatures. Seeing those, the terrifying pain I experienced 2 years ago came flooding back. Don't worry. There's no life-threatening danger like during the awakening surgery. Clank clank. Along with the machine sounds, the extraction devices gradually approached my arm. Instead, it'll hurt enough to make you beg for death. And the moment one of them dug into my arm, NGGGH, an all too familiar pain engulfed my entire body. This nostalgic sensation. It's been 2 years. Biting down on the towel in my mouth, I screamed internally. *TTY reincarnation difficulty for real. You bastard, what did you just say? Crash bang dash? Along with the shout, a chair in the examination room went flying. The one who threw the chair was a huge man covered in tattoos. On his prominently displayed arm was a black snake tattoo indicating his membership in the Vox gang. Say that again, you son of a bitch. I'll say it as many times as needed. I don't want your money, so get out of my hospital right now, you fucking. Crash dash? The enraged giant threw down the doctor whose collar he had been gripping. Kayak. Oh, Dr. Otto. Everyone stay back. Otto, who had been thrown out of the examination room, rolled twice on the floor. Though the muscular giant glared at him as if ready to kill, there was no fear in Otto's eyes. This arrogant bastard. A doctor who always looked soul dead, mechanically treating patients. That's why they had barged in so forcefully. They thought he would cower with just a few threats. But that wasn't the case. Far from shrinking away from the fierce threats, he gritted his teeth and shouted at them to leave. Can't let this slide. If they backed down here, other rabble would look down on the Vox gang too. They couldn't allow that, especially in the middle of an ongoing war with neighboring organizations. And above all, he didn't like that arrogant attitude staring him down. Alright, so that's how you want to play it. As if his patience had reached its limit, a pistol appeared from the giant's clothes. I'll say this one last time. Take our boss for treatment right now. Otherwise, right here. An old military pistol commonly seen in back alleys. When it was pointed at Otto's head, the faces of the hospital staff and nurses turned pale. But at that moment, Saul. From one side of the hospital, someone called his name. You bastard, who dares to say my name so casually? An unfamiliar voice. Not many people in this alley knew his name. Who is it? The Jake Gang's people? Thinking that, he turned the gun muzzle, and there stood an unexpected figure. Eugene. Saul. It really is you, isn't it? A 10-year-old boy in a clean shirt that only nobles would wear. Though he looked unrecognizable compared to before, Saul could still identify the boy. How are you here? No, more than that, that appearance. A lot has happened. But that's not what's important right now. Eugene, who spoke friendly as if meeting an old friend, raised his hand. You just pointed a gun at a noble, didn't you? What? Pasuk dash? With those words, Saul's chest burst open. Thud dash? Saul died without even making a sound. Doctor, you should hide for now. Eugene smiled while looking at his magic imprint, which now glowed brighter than before, without even glancing at the corpse. I'll pay back everything today, the overdue medical bills and the adjustment fee. Vox, Jake, Dallas. The gangs that had spread like parasites throughout Grey Quarter District. He planned to exterminate them all as a warm-up before the funeral ceremony began. Along with getting revenge for the protagonist's parents, who were killed over debt and thrown into a pigsty. #031. The scenery of the slums that I returned to after 2 years hadn't changed much. Makeshift buildings haphazardly constructed with rotting wood and all sorts of waste materials. Dark streets without a ray of light, blocked by these temporary structures. people emanating a musty stench, and gangs extorting money from these people. As always, it was a filthy and dangerous place. However, if I had to point out a few changes, it would be the number of gang members watching me from every alley. According to Vox Gang's principles, it was common for one member to manage one alley, but now that number had increased to 2 or 3 members. This didn't happen in the original story. I interrogated Saul's senior gang member, whom I had restrained with magic, about the reason. You bastard, why should I tell you? Crack dash? Arg? IILL talk? I'll tell you, please. After a brief commotion, the man with one arm missing started explaining with a friendly attitude. Well, 2 years ago, a gang member was murdered. But the gist of what he said was this. A gang member was killed. And not just any member, but a mid-ranking one who had over a dozen subordinates under him. However, the strange thing was that no one knew who killed him. The body was found in the sewers, and it was so eaten away by rats and insects that we couldn't even guess how he died. We suspected some kids from that neighborhood, but none of them would open their mouths. A complete mystery death. The gang took out their anger on some beggars in the alley, turning them into corpses, but even then, his explanation was that they couldn't find the culprit. That dead gang member's name was Hans, right? How did you know that? Why? Because I was the culprit, that's why. Thinking that, I could roughly deduce the situation. In the original story, the protagonist defeated the Vox Gang 5 years from now. Until then, the Vox Gang was supposed to grow steadily without any incidents. But Hans's death changed the situation. An action leader of the organization died. And the boss, Vox, not only couldn't avenge his dead executive but didn't even know who the killer was. No, he probably knew but buried it. But that alone wasn't enough. The members below distrusted Vox, and other organizations eyeing the interests of Grey Quarter seized the opportunity. Once authority starts being undermined, it keeps getting challenged. Just as I said when I killed Hans, the Vox Gang was continuously being challenged from the outside. That's why there are so many guys out there. We don't know when Jake or Dallas's guys might raid us, so we were ordered to maintain strict surveillance. Yes. Thank you for explaining. Crunch dash? I twisted the magical power chain around the man's neck, cutting off his breath. He probably didn't even feel pain, let alone realize he was dying. I threw the man's corpse in a corner of the alley and activated the adjusted magic imprint. Wung dash? The imprint glowed with a red light. However, unlike before when all 7 strokes glowed, only 4 strokes were glowing on my arm now. I deliberately deactivated the 3 strokes above. There's no point activating them now since my magical power can't handle them, and it would just waste magical power unnecessarily. I recalled the formulas contained in the deactivated magic imprint. Solar wind manifestation, focused heat shell, MOAF, solar ray, heliosphere. And that final magic that would eventually be unlocked. Using any one of them in the city would cause chaos and expose the magic imprint's identity. I can't do that when I haven't even started the modification work yet. Hey, that. What's with that corpse, isn't that Jake? This crazy bastard, killing our member right in Vox's front yard. The Vox Gang members who had been tailing me from the hospital immediately jumped out. 2 moved forward, while the other 2 went to report to the organization. This was even better. I could sweep away all the ones rushing in and then go after Vox and the others. Kill him. Bang, ta-tang dash, bang. The gang members surrounding me fired their concealed pistols. Most of the flying bullets were small caliber pistol rounds and hunting ammunition. They couldn't penetrate my fully activated barrier. Wait, that. Magic? It's magic. Seeing the translucent barrier surrounding my body, the Vox Gang members' faces showed dismay. The basic formula stored in the first imprint, barrier. Unlike the barrier received at Elsador, this was a special defensive formula that covered all directions, front, back, left, and right. So far, 12 have gathered. The next formula was detection magic, Eye of Horus. When I focused on the main threats like guns and weapons, I could clearly see the gang members hiding behind walls and inside alleys. As soon as they realized I'm a magician, they seek cover and wait for an opportunity. It was a formation that well reflected the character of the gang's boss, Vox Frederick, who had a military background. But it's nothing compared to the magic core. While this formation might have been threatening in the early stages of learning magic, it's neither a threat nor anything at this point. I immediately activated the attack formula. Queraruk dash? Dozens of small magic circles spread around. From the red glowing magic circles, dozens of fireballs appeared. A variation of the basic fire attribute attack formula fireball. It was a form that minimized the size while extremely increasing the number of attacks. Woong. The fireballs that started spinning in place burned fiercely as if they would shoot out at any moment. Full volley. With a short incantation, the fireballs that had reached their critical point were fired simultaneously at the gang members. Bang? As seen when the knife-head members used Ice Spear, originally Mage's basic attack magic travels in a straight line. However, the Eye of Horus I activated earlier. When using this detection formula that simultaneously confirms target location and sets attack coordinates, even ordinary fireballs become guided missiles that track enemies on their own. Fuck, what's this? Why is the magic curving? Fire, fire. The fireballs that stretched out in dozens of curved lines instantly burned the members and shattered the encirclement surrounding me. Over there, a fire attribute magician. Jake's guys, what kind of monster did they bring? Meanwhile, over a dozen gang members who arrived late as reinforcements entered my detection range. Gang members rushing in clustered together. Instead of reaching out toward them, I grabbed Heresy's handle from inside my clothes. Warwick dash? A magic circle formed at the black muzzle tip, with a fireball burning above it. This time, without Eye of Horus's assistance, it was a form focused purely on power and range. Even without magic bullets loaded, if I used the auxiliary formula engraved on the gun, Q, the fireball that was only fist-sized grew to the size of an adult's head, and eventually became so huge it could completely cover my body. Hey, you crazy, what is that? The gangs belatedly realized something was wrong, but the terrain wasn't favorable. The alley was narrow, and there were no side paths. Fire. The moment I pulled the trigger of the empty gun, the massive fireball flew toward the gang members. Boom! With an air-splitting explosion, the gang members gathered in the alley instantly turned to ashes. Tuduk. Tuck. Tuduk. After the battle ended, all that remained in the alley were burned corpses, remaining flames, and soot. After gauging the state of my magic imprint and remaining magical power, I clenched my fist. Finally got on the right track. A magic imprint adjusted to near perfection. An enormous amount of magical power incomparable to the original protagonist. Formula synchronization flowing like water, and combinations without a single hitch. In the original Revolution Empire, this was power that could barely be approached in the middle of the chapter. To achieve this 5 years before the story starts, at the young age of 10. Combining the items and weapons from my memories, I could obtain power on a different dimension from the previous protagonist. For now, I'll put off the detailed plans. I need to finish what I have to do now first. Thinking that, I looked around the alley strewn with corpses. It's quiet. There were no more gang members charging in for revenge, and the Vox gang members watching from the outskirts had disappeared. But there was no need to be hasty. After stirring up this much trouble, they're probably preparing to run away. When a similar situation occurred in the game, Vox's behavior pattern was set. He would probably pack up all the money in the safe and try to escape with his core members, leaving the expendables who could be replenished anytime as bullet shields, to plan for the future. In the original, they went through all sorts of trouble chasing after that, but it's nice that I don't need to do that this time. Muttering that, I recalled the map structure of Revolution Empire's Chapter 1. The distance between Vox's residence and the alley where I was standing now. After calculating that, I started looking for the passage with leisurely steps. Even walking slowly like taking a stroll, it didn't seem like I would miss Vox. Huff. Huff. A middle-aged man with a thick beard was running through the foul-smelling sewer. The boss of the Vox gang that ruled Grey Quarter District, Vox Frederick. He was now fleeing Grey Quarter District with only a few executives. Boss, what was that exactly? Why would a magician? Jake's guys must have pulled something? A magician suddenly, these crazy bastards. The executives' voices continued, but Vox couldn't be sure of anything. Jake hired a magician to hit us? No, that doesn't make sense. The magicians he had seen on the battlefield were beings who lived in a different world from them. In other words, they weren't the type to move for money offered by back alley gangs. Then the most likely possibility was personal grudge. And Vox had one thing he suspected. The kid who killed Hans. Could it be? Although it was handled as an unexplained death, Vox knew the inside story of Hans's murder. A boy struggling with his father's gambling debts, like any back alley vermin. If that boy who killed Hans and ran away had returned, then he, Kukwang dash? Just as he was thinking that, a fireball flew from the opposite side of Vox. One executive instantly turned to ashes. Without even time to scream, that's how he disappeared. Step step. While everyone stopped, a small shadow appeared with footsteps, black hair and black eyes, and the red magic imprint glowing brightly on his right arm. Found you? How did you get here? The boy looked at him and his subordinates with a broad smile. And the moment he saw that face without shadows, Vox instantly knew his guess was right. Damn it. The back alley beggar who killed Hans and ran away. That beggar had returned as a monster. #032. This wraps things up nicely. In a dilapidated underground storage room with scorch marks scattered about, 3 men were kneeling side by side in what used to be a cattle shed. MMPH? MMMMPH. Please spare me, please. NNNNGH. What was I thinking? I hadn't gagged Dallas. After yanking his hair up, I grabbed a handful of straw and stuffed it in his mouth. Now it's finally quiet. I looked at the 3 men in turn, then checked the modest spoils obtained from them. Gold bars, drugs, bearer bonds, and jewels. Less valuable than I expected. I roughly assessed the items piled in one corner of the storage room. I'll keep the gold bars, burn the drugs. Otto can handle the rest properly if I hand them over. But more than these things, there was an unexpected windfall. A list of nobles who dealt with these guys and their transaction details. Looking at the names of the nobles listed, it was clear just how corrupt the so-called nobles of Kalhiram were living. Most of the purchased items are banned monster byproducts, and drugs made from them. This could get quite interesting if I hand it over to Kiran. I put the ledgers obtained from the 3 organizations into my bag. Now that I've gathered everything, time to wrap this up. After finishing that thought, I activated the mechanical device that remained in my memory. Clank dash. Along with the sound of a cultivator, what started turning was a grinder used in meat processing plants. The very thing that had ground up Eugene Lawrence's parents. Hans said this. If I don't bring the money by next week, he'll grind me up and scatter me next to my mom and dad. MMPH? MMMMPH. Of the three who heard my words, Vok's face in particular turned deathly pale. The furiously spinning grinder, the shabby storage that used to be a pig pen. It seemed he finally realized where this place was, and what I intended to do. Come to think of it, I wonder if this is really necessary. Looking at the frantically spinning grinder and the faces of the three men covered in tears, that thought suddenly crossed my mind. After all, the one who lost his parents was Eugene Lawrence in the game, not Song Yujin. Honestly, I personally had no particular feelings about these people. Yet I deliberately sought out this place and this grinder, and deliberately captured these three people alive and tied them up in this storage room. I had to admit it. Right now, I was acting uncharacteristically irrational. Sorry? I'm sorry? I committed a mortal sin? So please, please. The gag must have come loose while being dragged, as Vok's voice burst out while in my grasp. My parents probably made similar sounds too, right, boss? Please, please. Unexpectedly, an agitated voice leaked through between my teeth. Along with that came this unpleasant feeling, and a dark pleasure. When I felt that, I became quite confused. No matter how immersed I was in this game, I was originally an outsider to this incident. There was no reason for me to feel such emotions. Come to think of it, it wasn't just now. The slight anger I felt when I saw Claude's face at Knife Head. The sense of familiarity I felt the moment I met Maximilian. Even the bitter aftertaste I felt when killing him. While they were all dramatic moments in their own way, the emotions I felt from them had some degree of dissonance for Song Yujin the gamer to feel. Does this mean the emotions I'm feeling now aren't those of Song Yujin? That Eugene Lawrence's personality is partially mixed in. Even as these thoughts continued, my body didn't stop. My hand holding Vox threw him into the grinder without hesitation. And no, with that final death cry, Vox literally became minced meat scattered across the pig pen floor. MMPH. MMMPH. MMMMPH. Vox blood and minced flesh spurting from the grinder's outlet covered the bodies of the remaining two. There's a scene in the movie War of the Worlds where aliens spray human blood everywhere. It was exactly like that. Ugh, disgusting. While it was satisfying, I didn't think it was worth doing twice. Crack dash? Thud dash? When I heard strange sounds coming from the other two, I turned to look. In the blood-covered pen were Dallas and Jake, lying dead. One bit his tongue, the other smashed his head in to commit suicide. Rather than end up like Vox, they must have thought it better to die first. After checking their causes of death by prodding the corpses with my foot, I gladly got up from my spot. It's a gain for me since there's less work to do. Now I should grab the goods and ledgers and get out of this storage room quickly. As in any detective or mystery story, the police arrived an hour after everything had wrapped up. Police spread throughout the alley, and criminals being arrested one after another. Those who wouldn't bat an eye at whatever happened in the alleys in the game are now acting like this just because they heard a magic noble was involved. To think that the young master of the Buckingham family would be involved in such an unfortunate incident. For a young lord of a magic noble family to personally step forward to uphold justice in these back alleys. As expected of Lord Kieran's son. You've done a truly great deed. And what surprised me most of all was the police chief who came with all those police forces. We don't have a single officer to spare for trash like you. Get your hands off. You parasites of the empire. Who would have thought that this embodiment of authoritarianism, who used to spout such lines as naturally as breathing, would possess such excellent ass-kissing skills? If he were dealing with someone who enjoyed being entertained, he would have the technique to increase the sensitivity 3,000 times and send them to Hong Kong in just 2 seconds. Why you killed them all? Every single one. Strictly speaking, not everyone. After pushing aside the police chief's song of praise, to Otto's question asked with a dumbfounded expression, I waved my hand with an embarrassed face. I only directly dealt with the leaders and executives of each organization. I did it in front of the regular gang members, so there shouldn't be anyone trying to run a gang for a while. Especially in Vok's case. When I showed them the blood and minced meat saying say hello, this is your boss, some of them fainted on the spot. Even if they pop up again, they'll probably be no more than neighborhood thugs. Hearing my words, Otto shook his head with a somewhat dejected expression. To think that those who ruled the back alleys for over 10 years would be exterminated by a single magician. It's not that they couldn't do it. They just left it alone because it didn't harm them. Not much different from the real Korea. No matter how much they boast about being a nationwide organization or an underworld big shot, the moment public authority steps in seriously, the underground world crumbles. The reason they don't disappear isn't because of lack of ability, but lack of will. The scraps they bring from that side must be pretty sweet too. If there's a difference to be found, it's that in this world, it's nobles who wield public authority, not judges. And right now, I was, at least in name, a member of those nobles, and moreover, a magic noble, and among them, a magician who had reached quite a high level. In other words, I had both the ability and will to clean up the alleys. I was worried, young master, when you went off alone, to think you would do such an incredible thing. The one who approached me saying those words was Walter, the butler who had directly called these police officers. He had the police handle the cleanup right as I finished my work. In other words, this person had been watching me since I arrived here. It sends chills down my spine. Why? Because I couldn't detect that person even while using Eye of Horus. Still, thanks to you, butler, I feel relieved. You called the officers at just the right time. I was worried it might have been too late. It would be a serious matter if Lord Kiran's son were to be hurt in such an incident. Now, let me translate this noble conversation into my style. Looking at the police's timing, you deliberately left me alone, didn't you? If you can't handle even this much alone, how dare you enter the military academy as Kiran's son? What, should I spoon-feed you next time? The big bones hidden in the exchange of pleasantries. Learning as I go, but these noble bastards really live in an exhaustingly complicated way. Since you seem to have handled your personal business, I'll escort you to your lodgings now. Yes. Please do, butler. If you're done with your work, return to base. Okay. After this exchange, I got into the carriage Walter had prepared. Ah, right. Butler. Yes, young Master Eugene. Before closing the door, I called Walter and took out a ledger from my pocket to hand to him. This is. I found it during my personal business. I thought it might be useful to father. And, lowering my body slightly, I whispered in Walter's ear. And shortly after, Walter's gaze, after examining the ledger I handed over, turned toward the police chief standing far away. What was written in the ledger was details of underage human trafficking, and the police chief's name written at the end. Well, this is unexpected information. I leave it in your hands. Of course. Don't worry. Walter, saying this with a smile, closed the carriage door with an even more polite gesture. Police chief bastard, you were planning to quietly take credit for the gang cleanup, weren't you? Sorry, but the only thing you'll be eating is black bread in the northern prison. Clop 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 clop. The carriage carrying Eugene left Grey Quarter at twice the speed it had arrived. It was understandable that the driver was scared, as this was a high-crime area that no sane imperial citizen would even think of entering. I didn't expect to find you here, Otto. Walter, changing his tone after the young master he had to serve disappeared, turned his gaze to one side. Otto Klotz, the back alley doctor in worn medical gown. He, too, seemed quite surprised, looking at Walter with a strange expression. Walter, Major, don't add the rank anymore. We're both civilians now, after all. Saying this, Walter looked in the direction where the carriage carrying Eugene had disappeared. It seems you've been working as a doctor here. For about 10 years. So you came here right after discharge. You really? Walter's gaze, trailing off, looked at Otto. The worn-out medical gown, disheveled hair, even the glasses with rust covering the frames. Though he no longer wore a military uniform, he was still the same military doctor who had shared hardships on the front lines 10 years ago. You seem to be acquainted with young Master Eugene as well. That's what I wanted to ask. Young Master, you mean, could it be that the one who took in that child was? Your guess is correct. It was truly a strange connection. Who would have thought that those whose spirits were broken after that incident on the front lines would meet again in a place like this? And that at the intersection of that meeting would be one boy? So with that in mind, I have a proposal for you. A proposal. With those words, Walter stepped closer to Otto and spoke. Exposing the police chief's crimes was secondary. The first task Eugene had instructed him about was related to Otto. Would you become young Master Eugene's personal physician? Hashtag 033. Good day, madam. We met at Castle Chegrand last month, do you remember? We have some fine wine that just came in. Would you like to join us for a drink sometime? A fish farm in the western coastal region? Ho ho ho, well this. Lupion's funeral wasn't as solemn as I had expected. Rather than a funeral hall, it felt more like an outdoor social gathering for nobles. If a funeral in Korea had this kind of atmosphere, it would be considered a good death. Well, dying after catching the Revolutionary Army's leader would be considered a good death. What would Lupion, lying in his coffin, think about these thoughts from the one who caused his death and stole his magic imprint? That thought crossed my mind briefly, but it wasn't my concern anymore. If he's upset, he can tear open his coffin and resurrect himself. Invitation confirmed? Lord Kiran Buckingham. It's an honor to have you. Seeing me following Kiran, the servants bowed respectfully. To think I'm now walking proudly through the front gate of a place I used to sneak into during my knife-head days. It might have been a touching moment, but sadly, there wasn't time for such sentiments. They're already starting to show up one by one. Among the nobles attending the funeral, the servants carrying food, and the occasional street vendors. Familiar faces could be spotted between them. Lower-ranking Revolutionary Army members who carried out missions with the protagonist in the original Revolution Empire. They had already finished their preparations and were waiting for the Emperor to appear. The security is terrible. Suspiciously so? Unlike me who was observing the people, Kiran's gaze was fixed on the soldiers lined up throughout the venue. The snipers on the roof don't even have proper scopes, and the patrolling forces are all regular soldiers. There's a lot of them, but the quality is completely lacking. You can tell right away. I've been smelling gunpowder on battlefields for decades. I can tell just by looking at the rifles they're carrying. Having said that, Kiran spoke while looking at the soldiers standing at attention. Those soldiers guarding us now, they're greenhorns who've never seen actual combat. After hearing Kiran's words, I took another look at the soldiers' attire. Clean faces and pristine uniforms. Even their boots were gleaming without a trace of wear. They looked more like actors in military costumes than actual soldiers. The Imperial Guard captain is Nefelheim Duchy's man. That cunning bastard deliberately redirected the elite troops elsewhere. Hearing Kiran's words, I assessed the current situation. Security weakened by magic nobles' schemes. Revolutionary army already hiding everywhere, waiting for their chance. Nobles enjoying the reception in the middle of the planned attack site. The emperor who would soon appear would be nothing more than a feast prepared for the revolutionary army. Don't worry. Walter and our soldiers will handle the primary security. However, if things go wrong, I'll need to escape with the young lady. I understand. Of course, I couldn't be certain. There wouldn't be time to look after Mari while preventing the emperor's assassination. I watched Mari bouncing around holding Kiran's hand, with Irene following behind her. Irene, you're sticking too close. Hehe, sorry, young lady. When I told her to stay close to Mari, I didn't expect her to literally stick to Mari for 3 days straight. Seeing how the two had grown close, I nodded. At least I had insurance in place, so they shouldn't die. Thud. Just then, a man wearing a fedora bumped into the child's side. Oh my, I'm sorry. Are you hurt? A gentleman who lowered himself and asked in a kind voice. A handsome man with well-groomed blonde hair and blue eyes. And the moment I saw that face, I realized something was wrong. Gideon Leonhardt. Why would a Westrain Republic intelligence agent be at Lupion's funeral? In a space without a hint of light, the Revolutionary Army members gathered around Vark were reviewing their upcoming operation. How's the deployment of members? It's already done. We can have everyone move in as soon as the funeral starts. I checked the security forces, they're terrible. Are the magic nobles saying they don't care whether the emperor lives or dies? Vark's concerns deepened as he received the members' reports. He wasn't worried because breaking through security would be too difficult, but because it would be too easy. Other members seemed to share similar thoughts, as one of them asked Vark. Vark, the Imperial Army's deployment. Doesn't it seem strange? There's nothing strange about it. It's intentional. The answer came immediately. The Imperial Army's unreasonably weak security. It was too unnatural to claim ignorance. We got a communication from our sponsors. The Imperial Army's main force has all been deployed to the outskirts of the capital. They say it'll take at least 30 minutes to arrive even at their fastest. 30 minutes. Enough time for Vark and his members to kill the Emperor and escape. What's going on? They must have known we would attack. This doesn't make sense. Have the magic nobles abandoned the Emperor? When several members asked this, Vark showed his teeth as he spoke. No, it's worse than abandonment. His gaze fell on the Emperor's insignia on one side of the capital's map. Those bastards are now begging us to kill the Emperor. And they plan to leisurely appear after we kill the Emperor and strike us from behind. Vark became uncomfortable. Even if the operation succeeded at this rate, they would be playing into the magic nobles' hands. However, they couldn't abandon the operation now. Lupion's funeral was the Empire's ploy to insult Maximilian's death. If they remained silent about their leader's death, what fool would join the revolutionary cause? Creak. It seems all preparations are complete. As his worries deepened, a man entered the dark space. Our personnel are also ready. Whenever the leader gives the order, we can begin at any time. A handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Though he wore the same attire as the Revolutionary Army members, what emanated from him wasn't the Revolutionary Army's characteristic passion. Rather, what he possessed was the cold air typical of those with power. He was fundamentally different from them who desired revolution. We thank you for your cooperation. Without the Republic's support, this operation would have been impossible. Save your thanks for after the operation. For example, a faint smile appeared on the man's face as his words trailed off. After retrieving the Emperor's head according to our proposed conditions. Hearing those words, Vark stood up with a sigh. This man named Gideon was one of the sponsors dispatched from Westrain. Having reached out to them for help, it was impossible to stop the operation now. If the operation fails, it's a futile struggle, and even if it succeeds, we're being played by them. The power struggle between magic nobles and the Emperor. The Republic stirring up chaos in the Empire amid that power struggle. In these massive currents, the Revolutionary Army was merely a sword handle being played by their objectives. Yaaa-dash? The sound of citizens cheering could be heard from outside. The sound of fireworks booming loud enough to shake the heavens, mixed with the music of numerous instruments. Members watching the situation outside gave a signal. The Emperor had appeared. Shall we go, leader? Drop the title of leader. I'm merely Maxim's proxy. Vark stood up in response to Gideon's words. It was too late to abandon the operation now. Either kill the Emperor and die gloriously, or die without killing him. That was all that was possible for him now. However, next time will be different. Vark thought of the numerous young bloods remaining at headquarters. The revolutionary heroes personally trained by Maximilian, and the many promising individuals following him. They were new recruits who joined the Revolutionary Army after Lupion's death, and would continue the revolution even after his death. The seeds have been sown. Then all that remains is to ignite that spark with the Emperor's blood. It didn't matter if they were being played in a dirty power struggle. It didn't matter if they became puppets of the Republic. The Emperor meeting his end at the Revolutionary Army's hands. That fact alone would remain in history, becoming nourishment for the next generation of revolutionaries. Bang dash! When the door of the cargo wagon they were riding opened, the capital filled with countless people came into view. Nobles who filled their bellies with the blood of the poor, and the hideous parasites living off those nobles' pus. They had gathered together, cheering the Emperor's name. Thump thump. There were people moving busily through the gathered crowd. The disguised members gradually picked up speed, revealing their disguises one by one and firing their prepared magic bullets. And Flutter dash? Wait. That. Red flags. Among the crowd calling the emperor's name, the revolutionary army's red flags rose. 1, 2, 10, 20. As the flags increased, the imperial army's confusion grew, and the terrified crowd began to leave their places one by one. It didn't matter. Lupion's coffin and the vehicle carrying the emperor were already in the middle of the main road, and the revolutionary army had already surrounded them. Shing. The military sword at Vark's waist was drawn. The light bursting from red wings, derived from Maxim's magic imprint, began to blaze fiercely along the blade. Vark charged in a straight line holding the flag. His eyes caught sight of the emperor's vehicle and the imperial army guarding him. Kill the emperor? Shatter the heart of this corrupt empire. The first strike would be his, and Westrain's sponsors would provide fire support. The positioning was perfect, and all that remained was his strike. For the revolution. For the revolution. With the cries of numerous members, Vark raised his weapon and charged toward the emperor's vehicle and, boom! With a tremendous explosion, the entire escort procession guarding the emperor was engulfed in flames. Rumble! As the roar that shook the entire capital subsided, the thick smoke slowly cleared. And what should have appeared next was the emperor's shattered corpse. Or rather, that's what should have happened. I really hoped it wouldn't come to this. What? When the quiet voice was heard, a look of dismay appeared on Vark's face. Crack dash? What had received his strike wasn't the emperor's vehicle, but a translucent red barrier. The one who had spread the multiple layers of barriers was a young man who possessed the same red magic imprint as himself. Who are you? Why do you have the same colored magic imprint as us? Judging by the state of the shattered barrier, the impact on the young man seemed significant. However, the young man paid no attention to this and growled while staring directly at Vark's face. Vark Urgon. You idiot, do you know what you've just done? What? Who is this young man? How does he know my name? As such questions were about to continue, shocking words came through the young man's lips. You just sold the entire Revolutionary Army organization to Westrain. Author's thoughts. #034. Betrayed the Revolutionary Army. What does that mean? That's something for you to figure out. Crash dash? I created distance between Vark and myself by exploding the nearly broken barrier. You bastard. Not yet? You can't dodge while floating in the air. I immediately summoned dozens of magic circles and loaded them with fireballs. There was no need to use Eye of Horus. There was only one target. Fire all rounds. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of fireballs were fired in sequence, continuously pouring towards Vark. Of course, I didn't expect this to kill him. Unlike those gang members who burned with a single fireball, he was a magician with a 5-stroke magic imprint. I'd be lucky if my fireballs could leave even a scratch on him. Whoosh dash? Vark emerged from the thick smoke and pointed his sword at me. As expected, the magic I had fired couldn't leave a single scratch on him. Vark Urgon. He's an NPC known as the number 2 of the first-generation Revolutionary Army before the main story of Revolution Empire begins. A cornerstone of the Revolutionary Army who maximized the growth of the magic imprint Red Wings created by Maximilian. Living up to his reputation, his first strike was more powerful than I had imagined. If I hadn't put up a triple barrier, forget blocking it, I might have gone to the next world along with the Emperor. And that's not all. When I activated the fireball along with the barrier, the magic imprint became overloaded. Without Otto's adjustments, I would have had to prepare for a backflow. However, I saw the Emperor's carriage stopped behind me. The Emperor wasn't dead. The Revolutionary Army's primary objective had failed. No, not yet. I can't be certain yet. I couldn't relax just because I blocked one attack. While catching my breath, I surveyed the funeral venue that had already turned into chaos. It's an attack? Everyone maintain formation. Focus firepower on the front to create an escape route. Walter, what happened to Mari? She headed to the train station first with the guard forces. Lord Kirin, this way. The square was being defended against the Revolutionary Army's offensive mainly by Kirin's soldiers, but it was impossible for such a small force to control the entire venue. They could only manage to evacuate Kirin himself, those around him, and Mari. I saw Irene disappearing into an alley with Mari from a distance. With that one around, at least Mari won't die. The Revolutionary Army. Run! Everyone Aryukahuk. You traitors, how dare you, in this place. Unlike Kirin's forces moving in perfect unison, the situation with other nobles wasn't looking good. Target those with luxurious decorations and medals first. The guard forces are nothing but scarecrows? Eliminate them all dash. Kayaok dash. Most of the nobles who had close relationships with the Emperor, or were trying to establish them, were dying from the Revolutionary Army's attacks. As Kirin had predicted beforehand, most of the guard forces were just a disorganized rabble that couldn't even help. And amidst all this, what caught my eye were the Westrain magicians moving through the chaotic funeral venue. First objective complete. Next target. This one's done too. Moving to the next. Magicians using only non-attribute magic and enhancement magic to minimize imprint exposure. Unlike the Revolutionary Army indiscriminately killing those who appeared to be nobles, their targets were the key figures in charge of the Empire's administration. Though it's 5 years earlier than the original work. Up to this point, it's flowing according to the main story. Due to the Revolutionary Army's uprising, the Imperial faction officials who ran the Empire would be largely killed off, and magic nobles would take their place. A deal between the Westrain Republic, which wanted chaos in the Empire, and the magic nobles who were looking for an opportunity to purge the Imperial faction. From this incident onward, the delicate balance between the Imperial faction and noble faction would collapse. The Empire would fall into the hands of magic nobles, and the Revolutionary Army's anger would only grow hotter, never knowing until the end that it was they themselves who had turned their world into hell. It's quite funny when you look at it from afar. Those who wanted reform in the Empire were pushing its fate toward the abyss. The revolution had long since been tainted by countless malicious intentions, becoming a tool to be used by them. Just being used as such a tool of revolution, only to be discarded in the end. That would have been the fate originally given to this body, but not anymore. I stole Maximilian's magic imprint, found Otto again, and had him adjust the forcibly implanted magic imprint. I trained to death until this day came to increase my magical power to its maximum limit. As a result of all my efforts to survive coming together, I was able to intervene at this game's most important turning point. I could now distort this story from its very foundation, the story that begins with the Emperor's death. Form ranks, synchronize the imprints, protect His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty, are you all right? Call the Night Order. By the time my thoughts were ending, the guards who had belatedly grasped the situation surrounded the Emperor's carriage. Wuong, a solid barrier created by the synchronized magical power of dozens of people. Though the guards' magic imprints were only two-stroke, they could hold out to some extent when dozens used the same spell simultaneously. Q-a-dash? However, at that moment, a fierce killing intent was directed at me. You dare. Vark, with a face like an evil spirit, slowly approached me with his sword raised. The magical power flowing from the sword in his hand made me feel like I could be crushed at any moment. Right. That's how you should react. It must have been an operation that was practically guaranteed to succeed. In this situation without any archmagicians, there should have been no one who could stop Vark. However, at this moment, everything became distorted. By blocking Vark's first strike, I bought time for the guards to surround the Emperor. It's not over yet. Vark's voice leaked through his clenched teeth. And simultaneously, I felt magical power that was incomparable to what I had felt just before. It was the Revolutionary Army's special weapon, Magic Bullet. Just one magician and a handful of Imperial guards. When he raised his magic circuit output to the extreme, an overwhelming magical power that rivaled Maximilian's from before assaulted me. Ugh, insane. No matter what, I can't win against that. While I was thinking this, Vark took his stance while concentrating his magical power. This time, the Emperor's life. No, you're too late. With magical power raised to that extent, there was nothing I could do. I had used most of my magical power blocking the first strike, and my magic imprint was overloaded. However, that was enough. This brief moment of time I bought by pouring out all my magical power. This single moment was enough time to summon the real one who was waiting in the Imperial Palace. Kukwang? A brilliant light struck down from the sky. A massive impact like a meteor falling. The shockwave it created was enough to push back Vark who was preparing his attack. This unfaithful one who could not accompany His Majesty's procession due to falling for a vile trick. I shall repay with my life when all is done, Your Majesty. Along with the dignified voice, a man appeared from within the light. A white-haired old knight wearing the Imperial Knight Order uniform. Upon seeing his face, Vark's face burned with rage. André Leonhardt. The Imperial Knight Order commander, André Leonhardt. The shield that protects the Emperor had joined the battlefield. Young lady? This way. Just a bit further. While the battle with the Revolutionary Army was raging at the funeral venue, the 72nd Division soldiers under Kiran's orders were guiding Mari and Irene to the train station. Though she was running with the soldiers' guidance, Mari's face was deathly pale. The scattered gunfire and screams. Blood soaking the clean streets. Even her father who was desperately trying to evacuate her. Everything was unfamiliar and terrifying. This alley? This is the shortcut. The moment the soldier leading the way shouted that. Bang dash! With the gunshot, a bullet hole appeared in the soldier's temple. Kayak. Damn, an ambush. Why all the way here? Mari's confusion grew even more as she saw someone die right before her eyes. Walking leisurely towards such a Mari were Revolutionary Army members in trench coats. However, seeing the pistols they were holding, one of the soldiers guarding Mari gritted his teeth. These bastards aren't Revolutionary Army. Don't tell me they're from Westrain. Impressive? To think a mere common soldier could distinguish such things. An admiring voice flowed out from among the Revolutionary Army members who had already surrounded them. A man with blonde hair and blue eyes, Gideon. He clicked his tongue in displeasure while looking at Mari who was trembling at the sight of him. Things have gotten quite complicated. Originally their target wasn't this child Mari, but Kiran himself. He was the Empire's brilliant general who had utterly defeated Westrain's main force in the last Great War. Westrain had been determined to eliminate him somehow but never managed to find an opportunity. However, Gideon was skilled in espionage and found an answer within the Empire. Carlos, the heir of Buckingham who viewed Kiran as a thorn in his side. He had approached Westrain, offering to deliver Kiran's head in exchange for instigating this emperor assassination. This was the result of the deal made under the surface. However, when Vark's attack was blocked, all plans went awry. The Imperial Knight Order has arrived and is securing the scene. There's not enough time to target Kiran directly in this situation. Thus, Gideon and the Republic agents decided to target Kiran's daughter, Mari. If they could kidnap Mari and use her to trap Kiran, they could get what they wanted. You son of a bitch! The Republic and Empire are in a ceasefire. Remove them, Ray-da-ta-da-dash! The agent's bullets instantly killed Kiran's soldiers. These were all magicians possessing magical power. They weren't beings that regular soldiers could handle. At that moment, as the agents who had killed all the soldiers approached Mari, a young girl standing behind Mari stepped in front of her. Don't touch our young lady. Irene. A black-haired girl they hadn't expected. Other agents tilted their heads at her appearance. What's this kid? A maid. What should we do? She wasn't in the report. Well, what can we do? Gideon understood why his subordinates were looking at him. Even if it was a mission, killing a child left a bad taste in their mouths. He raised his gun with an unconcerned expression. It was his role as their superior to ease his subordinates' guilt. Bang dash! Gideon planted a bullet in the girl's face without much hesitation. The girl with a bullet hole in her forehead staggered a few steps before collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. The problem was Mari standing beside her. When the girl's blood splattered on her face, Mari, overcome with terror, fainted on the spot. If anything, this worked out better. They had been wondering how to keep her quiet if she started screaming unnecessarily while being transported. Put a gag on her beforehand. If we use sedatives and she happens to die. However, Gideon's matter-of-fact voice didn't continue. Thump. Something caught Mari's body as she collapsed unconscious. Sleep well, young lady Mari. At that moment, the black-haired girl who had collapsed beside Mari got up. The girl who stood up with a bullet still in her face. Seeing this sight, the startled agents stepped back. What? She took a bullet to the face, why is she still alive? Unlike the agent's reaction, Gideon's gaze was fixed above the girl's head. What is that? Where his gaze landed, there was a black sphere floating, something he had never seen in his life. Hee. With a laugh full of anticipation, the girl licked her lips while looking at them. At that moment, Gideon instinctively realized something. #035. Cavalry poured out from the Imperial Palace entrance where the Emperor's procession had departed. Their uniforms gleamed golden, with ornate decorations adorning their rifles. Though they appeared no different from an honor guard at first glance, the golden imprints embedded in their hands were not mere decorations but real. The Imperial Night Order. Damn it, we took too long. Vark. As dozens of rifle barrels aligned in formation pointed at them, dismay spread across the faces of the other Revolutionary Army members. They looked up hoping for support, but as expected, the mages dispatched from West Rain had already left their positions. Those opportunistic bastards. Anger surged, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The Imperial Night Order commander blocking Vark's path. Though they had been launching fierce attacks continuously, not a single one had penetrated that barrier. The Emperor's shield. At this point, with his entry into the battlefield, the operation had failed. Clang dash. Despite the Night Order commander's appearance, Vark's attacks did not cease. If ranged spells wouldn't work, then the fight had to be decided at close range, and close combat was Vark's specialty. As Andre blocked the sword Vark swung, small cracks began forming in his barrier. Your plan is already over. If you surrender quietly, don't make me laugh. If I was going to pathetically beg for my life, I wouldn't have started this revolution in the first place. Click dash, click dash. When he pulled the trigger attached to his sword, over 10 magic bullet casings were expelled in an instant. 10 magic bullets at once, forcibly pushing the magic circuit output. Given Vark's capabilities, this was far beyond the permissible limit. I must get the Emperor. Magical power gathered on Vark's sword as he forcibly increased the output. As the surging magical power grew stronger, the cracks in Andre's barrier deepened as well. But that was only momentary. How pitiful. Andre, who had been watching Vark with stern eyes, spoke in an even tone. So this is all the Revolutionary Army amounts to after losing its central figure, Maximilian. What? Ignoring Vark's startled voice, Andre reactivated the magic imprint in his arm. Screech. Golden magical light blinded Vark's eyes. The Imperial Knight's magic imprint, Shield of Radiance. It's over. Ugh. Vark tried to withdraw his attack then, but it was already too late. When his vision recovered, Andre's sword of light was positioned before his eyes. Boom! The barrier exploded with a thunderous roar. Not from Vark's attack, but because it couldn't withstand Andre's magical power bursting from within. Ugh, Owayak. Maintain the barrier? The shockwave will sweep us away. Andre's strike didn't stop at subduing Vark. A shockwave that swept through the entire hall. When its aftermath finally subsided, everything was over. Vark lay bloodied on the ground, with Revolutionary Army members who couldn't withstand the shockwave collapsed in their positions. And the knights' rifles aimed at each of them in turn. Listen, all of you. After confirming Vark could no longer move, Andre raised his voice toward the banquet hall where fighting was still ongoing. The Revolutionary Army's leader who attempted to assassinate His Majesty has been subdued. Rebels, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Vark's been captured. This is insane. Seeing the knights surrounding them, the remaining Revolutionary Army members began their final struggle. Kayak. Everyone back off? Or right now I'll. Some Revolutionary Army members who hadn't managed to escape grabbed nobles as hostages and began a standoff. Behind them, the remaining members escaped from the hall. While one group drew attention by taking hostages, their aim was to allow as many members as possible to escape. That won't do. Mari's safety still hadn't been confirmed. If you let them go now, there's no telling what the Revolutionary Army members who reached the outskirts might do. Instead of activating my magic imprint, I drew out heresy from my chest. Using the auxiliary spells engraved in the item, I could still use the overloaded magic imprint to some extent. Dozens of magic circles targeted the fleeing Revolutionary Army members' backs and, boom, the dozens of branching fireballs mercilessly burned them. What? What's happening? At the screams of the fleeing Revolutionary Army members, those holding hostages wavered for a moment. Rat-a-tat-dash! The gun barrels aimed at them spewed fire, completely eliminating the Revolutionary Army's remaining forces. Emperor assassination failed. Even the escape of remaining forces failed. The Revolutionary Army's planned uprising had completely failed. Once the situation was completely over, exhaustion finally swept through my body. Seeing the pain rising from my overloaded magic imprint, I'd probably need to spend a day in the hospital. I wondered how things went with securing Otto as I'd requested. But contrary to such thoughts, I forcibly raised my staggering body. There's still something I need to confirm. Having prevented the Emperor's assassination, half the plan was successful. The remaining half was confirming the survival of my foster father Kirin and Mari. The Imperial Knight Order would handle the cleanup, so I could now slowly leave. Boy there. However, at that moment, Knight Order Commander Andre, who had been standing with his back to me, spoke. You protected His Majesty's life and bought time for my arrival. What is your name? The old knight's eyes were already looking at me, a gaze mixed with goodwill rather than wariness. Having saved the Emperor's life, I could probably get whatever I wanted later. I spoke while keeping my head bowed. I am Eugene Lawrence. I serve under Division Commander Kirin of the Imperial Army's 72nd Division. I deliberately didn't mention being family or his adopted son. It wasn't a status worth proudly declaring, and with the Imperial Information Network, finding out would be simple anyway. Major General Kirin, the heretic of Buckenheim. So he participated in this memorial service as well. He attended as Buckingham's representative. And his life was threatened, I assume, just as His Majesty was. Andre seemed to have some grasp of what was behind this memorial service. Well, that's probably how he was able to bring the Knight Order immediately when the situation broke out. After confirming my face, Andre nodded with a pleased expression. The moment of time you bought saved the Empire. Eugene Lawrence. I shall remember your name. It is an honor. Though I wanted to make a direct impression on the Emperor, there wasn't time for a longer conversation. Confirming Mari and Kirin's survival. To confirm that, I activated my magic imprint to send a voice message. Irene. And not long after. Yes, I'm here. A bright voice responded to my magical power communication. With this I could feel relieved for now. At least Mari had survived. What do you mean Mari hasn't arrived? The nobles who fled from the chaotic banquet hall headed to the nearest train station. An armored train specially manufactured by House Buckingham stood at the station. However, hearing the station attendant's explanation, Kirin felt as if his world was crumbling. We did protect several nobles who escaped from the banquet hall, but young Lady Mari was not among them. The soldiers, have no soldiers arrived? Why yes, Major General, you're the first military personnel to come here. Bang dash! Blood dripped from Kirin's fist as he struck the train's armor plating. Could Mari have gotten caught up in it? The moment the attack began, he had seen Westrain's agents moving busily. It was already known that he was one of their main targets. That's why he sent Mari separately, while using himself as bait to draw attention, to safely move that child to the train. So that even if he died, at least Mari could live. But the situation flowed opposite to his expectations. It was he who arrived at the train first, not Mari. You must first regain your composure. The situation still isn't certain. How can I stay calm dash? A scream burst from Kirin's mouth. His voice was more agitated than anyone would have thought possible for his usual self. Mari. Mari was the only existence left behind by his deceased wife. The most precious treasure that Anna and he had created together. To lose Mari like this. To lose her again, just as he had lost Anna. If something has happened to Mari, helplessness welled up, and proportional to that helplessness, murderous intent toward the Revolutionary Army surged. If they, who colluded with Westrain, tried to propose some pathetic deal using Mari, he could swear. The bacterial weapons sealed in the division's arsenal, torture technicians, poison gas, and all the vicious weapons he had forbidden until now, he would use them all to completely wipe out every last seed of the Revolutionary Army. No, for Mari's revenge, he would do even worse. Found you. Just as dark thoughts were about to continue, a familiar voice rang out from one side of the station. Hee. A black-haired girl waving her hand with a bright smile spread across her face. And following behind her was young Master Eugene. What? The butler Walter recognized him first. Eugene walking up covered in wounds. And on his back was the existence Kirin had been so desperately searching for. Mari dash. Rushing over in a single step, Kirin hurriedly took Mari's body into his arms. Ah, dear God. Though she seemed unconscious, thankfully there were no wounds on her body. Holding the unconscious Mari, Kirin shed tears of relief. Just what happened? The soldiers who went with her. Unlike Kirin who was relieved at Mari's survival, what Butler Walter focused on was Eugene's physical condition. a body pushed nearly to exhaustion, irregular breathing, his right arm trembling like an aspen leaf, and the smoking magic imprint. He'd heard they escaped together, but what had happened? Didn't he look like he'd just been through a war? There was an attack from West Rain. Check the back alley of Imperial City 4th Avenue. And, speaking in a voice near death, Eugene opened his sunken eyes and said, "At Grey Quarter Hospital, Otto, please." Before finishing his words, he collapsed forward. Damn it. Seeing the boy collapse, a curse rang out from behind Walter. The Dr. Otto, who had arrived at the station carrying his bag. After checking Eugene's collapsed condition, he shouted at the soldiers nearby, "Clear a hospital bed in the train, bring water and ice. Set up the imprint regulator in my bag too. Hurry." Lieutenant Otto. To hell with Lieutenant. Though some soldiers who recognized him called out, sadly his only concern was Eugene. "What are you doing? Are you planning to let the guy who saved your young lady die in the street?" Hearing those words, Walter and the soldiers moved urgently. Saving Mari's life was as good as saving Kieran's life. If they let him die like this, who knew what Kieran would say when he came to his senses? #036. Ugh, my head. I got up from my bed while clutching my throbbing head. I was planning to just pretend to be in pain to gain some sympathy, but it seemed I was actually hurt. Where is? I looked around at my surroundings. The place where I had been lying was a well-furnished private room. A luxurious space with gold leaf decorations everywhere. What's this? Am I in some inn? While I was muttering to myself, a gruff voice came from one side of the room. "What inn? You're on a train." The one who appeared while saying that was Otto, the doctor from Grey Quarter. "Doctor, I've never had a patient like you in all my years. Not even a day after I told you not to overdo it, and you end up like this." For some reason, he was dressed neatly in a clean doctor's coat. He sighed deeply and tapped the communication device installed in the hospital room. It appeared to be military-grade equipment, and he seemed quite proficient in using it. "All train operations have been blocked. The reason given is to catch the remaining Revolutionary Army forces. The interior of the Imperial capital is currently being searched under Lord Andre's direction." Kieran came running not long after. According to his explanation, quite a lot had happened during the day I was unconscious. That's unexpected. To think even a noble like Buckingham can't move in this situation. Once His Majesty's life was threatened, they say they can't leave any trace of the Revolutionary Army. Well, that's probably half an excuse. The Magic Corps, which had been waiting on the outskirts to move in if the Emperor died, ended up just watching the attack on the Emperor without being able to do anything. In such a situation, Buckingham's train being unable to move was less about the search operation and more of a show of force against magic nobles. And, above all else, there's something I needed to tell you first. After exchanging a few words like this, Kieran, who had been answering my various questions, turned to me with a somber expression. "I'm sorry. I was so focused on Mari's return that I failed to look after you." "No, I understand. And thank you again. You saved Mari. Major General. Please calm down first." I grabbed Kieran's shoulders as he tried to bow his head. If Miss Mari hadn't survived, the deal between me and the Major General would have fallen through. I saved her to prevent that. I acted purely for my own benefit. So rather than thanks, give me compensation for my dedication. That's easier for me. Though my attitude was excessively formal, this was my own way of handling the situation. Whether I saved his daughter or not, they were nobles and I was lowborn. If Kieran were to bow his head to me over this, there was a risk of earning the resentment of Walter and others. To them, I was just a stand-in to be sent to the battlefield in Mari's place. It wouldn't be a pleasant sight for their superior to bow to such a person. And personally, this is much more comfortable for me too. Just as they saw me as Mari's stand-in, this family was merely a stepping stone for my admission to the military academy. A relationship of mutual use, where each takes their benefit and goes their separate way. A lukewarm relationship where either party could cut ties at any time if things went wrong. That was the most ideal relationship for me. After all, giving human trust and faith only leads to betrayal. Having seen this game's ending, I couldn't help but think that way. Kieran silently stared at me for a while. Come to think of it, it must be quite surprising to hear such words from a child who's only about 10 years old. After seemingly finishing his own thoughts, Kieran nodded and said to me, "Fine. Then what do you want?" Hearing Kieran's words, I thought about it. I had earned enough money from raiding the back alleys to cover tuition and living expenses if needed. If I had to pick something I needed, it would be a catalyst for magic imprint transformation, but that's something even the Emperor himself couldn't get, let alone Kieran. It would have to be retrieved from inside the Great Rupture, and who would be crazy enough to go get that? I can't think of anything specific right now. I just woke up, after all. When I answered that way, Kieran, who had been watching me intently, spoke up. "Then let me ask you a somewhat strange question." "A strange question?" "Yes, strange and out of nowhere." After building up to it like that, Kieran spoke with a serious expression. "Eugene, what do you think of the current empire?" Pardon. This was truly a sudden and strange question. Bringing up politics out of nowhere to a 10-year-old. What's this? Did YouTube exist in this world too? Come on, Major General. I understand you're bored, but about those weird fake news. It's a necessary question. Perhaps it might be a topic worthy of discussing the compensation you mentioned. Judging by his tone, this didn't seem like pointless political talk. Considering Kiran's usual personality, I probably didn't need to moderate myself either. The Empire, as I slowly opened my mouth, is a country that's falling apart. I stated the current situation of the Empire without sugarcoating it. A falling country, the ever-increasing monsters, the Western Front that endlessly devours soldiers while remaining in a stalemate, the magic nobles who will stop at nothing to seize complete control of the nation, and an emperor who can do nothing under their pressure. Honestly, it's natural for a revolution to occur in this country. No, it's strange that a revolution hasn't happened yet. After I said that, Kiran asked me, then in such an empire, what is your goal? To survive. I answered immediately, but Kiran shook his head as if it wasn't enough. I could give you suitable accommodation and stable income right now, but that's not what you want, is it? That's right. Why? Because there's no point in building a house and tending fields in a country that's about to be overthrown. When I said that, Kiran's expression became strange. The country being overthrown. Then he said, this incident was certainly significant, but not enough to overthrow the country. The revolutionary army has suffered unprecedented losses and will soon decline. Yet, you say the country will be overthrown. Hearing those words, I inwardly sneered, while maintaining a serious expression on the outside. Of course, even if the revolutionary army's power weakens immediately, the empire's unreasonable structure remains unchanged. Moreover, the revolutionary army has left significant marks by killing Count Elsidor and attempting to assassinate the emperor. In the midst of all this, their leaders Maximilian and Vark died, so they lost their central figures? The revolutionary army falling apart? What nonsense. The revolutionary army won't disappear. Far from disappearing, they'll gather even faster around a different central figure, though that central figure would likely end up being Westrain's puppet. Hearing my words, Kiran seemed to understand to some extent. Then, however, afterward, Kiran asked me with a puzzled expression, why don't you join the revolution? That's obviously. The reason was simple. Because betrayal was predetermined in the future. Because I had seen with my own eyes how the revolution's outcome would be corrupted. Whether the empire prospered or not wasn't my concern, it was just for that one reason. But since I couldn't say that, I just smirked and dodged the question. Because I'm a loyal and good imperial citizen. PFT? Ha 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 ha. Hearing my words, Kiran burst into laughter. Apparently, he quite liked my joke. Is this truly the thinking of a 10-year-old child? Just like when they first met, Kiran couldn't help but be amazed every moment he conversed with Eugene. His insight into the empire's current situation, his certainty about the future, and clear self-principles. It felt like dealing with a mature strategist rather than a 10-year-old child. Moreover, those words just now, why not join the revolutionary army? To that question, the boy answered like this, that he was a good imperial citizen. The moment he heard those words, Kiran could guess. This child is different. He wasn't simply venting anger at the empire's injustices. Rather than burning the empire from below, he was trying to change it from above. He was using others' goodwill as a stepping stone to climb higher, aiming to paint a bigger picture. This child. A thrill ran down his spine. The thought he had when bringing Mari turned into certainty. The tremendous magical power at such a young age, and the strategy and ambition to back it up. He was more than worth investing in for his purposes. Eugene. Yes, sir. Kiran opened his mouth as he looked at the boy's face. From now on, I plan to swallow the entire Buckingham family whole. Pardon? Eugene asked back with an uncharacteristically surprised expression. Kiran spoke through gritted teeth. The magic nobles pushed the emperor into a place where the revolutionary army's invasion was clearly expected. Along with his close associates, allowing even the emperor to be killed. He thought it didn't matter. With the forces he had, he could surely protect himself and Mari. His role in this incident was to be bait to blind the emperor's eyes. He thought that if he just protected Mari in this incident, the family would no longer interfere with him. However, that was a naive judgment. He was included in their targets. Some of them directly targeted and attacked Mari. If it weren't for Eugene, what he would be holding now would be Mari's cold corpse. In this situation, even if I retire and step back from the front lines of power, we'll have to live with such threats for the rest of our lives. As long as the family remains intact, forever. Looking at Mari sleeping in the next room, Kiran continued speaking. If that's the case, I'll crush them first. That's the conclusion I've reached. And I'm telling you this because I have a proposal for you. A proposal. Kiran looked at Eugene as he said this. From the point you enter the military academy, your connection with our family ends. You probably won't even be able to use the Buckingham name. Eugene silently nodded. Even as an adopted son, he was still a commoner, and it wasn't uncommon for people to enter the military academy for similar reasons. As an example, Eugene's name was still Eugene Lawrence. So as compensation for saving Mari's life, let's make a pact. A pact. Yes. A pact between the future-grown Eugene and the future Kiran who will devour Buckingham. After a brief pause, Kiran slowly opened his mouth while looking at Eugene. Eugene Lawrence. Would you consider becoming my official successor, not just a temporary adopted son? Hearing Kiran's words, the boy's eyes widened instantly. It was a genuinely surprised expression, something rarely seen from him. #037. Really? What a sudden proposal. I almost stammered. The proposal Kiran presented to me was that sudden, and it was an offer difficult to refuse. Do you understand why I made this proposal? Well, I understand roughly. I thought it wouldn't be impossible for Kirin to devour Buckingham. His military tactics and strategies described in Revolution Empire's main story were so meticulous and vicious that no general in the Empire could imitate them. However, there was the biggest obstacle blocking Kirin. That was because you yourself are a non-awakened. Yes, that's correct. With those words, Kirin revealed his right arm that had been hidden under his military uniform. Hole-like scars scattered across his arm. They were traces of magic awakening surgery. Buckingham is a family ruled by mages. Even if I succeed in taking control of the family, if a non-awakened sits in the head family seat, the power structure becomes unstable. The position of head of a magic noble family isn't simply given to someone who leads the family. The one who claims the seat of the head family must be the most powerful mage in that family. It was impossible from the premise for Kirin, a non-awakened. And you defeated Carlos's successor, Delling. That's why I'm making this proposal. If I were to face Delling in the succession competition, winning would be natural. It was quite an arrogant statement, but I had no intention of denying it. Even if Delling changed his mind and grew properly, he'd only be about Carlos's level, and with the strategy in my head, I could handle that much easily. I will use every means at my disposal to seize control of the family, and you will deal with the mages who threaten me. And when it's time for the Major General to retire, I would become the head of the Buckingham family. That's right. My concerns deepened. An opportunity to become a real noble, not just one in name. Moreover, I would ultimately be able to control Buckingham, the first seat of magic nobles, so it wasn't a bad choice even in the long term. To be honest, it was a sweet proposal that would have no downsides to accept right away. However, I knew that this man called Kirin never makes a losing deal. If I accept this proposal, the method of becoming Major General's successor becomes the issue. You don't need to worry. The method is a political marriage with Lady Mari. Having already exposed each other's ulterior motives, I didn't bother choosing my words carefully. Hearing my words, Kirin nodded with a slight smile. Rather than handing my daughter over to someone the family chooses, this is much better. That's unexpected. Given Major General's personality, I thought you would leave marriage to the lady's will. Be with whoever you want. Sorry, but I'm not such a fool who doesn't understand reality. Kirin's voice turned cold as he continued. If you can't protect what's important when the moment comes, it's useless no matter how much you love them. There was a somewhat self-deprecating tone mixed in that sharp voice. His personality of cherishing Mari dearly and his deceased wife. Combining these two keywords, I could easily guess the reason. Kirin was now talking about himself. From the moment we enter the succession competition, Mari and I will face endless threats. We might even lose our lives if we fail. If that happens, you want me to protect Lady Mari in your stead, Major General. Yes, that's exactly it. I couldn't help but sigh. The foundation of his determination to devour the family was Mari's safety. And the reason for offering me the position of family successor was also to protect Mari. So this is how twisted a father with a daughter becomes when someone tries to take his daughter away. If I hadn't kept Irene close, agents disguised as Revolutionary Army would have captured Mari, and she would have been killed in what would be covered up as some accident. Kirin would have begun to fall from that shock, becoming the villain I knew well. The ghost of the Imperial Army who would use biological weapons and poison gas without hesitation. But this confirms it. With Mari's survival, Kirin's fall didn't occur. The ghost of the Imperial Army obsessed with revenge was never born. Instead, he points his sword at the family that drove him into a deadly situation. If it meant being able to strike at magic nobles and take their magic imprint, it was welcome news from my perspective. If marriage with Mari is a precondition, it serves as some guarantee too, both as proof of trust, and as a hostage if needed. Then there's one thing you should be prepared for. Prepared. Yes. Having finished my thoughts, I spoke to Kirin with a smile. After entering the military academy, I was planning to squeeze various things out of my father-in-law. Ha ha ha. Hearing my words, Kirin laughed heartily as if in good spirits. I decided to accept Kirin's proposal. Thud thud. There was a man walking down the corridor laid with red carpet. Imperial Guard Knight Order Commander, Andre Leonhardt. When the elderly knight with white hair approached the end of the corridor, the guard who saw him saluted. I'm here to see His Majesty. Report it. Actually, His Majesty commanded that when Sir Andre arrives, he should be shown in immediately. This way. Andre frowned at the guard's words but silently nodded. He had surely come to see the Emperor without notice, so how could the guard have been informed in advance? Despite serving the Emperor for decades, this strange sense of discomfort that he felt every time they met never got easier to handle. Creak. When the door opened, it revealed a cozy bedroom with a fireplace. You've come? And at a desk placed in one corner of the bedroom, an elderly man was writing something. This elderly man with a peaceful expression moving his pen was the Emperor of the Kalhairam Empire, Andre Leonhardt. I greet your Majesty the Emperor. Approaching the elderly man, Andre immediately knelt on one knee. No need for such formality, Andre. Given our relationship, that would be improper. Your Majesty is the master of the Empire. Hehe, this fellow. The same conversation continuing for decades. The Emperor, smiling pleasantly while looking at Andre, slowly opened his mouth. There must have been many events while I was unconscious. What became of the Revolutionary Army? When the Emperor asked, Andre immediately began his report. We captured the main perpetrator Vark Urgon and 3 executives alive, and they are currently being interrogated underground. After investigating their armaments, it appears the Republic provided ammunition and supplies to the Revolutionary Army. However, the Republic wouldn't admit to that. They'd say the Revolutionary Army merely stole their military supplies. That's correct. While continuing his report, Andrei observed the Emperor, who maintained a gentle expression. After experiencing such an incident, how can he remain so calm? The Revolutionary Army's magic had come within arm's reach. There were reports that he had lost consciousness for 2 days due to the effects of that magic. Yet after experiencing such an incident, rather than being angry or afraid, he was writing as if nothing had happened. As always, Andrei could not understand the Emperor's actions at all. Come to think of it, his attendance at this funeral was the same. This event was practically guaranteed to be invaded by the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, the magic nobles in charge of security refused the Night Order's escort, making their intentions all too obvious. That's why he had advised against attending several times, but the Emperor headed to the funeral hall without any objection. An action no different from throwing oneself into the enemy's gun barrel. If that boy called Eugene hadn't intervened, the Emperor surely would not have survived. I simply cannot understand. Wasn't this like walking to his own death? While thinking this briefly, I heard from the guard. The one who saved my life was a boy from Buckingham. At the Emperor's voice calling him, Andrei quickly came to his senses. Yes, Your Majesty. Perhaps, do you know that boy's name? This was quite an unexpected question. It was quite rare for the Emperor to show interest in others. Eugene. His name was Eugene Lawrence. Eugene. Eugene. When Andrei answered without hesitation, the Emperor quietly repeated that name. His appearance no different from usual. However, the Emperor's subsequent action astonished Andrei. Thump. The Emperor put down his pen and closed the book he had been writing in. He closed the book. That book had remained open even when eliminating dissidents, when signing for war with Westrain. Even when it was revealed that the first Prince Helen's death was poisoning, when news came that the first Empress Lady Cecil had hanged herself. The Emperor had continued writing in that book. Yet he closed that book. He closed it before the ink could even dry, so the pages the Emperor had been writing would be ruined. To think the flame that should burn the Empire protected me. Pardon. Burn the Empire? That child? While pondering these incomprehensible words briefly, Sir Andrei, the Emperor, having put down his pen, called Andrei with a clearer voice than ever before. Taking off his glasses and rising from his seat, the Emperor emanated an imposing presence never seen before. Yes, Your Majesty. Has Buckingham's armored train left the capital? No. All trains parked in the capital are on standby. No one could leave the capital until the investigation was complete. It was an order Andrei had given personally. I see. Then that child called Eugene. Summon him to the palace. Bring an outsider into the palace? And by the Emperor's direct order? Though inwardly shocked, Andrei did not question the Emperor's directive. A direct order from the Emperor. Expressing doubt would itself be an act of disloyalty. As you command, Your Majesty. There was no objection. Rising from his position, Andrei immediately left the room and headed toward the capital's central station where the armored train was parked. This is different from before. By the time he got into the car heading to the station, Andrei thought. His Majesty, who had been in seclusion all this time, personally rising and bringing another into the imperial palace. Something that had never happened in the decades of serving the Emperor. While thinking this, the car carrying Andrei began speeding toward the capital's central station. Please hurry. Yes, yes. After urging the driver, Andrei sank into the back seat cushion. Something was happening in this suffocating empire. #038 AM. I alive. When Mari finally got up from her bed, the first thing she felt was terrible fear. The gun barrel pointed at her. The soldiers dying while spewing blood. Irene getting shot while protecting her, and Irene's blood spraying on her face. Young lady. Kaya. When Irene suddenly popped out from under the bed, Mari almost fainted again within a minute of regaining consciousness. Irene? But you were definitely shot. Shot? What's that? Irene tilted her head while saying that, then as if suddenly remembering something, she lifted her bangs to show Mari her forehead. Don't worry, young lady. I'm not hurt at all. On Irene's forehead, where there should have been a bullet hole, there wasn't even a scratch. But that's impossible. Knock knock. The knocking sound came at just that moment. Are you all right? I heard you fainted. Ah, brother. The one who opened the door and entered was Eugene. His attire was clean as usual. However, the fatigue visible on his face suggested he had just finished dealing with some troublesome matter. I am fine. Nothing hurts. That's good to hear. No, that's not what's important. Irene, you mean how she got shot but didn't die? Mari's expression became even more bewildered at Eugene's casual remark. However, Eugene calmly began speaking as he pulled up a chair next to the bed and sat down. Actually, that's partly why I stopped by. I wanted to talk about something before heading to the Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace. Yeah, that's a thing. I don't know why life difficulty had to spike to Inferno level at age 10. Grumbling like that, Eugene tucked the letter he was holding into his chest pocket. The glimpse Mari caught showed it was sealed with golden wax, a color she knew only the Imperial family could use. But no, this wasn't the time to ask about that. What did you want to talk about? Well, I'm sure you have many questions, but let me start with the most important thing first. It will probably be shocking, sudden, and also infuriating news. What could it be? The Eugene that Mari knew had an iron-faced personality that was indifferent to worldly matters. So why was this Eugene being so hesitant? While she was thinking this, Eugene looked at Mari with a complicated expression and slowly said, "We're going to get married in 5 years. What?" So to summarize what brother just said, even though she was an 8-year-old child, I had no intention of explaining things vaguely. After I explained in detail the terms of the deal between myself and Kiran, Mari furrowed her brows and finally spoke after a long while. Papa decided he wanted to properly fight against our family members, and because he needed a skilled and talented mage for that, he decided to make you his heir. Nice and concise summary. But since adopted son status isn't enough to formally become Papa's heir, he's going to have us marry after you graduate from the military academy. Yes, that's correct. When I nodded, I could feel Mari's fists clenching tightly. Countdown to explosion, 3, 2, 1. What kind of nonsense is that dash? As expected. Right when Mari's patience exploded with the predicted outburst, I quickly covered Irene's ears and took a defensive stance. Where did my opinion go in this arranged marriage? Dad actually approved this? Really? More than just approval, he was the one who proposed it. I thought about saying that but immediately decided against it. In the current situation, saying that would likely make her blow up the entire train. He thought this was better than sending you off to another noble family for a political marriage. Be quiet. Yes, ma'am. I decided to keep my mouth shut until her anger subsided. It was natural for her to react this way when life's biggest decision was made while she was sleeping. After spending dozens of minutes shaking my shoulders, crying, getting lost in thought, and laughing like she'd lost her mind. Sniff sniff. Finally accepting everything, she was now wiping her tear-stained face with the handkerchief I gave her. Don't look like the world is ending. The marriage will just be on paper anyway. After confirming she had calmed down somewhat, I reassured her in a gentle tone. The marriage isn't happening for another 5 years anyway, and I have no intention of interfering in your private life just because I'll be your husband. For nobles in the Kalhiram Empire, adultery was like a level 1 snail-throwing skill. It was an era where it was natural for men to take concubines and women to have lovers. Kiran, who only looked at his deceased wife his entire life, was the abnormal one. If you really can't accept it, I can talk to him. Say we should look for another way. No, it's fine. Mari's hand grabbed me as I was about to get up from my seat. Like brother said, it's just a marriage on paper. And Papa made this decision himself. I'm sure he made this decision for my sake. Saying he couldn't let me die like Mom. Looking at Mari speaking like this, I was newly surprised. I thought she was just an immature noble young lady, but that's not quite right. As Walter said before, Mari is more mature than her age would suggest. While she acts like an innocent child in front of Kiran, even I as a transmigrator find it surprising. One example of this was Mari's reaction to hearing about the arranged marriage. The part she got angry about wasn't the fact of marrying someone she didn't know, but rather that her opinion wasn't included in the marriage process. In other words, this child understood what her political marriage meant and was also prepared to accept it. And this was a normal 8-year-old child, not a transmigrator like me. Wait a minute. If she can understand and accept all that at age 8, can we really call that a normal 8-year-old child? I get it roughly. I'll talk to Papa about the rest. Mari interrupted my thoughts and shifted her gaze to Irene, who was clinging close to my side. Ah, right. This was what she was most curious about. Irene. Yes. Show that to Mari. That. When I said that, Irene asked me back with a puzzled expression. Can I really show her? Eugene told me to keep it secret. You've already been found out. Then it's better to explain properly. Ah, I see. Nodding her head, Irene approached Mari with small steps. Young lady, watch carefully. Okay. Okay. After hearing Mari's response, Irene spread both hands with a bright smile. Then her hands were dyed in black shadows. Gurak. With an eerie sound, 2 eyeballs popped out from Irene's blackened hands. Tada. Kykia? What is that? Although Mari was shocked, thankfully she didn't faint. Perhaps she had gotten used to being surprised by now. Irene is an experimental subject created through hybridization experiments between monsters and humans. She was imprisoned in the underground lab of the noble house where I was, but she escaped with me when the mansion collapsed. An even more sensitive piece of information than my engagement to Mari came out. Since I asked Kiran to assign someone to her, Mari would be the only one hearing this information. That's why I could tell her the truth about Irene without holding anything back. Irene was also the one who dealt with the guys who attacked you. They were delicious. Delicious. But I told the Major General that I was the one who saved you. Oh dear, Irene. How do you think a noble young lady will view you if you say you ate people in front of her? I quickly covered Irene's mouth and changed the subject. Brother did. Thankfully she went along with the change. I nodded and said, a hybrid of human and monster is dangerous just by existing. If Irene's power is discovered, she'll be dragged back to the laboratory. As I patted Irene's head while saying this, she smiled brightly and clung to me again. She felt noticeably heavier than before, probably from all the feeding during this recent attack. So that's how it is, and I'd like you to match stories with us if you end up being questioned. That's what I came to ask. She probably doesn't want to lie to Kiran, even if it's fine with other investigators? Thinking that, I said to Mari with a smile, surely you wouldn't want to send your lifesaver to a laboratory. Alright, I won't say anything. Good. That takes care of Mari keeping quiet too. Just as I was thinking that and about to get up. But in exchange, Mari stopped me, raising her finger with shining eyes. I have one request. Request? What is she going to ask for now? As I looked at her with an uneasy heart, Mari grabbed her blanket and said to me, I'm going to get the magic awakening surgery. So when I awaken, teach me magic. I'll accept everything, keeping Irene's secret, the marriage, all of it. I thought she had given up back then, but she's still saying she wants to learn magic? I looked back at Mari thinking that, but I couldn't immediately say no like before. Instead of her previous childish expression, she had a serious, composed look. In the end, rather than flatly refusing, I asked for her reason. Why do you want to learn magic so badly? Because I don't want to remain just a burden who only receives protection. Mari shouted at me in a clear voice. Her hands gripping the blanket were trembling slightly. So many soldier uncles died just to help me escape. And there will be more incidents like this in the future, right? So am I supposed to just let other people die in my place every time? No, I want to protect my body and my people myself. As her speech continued, almost reaching the level of eloquence, the trembling in her hands gripping the blanket gradually ceased. And when that trembling completely stopped, Mari shouted at me with clearer eyes than ever before. I am the daughter of Kirin Buckenheim, the shield of the Empire. Hearing those words, I felt pure admiration for the first time in a while. Her first encounter with death, the shock and fear she experienced from it. Yet instead of becoming withdrawn after experiencing that, she overcame it in this short time. And she was only 8 years old. This is Maximilian's words about the protagonist came back to me. The ability to not succumb to fear, maintain clear convictions, and lead people with honest eyes. It was certain. My fiancé possessed the qualities of a hero. Alright, I'll teach you. Really? When I said that, Mari's face lit up. From now on, Mari would no longer be a powerless protection target, but an ally worth investing resources in developing. I had been wondering how to spend the 2 years until entering the military academy, and this was truly an unexpected harvest. Well, I should get going now. Seems like we've sorted things out. Huh? Where are you going? Mari, who had been excited, asked as I got up from my seat. I told you, didn't I? I just stopped by before going to the Imperial Palace. Saying that, I pulled out a letter from my chest and waved it. An imperial decree handed directly by the commander of the Imperial Knights Order. Now, I had to go meet this game's final prophet. Author's thoughts. #039. You've come, Eugene. I heard it was an important matter, but it ended quicker than expected. As I stepped out of the train, 2 people were waiting for me. One was Kirin, and the other was the one who delivered the letter to me, Andre Leonhardt. Despite meeting for the first time today, there was no awkwardness between the two. No, far from awkward. I've heard what Major General Kirin had to say. I'll speak to His Majesty the Emperor, and we'll arrange a meeting later. Thank you. Then the remaining matters through correspondence. Let's do that. Watching them shake hands and converse amicably, anyone could see they were villains plotting something. Even though he said hostility towards the family wouldn't start for several more years. Has he already started laying the groundwork? It seemed Kirin was planning to keep the Emperor at his back. Come to think of it, in the original game, Kirin appeared as part of the Imperial Army, not as a magic noble. No, was it the Emperor's side that reached out first? I couldn't tell. The Emperor was a character who would meet his death before the main story began. What kind of personality he had was completely unknown. By the way, I didn't expect Lord Andre to come personally, and to think Eugene saved His Majesty's life. Kirin trailed off as he looked my way. He seemed quite surprised that I had managed to save both the Emperor and Mari in such a short time. I just blocked something that was flying towards us. I didn't know His Majesty's carriage was behind. Looking at me as I deflected, Andre furrowed his brow. His eyes said, that doesn't seem right. Anyone could see it was intentional. Oh, shut up and just go along with it. If you're so upset, you should have saved the Emperor yourself. There's no need for such modesty. Whether by chance or not, the fact remains that you saved His Majesty's life. With those words, Andre gestured, and an Imperial Knight who had been waiting opened the rear door of the car. A luxurious automobile with gold decorations on its black body. As I sank into the plush seat alongside Andre, the car that carried me immediately glided towards the Imperial Palace. After driving through the upper city where the imperial capital was located for quite some time, and then riding the elevator at the palace entrance for another long while, we've arrived at a dizzying height where the entire capital could be seen below, with numerous airships flying beneath our feet, and a massive iron gate blocking my view. I had arrived at the heart of the empire, inside the imperial palace. Even as I followed the guard's guidance, my eyes were busy taking in every corner of the palace. Seeing it so intact feels strange somehow. In the original game, entering the palace happened in the very last part of the story. The palace was already engulfed in flames, and the imperial army remnants, centered around the crown prince, had laid gas traps and other hazards everywhere. Therefore, the Kal Hiram palace that appeared in the game had a desperate atmosphere rather than a magnificent one. It was burning while containing all the glorious history of the empire. This way, finally, reaching the end of a corridor with red carpet, guards who saluted Andre opened the doors. To think the monster would personally open the boss room door. With that thought, I entered the room, and there was a truly familiar face. Imperial Emperor, Friedrich Franz Karl Hiram. The master of the empire who should have died was gazing at me with deeply sunken eyes. I am honored to be in your majesty's presence. One cannot raise their head in the emperor's presence. As I slowly bowed according to protocol, the emperor who had been watching gestured to Andre. I wish to speak with him alone. Please leave with the guards. Pardon. Andre was startled by the emperor's words. To not have even the Night Order commander, let alone the guards. I ask this of you, Andre. This matter is that important. However, with the emperor himself insisting so strongly, Andre couldn't say anything more. He could only look at me with disbelieving eyes. I shall obey your command. After Andre left with the guards, the emperor who had been sitting at his desk slowly rose and approached me. Raise your head. I immediately raised my head at the emperor's command. The face of an enlightened old man who had weathered all of life's turbulent periods was looking at me. Yes. So you are Eugene. The emperor's gaze fell on my eyes. After carefully observing my pupils, the emperor formed a faint smile on his face. Do you know why I called you here? It is because I had the honor of protecting your majesty's precious life with my humble magical power. No, that's wrong. Of course not. If it was about giving rewards, he could have done it through Andre easily. Nevertheless, the reason why the emperor wanted to meet me personally, that was. The reason I called you is to question you. At the word question, I immediately responded. If it is something I know, I will answer anything. Good, then I shall ask. After briefly choosing his words while looking at me with my head bowed, the emperor spoke in a leisurely tone. Eugene Lawrence, what was your reason for pulling me from my predetermined death? Why did the revolutionary hero who would burn the empire save me? Predetermined death. And revolutionary hero. Hearing these two keywords, I was certain. What appeared in the original story was true. I recalled the original content of Revolution Empire. In the very last part of the main story, when the protagonist and companions entered the burning palace, they came upon the study where Emperor Friedrich had resided. What could be found there were numerous books the emperor had written during his lifetime. Before entering the boss room, players could search the bookshelf and read the contents of these books. Year, month, day. With my death, the signal flare of revolution illuminates the sky. Year, month, day. Elsador Castle is engulfed in flames, and the corrupt mage's head is severed by the angry mob. Year, month, day. The empire's flag falls to the ground, and those bearing the red wings dominate the empire. Year, month, day. The hero who has served his purpose is discarded, and the red wings become tools of the republic. Year, month, day. The empire falls, and the republic's exploitation reaches its peak. Year, month, day. The vanished black sun reveals itself once again. Year, month, day. The great rupture spreads across all lands, and the otherworldly hordes. What was written in Friedrich's books were the players' past actions and sentences hinting at this game's ending, along with what would happen afterward. Records left by the late emperor who died at the prologue, though players only realized the outcome of this revolution then. Ominous records left by the late emperor. No, is it a curse? It's chilling. Let's not worry about it. Our protagonist Eugene doesn't believe these records and rushes to the center of the palace for the final boss battle. No, perhaps it wasn't that he didn't believe, but that he didn't want to believe. Even now, I really don't understand. After delivering such an amazing story for part 1, why did they destroy the story at the end? Why? Because the story writer suddenly got delusions of grandeur, that's why. What? A predictable happy ending doesn't match their aesthetics? Then they shouldn't have made part 1's story so good in the first place. Let's stop. I might die from anger again. What if I wake up in front of the Ishimura after dying again? Plus, 1 TLN, the author really liked Dead Space, huh? BTW. Ishimura or USG Ishimura is a kind of spaceship from Dead Space. Since I haven't played Dead Space yet, I can't say more about it. There'd be no hope even if I committed suicide there. Thinking that, I slowly met the Emperor's eyes. Why did I save him? That answer was already decided. To survive. To survive. Yes. For someone who knows the future, there's nothing to hesitate about. I opened my mouth towards the Emperor. To avoid being used as a tool by the revolutionary army and suffering from the Republic's exploitation. The Emperor's eyes widened immediately at my answer. What I had mentioned was the future of this game that his diary had prophesied. I revealed to the Emperor that I knew this world's fate, and I told him that I would change this future that was destined for destruction. Truly, you are the flame that will burn the empire. How much time had passed since hearing my answer? After a long while, the Emperor spoke with a smile spread across his face. However, its color has changed. Not a fire blazing with anger, but a freezing cold flame. What made it so? Did another causality I couldn't see change the flame? Or, muttering incomprehensible words, the Emperor slowly spoke while looking at me. Was it a different spark from the beginning? A different spark? Hearing those words, I could finally understand the Emperor's meaning. The color of flame he spoke of probably meant the original personality of the protagonist, or his will towards revolution. The change in color meant that I made different decisions from the protagonist. And those words about a different spark. Tap. While thinking about this, the Emperor suddenly lifted my right arm without warning. As his hand rolled up my sleeve, there was a red magic imprint glowing there. Wings of crimson. The magic imprint stolen from the Imperial Armory. As I thought, you took Maximilian's imprint. That's how you could protect me from their magic. Possessing an imperial magic imprint was, by itself, a capital crime of treason. It wouldn't be strange to be executed immediately. However, the emperor, upon seeing this magic imprint, instead of issuing a stern command, slowly placed his hand on the imprint. And at that moment, tsu, the imprint, shaped like spread wings, was folding as if wrapping around something. This is a phenomenon I'd seen in the game. That's why I couldn't help but be shocked. Imprint alteration? It should be impossible without a catalyst. How? Now it's done. Amidst my confusion, the emperor's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Unlike moments ago when he seemed like an enlightened old man, his voice now carried a subtle vigor. Your Majesty, when you say it's done. I removed the royal factor from the magic imprint. No one will recognize your imprint now. It was an unexpected gain. I had originally planned to extract it when entering the military academy, but to think it would be resolved like this. Now that the revolutionary hero has joined me, the Empire's future has brightened somewhat. Saying that, the Emperor patted my shoulder with a satisfied expression. You may go now. I will watch you closely and support you in every way. Thank you. I immediately bowed my head at the Emperor's words. The magic imprint that had become completely mine, and the Emperor's favor. Though there were many surprising things, I had gained everything I could. Andre. Yes, Your Majesty. After Eugene left. At the Emperor's sudden call, Andre immediately bowed his head. Unlike in the past, the Emperor's voice that called him carried a subtle dignity. I had originally intended to die at this funeral. Why, Your Majesty? Andre cried out in shock at the Emperor's sudden words. Despairing at a future that wouldn't change no matter what, I had intended to give up everything. Because he knew the future, the Emperor could do many things. He kept the magic nobles in check, suppressed the revolutionary army, and somehow held together this declining empire. But the future didn't change, and he kept growing older. The firm resolve he had at first had long since disappeared. However, one boy gave this old man another chance. The Emperor assassination attempt occurred, and the Emperor didn't die. The Emperor who should have died survived, and the revolutionary army was suppressed. Things that didn't happen in the future he had seen. Through Eugene's intervention, his future had changed. By saving him, the boy showed the possibility that the future could be changed. And seeing that possibility, the Emperor felt the need to repay the boy's actions. Therefore, I will change the empire from its roots. The Emperor intended to rise once more. The magic nobles who eat away at the empire for their own benefit. The revolutionary army who think only of burning the empire without considering the future. And West Reign in the West, who manipulates the revolutionary army from behind, trying to swallow the empire whole. I will destroy everything that stands in the empire's way and proudly face the predetermined destruction. Life gradually returned to the aged emperor's eyes. The atmosphere he exuded was no longer that of a sick old man, but rather emanated the spirit befitting the master of an empire. Andre, his fists trembling, bowed his head. The empire's last emperor, Friedrich Franz Karl Hiram. Ending his long seclusion, he had shown himself once again. 1TLN, the author really liked Dead Space, huh? BTW. Ishimura or USG Ishimura is a kind of spaceship from Dead Space. Since I haven't played Dead Space yet, I can't say more about it. Author's thoughts. #040. Today is the day. Yes, it's today. 2 years had passed since preventing the Emperor's assassination. From a street urchin to a villain's tool, and now to a duke's son-in-law. Unlike the Bitcoin rivaling ups and downs of my life until I turned 10, my life until 12 had been drawing a relatively peaceful parallel line. Of course, my life was peaceful only because I was still a child. Looking at the adults' chaos reported in the imperial newspapers, it was an absolute mess beyond description. I saw the newspaper articles. The imperial capital is brutal. How do you think I feel, being directly in that capital? I'd rather return to the Eastern Front at this rate. Kiran, sitting across from me, lit a cigarette while grumbling. But, we've finally gotten past one worry. After the Emperor's assassination attempt failed, magic nobles' influence rapidly diminished. It was natural, considering that the revolutionary army appeared at an event where they were in charge of security, and their magic even reached for the Emperor. In the original game, magic nobles filled the void left by the Emperor's death. That's how the imperial family became their puppet. But not now. Of course, when looking at the overall power structure, magic nobles who held regional interests still had the upper hand, but what mattered was that the Emperor was still alive. A week after the incident, when the Emperor ended his long seclusion and came out, the first thing he did was hold magic nobles accountable. What was the Magic Corps doing when the revolutionary army was violating the Emperor's procession? The security chief from the Nachtval family was executed by firing squad, and numerous magic nobles involved in the Emperor's security were demoted and stripped of their positions. The Nachtval duchy protested that it was excessive, but the Emperor already had justification. Not many supported their voice, and Duke Nachtval had to suffer the humiliation of bowing directly to the Emperor. Consider it a message sent to magic nobles and the neutral elders. A message. Despite experiencing an assassination attempt, his will remains unbroken, and he cannot hand this country over to magic nobles. That's what His Majesty is saying. That's what Kiran, who had become my political mentor over these 2 years, said. Saying mentor feels a bit awkward. It feels like Ben and Maximilian might rise from their graves yelling, "You bastard with 3 masters? Get out of here." Is this how the illegitimate child of a brothel with 3 fathers felt? How nice to have 3 fathers, haha. And thanks to that, I was able to enter the imperial capital. And you got promoted along the way too. Buckingham was able to avoid the emperor's blade aimed at magic nobles. This was because Kieran, who attended as Buckingham's representative, had led the suppression of the Revolutionary Army. We hereby award the Imperial Lion Medal to Major General Kieran, who bravely fought against the Revolutionary Army's surprise attack. Through this achievement, Kieran was able to enter the imperial capital, and now, 2 years later, he had established himself as one of the emperor's confidants. With such rapid growth, his position within the Buckingham family naturally rose as well. As a result, Kieran's once quiet mansion was now bustling with constant visitors, and Carlos, the heir, began to perceive Kieran as a threat. Originally, it should have been Carlos, not Kieran, who entered the imperial capital. The Revolutionary Army's attack created numerous holes in the imperial capital's administration. In the original work, magic nobles dug into those holes, but with the emperor alive, that wouldn't happen. Instead of magic nobles, those who filled the power vacuum in the capital were people loyal to the emperor and imperial army personnel who had long been at odds with the magic corps. And among them, the one who took the largest position was Major General Kieran. No, since he was promoted, he's Lieutenant General now. House Carrold caught in illegal drug distribution. Imperial investigation launched. Continuous misconduct by magic noble houses. Where is the nobility's honor? Imperial investigator, part of drug distribution network detected flowing to West Rain. Could be considered high treason. I knew interesting things would happen, but I didn't expect it to be this interesting. Kieran's assigned mission upon entering the imperial capital was to eliminate remaining security threats. And what appeared at that timing was the ledger of gang transactions I obtained from the Grey Quarter back alleys. Upon receiving it, Kieran began arresting the nobles listed in the ledger as soon as he entered the capital, and suspicious magic nobles had no choice but to lay low. It's amazing. To shake up the Empire's power structure like this in just 2 years. Most of it was arranged by His Majesty. I merely followed orders. Liar. It was a trap you set yourself. While I was thinking that to myself, Kieran, rolling his stiff shoulders, asked me, "So, how is Mari's condition?" "Excellent. Couldn't be better." Although I promised to teach Mari magic, I hadn't actually done much. Otto carefully performed the awakening surgery, and the magic imprint was the 2-stroke magic imprint created by Buckingham personnel. Professional mages were in charge of basic training, overseeing magical power increase and magical power control techniques. From the start, I'm someone who uses magic, not teaches it. I couldn't and didn't want to teach magic from the basics. There were far better instructors than me in this field, so why should I do it? Then what did I teach Mari during these 2 years? Practical sparring and feedback. I lost again. No, it would be strange if you won. From the moment she could use barriers and basic attack magic, Mari and I entered into daily sparring sessions. Efficient magical power operation, magic circuit output distribution in combat situations, handling emergencies, and even actual hand-to-hand combat. Just throwing magic around won't work. The preparation movement when spreading barriers, the gaps that appear when using magic consecutively. You need to exploit those to succeed. I didn't see any gaps when fighting with you, brother. I showed plenty. You just couldn't see them. Ugh. Although I spoke harshly on purpose, Mari was following the training more diligently than I had expected. She has strong aspirations, and her growth curve matches that. While her magical power amount is average, her technique and intuition are probably top level among her peers. If she continues training and increases her magical power, she could become a formidable mage. She wasn't called a genius for nothing. To come this far in just 2 years. Even as I said this, Kieran sighed, seemingly regretful. It's complicated. I wanted to avoid the awakening surgery until the end. Think positively. At least she won't be dragged to the front lines. Because I'll be dragged there instead. Besides, how could we stop someone who wants to protect themselves? She'll need it more considering what's ahead. Right. That's true. The day Mari was attacked became a huge trauma for Kieran. For that daughter-obsessed man who shouted, "I won't allow anyone to put a blade to my daughter," to authorize development surgery, that says it all. As our conversation with Kieran, who had returned from the capital after a long time, was reaching its peak. Knock knock. With the knock, butler Walter appeared. "Young Master Eugene. The train has arrived." "Yes, I'm coming." "Time already?" I got up from my seat, put on a black uniform coat, and draped a red cape over it. With the hat from the military academy, preparations were complete. Seeing this appearance, Kieran nodded with a satisfied expression. "It suits you well." I'm not particularly happy about it. Though I wasn't happy, it was a strange feeling. To wear the Imperial Army uniform I had gleefully killed in the game, and to go to military academy to become an Imperial officer. It was a moment when I truly felt I was living a different life from the protagonist, Eugene. As I stepped outside, Irene, neatly dressed in maid clothes, was waving at me. Most students entering the youth military academy were nobles, and in this game, nobles meant idiots who couldn't even change clothes properly without servants' help. In such a school for nobles, each incoming student could bring one servant. It could have been trouble otherwise. Originally, I planned to bring one of the mansion's servants, but I refused that idea. Leave Irene here alone? How would I know what she'd eat for midnight snacks when I'm not watching? I want to eat people for midnight snacks. Irene, you shouldn't say such things out loud. So I asked Kiran to let me take Irene, and was able to get approval easily. Thus, while I trained Mari, Irene's daily routine became learning letters and work. We'll be together for 4 years at school. That's right. You might go hungry quite often there. Will you be okay? Yes, I'll be fine. Ah, to think this child who was practically a wild animal could now have normal conversations after 2 years. I was nearly moved to tears by Mrs. Maybell's hard work. Mrs., you are truly the real master for both Irene and me. While self-proclaimed master Mr. B and previous life master Mr. M are crumpled in their graves. School life won't be smooth. You're already famous, young master. Yes, I know well. Walter, who had been bickering with me throughout our time together, now seemed regretful, as if his noble way of speaking really makes me sick every time I hear it. Still, he's mellowed out a lot since the beginning. Thinking that, I handed Walter a document. It was quite thick, clearly over dozens of pages at a glance. This is. Please give it to Lieutenant General Kiran. It's necessary for the plan. After saying that, I boarded the train holding Irene's hand. 4 years at military academy. That should be enough time for Kiran to prepare sufficiently. Eugene handed this over. Yes. Kiran, taking the documents Walter handed over, read them with suspicious eyes. But that didn't last long. Rustle, page by page. His expression, changing with each turned page, was filled with shock by the time he reached the final page. Lieutenant General Kiran. When Walter quietly called out to him, noticing his hands trembling while holding the documents, a response came after a while. Walter, prepare a letter to send to His Majesty. Say that I will seek an audience soon. Understood. It's urgent. Please. After Walter bowed and left the office, Kiran looked at the documents again in disbelief. Really? What an unthinkable idea. It was a dangerous plan. However, if successful, it could shake the very foundation of Magic Noble's power base. Their greatest monopolized power. A plan that could take away the very existence of mages. 4 years. Might be tighter than expected. Kiran put a cigarette in his mouth and placed the documents he was holding on the desk. Special Magical Power Unit Knife Head Establishment Proposal. On the very last page of the document thus titled, Lupion Elsador's magic imprint was emitting a blue light. Author's thoughts. Hashtag 041. Though I hadn't particularly looked forward to it, the school life I'd been waiting for had finally begun. Of course, just because I started school life didn't mean my life genre suddenly drifted into an academy story. If you want to know why, just take a look at this school's daily schedule that was distributed upon admission. 5:50 wake up with a wake-up call. Change into workout clothes after making bed. 6 o'clock assembly at the parade ground in the center of school. Roll call and physical training on an empty stomach. 7:30 brief wash-up, change into uniform, inspection, and salute to portraits of past emperors. 8 o'clock breakfast. 8:30 quarters inspection followed by theoretical classes. 12 o'clock lunch break. 1300 hours practical training and magical power development training. Combat ability improvement through peer sparring every Friday. 1600 hours bath and weapons maintenance followed by personal time. 1800 hours dinner. 1900 hours review theoretical class content in study hall followed by free time. 2100 hours evening roll call. 21:30 lights out. Looking at it again, it still takes my breath away. How is this a schedule for kids' school? It's just a military daily routine. As evident from this rigid schedule, students admitted here had no chance of a bright and lively school life. It may be called a school, but in reality, it's no different from a military base. Training complete. Return to quarters. Thank you for your guidance. With those resounding commands, another day of training came to an end. How was training today? Instructor Kyril is really scary. I heard he's exclusively in charge of second years. I don't know how we'll manage. Is this the tactical exam cheat sheet? Thank you, senior. I watched the students gathering in small groups, laughing and chatting. Even though it was a military academy, interaction between students wasn't completely forbidden. The Imperial Youth Military Academy was established for the early education of noble children. After completing grueling training, it was natural for there to be warm consolation and tight bonds between peers and seniors who had gone through the same hardships. But that's just the story for noble children who legally entered this school. The students admitted here weren't only of noble birth. There were also commoner children who received magical power development surgery and were lucky enough to awaken magical power. Such children also entered the Imperial Military Academy and had to endure being nobles' playthings for 4 years. Get down, get down. I said get down lower. How dare you crawl in here with your common blood and taint the school's legitimacy? Looking from a distance, it was quite a sight. Crawling between legs, licking boots. Watching the thoughtless abuse of young children under the pretext of etiquette training, a deep sigh naturally rose from my chest. No wonder a revolution broke out. Let's think about this. Until just 2 years ago, this was the empire where the revolutionary army tried to take the emperor's head. And now the emperor himself is desperately trying to appoint non-nobles. In such a situation, commoner magical power awakeners chose to enter the military academy instead of joining the revolutionary army. From the empire's perspective, these would be quite promising talents. But when these children enter the military academy with high hopes, the first thing they face is licking noble students' boots. Being treated like trash for being lowborn? Even I would join the Revolutionary Army out of disgust. Just look at their expressions as they crawl on the ground. Even at a glance, you can see the disillusionment and shock on their faces. Funny, isn't it? The magic nobles who boast about leading the empire are destroying its future with their own hands. What? I was just thinking to myself, but did someone read my mind? Turning towards the voice, I saw a tall boy with cold features glaring down at the courtyard below. You're Eugene Lawrence, right? The one adopted by Major General Kieran Buckingham. Yes, that's right. As I answered somewhat awkwardly, the boy extended his hand to me. His long blue hair that covered his back was quite striking. I'm Phelan, second year. It's an honor to meet the famous person who saved His Majesty the Emperor. Phelan. Since it was a name I was familiar with, I immediately shook his hand. So you're the second son of the Duke of Nachtval. Phelan Lou Ross Nachtval. He was one of the legitimate heirs of the Duke of Nachtval, the second seat among magic nobles. When I mentioned his house, he shook his head with a sigh. Let's not talk about my house. Watching that scene makes me want to drain all the noble blood from my body. That's quite a dangerous statement if others were to hear it, isn't it? That's why I'm saying it here. There's no one around you? Oh, this senior. He's hitting a sore spot right after meeting. Thinking that, I looked around me. As he said, among the students gathered in groups, not a single one was willing to be with me. 2 months since entering the military academy, I entered with the grave mission of finding talented individuals who would later join the newly created Special Magical Power Unit, and became a loner without making a single friend. How did things come to this? During the entrance ceremony 2 months ago, I was quite a famous figure at this school. Though adopted, I was still technically a member of House Buckingham, the first seat among magic nobles, and I had the achievement of saving the Emperor from the Revolutionary Army's attack. Being of common birth was a bit of an issue, but they probably calculated that there was no harm in becoming friendly with me. As I expected, noble children with their noses in the air approached me. Eugene Lawrence? Though your birth is humble, you have the merit of saving His Majesty. You're qualified to join us. Yeah, go fuck yourselves. What? I flatly rejected their proposal. Of course I would. Who in their right mind would accept when they're saying nonsense like you're a lowborn worm, but we'll specially recognize you as a noble. Honorary noble? I wouldn't take it even if they gave it to me. After firmly rejecting the noble seniors' recruitment attempts, next came the non-noble seniors who were being oppressed by the nobles. We understand your situation well, Eugene. You must have suffered a lot being used as a tool by the nobles. Ah, yes. We carry similar wounds. The continued exploitation and unchanging empire? You must have entered here wanting to change such an empire? We understand completely. The upperclassmen patted my shoulder with voices so energetic it seemed excessive. Though there was an unsettling feeling creeping up from their tone, I still thought I could get along with these people reasonably well. If we could share the grief of being non-nobles, our relationship would deepen accordingly, and it would be much easier to find useful talent among them. But why didn't I end up associating with them, you ask? In that sense, how about it? Why don't we have a deep discussion about this theory of imperial reform and shackles of obedience? Instructor. Because these bastards weren't seniors, but Revolutionary Army spies. Really, it's still ridiculous thinking about it now. I wondered where the Revolutionary Army officers I met in the main story learned their military science, and it was here. In the end, the upperclassmen who approached me were dragged away by military police rather than instructors, and I, who ended up causing seniors to be expelled, became a traitor to non-noble students. This can't be. Senior was expelled. How could you get such a good person expelled, you devil? So you were in league with the nobles after all? Right. You dirty bourgeois who oppresses the exploited masses. Hey, you crazy bastards. Your senior was a Revolutionary Army plant. And you who spoke last, your statement sounds quite revolutionary? Should I call the military police again? Ha. Anyway, after experiencing these 2 incidents, no student at school would speak to me. A duck egg that neither joined the noble faction nor associated with non-nobles. An outsider who wasn't subjected to abuse but didn't have anyone to hang out with either. It was a shitty situation that could only make me sigh. If there was any consolation, it was that school life had become extremely relaxed because of it. Well, no need to be so discouraged. The problem isn't you, it's this school. Phelan's gaze was fixed on the dormitory garden where the abuse was in full swing as he said this. The nobles are busy looking down on the commoner class, and the imperial citizens' anger towards nobles has reached its peak. Though His Majesty the Emperor is working hard on reforms by appointing non-nobles, this is like pouring water into a bottomless jar. There was a hint of resignation in Phelan's voice as he spoke. You're quite scathing. If you think that way, wouldn't it be better for you to step in directly, senior? I was quite active until last year. Thanks to that, I ended up in a similar situation as you. Seeing his bitter smile, I could roughly guess what happened. He probably stepped up directly to stop the abuse, but it didn't end well. A traitor to the nobles for siding with commoners, a hypocrite to the commoners for showing patronizing kindness. After being rejected by both sides like that, he must have become an outsider like me. And what I need to keep an eye on are outsiders like this. What did you say? Just as Phelan was about to ask about what had unconsciously slipped from my mouth. Tweet. 10 minutes until evening roll call. At the sound of the instructor's whistle, the seniors who had been harassing the freshmen rushed out of the hall. The instructors who had been teaching children for decades couldn't possibly not know what the upperclassmen were doing to the freshmen. This was how they controlled things before the etiquette education went too far. Oh my, it's already time to go. Senior Phelan, who had been sitting beside me, patted my shoulder. It's been a while since I met a junior who thinks alike. Let's meet often. Yes, it would be my honor. Already flattering me. See you later. As the senior ran down the hallway with a casual wave, I also turned around and walked to my quarters. Thanks to him, I'm getting some direction now. My main purpose for entering this school was to find talented individuals who would join the Emperor and Kiran's faction to change the Empire. However, what kind of talent should I look for? My meeting with Phelan just now had somewhat resolved that question. There's no need to think too hard about it. I just need to find people similar to me. Outsiders who feel disgusted with the empire ruled by magic nobles but don't sympathize with revolution. Those were the talented individuals I needed to find. Still, I never dreamed I'd meet him here. I thought about the senior who had waved at me. Phelan Lura snatched Vol. The fact that the first useful talent I met was one of the boss monsters from the original work, it was truly unpredictable. Author's thoughts. #042. That child never ceases to surprise me. In the Emperor's office, the Emperor, who had been reading documents all along, put them down and spoke to Kiran standing across from him. Special Magical Power Unit. This plan proposed by the boy to Kiran was an extremely radical and dangerous one. A mage unit directly under Imperial control, free from magic noble oversight. Recruitment based solely on magical power aptitude, disregarding all disqualifying factors like background and criminal history. Just hearing it sounds ominous. Lieutenant General Kiran, do you think you can control such a unit? It won't be easy, however. A skeptical response. But Kiran immediately added a word. If we utilize the spell formula engraved in this magic imprint, it might actually become easier. As he said this, Kiran took out a pattern that hadn't lost its blue light. An imprint with 7 strokes still vividly alive. Seeing this, the Emperor's eyes flickered with interest. Rider of the Ice Prison. So Count Elsidor's magic imprint is in your possession. To be precise, it was Eugene who had it, not me. After saying this, Kiran showed the magic imprint to the Emperor. The magic imprint that passed from Andre to the Emperor. Looking at it carefully, the Emperor soon understood what Kiran meant. Mark of Control. A spell formula that dominates one's mind. I heard it was the spell formula Lupion used to operate his assassination unit. When the infiltration reaches its final stage, they supposedly don't even fear death. Indeed, even to my eyes, this spell formula is designed with extreme precision. After examining the magic imprint, the Emperor looked at Kiran with serious eyes. So, is that the child's plan? To create puppets that obey orders and strike at the magic nobles. Though his voice carried a slight rebuke, Kiran slowly shook his head. Regrettably, that's impossible. Impossible. When the Emperor asked again, Kiran immediately answered. This magic imprint will be the foundation for the standard magic imprint used by the Special Magical Power Unit. However, the mark of control engraved here has too many side effects to be distributed to soldiers. That would be true. Unless one has exceptional qualities, their mind would be consumed by the spell formula. Rather than becoming puppets, there was even a possibility of their minds dying completely. To implant such things in children. Once again, he felt his teeth grind at Lupion's inhumanity. Moreover, if a newly established Imperial Special Unit were to use the magic imprint of the deceased Lupion, who knows how the magic nobles would protest? The Emperor understood well what Kiran wanted to say. To utilize this magic imprint publicly, it would need to undergo careful modification. And in the Empire, only he, who inherited the blood of House Franz, could perform such work. After all, the magic imprint of House Franz, a long-standing imprint family, was set to fade away with his generation. Not an army of puppets that absolutely obey orders, but a loyal army given proper rewards and honor. That's what the child is telling me. And in exchange for handing over the magic imprint, he also asked for command of the newly created unit. A satisfied smile spread across the Emperor's lips. To dare propose a deal to the Emperor of a nation. What an audacious fellow. Though he might have felt offended, the Emperor merely chuckled with interest. I will personally perform the imprint alteration. Particularly this mark of control will be the final safety measure. I won't leave any function beyond that. Eugene would have wanted that as well. Is this a pastime for my twilight years? Thinking thus, the Emperor caressed the magic noble's magic imprint that the boy had handed over. Special Magical Power Unit. If completed according to plan, there won't be a more threatening card against the magic nobles. Kiran. Yes, Your Majesty. Provide all necessary support without restraint. I need to develop magical equipment and weapons for the new army, and gather personnel for experimental operations. Everything is already proceeding without issues. I'm counting on you. An independent mage unit free from magic noble control. Once completed, the Imperial family could directly purify monster nests and contaminated zones that had long been considered the nobility's domain. This meant no more Imperial army being reduced to magic corps support, no more extortion of Imperial finances under the pretext of monster subjugation support projects. When this army that I create and Kiran nurtures falls into that child's hands, the Emperor closed his eyes and thought of the distant future. When this army is given to the boy after he completes his growth, and when the boy begins to move to fulfill his intentions, the Empire will face an unprecedented upheaval. The Emperor's clenched fist tightened. A long-forgotten fighting spirit was slowly raising its head. Your Majesty. I know, Andre. We can't focus solely on this. He must not lose his composure. Though it was an exhilarating plan, this was a matter for years in the future. What he needed to do now was check the magic nobles and protect the Empire from external forces. Intelligence came in from the Western Front. They say Westrain is deploying troops forward to the border region. And simultaneously, reports about rebel forces are coming in again from various parts of the capital. Rebel forces. The Emperor's expression looked complicated as he mentioned them. Despite countless efforts to appease public sentiment over 2 years, the revolutionary spirit was once again rearing its head. Government offices, security bureau, and medium to small-scale detention centers. Though significantly smaller in scale than before, their numbers are steadily increasing. What do you think, Lieutenant General? The unusual signs from Westrain and the resumption of rebel activities. Do you think this is coincidence? Absolutely not, Kiran answered immediately. Creating internal chaos while launching an offensive. It was a frequently used tactic in the last war. You mean, the emergence of rebel forces is likely a diversion coordinated with Westrain. Then the Republic forces gathering near the border. The long armistice will break. Since it was an armistice that could have broken at any time, no sign of bewilderment could be found on the Emperor's face. The reason for his sigh was the fact that Imperial citizens would suffer once again because of this war. A war at this time when reforms should be initiated. As always, the timing was as precise as if measured with a ruler. Lieutenant General Kiran. Command me, Your Majesty. The Emperor commanded Kiran with a stern face. At tomorrow's Imperial Council, I will appoint you as commander of the Western Front. Kiran's shoulders tensed. Front commander. It was the highest position he had ever held. Immediately saluting, Kiran opened his mouth. I will bring victory to Your Majesty. One side tells him to create a new army that has never existed before, the other side tells him to crush Westrain. It seemed like days where even having 2 bodies wouldn't be enough. Quakwang dash? Dazzling magical power light shook the training ground. Red magical power still leaving after images. The attack magic had broken through the barrier and completely subdued the opponent. Peak dash? Duel over. And no, it's not over yet. No, it is. Despite the whistle, my classmate tried to get up, but I gently pressed my wooden sword against his chest. Mock battle end. Looking at my score displayed on the scoreboard, I let out a sigh of relief. First in year rankings. At least the first step was successful. No matter how important talent recruitment was, a student's primary duty was studying. Especially in cases like mine with problematic backgrounds, grades became even more important. After all, my origins were fundamentally lowborn, even though I had become Kiran's adopted son after saving the Emperor's life. If my grades fall, they'll say the lowborn blood shows itself, and if my grades are moderately good, they'll just gossip about a lowborn trying too hard. There was only one way to shut such people's mouths, being top of the year. Since Kiran's honor was also at stake for enrolling me, the title of top student naturally became the first goal of my school life. And today's mock battle test results were the final hurdle of the comprehensive ability evaluation conducted twice per semester. Having secured first place here, this semester's top position was as good as confirmed. I didn't know what I learned at Knifehead would come in so handy. Compared to the training I received at House Elsidor, the various training conducted at the military academy was little more than leisure sports. They give safety equipment for rock climbing. They give water during physical training to prevent exhaustion. What is this? Heaven. While my classmates all looked like death warmed over saying they were dying from exhaustion, I alone was like this, so how could my grades not be good? As an example, the classmates watching me from across were looking at me like some kind of monster. He fought 8 people in a row, and just ended it after taking a few deep breaths. Just where did this guy come from and what has he been doing? My mood improved as I received their gazes mixed with shock and envy. Being hated was better than being ignored, after all. As I sat down on one side of the training ground wiping away sweat, Irene, who had been waiting in the corner, handed me a water bottle. Young master, here's water. Thanks. But drop the young master. But Mrs. Maybell told me to. Don't. Around the time I had drunk about half the water in the bottle. How pathetic. Is this how the freshman top student spends time, fooling around with such a maid? At the voice of a boy who had approached me, I deeply furrowed my brow. Kyle. The one blocking my path was Kyle Rakard. As the heir to Count Rakard, the 6th seat among magic nobles, he wielded absolute power among this year's freshmen as the leader of the noble faction. But why was such a person blocking my path? The reason was simple. I was top of the class, and he was second. Such is the fate of second place, forever destined to envy the one at the top. Though I fell behind this time, next time won't be so easy. I, the heir to House Rakard. Hey, where are you going? I could probably memorize his speech after hearing it just 2 more times. Since the mock battle evaluation was over, I got up and started walking toward the dormitory. Wait, Eugene, I'm not finished. While deliberately ignoring Kyle's voice as he tried to follow me, thud, I bumped shoulders with a group of students walking from the opposite direction. Excuse me, I was in a hurry. Wait, something was strange. Looking at their build, they were clearly not freshmen or sophomores, but appeared to be upperclassmen. But shouldn't the upperclassmen be away on frontline observations right now? Thinking this, I looked up at the young man I had bumped into. In an unbelievable situation, I could only freeze in place. Claude Elsidor. A face glaring at me with an unbelieving expression. Though his features had roughened from countless battlefields, it was certain. Claude, who should be with the Revolutionary Army, had infiltrated the military academy wearing a school uniform. Author's thoughts. #043. Leon. Wait. Who? Leon? As I pondered the unfamiliar name for a moment, I finally remembered. Leon was the alias I used during the Claude kidnapping mission, wasn't it? While I was thinking that, Claude pulled out a pistol from his chest and immediately pulled the trigger aimed at my face. Bang dash. Arg. Gunfire? Gunfire. What were the security forces doing? Contact the Magic Corps? Contact the Magic Corps. Students, evacuate this way, hurry. The unexpected gunshot was enough to startle the nearby students. The school descended into chaos, with screams and shouts mixing together. Not only were the students startled, but the other Revolutionary Army members standing next to Claude also jumped in surprise. Claude, what are you doing so suddenly? The operation hasn't even started yet. We've been discovered. That guy knows my face. Looking at Claude, who was pointing and shouting at me, I withdrew the barrier I had deployed. Shooting right after meeting for the first time in a while, the Revolutionary Army really made him lose his mind. This is why I don't do revolutions. Eugene. Irene, get my gun out. You stay hidden behind me. Okay. I hid Irene, who was startled by the sudden attack, behind my back. But wait, I can't help but notice she's already drooling. Don't touch them. They're enemies. Irene, you'll get sick if you eat things like that. That. Heresy? Why does that bastard have that weapon? When they saw Maximilian's weapon in my hand, sparks flew in the eyes of Claude and the other members. Seeing their dead leader's weapon, such a reaction is natural. About 5 minutes remained until the instructors would arrive. It was enough of a spectacle to keep them occupied until then. Whatever their original plan was, I can ask after subduing them. Whoosh dash. The wings of crimson modified by my factor shone, creating dozens of magic circles in the air. Dozens of extremely condensed fireballs. Upon confirming this, the Revolutionary Army members immediately synchronized their magical power to create barriers, while Claude at the center prepared a counter-magic formula. Quick response. This shows they're not just 1 or 2 days into actual combat. Experienced enemies with abundant combat experience. About 5 minutes remained until the instructors would arrive. Then what I needed to do now was, no need to conserve magical power. Overwhelm them with firepower. Thinking that, I pulled the trigger of the loaded heresy. Whoosh! The condensed fireballs grew larger and larger until they were the size of human heads, detonating the condensed magical power cartridge to instantaneously boost magical power. Seeing this all too familiar combat method, the Revolutionary Army members' faces were filled with shock. Wait, that's no way, magic bullets. Dismay filled the faces of the Revolutionary Army members maintaining their barriers. They probably didn't expect me to use magic bullets, their trademark technique. No, with that amount of magical power we can't block. Claude tried to intervene belatedly, but it was already too late. Fire all rounds. Boom boom boom. When dozens of fireballs exploded simultaneously, the shockwave shook the school grounds. Due to using twice the amount of magical power compared to normal spell activation, the recoil transmitted through my hand with a tingling sensation. Smoke was slowly rising from the magic imprint that had turned red hot. Whew. I exhaled the remaining heat in my body with a deep breath. The magic bullets I used were prototypes delivered by Walter, items that would be used by this special magical power unit to be established in the future. The output is lower than what the Revolutionary Army uses. However, if you consider mass deployment as standard military equipment, this is much better. While thinking that, someone burst through the thick smoke. TCH. Claude Elsidor. Looking at the 4-stroke magic imprint shining on his arm, I clicked my tongue. Red wings. The general-purpose magic imprint used by the Revolutionary Army had been transformed into a unique form. Just like my wings of crimson, his imprint had also started to change. Clang dash. Claude's swung sword penetrated my barrier. Judging by this output, he must have already fired magic bullets. An attack that came right after using magic. Unable to completely deflect the impact, cracks were gradually forming in my barrier. I heard there were no survivors in House Elsidor. Then why are you still alive? And that weapon, Maximilian's. Masters. Should someone destined to be an Imperial officer bother answering questions from rebel trash? You bastard dash. Though I thoroughly provoked him, unfortunately, the situation wasn't good. While I have the advantage in magical power quantity, the magic circuit output and number of imprint strokes are equal. In one-on-one I could definitely win, but unlike the other members, I couldn't take him out in one go. Moreover, due to firing magic bullets, my magic circuit output was temporarily lowered. Just maintaining the barrier was starting to become strenuous. Irene is a card I can't use here. Then, though there's a risk of overload, should I fire one more? Just as I was thinking that and about to pull the trigger. Boom dash. Ugh. A stone carved in the shape of an eagle flew in and struck Claude's body. Attack magic? What? Has the magic core arrived? Thinking that, I looked to the side. Kyle, who had been following me until just now, was extending his hand with his magic imprint glowing. My name is Kyle Rakard. As heir to Count Rakard, I joined this battle. You filthy magic noble. Boom boom boom, whack. Before Kyle could finish speaking, Claude's red sword energy flew toward him. The barrier shattered, but well, he didn't seem to die, and that small gap created in that moment decided the outcome of this battle. Whoosh dash, kook. Magical power chains that sprang from the ground bound both of Claude's arms. Helios's reins. It was a binding spell inscribed in the fourth stroke of the magic imprint. Not yet, not yet. No, it's over. Saying that, I put away my gun. The magic corps that had entered the school were aiming their guns at Claude and his companions. Seeing that, Claude glared at me with bloodshot eyes. But that was only for a moment. As if realizing there was no escape route, Claude slowly lowered his head. His hands were already bound in chains, so it was a signal of surrender. Cadet Eugene Lawrence, you have done a great service for the Empire. The Academy's principal Mildren arrived several minutes later. How transparent. The situation was already over, yet he's in full combat gear with bulletproof vest. Looking at his military uniform and equipment that seemed ready to burst, that's what I thought. It must be hard to have such a belly as a soldier, but I suppose that too is a kind of ability. While having such idle thoughts as I shook his thick hand, Mildren patted my shoulder with a politician's characteristic smile and said, "Now, I will personally escort these rebel groups and report to the higher UPS. Besides the Imperial rewards, there will be commendations at the school level, so look forward to it. Ho 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 ho. Thank you." Though the principal smiled kindly as he said that, I detected something suspicious in his words. The principal will personally escort them. I wasn't the only one who thought that, as Kyle standing next to me also spoke with suspicious eyes. "Principal, isn't the arrest of rebels under Imperial Army jurisdiction?" Cadet Kyle Raycord? That is. Moreover, those accompanying aren't Imperial military police but magic corps mages. Ahem. At Kyle's words beside me, the principal's coughing grew more intense. This is such a special case that I must handle it personally. We also need to discuss Cadet Eugene's rewards, so, then have Cadet Eugene accompany the prisoner transport. As the one who directly arrested the criminals, his testimony would be needed, wouldn't it? That cannot be done. Seeing such a strong rejection, it's pretty much confirmed he's planning something shady. Thinking that, I watched Claude and the Revolutionary Army members being led away by the Magic Corps. Something's strange. The Revolutionary Army is an organization where talent is scarce. When they send valuable resources like Magic Awakening users to the battlefield, it means they always have senior members accompanying them. With major executives like Maximilian and Vark all dead, there was only one senior figure remaining. Randall Dean Clark. Maximilian's staff officer and the Revolutionary Army's brain. After making Claude a puppet leader, he would be effectively controlling the Revolutionary Army, the vanguard of West Rain. Even with Claude captured, that guy didn't show himself. Why would he, who should stick close to the Revolutionary Army's leader? An ominous premonition invaded my mind. Several hypotheses emerged, but one thing I could be certain of. Claude, now bound in those shackles, was a poisoned chalice. Please explain clearly, Principal. Why the Revolutionary Army? I will follow the principal's decision. At my words cutting off Kyle, color returned to the principal's face. Really? Aren't you the head of the military academy? You must have insights that we cannot think of. Ha. Yes, that's right. The visibly delighted principal hurriedly ran off leading the Magic Corps and disappeared. As I quietly watched that scene, Kyle, who had been arguing with the principal, said to me, "Why are you just letting them go? You heard the principal's nonsense? Something's suspicious." "It's none of my business." The report went up to the higher UPS, so whether it's reward money or a commendation, something will come out. I looked at Kyle, who was angry on my behalf. From my perspective, this guy's actions were the most unexpected. Even if I chalk up him ignoring evacuation orders and joining the battle to youthful competitiveness, I really don't understand him defending me. By the way, why are you suddenly acting friendly? Didn't you hate me? Huh? Hate you? What are you talking about? However, when I asked that, Kyle rather spoke as if puzzled. Aren't we the closest of friends, fiercely competing for the top spot? What? Hearing those words, I decided to add this guy to my list of known psychopaths. What's wrong with this bastard? Picking fights with me every day, and now suddenly friends? What nonsense is this? Kook. On the night of the Revolutionary Army's attack, the mages escorting Claude, the leader of the intruders, collapsed one by one. Black smoke lingering on the wounds in their slashed throats. The mages' corpses covered in that smoke soon disappeared, turning into black ashes. What's going on? Principal Mildren, who was trying to escape the capital with Claude, backed away in fear. A black shadow slowly walking toward him. Seeing the black imprint engraved on the briefly exposed arm, the principal's face was dyed with despair. This, 7 strokes. A 7-stroke magic imprint extending to the elbow. The shadow attacking them was a mage of the same caliber as the head of a magic noble house. /. When the man swung his arm, Mildren's head flew into the air. What a vulgar fellow. Muttering that, the shadow slowly approached the transport vehicle and crushed the thick iron door. Crunch. When the door opened, Claude, bound in chains, spoke in a weak voice. "Randall, brother." Traces of torture all over his body. Meeting his comrade, Claude gritted his teeth. "It was the Elsidor Knights. Those bastards, they tried to take me. Said they'd use me as a stud to continue the family line. Yes, You've been through a lot. Saying that, Randall broke the chains and helped Claude up. Brother. The other comrades. It's already too late. Saving you was the best we could do. Claude's eyes shook greatly. To lose so miserably those who had been with him since joining the Revolutionary Army. Randall comforted such a Claude and said, by causing a disturbance at the military academy, their demands were satisfied. The Revolutionary Army will receive support again. Yes. We'll definitely save our comrades later. The hero of the revolution cannot stop for something like this. Hero of the revolution. The title his master Maximilian left to him. Hearing those words, Claude clenched his fists and nodded. Seeing that appearance, Randall smiled slightly. How convenient to handle. Unlike with Maximilian. With this, there were no Revolutionary Army members left to oppose his actions. All that remained were members who agreed with him and new members supported by Westrain. Having secured Maximilian's successor and gained legitimacy, future matters would become much easier. By the way, I didn't know the Empire had such talent. Randall, who had watched the battle at the military academy, became interested in the cadet who defeated Claude. Eugene Lawrence. The red magic imprint similar to the Revolutionary Armies, and that overwhelming power. Recalling that battle, Randall decided to investigate more about the boy called Eugene. Just as with Claude, if persuaded well, he could become an excellent chess piece. #044. Mourning the death of Colonel Mildren, who died in action during the transport operation of the vicious rebels and left behind brilliant achievements in training the Imperial Magic Corps and Imperial Army. The Magic Corps and Imperial Army will not yield to the rebels' malicious attacks. Blah 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 and so on. After the tedious speech that rivaled a principal's lecture ended, the second-year cadet representative standing in front of the podium lowered the flag. Fire dash. Bang dash. Boom boom dash. I saluted in time with the ceremonial gunfire shot by the senior cadets. Rest in peace, action beam style. I had a bad feeling when he said he would personally take Claude, but I never expected him to be murdered so quickly. As expected, were they monitoring from the beginning? They said the principal's body was discovered about a week after Claude's arrest. The body was found in the forest area outside the capital, and all the bodies except for the principal's had disappeared. In the end, this major incident of the military academy principal's murder remained shrouded in mystery with only circumstantial evidence pointing to the Revolutionary Army. But that's just what the police who don't know the Revolutionary Army's organizational structure would say. It's obvious who did it. They killed all the mages escorting Claude and the principal himself, who possessed a 4-stroke magic imprint, and concealed the bodies. In the process, to send a message to the Empire, they even mutilated the principal's body and left it hanging in a visible location. Considering the weakened state of the Revolutionary Army after the failed emperor assassination and 2 years of subjugation operations, only one person could have done this in this situation. Randall Dean Clark. And through the fact that he rescued Claude, I could deduce what situation the Revolutionary Army was in now. The title of Maximilian's successor that was given to the protagonist in the original work. That title has been given to Claude. And from the moment that was confirmed, Randall would have stuck by Claude's side as a protector. Just like he did with the protagonist in the original. In Revolution Empire Part 1, Randall was quite a popular character among users. A cool supporting character who would appear in moments of crisis or near-death situations with his signature line "Am I too late?" With his handsome face, shadow manipulation ability, and position as an aide almost equal to Maximilian, it was natural for him to be popular. However, at the moment of completing the final chapter of Part 2, Battle for the Imperial Capital, he changes completely. He strikes Eugene from behind and destroys his magic circuit, turning him into a cripple. If I had tried to kill Claude there, Randall would have burst in. A mage with 7-stroke magic imprint and nearly unique shadow attribute. An opponent I couldn't win against right now. As evidence, Principal Mildren, who was almost equal to me in magical ability, was killed. I won't ask you to understand our decision, Eugene. However, this is absolutely necessary. I recalled the final cinematic scene of Revolution Empire 2, looking down at the imprisoned protagonist. That's what he had said. A businessman who supported the Revolutionary Army, a negotiator who drew support from various sectors of the Empire. After betraying the protagonist and changing masks, Randall becomes the true power behind the newly created revolutionary government, to annex the massive nation of Kal-Hiram Empire into Westrain. But this time is different. Maximilian died faster than he thought, and the Revolutionary Army's plans failed more miserably than he expected. He might be able to take control of the revolution through Claude, Maximilian's successor. But to change the crumbling Revolutionary Army his way, he'll need to put in quite a lot of effort. For the next few years, the Revolutionary Army won't be able to move carelessly. And during those few years, I will grow into a being they cannot touch. Yes, for that, I need to do something about these math grades first. Ugh. In the bustling student cafeteria. When I handed over the test paper from before the final evaluation, Senior Phelan who saw it smirked. Though you'll definitely be in the top ranks since all your practical evaluations are perfect. With math grades like this, being first in the year is impossible. At the senior's words that struck like a bolt from the blue, I dropped my head weaklessly. I managed the first semester tests because of advanced studying, but I guess the next ones were too much after all. Come to think of it, this was bound to happen eventually. After all, wasn't I someone who got into military academy through cramming for the entrance exam, and moreover, through Mrs. Maybell's divine entrance consulting? When such a person suddenly has to study alone, my worthless brain that got 466 in Korean, English, and math started holding me back. In other words, I'm following the same path as those kids who got into university riding on academy scores and then crash and burn in their major exams. Stop. I am the glorious Kal Hiram Military Academy. Reveal your grades. 466. You can't enter this school with such a rock head. Yeah well, I got in. I miss you, Mrs. Maybell. It was rather easier back then when I could study while completely trusting in you. Should I steal the exam questions? No, there's no guarantee of success and the risk if I fail is too high. Then, by the way, things seem quite urgent at the front lines. Regardless of my rough thoughts and uneasy feelings, Senior Phelan, who was reading the newspaper, took a big bite of his sandwich. The front lines. There's an article about Westrain's large-scale ground forces gathering in the Western Plains region. There's also news about armored train tracks being laid near the border. Anyone can see this is a sign of war. At my response, Senior Phelan nodded heavily. The decades-long precarious ceasefire between the Empire and Westrain was about to end. Are you worried? From next semester, I'll be heading to the front lines instead of school. It would be stranger not to be worried. Saying that, Phelan grinned and popped the rest of his sandwich into his mouth. Learning combat theory at the Imperial Military Academy in the capital was only until second year. Third-year cadets are assigned their specialties and receive officer training in their deployed units, most of which were in dangerous zones adjacent to monster-infested areas. You're going to the front lines. But that wasn't the part I found surprising. Regardless of time period or setting, no parent wants their child deployed to the front lines. This was even more true for nobles. As seen in the eternal truth that if you can avoid military service, you should. Most noble children typically used all their connections to get assigned to the rear. But the second son of none other than the Nachtval Duchy going to the front lines? The very front lines? My puzzlement didn't last long before I let out a small laugh and said to Senior Phelan, Senior, don't tell me you're planning to enter the succession competition. At those words, Senior Phelan's smile deepened. As expected, our junior is quick-wit. Now I was starting to understand why this person who was sick of noble privileges appeared as the magic noble faction boss. There were two cases where a magic noble family's child would be sent to the front lines. Either their standing in the family was so low they couldn't even get assigned to the rear, or they were aiming for the successor position by achieving military merits. In Senior Phelan's case, it was the latter, which is why he was headed to the front lines. This is unexpected. Given your usual remarks, I thought you wouldn't want to get into the mud pit of succession competition. Originally, I didn't. But watching this school changed my thinking. Saying that, Senior Phelan looked out at the bustling student cafeteria. Nobles with nobles, non-nobles with non-nobles. This cafeteria, divided by mutual contempt and hatred, was no different from a miniature exhibition showing the current state of the Empire. Eugene. Phelan called out to me and immediately asked, when war breaks out with Westrain, what decision do you think the Magic Corps will make? They won't move. I answered right away. They'll use monster subjugation in the eastern wasteland and various regions as an excuse to avoid providing troops however they can. And the real intention? To reduce the imperial family's political standing by wearing down the imperial army through war. Hearing my answer, Senior Phelan nodded with a sigh. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The entire country is about to be engulfed in war, yet instead of cooperating, they only wish for each other's downfall. I guess they consider each other more threatening enemies than Westrain. Yes, that's why the Empire is in this sorry state. It was quite surprising to hear such words from the legitimate heir of the magic nobles who had privatized the Magic Corps, but he wasn't wrong. Even if they crushed the Revolutionary Army's momentum and pushed through reforms, this crumbling empire showed no signs of wanting to change easily. What kind of country was this game's empire? It was a hopeless country where the emperor with future-seeing abilities locked himself in his room saying, I won't do it, you bastards. The country would immediately change just because the emperor awakened and Kirin rose to a high position? If that were the case, my journey would have ended when I became Kirin's adopted son. Why would I enter military academy at the tender age of 12 and go through all this hardship, when I could have just taken a few buildings in the capital with the money from Lupion's imprint and lived an easy life? Politics divided between the noble faction and imperial faction. Nobles monopolizing mages through the Knight Order and Magic Corps, and the imperial army that has no choice but to depend on them. The Revolutionary Army shaking up such an empire, and Westrain trying to swallow the empire whole. Senior Phelan and I took turns pointing out the empire's problems one by one. And naturally, we could arrive at the same answer. The empire was still a hellish country, and there were far too many enemies threatening it. So to survive, to avoid being used as a tool and discarded like the original protagonist, we need to change the empire. And I think you share the same thoughts as me. Hearing Phelan's words, my eyes lit up. Someone with the insight to accurately diagnose the empire's current situation and the will to change it. Who would have thought the boss monster you meet in the early stages would have such aspirations? In the original work, he died in the early episodes, so he couldn't fulfill these intentions. It felt ironically fresh. That it was the Revolutionary Army, who tried to change the empire, that crushed someone talented who wanted to change the empire. But unlike then, the current me and Phelan were quite compatible as senior and junior. If Phelan becomes the family successor instead of that bastard who is Nachtval's heir, Could I potentially bring the magic noble's second seat to my side? While I was thinking this, Senior Phelan held out his hand just like when we first met. No need to hesitate anymore. I immediately grabbed his hand. If we meet again at the front lines or elsewhere, I'll have to help you. How could I refuse a request from my esteemed senior? Adding an evolved form of flattery, a smile spread across Senior Phelan's face. The next candidate for Duke Nachtval. He was my first collaborator gained at the military academy. #045. Quite some time had passed since entering the military academy. The first semester ended with the unprecedented event of the principal's death, and now it was time for the second semester's final evaluation results to come out. Kiyo. After a year of desperate effort, my grades somehow made it to the top of the class. However, seeing Kyle's smirking face beside me made my mood twist on its own. Did you see that, Eugene? We're tied for first. I even beat you in math. Gyayayak. I did make it to the top. It was possible because I took first place in all the practical tests that had high reflection rates. But I couldn't even feel relieved about it, as I was tied for first with that unlucky young noble. Moreover, while that bastard maintained his grades, mine had dropped, resulting in the tie. That damn math subject had tripped me up until the end, and I ended up getting caught up like this. No, more than that, was I this competitive? Even though being tied for first is still being first, why am I so frustrated? What? Kyle and Eugene are tied? Does this mean Kyle will overtake him starting from second year? Kahahaha, Eugene, you must be sweating now. Is this the end of Eugene, the hope of non-nobles? Hehe, young Master Kyle? I always believed you would beat that arrogant bastard. What did you say about that noble bastard? Want to fight again, you lowborns? Kyle and I are tied for first, but why are you guys fighting, you crazy bastards? Thinking that, I looked at the children bustling around me. One follower clinging to Kyle, and 3 non-noble students growling at that follower. Including Kyle, these 5 were the friends I had made over the past year. Just wait, Eugene Lawrence. Someday our Lord Kyle will blow your head off. Julian? I didn't say anything like that. Who said such nonsense? No, cancel what I just said. I don't have 5 friends, I have 4. Leave out that schizophrenic bastard Julian. Still, compared to when I first entered, this is huge progress. Gil, Ortega, Matt. These 3, who came running right after the principal's funeral, had asked me for a duel out of nowhere. Fight with me. Me too. Please let me too. They said I might be better than the instructors since I hadn't lost even while fighting those Revolutionary Army members. It should be fine. They're the same age anyway. What started as casually accepting their duels had led to now, and I had reached a conclusion. Their determination to keep coming back despite being half-killed every time we dueled, and their steep magical power growth. These 3 had qualities that put them among the top tier of the first years. Who would have thought that stopping the Revolutionary Army's invasion would become an opportunity to meet such talented individuals? I could only thank Claude for invading the school at such an opportune time. While I was watching the 3 squabble with Julian, beep dash, all first years assemble at the training ground. Departure ceremony rehearsal? Get in your uniforms and line up within 10 minutes. Hearing the instructor's shouts, the expressions of the 4 who had been growling at each other just moments ago uniformly soured. Would we get a vacation like regular universities after the final evaluations? Of course not. This is the Imperial Military Academy, proud of its history and tradition. What awaited us freshmen, who would soon advance to second year, was preparation for the departure ceremony for our seniors heading to the front lines. Salute. Snap. Formation, formation, formation. Marching, marching, marching. After doing this every day for a month, some people were starting to match angles even with their eyes closed. I was one of those people. However, it was no easy task to have so many students move as one. There were bound to be people who couldn't match the movements. Everyone bow heads. Eloy. Fuck. As numerous curses could be heard from here and there, the instructor's angry shout heated up the training ground. Everyone down dash. Just when I thought today might be easier, it ended up like this. Lying face down on the ground, I looked at the unfortunate student who had suddenly become a traitor. You. A body too thin to be a military academy cadet, large glasses, and that characteristic unconfident face. While I was carefully observing that appearance, Kyle, who was lying next to me, quietly spoke. If you're wondering who that is, he's a second year who failed this semester. Failed. When I asked back, Kyle nodded. I heard there was one student who failed among the second years. He passed the written tests but failed all practical evaluations. After hearing Kyle's words, I looked at the boy's face that had turned red with shame. Failed due to lack of physical strength, and now in a position where he had to participate in the welcoming ceremony for his peers. On top of that, he had messed up the drill and was being cursed at by his juniors, so he couldn't even lift his head. Do you know his name too? Eric Esmond. He's from a regular noble family, not a magic noble one. When I asked, Kyle immediately spat out the boy's name. He was born with magical power aptitude in a non-awakened family, and probably entered the military academy for his family's success/revival. However, with his low magical power and no way for a regular noble to obtain an imprint, he became a burden worse than nothing. What the? Why does he know so much? When I looked at him with a questioning gaze, Kyle smiled and added an explanation. Eugene, I am, after all, the heir to the Rakard family. I've already investigated all the seniors and juniors I'll be sharing meals with. Ah, I see. What correlation could there possibly be between sharing meals and investigating seniors? Though I always try to maintain a learning attitude, I just can't follow Noble's gloomy way of thinking. By the way, why are you suddenly curious about his name? Do you know him? Something like that? I watched the boy rolling on the ground in the instructor's grip. Eric Esmond. I almost didn't recognize him from afar, but I never expected to meet him here. After the boss monster, now it's an old comrade. Eric Esmond. He was one of the companions who had been with the protagonist from the beginning, along with Claude and Randall. Most of the plans to overthrow the Empire came from that man's mind. Moreover, unlike others who betrayed the protagonist at the end, this guy. I'll hold them here. Hurry and go. You and the Revolutionary Army were the only ones who recognized my talent. If I can die for such people, it would be an honor for me. Thank you for everything, Eugene. For the revolution. He sacrificed himself in place of the protagonist who had fallen into crisis, because he was one of the few true companions. Pack dash? Some students who were burning with anger dragged someone behind the dormitory building. When the student in the middle swung his fist, Eric's body hit the wall. You stupid bastard, do you know how much we suffered because of you? Sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it. Pack? Pack? The freshman who tripped Eric immediately started lynching him. Kicking, stomping, crushing. It was excessive violence for simply messing up the drill. They must be venting their frustrations from what they suffered from the seniors. The ones who brought Eric to the back alley were non-noble students. Those who had to be playthings for noble seniors since entering as freshmen. In front of them, a noble-born repeater, who even messed up the drill. There was no way these freshmen, filled with resentment, would miss this opportunity. What should I do? Eric, who appeared in Revolution Empire, wasn't suitable as a combat companion. His true value showed in his skill, combat support. After adding Eric to the party and leveling him up, it was a skill that exponentially increased the number of Revolutionary Army members participating in chapter progression. According to the setting, Eric's role was supply and strategy planning for the Revolutionary Army. Most of the plans to overthrow the Empire came from that man's mind. In reality, rather than a game, that ability would prove even more valuable. That's why I fell into contemplation. Should I recruit him? Or leave him be? No. If I leave him and he joins the Revolutionary Army, who knows what kind of threat he could become? Perhaps I should eliminate him before he joins the Revolutionary Army and becomes a future problem. Hey. While I was still contemplating, my voice came out automatically. When I came to my senses, I was already between the students, protecting Eric. Yuh. What? Which bastard? Hyuk. The growling at having their venting interrupted didn't last long. When they saw my face, they jumped back in surprise. Eugene. What the? Why is that bastard suddenly? Except for my 4 friends and 1 patient, this was how most of my peers looked at me. Like an unapproachable beast. Casually passing over their gazes filled with fear and bewilderment, I approached the leader of this assault and put my arm around his shoulder. I have something special to discuss with this senior. Would you mind giving us some space? Something to discuss. The leader I had grabbed looked around with a pale face. The students who had been beating Eric with him had already fled. He could do nothing but nod. Stand up, senior. Check carefully if anything's broken. After confirming the freshman had disappeared, I extended my hand to Eric. Looking at it with bewildered eyes, Eric grabbed my hand with trembling fingers. Thank you for saving me. I survived thanks to you. But, why you? I'm Eugene Lawrence. After saying that, I pulled up Eric who was still sitting on the ground. Please take care of me, senior. Go monster ball. You're mine now. Thump thump. Footsteps echoed through the dark underground prison. An Imperial Army officer wearing a uniform and carrying a pistol. Walking at a leisurely pace, he stopped in front of the special detention cell located in the deepest part of the prison. Click click. With the sound of metal, the lock opened, revealing the interior of the prison filled with stench and stale air. A man wearing restraints, with the tendons in his arms and legs cut. Vark. When the Imperial Army officer called the name, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, Vark Ergon, slowly raised his head. A hideous face covered in beard and filth. While sensing the fierce killing intent in those eyes, the officer slowly approached him. Your execution date has been set. This coming June. They say it will be held in the presence of all high-ranking officials from the Imperial Army and Magic Corps. Hearing those words, Vark frowned. Honorifics? That could happen. It was just how those annoying nobles typically spoke. But to inform a prisoner, especially a level 1 prisoner like himself, about the execution schedule? While thinking this, the Imperial Army officer approaching Vark slowly revealed his face. Randall? How? SHH. Vark's eyes widened upon seeing the officer's face. Revolutionary Army Staff Officer, Randall Dean Clark. He had come to find him. Claude did us a great service. Thanks to the chaos, I was able to create a false identity. Saying that, Randall shook the military dog tags around his neck. An Imperial Army officer who died during the military academy raid. Randall had hidden the corpse and infiltrated the Imperial Army through disguise. After this brief explanation, Randall immediately reached for Vark's body. Ku. Crunch crunch. Along with the creepy sensation of bones twisting, his severed tendons were restored. But how? He had heard that even level 1 healers couldn't treat injuries this severe. While he was thinking this, Randall took out a small pellet from his pocket and handed it to Vark. It's a magic bullet minimized as much as possible. When you get the signal, detonate this. It will temporarily restore your lost magical power. Nod. Looking at Vark, who silently nodded, Randall left the prison with a satisfied expression. The upcoming execution. If it was the execution of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, Kiran, who was at the front lines, would surely attend. If they could use that revolutionary well, they might be able to inflict irreparable damage to the Empire. #046. So, are you ready, Eugene? Anytime. With tense voices, Kyle and I simultaneously looked at a single point. What the two of us focused our attention on was a single piece of paper in each of our hands. It was the comprehensive grade report for the second-year midterm evaluation. 1, 2, 3, swish dash. With Kyle's countdown, I opened the tightly sealed grade report and, Kaya dash. I cheered while looking at the contents written on the grade report. Eugene Lawrence. Class rank, 1/472. Perfect scores in all theory evaluation subjects. Solo first place. This blockhead who had scored 466 on the college entrance exam finally achieved first place with my own strength. I had broken through the massive wall that was mathematics. Eugene. While I was marveling at these amazing grades, the main contributor to my grades was running over from a distance. Eric Esmond. I just studied according to the plan he taught me, but I really got perfect scores in all subjects. It wasn't for nothing that he was called the brain of the Revolutionary Army. I thought he was a Pokemon, but he turned out to be Doraemon. Finally did it. Passed the physical fitness test. Of course, he hadn't taught me without getting anything in return. Looking at Eric's grade report showing C grades in basic fitness and sparring subjects, I let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad it worked. It's not just working. I've never felt this energetic in my life. Eric's body speaking those words had changed a bit from when we first met. Though his small frame remained the same, the fat was gone and muscles had formed here and there. It was the result of pushing him like a hoop over the past few months. Thanks, Eric. My grades went up because of you. To think they'd go up by 20 ranks, that's amazing. Yeah, I didn't fail. As the trio who hung out together started clinging to him, a sheepish smile spread across Eric's face. Not just helping me but tutoring other kids as well, a ray of light had entered Eric's school life. An environment where he received sincere advice and encouragement instead of the contempt and disdain from his peers. Thanks to that, Eric's expression was the brightest I'd ever seen it. To the point where I couldn't even remember that gloomy face from when we first met. I've gathered all the talent I could. After somehow getting through that damn inauguration ceremony, I had already become a second year. Of course, nothing particularly changed just because I moved up a grade. Theory classes, physical training, sparring, and magical power training. If anything was different from first year, it was that sleep time was reduced by 2 hours from the existing schedule. And one more thing, conflicts between noble and non-noble students had significantly decreased. Why, you ask? Isn't it because of us? Us. The one who explained the reason was Kyle, who was watching the freshman initiation from a distance. You and I were co-valedictorians in first year. Among us, especially me, Kyle Rakerd, heir to the Rakerd Count family, personally associating with non-noble students. While the two highest-ranking nobles are doing this, no idiot would dare mess with non-noble students. Personally associating, he says. It was a truly noble-like self-centered and arrogant statement, but I roughly understood what he meant. Since there's a powerful third force mixing nobles and non-nobles, the existing noble and non-noble factions are being cautious with each other. I looked at Kyle while thinking that. Looking at how he read this subtle confrontational structure before me, Kyle was no ordinary noble. Though I don't know why he suddenly started bragging while explaining why second years don't mess with freshmen. And don't subtly elevate yourself to co-valedictorian. You're second place this year, you know? How interesting. Just picking up useful talent regardless of status caused such a butterfly effect. While I was thinking that, I shook my head seeing two groups growling at each other behind the dormitory. Of course, fundamentally nothing has changed. Though they weren't fighting openly, the animosity between both sides hadn't decreased at all. Once I and my friends who ended up becoming a restraining force disappeared, they would soon start fighting each other again. At least no one turned to the Revolutionary Army like our senior class, so I guess that's fortunate. I had no intention of taking any particular action here. Even if I stepped in, things wouldn't change, and I didn't particularly want to change them anyway. My job was to gather useful people from these cracks and quietly slip away. Class conflict and student power dynamics weren't my business. Eugene, look over there. Meanwhile, Gil, who was looking toward the school gate, pointed somewhere. Isn't that the instructors? They're taking all their military gear. Doesn't look like they'll be back soon. Skipping again? We already have 5 cancelled classes. After the midterm evaluations ended, the school atmosphere became very unsettled. The Magic Corps mages serving as instructors kept leaving, and the security forces were reduced compared to before. Moreover, unlike previous years, the break given after midterms was extended to about a week. Originally it was just one weekend outing. Isn't it strange that the instructors who couldn't stand seeing us rest are all rushing out like that? Something must be happening in the capital. Something important enough to need all the military academy instructors. Listening to Matt and Gil's conversation, I thought. Something important enough to pull out all the mages remaining in the capital. If there was such an important matter in the Empire right now, there could only be one thing. Are they executing the Revolutionary Army members captured during the last incident? The Emperor assassination attempt at Lupion's funeral ceremony. The history that should have happened was distorted, and the Revolutionary Army's operation failed. They couldn't easily kill rebels who committed the unprecedented act of attacking the Emperor. Therefore, the imperial family was planning to execute the imprisoned Revolutionary Army members as an example of treason and as bait to lure out the remaining Revolutionary Army. However, exactly what kind of incident could occur remains unknown. The game history I knew was distorted at the point when I killed Maximilian and Lupion. With even the Emperor surviving, who was supposed to signal the start of the main story, what events would unfold from now on was truly unknown. What kind of butterfly effect would the numerous turning points I created return as? I couldn't predict, no matter how much I tried. Eugene. As I entered the dormitory room lost in thought, Irene, who was waiting for me, held out a letter. It's from Lord Kirin. Kirin. Asking that, I received the letter Irene handed over. A letter written with the name of an Imperial Army Lieutenant General and sealed with the Buckingham seal. There probably weren't any bold instructors who would inspect such a letter. I immediately broke the seal and checked the contents. There will be an important event in the Imperial capital. Keep your schedule open during the break period. An important event in the Imperial capital. What I had only been guessing became reality. Whoa. Irene, looking up at the sky, couldn't close her open mouth. Bugs will get in like that. No, what if you eat them after they get in? Spit it out. Spit it out. Shoo shoo. Good grief. I can't tell who's serving who here. She's just a maiden name. In reality, we're practically family. The one clicking his tongue watching me like that was Kyle, who followed me here. He repeatedly massaged his stiff neck, seemingly unable to shake off the tension. A sharp appearance, wearing a cloak, military cap, and even a ceremonial sword. The two people wearing formal uniforms for ceremonial events passed through the crowded main street and reached the massive Imperial Palace entrance. Pass confirmed. Young masters of the Buckingham and Raycord families. The venue is that way. If you'd like, I can call guards. No, that's fine. After passing through the guards full of fawning attitudes, we got on the elevator. Kuguo, the elevator slowly ascending with heavy engine sounds. When we reached the upper level where the venue was located, the magnificent view of the Imperial capital entered our eyes at once. Well, seeing this view, even I would be slack-jawed. It was just as Kyle said. The lower level of the Imperial capital bustling with people. At the station installed above it, hundreds of airships were densely docked. And following that airship fleet were numerous small balloons and armored trains ascending via elevators. It was an overwhelming sight, as if all technological products created by the Empire were gathered in one place. Eugene. Over there. Kyle, who was poking my side, pointed to one spot. A man in luxurious robes was walking with a solemn gaze. Magic Noble 10th seat, Count Drexler. And behind him, the Blue Lance Knight Order. I know without you telling me. That wasn't all. Rank 8, Count Dvorak's Symphony Orchestra. Rank 12, Margrave Gloucester and his followers. Duke Buckingham visible in the distance, his heir Carlos, and the many nobles following them. Most of the magic nobles scattered throughout the Empire were gathered in one place. I'm going, Eugene. See you later. While passing by so many nobles, Kyle, who found his family, waved and disappeared into the crowd. I wonder why he's so nervous. He's not even an adopted son like me, he's just meeting his own family members. Eugene. While thinking that, Kirin, wearing an Imperial Army uniform, grabbed my shoulder. Military uniform rather than ceremonial dress, with a shabby trench coat. Seeing that appearance, it seemed he hadn't arrived long ago from the front lines. You said it was an important occasion, aren't you wearing ceremonial dress? Ceremonial dress? You mean that armor covered in medals? I'd rather bring the plate mail decorating my room. After substituting greetings with brief jokes, Kirin and I exchanged recent news for a while. I'm maintaining first place to live up to expectations. Forget grades, visit home when you get a break. Don't you feel bad for Mari being alone? Has the Major General returned? No. I'll probably be killed by Mari too when I go home. While such trivial personal matters continued, Kirin looked at me with subdued eyes and said, "It's more like a theater than an execution site. Don't you think?" Yes. It's completely different from the funeral. Hundreds of airships filling the sky, and anti-aircraft guns of armored trains surrounding the Imperial Palace. The luxurious venue that seemed to be overflowing with money, and the mages filling that venue. The Revolutionary Army's execution site was on an incomparable scale to when the Emperor attended, as if trying to emphasize the difference between magic nobles and the Imperial family. Watch carefully, Eugene. That is the enemy we must face from now on. Beep dash. Shortly after Kirin said that, when a trumpet sound came from the center of the venue, the magic nobles who had been in the midst of conversations took their seats. A moment of silence. In that silence, people with shackles on their limbs were dragged one by one onto the platform. The rebels who attempted to assassinate the Emperor, and prisoners captured through the rebel suppression operation carried out over the past 2 years. Vark. Looking at the man standing in the middle, I muttered his name. Vark Urgon. The man who was second in command of the Revolutionary Army was sitting on the ground in a haggard state. Eugene. Eugene. While thinking if this meant the Revolutionary Army would completely disappear, Irene, sitting next to me, pulled on my shoulder. What is it? Those people over there. What Irene's hand pointed to were the prisoners receiving their sentences. Looking at them all hanging their heads, Irene tilted her head. Why do they have something similar to me? What? Having something similar to Irene? The Revolutionary Army? #047. Well then, won't you join me in turning the empire upside down? It's revolution? Breaking free from the rule of magic nobles and the imperial family. Westrain? Huh? They're nothing but vermin in a parliament full of old nobles, thinking only of oppressing citizens? Cooperate with such people? Absolutely not. Remember this, Vark. Revolution must be achieved by our hands alone. Only a revolution won through our own blood can save this empire. Now, look at this part in the book I wrote. His head was hazy. The auditory hallucinations of long-dead friends continued to disturb his mind. When had it become like this? Was it when his severed tendons regrew? Or was it when Randall visited him in prison? Feeling confused and unable to comprehend, Vark tried desperately to hold on to his blurry vision. Criminal, Varkur, you have, the Emperor's carriage, and, the funeral of the Empire's hero Lord Lupion Elsidor. The ringing in his ears made it impossible to properly distinguish even the voice right in front of him. In the midst of this, what he remembered was that today was the execution date for him and his comrades. And with Randall's signal, the rescue operation would begin. For these crimes, the Empire sentences you to death. Shut up. While trying to hold on to his consciousness with the thought of enduring just a little longer, that damned magistrate's voice kept pounding in his head. No, what made Vark angry wasn't just the judge's voice. Vark slightly raised his head and saw the numerous enemies watching him. The many nobles jeering, sneering, and mocking him. Seeing their faces made Vark recall events from the distant past he had forgotten. I'm sorry. Please just spare my life. Ha ha ha. Hey butler, did you see? That bastard values his life so much. His sister, used and discarded as a plaything by a lower noble. His father, beaten to death on the street for raising his voice against a noble. Himself, face in the dirt begging for his life from the noble who was the root of all these events, and that noble's sneering gaze. That look? Crunch dash? Yes. That was why he had created the Revolutionary Army with Maximilian. To become a mage in the Revolutionary Army and tear all the detestable nobles to pieces. For his father and sister who had died miserably as their entertainment. Hadn't he lived his entire life for just that purpose? Wasn't that the purpose and reason for existence of Vark Urgon, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? Phew dash. That was when a red flare shot up into the sky. The crowd gathered at the execution ground began to murmur, and black smoke started rising from outside. What? Where? Explosion. Airships are rising? We need to evacuate the spectators. The Revolutionary Army. People thrown into chaos. The sound of anti-aircraft guns ringing in his ears. And the airships slowly rising into the sky, with numerous comrades jumping down from them. They're here. The rescue operation had begun. He would be able to join the Revolutionary Army again and kill more nobles. Crack dash. He bit and crushed the magic bullet in his mouth. Magical power flowed into his broken magic circuit and darkened magic imprint, and vitality began to surge throughout his body. His comrades participating in the operation were defending the airship and waiting for him, so he needed to move quickly too. Having made his decision, Vark stood up and took a step. Splat dash. And had to reassess what was happening when he saw the grotesque mass of flesh that emerged instead of his foot. No, it wasn't just his foot. Dozens of tentacles bursting through and sprouting from his arms. His stomach endlessly vomiting blood and filth, and teeth constantly sprouting there. Eyes. And other miscellaneous organs. Something had gone wrong. As he thought this, Vark's gaze fell on the center where his comrades were gathered. Be our brother Randall. What? What is that? Uncle Vark has become a monster. Claude, who had turned pale looking at him. And Randall Dean Clark standing guard beside him. I don't know. I have no idea. What on earth did they do to Vark? He was putting on an expression of genuine fear, as if he truly knew nothing. When there could only be one reason he could think of for why his body had become like this. Crunch dash. Aiic. His original thoughts disappeared, and extreme hunger and rage filled his mind. The traces of the human called Vark Urgon were erased, and the consciousness of an unknown monster began to take over his twisted body. Vark Urgon. You stupid bastard, do you know what you've just done? The last thing Vark recalled was the words of the unfamiliar young man who had blocked his path. You just sold the entire Revolutionary Army organization to Westrain. The sharp rebuke from a boy he had never met before. When Vark recalled this at the last moment, he was overcome with endless despair. By the time he understood all the cause and effect relationships, it was already far too late. Grey. The grotesquely distorted monster roared in the middle of the execution ground. In that twisted body, there was no longer any trace of the human called Vark Urgon. Kya. Monster? It's a monster. What the hell is going on? A monster in the middle of the imperial capital. Aiic. When the main culprit of the emperor assassination attempt who was about to be executed transformed into a monster in the blink of an eye, the execution ground full of people turned into a hellscape mixed with screams and shouts. No, Vark wasn't the only one who had transformed into a monster. The Revolutionary Army members who had been on the execution ground with him. They, too, had mutated into monsters and began killing the nobles who had come to watch the execution indiscriminately. This is insane. What the hell is happening right now? As if unable to process everything happening at once, Kieran's face contorted. It reminds me of the assassination incident from 2 years ago. That was better than this. At least back then we didn't have monsters appearing in the middle of the imperial capital. Given how he's talking, his mind seems intact. Clang dash. While speaking, I immediately deployed a barrier to block a monster that was charging toward Kiran. Ugh. The force was enough to shake a barrier created with a 4-stroke magic imprint. Considering this was just a simple body slam, it was truly astounding. Obviously, in the original story, direct fights with monsters didn't happen until at least the mid to late chapters. Overwhelming strength from their massive bodies, and durability that couldn't even be scratched by small arms like rifles. A core that emitted magical power rivaling that of a knight, and blood vessels filled with magical power instead of blood. This was mankind's greatest calamity that appeared along with the Great Rupture, monsters. But the real reason monsters are dangerous isn't simply because they're strong. Thinking this, I looked at the ground with a troubled expression. The imperial capital's ground, paved with quality soil, was being dyed black. Gugog. Can't breathe. At the center of this bizarre transformation was Vark, who had mutated into a monster. The poison and pollutants spreading from him had begun to slowly eat away at the air and ground. At this rate, this place will become a massive gas chamber. Then we need to subdue it somehow before that happens. If that monster manages to hide in the sewers, it could mean the end of the entire capital. Over there. Kiran, who called me, pointed to a location. Standing where Kiran pointed were Magic Corps officers who were hesitating without taking any proper measures despite the appearance of monsters. What are you all doing? Kiran, who ran over there, shouted at one of the Magic Corps officers who still hadn't grasped the situation. In a situation where monsters have appeared, you're doing nothing? Who's the commander here? Lieutenant General Kiran. Even if you're a general, the Imperial Army has no authority to command the Magic Corps. This is the Magic Corps' operation zone, so please evacuate quickly. You stupid bastards dash. At the outburst of Kiran, who was seasoned in battlefield life, the Magic Corps officers' backs straightened. You call yourselves officers, yet you're playing politics in this situation? When monsters are killing people, what does jurisdiction matter? We weary sorry. If you have time to stand around dazed, quickly form ranks and evacuate the citizens. Got it. Why yes dash. Having established dominance, Kiran began giving various orders to the Magic Corps officers with all too familiar attitude. First platoon, establish defensive positions on the main route and evacuate citizens. 5th, 7th, and 12th platoons handle the rebels who jumped from the airships. If you coordinate with the guard, you can hold. You understood. What about the night order? They've just entered the scene. As I said this, my gaze was directed toward the center of the contaminated venue. Pierce through. Boom boom boom. Spears of various colors pushed back a monster that was jumping between evacuating people. Guarding the evacuation route was Magic Noble 10th Seat, Count Drexler. Soon after, the Blue Lance Knight Order under his command was creating hundreds of magical power spears to bind the monsters. This is absurd. To turn people into monsters overnight, are the rebels capable of even this? If they were, the Empire would have become a monster field long ago. Looking at their reactions, this seems to be something even they didn't expect. The old man who stepped forward while answering thus was Magic Noble 2nd Seat, Margrave Gloucester. Wong. Gloucester's magic. A rare sight indeed. What can we do? We can't let the imperial capital become a monster field. Wearing traditional attire different from the imperial style, he activated the magic imprint engraved on his hand to create circular thorny bushes. Crunch, crunch. The Empire's pioneer who was unmatched in the field of contamination purification. When it met the magically grown thorny bushes, the contamination eating away at the venue stopped moving. Is that Gloucester? Perfect timing. Carlos. Yes, head of the family. As they confirmed the contamination was no longer spreading, other magic nobles who had been observing the situation began joining in one by one. Q. The beam shot by Duke Nachtval completely incinerated one of the monsters. Crack dash. The hammer of Carlos, heir to Buckingham, crushed a monster's massive body. With the magic nobles and their knights joining in, most of the monsters were being dealt with. However, Kiran was looking at them with troubled eyes. They sure showed up quickly. If they had joined just 5 minutes earlier, half of those corpses would still be alive. Looking at the corpses scattered around the execution ground, Kiran ground his teeth. But unlike Kiran, my interest lay elsewhere. So I have to defeat things like that. Watching the magic nobles battle, I thought. The overwhelming magical power emitted by 7-stroke magic imprints, and their precise coordination without the slightest interference. The magic nobles were stronger than I thought, and more unified. Then could I, even after completing my growth, defeat them? I was the only one with a 7-stroke imprint, while they had 12 people. If I could fight them one by one it might be possible, but it's impossible in the current state. Then, I turned my gaze to look outside the venue where evacuation was in full swing. To turn our comrades into monsters? What the hell did you do, you filthy nobles? Damn, the rebels. They're in league with the monsters? Don't let them inside. Stop spouting nonsense dash. Bang dash. With the sound of explosion, the Magic Corps' formation collapsed. Throwing away the spent magic bullet casing, Claude and the Revolutionary Army approached with blazing eyes. Seeing their determination to try again despite repeated failures, a satisfied smile appeared on my face. If I can't win by fighting, I can make them fight each other, can't I? #048. Quayarg. Transformed into a monster, Vark was holding his ground against 5 magic nobles. The nearly infinite magical power flowing from the monster's core, along with the corruption and poison spreading from his body. Unlike the berserk Vark, the magic nobles had many things to be careful about. TCH, of all places. How frustrating. If this was an open field, we could have blown him away with large-scale magic. The family head's magic was precise and powerful, but they couldn't unleash their full destructive potential. The location of this execution ground was at the city's highest level. If they used the kind of magic typically employed against monsters, they might damage the structures supporting the city. Thwack dash, quack, quaarg dash. However, even with such restrictions, they were still family head-level mages leading their respective houses. As they chained together special formulas maximizing penetration power, Vark's rampage began showing signs of defeat. Vark? Damn it, I need to help. Help a monster? Do you think that makes any sense? At the scene where magic nobles were fighting, I blocked Claude, who was trying to enter the area. As I stood blocking the way with my arms spread, Claude and the Revolutionary Army members prepared their magic. A cadet? He's not our target though. He's not using magic. What should we do? Should we shoot? Hearing the Revolutionary Army members ask this, Claude narrowed his eyes. And Randall standing beside him. He's not trying to subdue me right away. Why are you here again? Field trip. Heard the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command was getting executed, so I came to watch. You're blocking us for that kind of joke. It's not a joke though. As I kept speaking in circles, Claude's expression grew increasingly hostile. Come to think of it, this is our 3rd meeting already. The atmosphere gets more violent every time we meet. Next time, he might throw magic instead of greetings. Get out of the way. We don't have time to deal with someone like. Congratulations, Claude Elsidor. When I suddenly congratulated him, Claude's expression turned strange. What nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Congratulations. The fusion of humans and monsters. That was an experiment Elsidor was conducting, wasn't it? I said while pointing at Vark, who had become a monster. Deliberately bringing up the deceased Lupion to provoke Claude, his reaction became even more intense. Bullshit? Why would Elsidor do such? Why? Obviously because of you. When I said that, Claude and the Revolutionary Army members following him widened their eyes at once. Well, first step of getting their attention, success. I started setting the groundwork for this baseless lie. After losing his heir, Lupion tried to find a new successor from the branch families but failed. No matter how much he searched the family, there was no talent like yours. When I said that, Claude's face in the middle turned pale. What's this? Did I hit something? Well, he was the legitimate heir of Elsidor after all, so perhaps the branch families had attempted to kidnap him. They probably wanted to use him as a breeding stud. From then on, Lupion turned his attention elsewhere. He thought if there wasn't anyone suitable to be heir, he could create one. That's how he came up with the human-monster fusion experiments. If there was an incident, there needed to be a witness. Thinking that, I put my experience as a former Knifehead member to use and gave the performance of my life. It was horrible. Having to bring in test subjects every day, dispose of bodies, kill parents searching for their children with my own hands. I said with a cold smile. As if I hated Lupion for making me do such things. As if I hated Claude, who became the cause by fleeing to the Revolutionary Army. Maximilian fell for it. I wonder how this guy will react. Judging by the shocked expressions of Claude and the other Revolutionary Army members, it seems my acting skills haven't dulled. And no, I don't know. I don't know anything about Elsidor doing such things. Just because you don't know doesn't make what happened disappear. That technology was created because of none other than you. I spoke with a stern expression toward Claude, who was backing away with a shocked face. The reason Vark became like that is because of you. Strictly speaking, it was an absurd shifting of responsibility. Even if my lies were true, the one who committed the crime was Lupion, not Claude. However, Claude, as a supporter of Revolution Empire, wasn't the type to think that way. It's because of me. If I hadn't run away. The massacre of Lupion's territory residents that happened in the original story. After all, Claude had endlessly cursed the noble blood flowing through him while witnessing those horrific scenes. Besides, well, it's not like I'm telling completely made-up stories. Elsidor conducting human-monster fusion experiments? That's true. No talent as good as Claude after the heir disappeared. This is also true. Vark becoming a monster. Well, strictly speaking that's because of me but, whatever. Might as well pin this on him too. Clang dash? I blocked the bullets flying toward me with a barrier. One of the Revolutionary Army members following Claude had shot them. You bastard, spouting such nonsense. No need to listen to him, Claude. There's no guarantee what he's saying is true. Though the Revolutionary Army members were encouraging Claude while saying this, even they couldn't hide their confusion. But considering what kind of person Lupion was, it's not an impossible story. If what that bastard said is true, those magic noble bastards, doing such things to Vark. Claude was visibly confused, and anger toward the magic nobles was spreading among the Revolutionary Army members following him. That's enough. The fact that the mastermind who transformed Vark into a monster was a magic noble. If just that fact gets imprinted, the Revolutionary Army's top priority will become the magic nobles. Be Brother Randall. The members are right. Calm down first, Claude. Randall calming down the confused Claude. He looks like something isn't going according to plan. Looking at Randall making a subtle expression, I was certain. As expected, he's the only one who could have planned this. An agent of the Westrain Republic. And one who would rise to become an influential figure in the Empire through revolution. I couldn't guess what plans he was scheming, but that doesn't matter anymore. Try to refute it if you can. While it's true that Elsador researched monsters, they never conducted research on transforming humans into monsters. Rather, the place with the most advanced monster research is the Westrain Republic. Unlike the Empire with abundant resources and land, they didn't hesitate to use any means necessary to bring down the Empire. I directed the blame for this incident toward the magic nobles, and personally volunteered as a witness. They'll have no choice but to believe it. Refute it? Go ahead and try. To prove my words false, you'd have to reveal that this is Westrain's technology, but would you reveal your identity that you've hidden for decades just to refute my words? No, there's no way. The Randall Dean Clark I saw in the game would never take such a risk. You can tell just by how he put up Claude as a figurehead instead of directly taking control of the Revolutionary Army himself. That guy always makes sure to leave himself an escape route. Boom dash! An explosion sound rang out from the sky. Looking up, several airships that had been floating in the sky were falling to the ground engulfed in flames. Damn it, the anti-air guns are back. The armored trains have started moving. Claude, we need to retreat. Right, it's about time to retreat. The rescue target Vark has become a monster, so they can't take him with them. However, Claude seemed unable to leave, frozen in indecision. No, we can't leave Uncle Vark. Claude. Randall, who grabbed Claude's shoulders, glanced at me and spoke. That's not Vark anymore. If what this cadet said is true, we have no way to turn him back. Randall didn't refute my words. Mission accomplished. While I was internally rejoicing, Randall looked at me intently, a gaze as if searching for something. I stayed alert thinking he might launch a surprise attack, but Randall turned his back without saying anything and left the venue. With this, I've laid enough groundwork, I suppose. The Revolutionary Army has found the cause of Vark's transformation into a monster, and will burn with revenge against the magic nobles. Toward magic nobles, not the Empire. And because of this small difference, Kiran's Imperial Army and the Imperial family would be able to observe the fight between the two groups. The Revolutionary Army and magic nobles. They would continuously clash and be consumed, just as they did in the original story. And then suppressing both groups after they've been consumed would be the Emperor and the military under Kiran's control. While I was thinking that, boom dash, with a huge explosion, the entire execution ground began to shake. What's going? Looking at the center of the execution ground, I could see the tattered ground and exposed city structures here and there. One of the pipelines flowing under the city must have burst. Though not enough impact to collapse the entire upper level, it was sufficient to momentarily break the encirclement focused on Vark. Whoosh dash, kook. The monster is escaping. The center of the execution ground was clouded with dust from the explosion's aftermath. Through that smoke, the nearly dead Vark was running toward me. Quayarg. Vark charging while directing both eyes at me. No, were those even eyes? His skull was so grotesquely twisted that it was hard to tell if what was looking at me were eyes or something else. Cadet, run away from there. That guy, Eugene. Damn it, the binding formula. The family heads who had been in the middle of battle couldn't react in time to the sudden situation. However, watching Vark running toward me, I could notice one thing. His eyes directed at me. The closer he got, the better I could tell what state he was in. Vark was maintaining his sanity right now. It's almost over now. Watching Vark staggering while lying face down on the ground. Looking at him, the family heads of each house were lost in thought. So, what do we do now? That monster. It would be a waste to just kill it like this. They hadn't even considered the possibility of not being able to subdue him. Here were 5 magic nobles. If not for the location being the imperial capital's upper level, even one person could have easily subdued him. A waste? What do you mean by that? When Count Drexler frowned and asked this, Margrave Gloucester pointed at the monster with his wrinkled finger. Look at that. The monster struggling to get up. However, that monster was moving what appeared to be organs visible through its mouth. Run, away. Claude, run. That monster. Is it not maintaining its sanity? It seemed that way to them too. A monster muttering something with focused eyes while on the verge of death. Seeing this, Margrave Gloucester's mage-like curiosity was piqued. How about leaving the disposal of this monster to me? If I take it to my territory for research, I think we could get quite useful results. That won't do, Gloucester. The one who interrupted his words was the magic noble second seat, Duke Nachtval. In the Empire, the only treatment monsters receive is execution. I will not permit any rash actions. Permit? How strange. Though this old man may be from the frontier, I haven't declined so much as to need permission from another magic noble to act. Margrave Gloucester who said this glared at Duke Nachtval. A silent warning not to cross the line. However, the Duke also began slowly drawing up magical power as if unwilling to back down. Having maintained sanity even after fusing with a monster, isn't this quite useful material? We of the Dvorak family will escort this prisoner. To waste such valuable research material like this, out of the question. Buckingham will take responsibility for this monster. Since they had already subdued the monster, now it was time for the aftermath. The family heads of each house began debating over Vark's treatment, growling. But then, Vark, who had regained his sanity, felt fear watching them. Will I meet the same end? Those who wanted to capture him alive and use him as an experiment subject. Like they did to my sister, like they did to my parents, I'll become a noble's plaything too? No. Vark's gaze, clinging to his last remaining sanity, turned toward one place. The retreating revolutionary army, and a boy watching them, and a single gun holstered at that boy's waist. Max, I'm his weapon. The man who showed him the possibility of revolution. His only friend. He was standing there, beckoning to him. Quiet dash. With a roar, he kicked off the ground and ran. His friend, who seemed momentarily surprised, soon drew his pistol and aimed it at him. Yes, Maxim. That's it. Hurry and me? I was going to do that without you telling me. Along with the familiar voice, the hazy veil lifted. A boy with cold eyes was aiming a gun at him. The boy from Vark's memories. If I hand you over to the magic nobles alive, it would be troublesome in various ways. After saying that, Eugene pulled the trigger without hesitation and bang dash. The guilt and anger he had carried throughout his life disappeared with the gunshot. The Revolutionary Army's second in command, Vark Ergen. Plus, 1 TLN, yes, it said Ergen, not Ergon. He who created the Revolutionary Army dreaming of freedom. Only then did he finally become free. Hashtag 049. Thud dash. Vark's headless body collapsed lifelessly. Having completely destroyed his brain, there's no way he could survive. Impressive. Even though he was dying, you took down such a monster in one strike. While I was looking at Vark's corpse, a voice addressed me. Margrave Gloucester. Looking at the elderly man wearing a relaxed smile, I immediately bowed my head. I am honored to meet the pioneer of the East. You weren't overwhelmed by the monster's pressure, and instead suddenly countered and cut off its breath. You've done us a great service. I merely did what was expected of an imperial cadet. The manner of speech of this man, the eldest among the 12 magic nobles, was more similar to that of a monarch than a noble. Well, that makes sense. The Gloucester region, located in the northeastern part of the empire. Count Gloucester was the one who had personally pioneered that land covered in contamination and developed it into human territory. The title of magic noble was merely a type of contract made to avoid friction with the empire. In reality, he was a figure who could be called not a magic noble, but the monarch of an independent nation called Gloucester. Getting caught up in pointless arguments and letting such an important monster slip away. How shameful as imperial magic nobles. Margrave Gloucester, who had been smiling kindly at me, twisted his lips as he looked at the other magic nobles following him. Don't you all think so? Ahem. Upon hearing Margrave Gloucester's words, the other magic nobles avoided eye contact awkwardly. Particularly Duke Buckingham's expression wasn't good. It seemed he had heard my name from Carlos, who stood behind. You've done us magic nobles a great service by catching the monster that almost escaped. What is your name? Eugene? Lawrence? Lawrence? I haven't heard of that family. As he was lost in thought, a knight from the Gloucester family approached and whispered in his ear. Ah, is that so? You mean this is the child who saved his majesty at the funeral? Oh, so this child was that one. Hearing Margrave Gloucester's loud exclamation, the other magic nobles looked at me with gleaming eyes. This old geezer, acting like such a dotard. It's not good to stand out this early. While I was thinking that, my savior Kirin approached and put his hand on my shoulder. Are you hurt anywhere, Eugene? That could have been dangerous. No, father. I only did what needed to be done. As this clearly intentional exchange occurred between Kirin and me, the magic nobles' gazes changed, except for Gloucester. From curiosity and slight goodwill to disappointment and wariness. It meant they had completed their friend or foe identification in that brief moment. It's been since the Eastern Defense battle 2 years ago, Lieutenant General Kirin. I'm glad to see you're still in good health, Margrave. Good health? What nonsense. I can't even retire because watching my son's behavior is so unpleasant. Unlike the other nobles who hesitated to speak up, Gloucester addressed Kirin casually. Kirin also received his words with a smile, creating quite a different atmosphere from how he usually dealt with magic nobles. By the way, what to do with this corpse is the problem. While the two were conversing, a woman among the nobles spoke up. The conductor of the symphony orchestra, Countess de Dvorak. At her words, dressed in an elaborate gown, the magic nobles' arguments were about to start again. Their main objective was the core embedded in Vark's corpse. It was to claim the power source that formed the center of the monster. But then, I would prefer if the handling of the corpse were left to the imperial family. At the voice coming from outside the venue, the nobles' gazes turned to one spot. Your Majesty. The Emperor, accompanied by Imperial Guard André. The magic nobles and knights gathered at the scene knelt on one knee. Duke Buckingham, Duke Nachtval, and Margrave Gloucester merely bowed slightly, and the Emperor raised his hand as if to say it was fine, making them rise. Your Majesty, why are you here? The monster's contamination hasn't fully dissipated yet, Your Majesty. Approaching carelessly would endanger your... Don't worry. After the recent attack, I've become rather numb to such things. People who didn't care when I was attacked are now worried about my health. At the Emperor's sarcastic remark, most of the nobles kept their mouths shut. Technology that transforms humans into monsters. I've never heard of such a thing. Do any of you have any insights about this incident? None of the magic nobles answered the Emperor's question. Since it's technology from West Rain, how would they know? After observing the nobles' reactions, the Emperor nodded and said, if there are no insights, then identifying the source of this technology should be our immediate priority. Don't you think so? Ah, well. Before discussing ownership of the corpse, we should first uncover the source of this strange technology. At the Emperor's words, the nobles couldn't find any particular objection. As you wish, Your Majesty. Among them, it was Margrave Gloucester who supported the Emperor's hand. What about the others? When the Emperor looked around the gathering, the other magic nobles slowly bowed their heads as well. The Emperor was already on edge after the failed assassination attempt. They must have judged that there was nothing to gain from creating opposition over this matter. Andre. Yes, Your Majesty. Order the Imperial Knight Order to move the monster's corpse. Have talented mages selected from each family to research this. I will follow your command. The Imperial family will handle the corpse retrieval. You all can participate in the research together. After saying that, the magic nobles' furrowed expressions seemed to smooth out somewhat. Though the core would stay in the Imperial Palace, they could still research the monster's corpse, so it was a partial victory. You've worked hard, Eugene. I shall personally reward you for your achievement in catching the monster. I am overwhelmed by your grace. After quickly settling the situation, the Emperor gave me his final commendation before heading to the Imperial Palace. As the scene full of corpses and screams was somewhat cleaned up, the magic nobles began making their way back to their residences one by one. Eugene, was it? I'll remember your name. Margrave Gloucester, who was the last to leave, called out to me. Thank you. Don't remember it. It'll make things harder when I have to stab you in the back later. Eugene. While I was thinking that, Irene approached from behind and lightly tugged at my clothes. Did you eat a lot? Yes. Her bright smile in response made it seem like the time I bought was worth it. I wonder how strong she'll become when I let her loose. And this. As I was thinking that, Irene handed me something she had been holding. What Irene gave me was the monster core, completely purified of impurities. Looking at the ethereally glowing magical power light, I smiled with satisfaction. The monster's corpse? The core? I've already eaten all of that. Enemy at the front. They're pushing in endlessly. Machine gun overheated. 4 minutes until barrel replacement. Damn it, hold them back. If this line breaks, we're all dead. Imperial East, monster contamination zone. While monster invasions were a daily occurrence here, today was particularly severe. Keek dash. Krayarg. More than triple the usual invasion scale. The machine gun ammunition defending the fortification had long since run out, and the magic corps soldiers deployed in the trenches were gradually reaching their limits. Monster? The monster. Aarg. The defense line had already collapsed long ago, and the blood and flesh of regular soldiers without magical power were scattered everywhere. A scene straight from hell. In the middle of it all, Sergeant Liber was gritting his teeth while squeezing out magical power from his magic imprint. Damn it. The officer who had acted so high and mighty as company commander was already in the monsters' bellies. As the most senior survivor, he had taken command of the remaining unit and was somehow trying to maintain this defense line, but defense line breached? The monsters are pushing through. Sergeant? Retreat. We need to retreat. Maintaining this front line, which already showed signs of defeat, was no longer possible. In the midst of such despair, his two-stroke magic imprint emitted light. Reinforcements. A magical power communication from headquarters. It meant that mage forces were heading this way. However, mage forces? They said it would take over a month for new personnel to arrive from the magic corps. While thinking that, Sergeant Liber checked the communication that had come to him. 3 minutes until reinforcements arrive. All forces, prepare for impact. Prepare for impact. While checking the puzzling communication content, at that moment, Fwoosh dash. 3 streams of magical power light pierced through the sky. Not ordinary magical power light, but magic with a red glow. The 3 long streams of light drew parabolas as they fell toward the monster's end. Quaboom! With a thunderous sound, the monsters at the front were instantly torn apart. Ortega, Matt, we're going in immediately. Before there was time to be surprised by the sudden explosion, 3 horses rushed out from the fortification. Riding them were 3 men wearing cadet uniforms. Sea cadets. Seeing this, Sergeant Liber doubted his eyes. This is a contamination zone. Why are cadets here? No, more than that. What was that magical power just now? Even though cadets are at the level of junior knights, they shouldn't be that strong. While he was thinking that, the 3 cadets who had taken the vanguard were burning away the monsters that had been taking over the trenches. Quaboom dash, bang, explosion. After pushing back the monsters in the trenches with overwhelming firepower, they immediately turned their horses around and gave hand signals toward the rear. And at that moment, bang, dozens of stone blocks landed in front of the trenches, crushing the rushing monsters. When the dust cloud cleared, what appeared were large statues lined up in a row. When this unexpected cover blocked their way, the monsters were ramming their bodies against the statues. This should give us a moment to catch our breath. A calm voice woke the sergeant from his succession of shocks. Looking to the side, a young man with black hair was looking at him. Cadet Eugene Lawrence, participating as reinforcement. Who's in command? The lieutenant is dead. I'm the temporary commander, but... Trailing off, Liber looked at the young man before him. The uniform covered in dirt and dust as if he had been rolling around on the battlefield for a long time. The cadet with a face full of fatigue gave him instructions in a businesslike tone. Understood, Sergeant Liber Han. Imperial forces will arrive soon as reinforcements. strengthen the defense line with them, and have the magic core withdraw. Pardon. Withdraw the magic core? Then how are we supposed to catch these monsters? While he was thinking that, the pretty-faced young man at the front raised his voice. Eugene, my friend, I've gathered them all. Hearing those words, the young man Eugene aimed the pistol at his waist while activating his magic imprint. A uniquely shaped magic imprint emitting red magical power light. Seeing that, Sergeant Liber's eyes grew even wider. F5 strokes. No matter how you look at it, he seems like a greenhorn not even 20 years old, but a 5-stroke magic imprint? Isn't that on par with Night Order commanders? While he was shocked, dozens of magic circles were woven in the sky. Duck. After saying that briefly, Eugene pulled the trigger and rumble dash. Dozens of light streams pouring from the magic circles exploded, grinding up the monsters trapped by the statues. Thud, thud thud. What came after the thunderous sounds died down was silence. What gathered in his sight were only the fragments of monsters that had been shattered to ashes. Operation complete. Please handle the cleanup. Why yes. Seemingly unconcerned with the overwhelming scene, the one responsible for grinding up hundreds of monsters gestured to the cadets who had advanced forward. Eugene, is it over now? Right. Please say it's over. I'm sick and tired of this damned saddle. I'm hungry. I feel like I'm dying. I hate hanging around with these lowborn. This bastard is still like that even in this situation. Looking closely, these cadets were in terrible shape too. Young men covered in dirt and soot, looking half dead. Yes, it's all over. Eugene, who comforted them, sighed and broke open the revolver he was holding. 6 spent cartridges flew out with smoke. Today, we graduate from the military academy. In the monster contamination zone of the Eastern Front. Eugene, now in his 4th year, was fighting monsters on the front lines. #050. Congratulations on graduating, Eugene. Graduating without a proper ceremony. I don't know what to say. I understand. You must have gone through something similar, senior. The cadet insignia was removed from the uniform, replaced by a 2nd lieutenant's rank insignia. The person who pinned the rank insignia on my chest was Senior Phelan, who had been my direct superior for the past 2 years. Looking at how he got his 1st lieutenant rank insignia within a year of commissioning, his accomplishments on the front line must have been terrifying. Slaughtering over thousands of monsters and clearing out 6 monster nests, bringing you in was definitely the right choice. It's not like I did it alone. After saying that, I looked at the other graduates standing beside me. Gil, Ortega, Matt. The 3 non-nobles I had personally selected and trained. And next to them was. It was an honor to be on the same battlefield as a direct descendant of Nachtval. Haha, the honor was mine too, Kyle. Kyle, who followed me to the front line saying I'll go wherever my friend goes, and stuck right next to him was, who was it again? It's Julian? Julian Anderson? You should at least remember my name after spending 2 years together. Ah, right. Julian. Of course I remembered. Julian growled as he turned his head towards me. What's this? After rolling together for 2 years, has he reached the level of reading minds now? It was an honor to fight together. Let's meet again later. Thank you. Thank you. While I was thinking about this, Senior Phelan gave 2nd lieutenant rank insignias to the others as well, shaking hands and creating something of a graduation atmosphere. He was the one who had called us from our rear training, so this was his way of repaying us in his own way. I'm planning to take those 3 with me anyway, but with those 2, this is where it ends. Kyle, waving Phelan's hand with a bright smile. And Julian, frozen stiff at the fact of facing a direct descendant of magic nobles. The 2 were definitely good friends, but they weren't people who could continue together. Despite appearances, Kyle was the heir to the Raycord County. He couldn't stay on the front line forever. I had to deal with Duke Buckingham alongside Kieran, and that guy will be busy with his air training and whatnot. Kyle would probably soon follow his family's wishes and take the elite course. Being allowed to eat dirt on the front line was only permitted while in cadet status. Leaving student status meant returning to one's original position. How's your rival these days? Nothing changed just because I got a 2nd lieutenant's rank insignia. The only difference was that I could now openly smoke cigarettes that I used to smoke in secret from the instructors. As I spoke while putting a supplied cigarette in my mouth, Phelan opened his mouth with a smirk. I heard he went back home to command the Night Order. There's trouble with rebels everywhere these days. Good. I got one more piece of information about that bastard. Nodding my head, I looked at the headline of the Imperial newspaper in my hand. Baron Lexel found beheaded in his residence? Red Wing symbol found at scene. Massive noble attacks by rebels? Westrain's instigation. Count Sutherland, we've deployed night orders on a large scale with other houses. Rebels within the territory will soon be suppressed. It's quite noisy over there. More than just a bit noisy. Several nobles have actually been killed. The monster mutation incident from 2 years ago. The noble faction, led by magic nobles, declared this major incident as heinous terrorism by rebels. Look at the tragic death of Supreme Leader Vark. This is how nobles breed us. People of Kal Hiram, rise up. Take the heads of these heinous nobles with your own hands. Of course, the Revolutionary Army was refuting this through their revolutionary newspaper while simultaneously attacking nobles. The death of their spiritual leader Maximilian. The depleted air fleet and numerous mages from the battle with Elsidor. Despite these enormous losses, the Revolutionary Army's influence wasn't diminishing but rather growing increasingly stronger. Senior, aren't you going back home? You mean kill rebels for the family? No thanks. I'd rather roll around with monsters here. Phelan frowned and waved his hand at my question. I couldn't understand why a noble, especially a direct descendant of the Nachtval Duke family, would hate nobles this much. In the game, Phelan was just an early boss, and his role wasn't that significant. By the way, I never expected the rebels to escalate things this far. I feel the same way. I could only make assumptions about his circumstances and change the subject. Hearing my words, Phelan agreed with a sigh. The Revolutionary Army's airships hiding in the clouds, the mages descending from them, and simultaneous uprisings on the ground. Must be nothing short of a nightmare for the nobles. They even recalled night orders from the front line to suppress the rebels. That says it all. In a situation where neighboring nobles were being killed, they couldn't keep their most important forces deployed externally. The Imperial Army, directly commanded by the Emperor, was filling the gaps left by the night orders on the Eastern Front. The task of monster subjugation, which had been handled by magic nobles and night orders, was now falling to the Emperor and Imperial Army. With the possibility of war with West Reign, it's nearly impossible for the Imperial Army to fill the night orders vacancy. However, the Magic Corps on the Eastern Front, which had already taken over the Night Order's burden, was in a state close to annihilation. Looking at the Magic Corps maintaining trenches in a half-dead state, I slowly lit up my eyes. Preparations to fill the vacancy were already underway. Hey, you idiots! Who told you to write reports like this? After finishing my conversation with Phelan, I headed to the field hospital. Shouts that triggered workplace PTSD just by hearing them shook the entire ward. Imprint status, magical power load, rejection symptoms after using magic bullets. These are the things you need to record. You submit this as a post-imprint progress report, asking for more powerful firepower? Requesting additional magic bullet supplies? Are you joking right now? The owner of the shouts was Dr. Otto Klotz, dispatched to the front line at Kieran's request. He was examining the magic imprints implanted in the 3 non-nobles who followed me. We're fine. As you can see, no side effects. We're super strong. As non-nobles who received 3-stroke magic imprints, we can't really complain. It's not about complaining, it's about reporting. This is so the soldiers you'll command can use proper magic imprints. Saying that, Otto prodded the imprint implanted in Gil's arm with the tip of his pen. What was implanted in the 3 of them was the Burning King's standard bearer, the magic imprint for the special magical power unit that I had completed in the first phase. It was a magic imprint created with magic bullet usage in mind from the start, destined to become the standard imprint for the future special magical power unit. And that was the biggest reason I brought these 3 to the front line. These 3 received this imprint instead of the magic imprint provided by the Magic Corps, and were currently test operating it in actual combat. About side effects, there is a burning sensation in the arm after use. It lasts longer when using magic bullets. It gets worse with consecutive use. Once I put a cup of water on the magic imprint, and it started boiling. Yes, that's what you need to write in your reports. Finally getting proper reports, Otto started quickly writing down the symptoms on his chart. We've caught the overload phenomenon, but inversely, the magic imprint overheats. Need to think about cooling measures when using magic bullets consecutively. Although they had suddenly become lab rats, there was no sign of reluctance from the 3. This wasn't because they had sworn loyalty to me, but because of the deal I had made with them. Really, Eugene? 3 strokes. Not just 3 strokes. When your magical power grows in the future, I can prepare even higher level imprints. At the end of our 2nd year, right before being deployed to the front line, when I called the 3 together and said that, their eyes immediately lit up. The common magic imprint issued to Magic Corps soldiers was 1 stroke. The imprint supplied to Magic Corps officers was 2 strokes. 3-stroke or higher magic imprints were a realm not allowed for non-nobles. When offered that, they, as magical power awakeners, couldn't help but go crazy. So in return, you want us to join the unit you and Lieutenant General Kieran are creating. The magic imprint is a tempting offer, but it's difficult. Of course, there was the downside of giving up the stable path given to Magic Corps officers. The 3 brought this up and tried to negotiate with me. Salary, double that of Imperial Army officers of the same rank. Just say the word, Captain. We'll follow you until death. From today on, we are Captain Eugene's faithful subordinates. And that's how I was able to get 3 excellent test subjects, no, excellent subordinates. The daddy bonus Kieran gave me was more powerful than imagined. This has opened the floodgates. The Revolutionary Army ignited in their fight against magic nobles, and the magic nobles trying to block the Revolutionary Army. Because of this, night orders were gradually withdrawing from the front line, creating an extreme shortage of mages on the front. It had become the perfect situation to deploy the special magical power unit that Kieran and I had been preparing for years. If the special magical power unit is deployed in time and can fill the vacancy left by the night orders, we could reduce the night orders' presence on the Eastern Front where monster warfare was the main focus, and increase the Imperial Army's proportion. If that happens, we could divert the monster defense funds that were going to magic nobles to the Imperial Army, which would be enough reason to squeeze their funding. We can't touch places like Gloucester who's pioneering the northeastern region or Corhonen in the northern frozen zone, but that's enough for now. Who knew pointing to magic nobles as the shadowy culprits behind Vark's death would work this well? As expected, letting them handle the revolution without me was the right answer. By the way, this magic imprint has quite a fierce name. While I was thinking about this, Ortega, looking at the imprint implanted in his arm, spoke. The Burning King's standard bearer. I get that we're the standard bearers, but who is this Burning King? Didn't they say the Emperor created this imprint? Wouldn't it refer to His Majesty? His Majesty, burning. Huh. Watch your words, Ortega. One wrong move and you're heading to the northern prison. No, that's not what I meant. Ha ha ha. Having found their victim, the witch hunt by the other two had Ortega sweating and scrambling to explain himself. But come to think of it, it's really like that. The Burning King. I wonder who it refers to?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.